Was he your favorite Coast to Coast host? No. Who's the best? I think George Knapp's even better than Bell ever was. So we go George Knapp, Art Bell, and like people be like, oh, Art Bell was better. Like, I don't think so. I like Art Bell, but George Knapp was just he brought almost single handedly seriousness to the world of anyway. What else? Then who? Um who's after I don't know. I don't remember all the people who did it. Although John B. Wells wasn't allowed to do it anymore. So I kinda like that. What about Ian Punnett? I spoke with him. Do you like him? He never followed me back on Twitter, so he kinda sucks. Um what else? Or who else? How about Richard Serra? You know, I thought he kind of sucked dick, but he had that whole thing on the. What did he have? He had the thing on the thing. What did he do? On the fucking Galactic Federation, which is tight. So that'll always be kind of cool in my book. What people have you? To what people have you spoken on Coast to Coast? Ian Punnett, the one guy, um, Richard Serra. Why? Because I love you. Go fuck yourself. How about that, douche? And then anybody else? I wouldn't say like I've called it. How many times have you called Coast to Coast? 3 times maybe. What about what talk? One time was made all these predictions. One time I talked about my World Peace Project, and then another time I talked about maybe I've only called twice. I've called more than that, but I've been put on hold and shit. Okay, one time was it just on the Galactic Federation? Something like that. I think I've spoken with Richard Serra twice and John B. Wells once, or not John B. Wells, but Ian Punnett once. Is that it? Yeah, something like that. All right, and you know you're talking to yourself. Yeah, because Zoo was gone, and I was talking about the fucking turkey baster. Are you done? Are you done? What else? What else is there? Um, is that the end of your story? Because it was awful. One of the worst stories I've ever heard. You don't believe that they raised 10,369,541 cents? No. How much do you think they raised? It's like when you go online, numbers just don't fucking matter. Especially that website. That website lies so much. How many people are watching Inrods? 57,000. Really? It's literally like overnight. 76,000. No way. No way. No way. Overnight, he gets that many people. I don't believe that shit. All right, are you done? I gotta stand up. Are you gonna stand up? I think it's medicine. You have there? Hey, Alex.
there's a reason why the UFC went, oh, fuck, we gotta do the pay-per-view. Because they were losing their ass. Losing their ass as far as, because they gotta pay guys out. Now, people, I think people know this. ESPN, to host a, remember, it's still a pay-per-view on ESPN. ESPN had to pay them, I think it was like $30 million every pay-per-view, no matter what. Was there sold 2 pay-per-views or $2 million? I think they still got it was like 225,000 bucks. And here's the thing, a lot of those didn't do that. Yeah. The UFC still got paid. They're still getting their 30 million from ESPN for hosting it on their network. Yeah. No matter what. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is like I was saying, it's like in a sales job, the absolute dream scenario is you get to do the job and you have absolutely no numbers that you are accountable for. And they had a quota with ESPN, they have no quota now. Dude, listen, honestly, if you're right and they end up doubling fighter pay, then I completely track them. Yeah, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. And here's the thing, they're going to do it, and it's still only 50% of revenue. It ain't shit. They can. Why would if they don't? That's fucked up. If they don't, oh my god, fighters, managers, fucking say something, do something. They just like keep eating cock. Like, it's so wild because now's the time. Dana's one put in, one out. He did this deal, and you know about the whole how Trump helped with this deal. You know any of that stuff? How Trump helped with this deal. So I know about the Trump. I know about the late show thing and the CBS merger and all that. So CBS and I forget the guy who runs Paramount Plus now and all that. So Paramount Plus and CBS, that's that's under the CBS ban. Yeah. Trump was suing CBS, right? And actually won. And then this gentleman that brought him to the UFC fights when Trump was there. And apparently they negotiated. It was kind of you scratch my back, I scratch yours. If that makes sense. Like, all right, CBS, you have this huge liability. Trump can come after you and all this shit. And the UFC needs a home. Let's figure this out. And apparently Trump did most of the negotiation. That's the word. Okay? He's like, hey, those two, I mean, you were talking about a symbiotic relationship right there. Those two guys have been helping each other out for a very long time. It's unbelievable. Dana's on the board of the like these guys are like, if someone would have told me that 5 years ago, hey, Facebook, once we're in 2025, they're gonna stop banning everybody. They're gonna let everybody see what they're gonna do. And as a matter of fact, Mark Zuckerberg's gonna be in full belt. He's gonna hang out with all the UFC guys, and Dana's gonna be on the board of that. I'd be like, fuck you, that's fine. And my point back to this is where if you're a veteran, now that they're with CBS, you can shake those trees and scare those guys right now. David Ellison ain't Dana White's a savage. He is he's a promoter through and through. He's the best ever doing it. You're not getting a fucking inch out of him. I give a fuck about fighter pay and all that stuff. I'm gonna say he doesn't care about negative press. None of that. He does not care about the public eye. None of it. Trust me, he does not. He ain't running a show. He's one foot in, one foot out. He's doing these business deals with the help of Dana, all that shit, or with the help of Trump. But if you're gonna scare them, if Paramount CBS does not want this fighter pay, that's the last thing. You can scare the networks. You can clearly see them. You look at Colbert, you look at how well they did and all this bullshit. You can scare them. Social media can scare them. So if they don't double the which I think they
I'm not a rabbi for that place. I'm a guy, just a regular guy. And how the time to shake the trees, keep on with corporation. Rabbi Shapira is on an English translation of his name, although he was pronounced Shapiro. You know his followers by the name of the town that he came from, a little village called Kiach. Anyway, if you have been getting up, and I was probably would get into this already. I came to his work primarily through religious studies because this was first with my graduate studies in history. I spent a lot of time in his Judaic studies, including Jewish Alliance, where I was at Work for NAF for several years. And I was introduced to a lot of this particular rabbi
these guys that represent them.
I found it absolutely
Massive
overwhelming. I found it difficult to write on the object. It is certainly the most challenging topic that I have ever encountered. As a religious person myself, I can tell you, my humble opinion, it is the only discussion. And all of you are studying all kinds of aspects of religious experience. In my humble opinion, theology is the only thing you really have to do. And so, it's fantastic that you have this opportunity to gather together with scholar like Dr. Rabbi. This significant time, just like taking seriously. It's kind of one of those questions that make any progress without encountering the justice of God is possible also to
That's why I'm saying just know that this
my presentation is more historical in nature than many of the primary exposure to a range of thoughts I'm very grateful that prepared by a lot of things that I've done myself. Okay, so that rambling introduction, let me get started. So I know you've reviewed some of the writing on the discipline. Let me just take a couple of seconds about some of the manuscripts translations on the theology. As you probably know, manuscripts, which those under the title Project or the Holy Fire, was discovered by a Polish instructor who was clearing the ghetto in Robert of the ghetto in 1950. He discovered containers, and today, of course, that's not most of the door of the company's large containers, and it's all glass, and he used it to contain some 150,000 pages of documentation in a series of 3 caches. 2 of the caches were discovered after the war. The caches were the work of this heroic young historian and Emmanuel Linguist. Early on in the war, talking about the ghetto, understood that this was an old Jewish history and potentially a world history. So he organized amateur historians called counselors or collectors, and their job was to go around out to the city and record everything that they saw. They books, journals, anything they could find, document what was going on. It's the clandestine organization under the name of Shabbat, Joy of the Sabbath, and they operated in secret, kind of like with cells that didn't know each other. Part of the reason was that they were worried that if they were to discover the entire archive would be lost. In fact, that's one of the reasons why the first cache of the documents were not found, as there were hardly any survivors in Shabbat who remembered where that first cache was located. Some survivors were in the first cache that was dug up in 1936. The second cache was forgotten, but as I mentioned, there was construction. And his parents were not translated. His family from went into hiding in underground bunker after the uprising. They were betrayed, however, one of the most important collaborators we had in Rabbi who was specifically tasked with the job of collecting information on religious truths of Bulgaria. Recall that the ghetto had a chief house about 500,000 unbelievable circumstances. One candidate calculated every square meter of residential space available for something. Phenomenal death rate with mortality rate of 150% for dying children. underground, open things like cultural activities, libraries, running libraries, medical school, orphanages, also driving black market in publishers, it is likely that Superman was the next Rabbi, especially Rabbi, and his writings very dark in the 20th century, proceeded in one primary direction, and that is theological. The text that eventually discovered in the 1950s and data language in the Jewish historical museum there, this is again holding with very little access to Western scholars, but a member of the Jewish agency who was also well-connected with the community in Israel, specifically went to look for the writings of the New Testament, located them, and brought back a microfilm found in Israel. The surviving family laboriously went through very difficult manuscripts of his images that were stolen. And they came out with the first publication in 1960 of the text, which they applied the title, which was exactly not a phrase that occurs anywhere in the text. It happens to have a certain kind of panache and it stopped. But in reality, the Rebbe provided a much more prosaic title, which is basically from years of that, years of anger, years of God, 1939. One of the ironic aspects of this very important text, which is so in the discussion of theology, that it's actually a long extended discussion of the problem of evil from start to finish, is that the Rebbe never refers to events surrounding it. Never refers to Germans, Nazis, the war. Everything is, really close within a discussion of the horror. In fact, if you study this text and you didn't know the historical background, you think, well, this is getting really interesting. But otherwise, this text seems to really focus on the problem of evil and good, bad, justice, or not. But otherwise, it's not the interpretation that is focused on. So with the exception of one percent of graduates who are Balmoral University, nobody suggested it. So we referred primarily to theological reasons. The grandfather of theological studies that we published, particularly in English, is Nehemiah Poland, who wrote this remarkable Holy Fire, which strongly recommend. I do not personally agree with all of his conclusions, to look at it that moment, but provides a beautiful translation and very perceptive observation on the text, trying to get to the question of where was Paul during the Holocaust? What did the Rebbe have to say about this mission? So that's primarily what was happening for the first 40 years of Asian Polish scholarship. The first century, you have, first of all, an increasing popularity of this thought, both among the tiny number of survivors of this sort of thought, television primarily, but also among Asian Americans are taken primarily with English language, brought back to the Rebbe. They are called neo modern Germans. So many people who may not have these backgrounds, but come to this thought later. One of the greatest exemplars is on the left here, Rabbi Moshe Weinberger, who established a very synagogue dedicated to the teaching of Jesus Christ. It is called Congregation Asian Polish here on Long Island. And on the right, a great scholar, Maurice Ryan Daniel Gallagher, who is currently active in Israel. And his primary area of research, credited valuable on the text itself. What we would call the independence of the air actual meetings. Let me show you what the manuscript looks like. So this is a page from Daniel Reiser's remarkable volume edition of the on the right, you see the actual facsimile of the manuscript. And as you can see, if you were not familiar with Ashkenazic Hebrew handwriting, it's incredibly cramped, difficult to read. It's marred by strikeouts and interleaved with other comments. Sometimes there are pages stuck onto pages, there are emendations crossed out, and none of this was reflected in the 1960 printing, which the Rabbi clearly indicated he did not want printed, nevertheless, perhaps out of a sense of wanting to preserve every last drop of Rabbi's wisdom, even if the Rabbi himself discarded it. But at other times it actually starts to distort the record because you clearly see the Rabbi added new things or removed things, struggled with the words, and all of that nuance is lost in original. I have to confess here that the book that I'm going to show you in a second, my own book on this, I actually wrote twice. Because the first time I worked on it, I filed a 5-page manuscript. I was very proud of it. I was ready to start, talking to publishers about it. And then Garrison Greenberg, the historian of the Holocaust, said, "Oh, by the way, I came across the actual microfilm show that John was at, and I made a copy of it for you. It was 3 sheets of pages that looked like the right-hand side of the book." And I realized that all of my work was wrong because I assumed that the printed drive was essentially not an appropriate assumption at all, so I had to chuck that whole manuscript and start over again. So the first major area of research in the 20th century is on the Hebrew side, and that has been phenomenally important because that's a whole new aspect of trying to understand how the Rebbe was reality on the house. This is my small contribution. Basically, what I did as a historian is, I looked at this text, which is essentially a series of charts, 86 sermons delivered between September of 1939 and December of 1942, with a number of emendations and additions that were put in up until January 1943. And all of those sermons, although they will give us the name of the section of the Torah reading, could be dated. You could actually figure out what happened in the ghetto prior to the Rebbe's delivering of his sermon. And so essentially, I picked up this idea that in the 1980s, the suggestion that the instinct to look at historical or micro-historical events of the ghetto, what the Rebbe had to say later. And when I started doing that, there was a whole new world of understanding of what the Rebbe was trying to say. This is not at all typical 19th century. It's going down. This is the last one that entered the reality. It's a T-Rex 2020, the last collection of over 50,000 odds. Imagine if you added around the Rebbe screaming, enter, drypassongas.com. Anything purchase automatically enter in this badass one-of-one T-Rex. This thing has over 800 horsepower, fully custom, one-of-one. People say, well, wait, this thing's actually Jacob, shocks all over the place. But in reality, all over the place. You have front porch, covered wide body, front fenders, rear fenders, audience, on 20-inch freaking back lock off wheels, 30-inch Toyota country tires, which are very, very fast. Real truck accessories all over that thing. It's very tuned theological meditation that is primarily of value for his grand philosophical thoughts. This is the first stage
guys, get yourself entered now. DrivePathPodcast.com.
In my humble opinion, this is like a phenomenal cure for heroism that strives after week, despite his own dangerous precarious existence. He's sent into hiding at one point. He recovers from typhus at another time. Constantly strives to provide encouragement, spiritual nourishment for a starving people in the midst of the ninth circle. Really a phenomenal document, and I inspire myself thinking about it. But let us go to the concern that is significant for this podcast. So I want to preface my remarks that he's looked at this my humble assessment of the theology crucial caveat. The first is that let us recall this a puzzle of what I mean by that is that a service is not like fully formed thing that emerges from his bow and is, edited and has a beginning, a middle, and an end, and has a sequence, and even has a still has 8 more to make with 1 more by document becomes the chairman of can't even say that, like, let's say Charles Dickens writing serial stuff of his novels made by the word, and he has a rough idea of where he wants to go. That, no, this is something where the Rabbi knows that suffering, knows something terrible happened, maybe there was a mass shooting, or they were serving the wall, or something like that, or they heard the news that France had fallen, and everyone was worried about what that means for the war, and he responded to that piece by there are certainly themes that pervade the work, and it is definitely very much instinctive, overall conceited Jewish theology, but this is a document that evolves in real time. This is something that changes from week to week. And he was, by the way, incredibly honest and transparent about what he put in this document. He even included among the manuscripts that he submitted to the Rabbi his own personal spiritual diary, which was then published under the title Things like an exhortation, and he invested in his own document about his own concerns and his own worries, and his poses his own prayers, and it's a searingly honest, brutally honest presentation of his own doubts during the Holocaust. So here's someone who wanted to make it known to the public, as is right, or connect. Very important caveat. The second one is, here's what he shows. When we give these flyers money, at no point did the Rabbi intimate exactly what was going to happen. And it didn't affect how he showed up this morning. He's a fucking laundered worries right away between despair as a possibility of destruction. I assume that you're headlining a show against Conor McGregor. How long can the regime was in? He himself, the Rabbi was killed in November 1943, with no sites and so forth. So he was writing it, trying to solve the immediate pragmatic problem of the Jerusalem and what they need and how we can solve not only in faith, but in body and soul as well. In his faith measures, they operate as for example, in his contract. He's definitely engaged in January 2021. It's one by stoppage. This is the thing. This contract make it a difficult document to study as a coherent whole to argue that there is some theological meaning that flows through it. I have already mentioned the relationship of the micro-history to the sermons. This definitely affects everything that you're reading in the text. And I would argue that it is possible to understand the sermons properly without knowing what happens in the other contracts. Very clearly, over and over again. But the last thing that I should authorize a caveat was we don't exactly know who he was. We fortunately have, because of the work of Rabbi Huberman, some sense of who actually came to listen to the Rebbe's talk on a couple of occasions, but the population of the ghetto destroyed dramatically by the type of stuff again later by the race one gets the impression by just meeting that at the beginning he had a very large crowd. One of the reference reports suggests he had as many as 300 people. A holiday gathering. And the texts tend to be very short and borrowing very limited but well-known sources like the Torah itself and even commentary of Rashi. Later on in the war, however, they get much longer, 6, 8, 10 times longer, and they start borrowing very heavily from much more esoteric sources that the average Muslim would not be familiar with, various commentaries and so on. One gets to see them not only in the length and in the depth of the sermons, but also in their tone. Okay, Rabbi makes even no, but you may start writing these things. Perhaps just themselves for a very, very small circle of dedicated survivors who really don't know how to evaluate this public document for someone under so, with those, one of the greatest questions that has been blocking the world of New Testament studies in the last couple of years is occasioned by the work of my colleague, Dr. Shaul, who has written some very provocative things about the use of Rebbe, in particular arguing that the Rebbe lost his faith. I'm going to give you a little bit of a timeline shortly in that world. That's exactly when intellectual spiritual great happened. Dr. Marcy's argument is essentially that they're advocates of reality, like a theo, okay, let's start with theological. But the theological challenge of the war became too much, particularly in the summer of 1942. And at that point, there is a distinct change in tone of the Rebbe's writing. There's a distinct change in the theme of the way in which he explains or fails to explain justice, rather railing at it. And Dr. McGee does not alone in this approach. In many ways, he follows all of the path, or yet then the summer of 1942 came around, he essentially repeated that more people, the official, the article approaches were insufficient to the existential challenge. So therefore, he simply went back to the idea of God because he had no idea what else to say. For Dr. McGee, that represented a great distinction, and many followed that particular line. Others, on the other hand, including myself and Dr. Weiser and Dr. Rabbi Weinberger, argue that I think that's kind of like it's an argument that finds an audience because it sounds kind of, intellectually lascivious. When you see the leader, man of faith, loses it in the end, that has a kind of ring to it that appeals to a certain audience, but I don't think it's historically accurate. So let's look at his theological responses, and I'm just going to kind of summarize them here, both some of the problems with understanding kind of like a straight line development. So if we break it up into the Hebrew years that he did, and he certainly thought in terms of like the cycle of that he reflected on what happened in prior years and so on. So each of the breaks course of the year begins in the fall with the sun and usually around September. So in the first year of the war, that's right at the high holidays, and the Rebbe experienced personal tragedy, very, very tragic events, punishing bombardment of the city of Warsaw, civilians, by the Luftwaffe, wounded his mortally to a local hospital, overflowing with patients, and while he ran out to try and find someone to help him because the medical staff and hospital were overwhelmed, he left the side decided to palm for the benefit of his son. Another round of bombing killed the daughter-in-law and sister standing outside the hospital here, and then the Rebbe's own son died. Okay. The Rebbe was already a widower at this point and had one surviving daughter who was later taken into the station in 1932. So the Rebbe suffered from the war immediately. Very, very in 1940, that's when the Rothschild'S established, in particular, that the Jewish Council that was widely responsible for administering the population. Those were walls, the horrible typhus epidemic that ravaged the ghetto. And then in 1941, so you don't want to blood is destroying a house. A young Jew escaped from the nearby death camp of Rothschild'S, which had been operational since the fall of 1941, and smuggled himself into the ghetto to tell the Jewish resistance how the Nazis were planning to gas the entire population. This was an overwhelming piece of news. Well, of course, the Holocaust doesn't start with like September 1, the Nazis invade Poland and immediately start murdering all the Jews. There is a process, there is a series of increasing persecution. It really only gets underway in the summer of 1941 with the Anschluss to the 30s, and then becomes especially with the creation of the death of the idea and the quotations from warfare. So when the Rebbe heard this early spring of 1940, of course, it followed through the Nazis using sword for Jews, beginning on Tisha B'Av, the National Day of Jewish Suffering, in the summer of 1942, 6,000 Jews a day before the gas. That's the story that we're going to So the Rebbe himself, he was held back in the ghetto, along with as many as 50,000 other Jews who were slave labor. The main not status when the ghetto was basically decimated. The uprising did not happen until 1943. The Rebbe was then deported to a labor camp called Chabniki, and there he was murdered in the context of an Anschluss. So this is kind of like the history of the Rebbe's experience. Let us look at the theological. So early in the war, you have an example of what I would like to call the Rothschild'S, which I'm sure you have studied tremendously. Basically, that suffering has a purpose, that it is meant to edify, that it is to burn out running sin. It's real to get more benefit in the world to come. These kinds of arguments, which my humble opinion make a lot of logical sense, but on a visceral level, if you're dealing with this kind of suffering, they must be rejected. How can you think it's like going to someone or sitting Shiva if they're going to their loved one and trying to give them this kind of story, it's utterly rejected. Maybe not even it's so powerful that his entire future life to rely Francis had the bicycle follow is that and that's happening stealing by again 1941, which is much more theological approach, that whole discussion of the first times of the Messiah justifying the sacrifice, perhaps saying that this is the unfolding of divine history. But then after the Rothschild'S report, that's when he seems to break with all of these logical arguments and say that God has somehow sheltered himself in secret interior knowledge, and he is restraining his own suffering. All now Yiddish is co-suffering. action, because if we were to react to the suffering of the Jews, that would destroy the entire world. This is a much more mystical approach that he's never taken before. And so this is the argument of Dr. McKee. Now there is that essentially it gets theology. Now the problem with is that when you get into the details, it doesn't click. Because early on in the world, one of the greatest of this mystical approach occurs something which only a person of the Rebbe stature life experience in the ghetto has. Their life is that God has gone allowing free to the writings of the report to look at it in detail, but the argument that he makes the God of Abrahamic proportions are separated from ours, though Yahweh Mishpat, who is the judge of the entire world, not the justice. So that story radical kind of approach and so everybody's like, there's a comments not to cheat on me, that's how they get you. Right? Like, so everybody's like, oh, he's going to be there, he's going to promise. He's got her on his lap, so she's promising not to cheat on me. I'm like, I'm not sure that is necessarily how I would interpret that. However, there is clearly a connection with God, yes, of fire persecution, and an acknowledgement of how radical that persecution is. But at the same time, he clearly maintains that connection with God, that hope in God's salvation to the end. That is consistent with now, others try to say that there is a greatness to the Rebbe, not making sense. Part of the everybody has been, to that in the question. In the articles that everybody's projecting on her that she it's also important to bear in mind, although I want to cover this, I'm like, I honestly think that she's one of these chicks that has a powerful Julian, and she's like, no, takes the ghetto and how they are screaming and walking because she feels empowered by it. She fucks everyone. Let's remember that this is the person who had a massive philosophical plan for how to save this world himself. It was incredibly ambitious man, which is articulated in most popular publications of 1952, a book that I strongly recommend. My favorite translation, but there are several. The student publication, the subtitle is not good. By the way, I'm just curious, is anyone on the line actually read a student publication? If not, I'm going to ask you a tough question and think about answering. Okay, so here's the question. I'll wrap up. What is the student? But if there's one obligation that students have, basically how many people I've met who have read this when I ask them that question, they can't answer. But maybe in great ways here, you'll have an answer. So he had this plan that is directly related to Judaism in the modern world. And I would like to argue, as I have a short time book here, it's like one book that's not out yet, but that we have an essential modern approach to Judaism that emphasizes the value of the experiential over the intellectual. That experimented with visualization techniques, meditation techniques, and that this particular kind of approach helps us understand much of what we wrote in the Holocaust. Some great things from Daniel Weiser, who has written extensively on visualization techniques and meditation techniques, and I think they kind of apply what he learned in his 19th century work to his studies now. And we can't forget, of course, the personal connection. He was not,
saw some countdown footage of Connor and like he looks good. He's with the whole team. That's for John. You're like, no, but that's fair. That's fair. So why get out? Because it's like
at one point,
fucking
signed
knows.
the name
So
to the
that's a
public
difference.
of
Just
just
in
the
path of
spectrum and other stars. And you can see the people on the top digits, full name, and academic, one Ben Igad, McGowan, and so on. Shapira, and underneath there's something written, and then violently struck out by the Rabbi himself. Dr. Weiser has analyzed this from advanced photometric technique and has determined that the text that is struck out is the phrase head of the Jewish court. In other words, it's hard to imagine why the Rebbe would have struck out his own title not to say that how can I be the head of the Jewish court? There are no more Jews in the family.
That's
To define myself. Definitely, strike it out with a single line. Violently, getting angry.
That's why the white fan goes, you take my fucking money. Now it's fucking free. I would be. If someone was like, hey, you have to watch this fight, like upside down by your ankles, and you have to like just be there for 6 hours waiting for the fight. I'd be like, fuck, you screwed me up. I'm not missing that fight no matter what. That's why we're all kind of like, yeah, dude, I'm so it's Counter Strike, and I'm so used to it. So, he's 38, but sure,
Notice a cover letter as many of the contributors
what do you think it's going to look like in terms of
this was a cover letter to
like I said,
anyone
what's the crowd was like? I think it's one of the elites.
it's a blessing that extends to all of you that anyone who studies the Rabbi merit the benefit of his holy ancestors, stand by all of you and your family and God has put you here now. I will thank you very much.
You know, he like the current state apex, but at the White House, the most impossible to get Jeff Bezos will be there. Zuckerberg will be there. If you're a terrorist, that's probably the one you want to do. Yeah, because this will be the most influential, powerful people on all planet. It's that like UFC sphere, like UFC 300, whatever. Like you want to check that off. I think this makes that look like a fucking win. Because I agree, super pro-American, super Trump, right? This is at the White House. Probably never be done again. I bet this card is the best card. Joint presentation, the production, the lineup, it's going to be such an honor to fight there. That the prelims up, it's going to look like what we're used to. It's going to make UFC 100 and John Jones is fucking America. I gave him 12 minutes on the guy. But Mike is smart as fuck too, so they'll build up. He's going to be doing everything draped, an American flag. It's going to fall. That's the only problem is Connor's fucking Irish. And then also, you know, it can be a rough time for Americans too. Right at the White House. Like, Connor, you know, Chandler might have a good chance of winning, but John Jones, it's a tough choice. John keeps right down. Now from 30 minutes, this is guaranteed. Aerial reports, this for a fact. UFC offered John $30 million because John was like 30. So he goes, I want Wilder. His attack was, I want you to do it. UFC at first goes, you're fucking crazy. So when he came in from the Middle East, they went, UFC goes, all right, man. We're going on. We came up with 30. We're giving you 30. That's a fact. Just trying to fight $30 million down to fight combat. So when they get stuck on that fine, 30 they give up, take that 30 and lose. You can't do that. That is legacy in the tarnished. 30 million. Oh, that's today. That shit came out today. Shit, I know what I'm filming when I get home. But he's he said this on the TV. So he said, I'll get you on. Love to talk about it. Yeah. Decision on his part. Why didn't you drag this out all the way? Why didn't you give your number $30 million rating? I think he deserved it. And they didn't come up with it. And they did. Oh, they didn't come up with it. Yeah, I believe that Saudi Arabia was involved. The big dogs were involved, right? Yeah, 2 days later, whatever. He said, and that's why he announced his retirement. He said, I that they would not be there. And then I tried. Turkey was just like, oh yeah. So I reached my dad, I'll be right there.
Imagery of the thicket, the thorny bush, sending a message specifically to Moshe and to his people, I'm with you, in your star, I'm with you. And the idea of the fire is that the thicket is of the God that our star, the God is with us, our difference. The Hasidic master Scott Emmett has a slightly different interpretation, which is so profound, in which the interpretation of Scott Emmett says that last fire of that was inside of that thicket is symbolic of the lake. The Labak is Scott Emmett's habit. When the Sadiq feels that he has this Labak, this fiery soul that
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Yisrael. Correction from
the notion that no matter what we face, we feel the passion, fire burning inside of us, we continue to flame our own fire and inspire ourselves to be able to get through things and to be able to feel the thing at Yosef, we have that Yehuda, we have that inner safety of fire, feeling close to God, and feel that you're not alone. We have to be that freedom, that ability, that as a rebel good, that we are inspired. The way he was facing the horrors of the Shoah, inspired. And I know that in the course of the last couple of months in our community, we're learning more to talk to truth, learning from our meeting during the week, going on the Torah of the Dakota. We don't have Dr. Jesus to deal with us. Share his fire, his passion for truth, his Torah, bringing the historical context of us bring the Torah to life. We have such a special opportunity to be able to have a delve into the historical background of who was a known among the Thomas, the hero, the Rabbi, the Dutchman, the Kodesh, who is such a privilege that Dr. Abraham addressed us tonight. And so without further ado, I'll turn it over to Dr. Thank you very much, Rabbi. Very kind introduction. I really appreciate it, especially because I know that my daughter and her husband are listening right now.
Got to put it with pleasure. You want to ask a number? They said no. Then the point fizzled. This time they said yes. Wow. Well, so I have a couple of thoughts. Number one is, what kind of dough did John Jones sit not good for him? He actually saved his dough. Yeah, that's a big smart. I mean, I think he cares more about his legacy than he does. That's what because he's not doing he's right doing well. He's saying he's making 5 a fight. He said he was going with Street contract. When he was talking about how he would, back and breaks truck for his Francis fights. All of his light heavyweight fights, he was like five total. And then he did heavyweight, so he had 2 heavyweight fights. He was getting paid a lot more. So let's say 12. And he lives in Wisconsin. So he might be sitting on like 20, 40. He also said that he doesn't remember about 20. He doesn't do anything on it. He wants to at least sign. But Carl's like, I want you to crash your dog. And he's like, $100,000. So he's like, I'm like, oh, it costs $100,000. Dude, that is, man, that, I just think John is smart too. He's like, we're not moving great. And then he's watching John's mom. So, fuck you, man. Also, I don't know much about Tom. I'm going to turn this down. I'm going to wait a little more. It's a tough fight. You don't get like 3 generations and never lose without being good at your opponents, even if you're as good as John. You want to get to that point too. If you, no one's ever going to be better than John. You look at his run and strength of schedule, it's like the best. And the time he was dominating, it's literally the hardest time ever. It was not the same time here. It was just, it was impossible. And he fought all colors, so twice. DC, just been and he's DC got to John, oh yeah, John was school. Yeah, so John's the best ever to do it. So I'm with you. Tucking is such an extreme way. I think it's more calculated. Like, not right now. Let's have Tom fight some guys and see how he looks. And then once we have put John on, so I can pick up tendencies. Because right now he's never that for John. And then I'll come back. Because in the 30s, I think it's more. I don't think Tucking's, you can't go in his whole time saying he's Tucking anybody. I don't think that's fair. It's super disrespectful. I think it's a calculated, sharp fight. That's what it's calculated. This guy looks really good. He's in his prime. I'm clearly not. I don't know much about him. Let's see how he does with Cyril, which we're not going to learn a lot from that. Let's see how he's in the panel do it. I think eventually John has in the next year to have like the White House card. That White House card, it could be this where John's still like, like Tom, or White House. And that's a dangerous fight too. So I think Alex will be on the White House card. You might get to learn a little bit about basketball in that cockfight in terms of let's see how the front kick keeps it at this. You know, like something like this. That's one thing that Khan does that John also does well is use his front kick kind of edge distance. It's the only thing I can think of that I can do. And that's what I just advocates that incredibly easy because he's not finding what he really does. That's when it starts from when John or when you're going to find out about Tom. It's just I'll tell you the pressure of Tom in that John fight, the pressure of him winning it, we all expect. The pressure on him is can you present John? So the comparison fighting is, all right, Tom, you guys fight the same guy. French, which is hitting shit. Okay, so that does not agree. You're this high level coming, you had all the shit to do. So the pressure is, you know, you got to be tough. That's good. You got to be more aggressive on defensive pressure. That's what he's doing that fight. Because if he knocks him out, like, if he's like, oh, grab him, watch this. And he knows that kick, knocks him out in 30 seconds. That's just going to wheel over. And then also John learns. If he stretches with it like a punch, bananas. And then the least investor, these guys, these sheiks who have all this money, you don't think they're going to go, like we want to see. I'm not here really, but we want Francis. And Dan's going to know what that kick here on switch. We want Francis, so get it done. Here's why I was going to be. I'm just giving out myself for Nolan. They'll be able to take on take. We don't want to pay that idea. So just come over. We all covered it with a $2 million. What do we get today, too? Those guys are great money, so they're going to pay them. So I would assume you see Tom versus Francis, we would see John. And then that would get John out of bed. Yeah. It's true. France, if France beats Tom, then you get John Jones. Or they just want to go Tom and then John Jones.
1900, baby.
They're supposed to have John fucked around with that. Like, they go to be a big motherfucker. You know, big motherfucker. So we'll see, dude. And yeah, the UFC White House data confirmed it. It's 100%. And here's where, you know, signs of 2 to 3 years turn all the time. John Jones and Connor both got back in the class. Yeah. Yeah. And dude, and that absolutely could be why they are doing that. By the way, I saw a clip of you looking for a CTE. We can do UE4. I don't know shit about it. Because you won't see any big like, you know, you're not going to like, you know, Jesse Owen. Like Jesse's only band. Sure, it's car. No, I switched. No, I switched to Junior University. It's interesting. In Texas, for example, the transition is cemetery. So in Texas, it has to be seven. But you can use a star. Which is UFC star CTE. You go star UFC team. I like CTE4. That's good. That's good. So what do you think about UFC this weekend? I'm so California. I think it's the best middleweight title fight since Kelvin Gastelum and his Angels at middleweight. To me, is top 3 fights of all time. So I think it's on that level. I think it's on the level yeah, both undefeated in the UFC. Yeah. And Dricus is, I think Dricus is awesome. Yeah. I think his what was right. He was like one. It was early on 1-1, and then okay, so he lost. How did he lose? He lost. Okay, so we go ahead. That one he got 18 in 2014 against that thing. Okay, got knocked out once. I got the monster from KSW in 2018, and his fight of the night, so it was back and forth. He got caught. Since then, he was like, say less, and went on a fucking 8-year. And let me see, so like, so decision, last one, that was, okay, so, for him, I think it's the best middleweight matchup, especially for a film. However, I can't fucking win. Here's the thing, I don't give a fuck, I'm wrong, right? Almost make predictions. This one I cannot predict. I don't expect it. Because I went to Rothschild'S game, right? Got inside looking at Rothschild'S game, and I was like, holy fuck, he's good. Unreal. Who's he? I don't give names, but world class, Division 1 national championships, gold medalists, wrestlers. Just great. Where the coach was like, hey, because I've seen him go, I'm like, alright, he's on his own. His coach, just makes judge me. Pick it up, let's get going there. Just nothing. Wait, to put this on his cardio, insane. He's a flash 45 favorite offense. Dude, didn't Dricus do like a grappling thing where he submitted like all the civil black belt, like one out of the other like 6 guys or like that. So this is the fun, like, so this thing goes one of 2 ways. Hamzat is as good as advertised. I have his real. He submits goes in there, and even though DDP making all these crazy stories, and he just goes in there and four of these guys, it's like, cool, those crazy wild guys, check this out, just fucking volleyball some Brady's fucking jaw, and it's like 2 minutes, holy fuck, this is insane. Let's say Hamza comes out and is applying that pressure, doing his thing. He might get DDP down, but DDP's a big dude, sturdy dude. He survives that pressure. Like, okay, what do we got here? Stick him out. So I think Hamza, I see this happen. Hamza plays like the first 3 rounds. And that 4th round, even though his cardio is great, it's not DDP. DDP's just can't beat him. He's an absolute winner. I think DDP's the toughest guy we've ever had. Mentally wise, I think he's as tough as they come. As tough as they come. So those first 2 rounds, he's down. You're like, holy fuck, Hamza's beating the shit out of him. He's not finishing. And then that 3rd round, the title starts to change. You see it. Like, you see it. That 4th round.
Good morning, Miss Aquarius. How are you?
On top, he was slammed with the ground and pound, and then he chokes it out.
That I won't be able to go to therapy. My therapist was in a car accident, but he's okay.
Who was in a car accident?
My therapist.
Oh, wow.
My physical therapist.
Yeah, that's wild, Miss Aquarius.
My physical therapist was in a car accident, right? But I was ready to go.
I heard you.
Yeah.
Well, that's okay. That's good that they're not hurt.
Yeah, I'm glad that he's not. Yeah, he got hurt. I'm glad he's okay. People just gotta be careful. People don't know how to be careful. People just want to drive. Right. Just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you for letting me know, Miss Aquarius.
Get tired. He's sturdy as fuck. Figures conventional. Figures out he's a smart fighter, smart IQ. Can grapple. He's hard to take down later in the rounds. He punches like a Mac truck. He's not trying. So one guy's great the first round. One guy's great the 4th round. So like, the first time. Yeah, I don't know either. DP does not. It's like there are certain guys that you get touch, get like in bad spots where they never start doubting themselves at all. And like he's one of those guys that like even when he's just thinking his head, he's like, this guy's gonna get tired. I'll tell you this though, those odds, DP and the dog here, I would never bet against him. Plus 200. I was just thinking like, let's put money on the fight, and again, I have no idea how this is gonna go down. I have no clue. Either guy can win, but just because it's so close, I'm betting on whoever Hamza was underdog or DDP's underdog. I'm putting my money on the underdog. Me too. And 2 to 1 is great. 2.5 favorite is insane. That fight is so good. That fight is good.
Okay. I don't know. Start my day. Do stuff and then get my grandpa up. And I'm later.
All right, Miss Aquarius. Have a wonderful day.
You too.
Thank you, ma'am.
He's not doing. He doesn't want to take them. He's doing it. Small, just to transition to get back. I've never seen a single person. These are world-class guys I'm talking about. Who could do that? Anytime you want to get to the back, he got it. He's not going to search the strength. He's one of those single. You're going to sprawl. Sprawl. He's going to shoot around. The highest level grapplers could not stop him. And they just beat the shit out of him. just see Melvin beat the fuck out of you, and then break you down, beat shit, break you down. You get up, he's on your back, break you down. That's his game. Shoot, back, punch, right there. I'm quite chilly type. Bring your I don't know how you stop. I also don't know. I don't know. It's still much better than the game. Wrestlers like that on the UFC platform. Can you show me which? Like illegal. The Nazi is tough in this. Technique-wise, it's not really how you're supposed to do it. He's doing it on purpose for him. He's trying to slow his rhythm off. You know, like you're playing there's no one to prepare you for him, and also there's no patterns to get. He's like the exact opposite type of striker. It's like a Peter Oscar. He's doing it. People who have trouble with weight or any of these I think I saw this. It's more about his team. Like, we're trying to bring guys who can stop Hamzat's. That's what they're doing. And that could thing is that guy's on top of John Jones. Yeah, that makes sense. Whoever wins this fight, I think.
Yo, what up, Jack? Yo, Pam. Son. Can you hear me, big dog?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, you're so much clearer now.
Yeah, it's my phone.
Oh, dude, I could not understand what you were saying earlier. Okay, if I may ask, you found out about me from Kick, from one of my spam bots. Did you find out in the chat or in a clip?
In the chat.
Tight. And do you know who the user was who you were watching?
Yeah, it was Sam Pandy.
Oh, no way. I remember doing that one. That's tight. All right, very well. Have you seen any of my other bots?
I feel like I've seen some invites to your server somewhere else. Yeah, from some other bot. I think it might have been in my chat. Well, maybe not my chat, but someone else's for sure.
Oh, so you're a streamer as well?
A little bit. Not very much.
What do you like to stream?
Just chilling in Thailand.
Oh, you're in Thailand. That's tight as fuck.
Yeah, I've chilled with Sam Pandy before.
Oh, that's tight. Do you slang dick like it's going out of style?
No, I'm not like Sam Pandy.
All right, I got
That's
you.
his domain.
Sure, dog. Do you ever go to Bangkok?
Yeah.
Is it fun?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Do you ever hang out with any of the other people from Kick who are in Thailand? Often, like, I think like Chris Travels and
I've never not Chris Travels. I've hung out with homeless, slightly homeless.
Yeah, dog.
PBR. I don't know if you know PBR.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, and I know Slightly Homeless. What happened to Slightly Homeless?
He's still streaming.
Oh, okay.
He went to Japan and then he's in Thailand right now.
Oh, that's tight. So you do IRL streaming?
Yeah, a little bit. I was doing like some stream sniping and stuff, but I got way too pulled into some drama, so I had to kind of like take a break.
Sure. What happened?
Well, do you know Murat?
Yeah,
Yeah, like Murat got picked up by the immigration police in Thailand. I don't know if you remember.
I do.
But then, yeah, I went and visited him when he was in jail.
That's really nice of
And
you.
yeah, I mean I was just trying to be nice, but I guess people were trying to direct me to do things that have bad intentions. Just a lot of trolling around his community and stuff.
Whatever
Yeah,
happened?
like the troll suspend us.
Oh, okay. Whatever happened to Murat?
He got out. Yeah, he just paid the bail and paid for his plane ticket after like 3 days.
That's tight. Yeah, I do remember that. Do you know? Let's see who else is out there. Um, oh, what was this guy's name? Oh, oh, Mr. Sins, something like Mr.
Yeah, I mean I've watched him before. He's in Pattaya.
Okay,
I've never met him before.
okay. He always looks like he's having fun. Um, how are they when you stream in one of the bars there? Are they open to just having you IRL stream there, or do they shit?
From my experience, it depends on like some of them will just outright tell you can't, but I think for the most part they're chill with it.
Right, and then the girls there. I mean, like basically the things that I've seen, there are like 5 girls around one guy. They want nothing to do with him except for his money, and then buy them drinks, which are just like donations, and then they'll drink them on screen. Is that true?
Yeah, like if you go to a bar like that, like where women are working there in that capacity, then what do you mean talking about like what Mr. Sins does? Like he just kind of camps a bar and just interviews bar girls.
That's exactly right.
And
Yeah.
then it's just, yeah. I mean, a lot of people like make content like that here, like Crazy Tom.
Right.
I mean, Sam Pan kind of does that, not too much.
Right.
Suspendus was doing that. Like what happened? Suspendus was going to a bar like that every night, and then me and 2 friends of mine who live here went to that bar, and then he called the police on us.
Well,
and, yeah, it was kind of weird. Like he called the police, and we weren't really even doing anything. And then some YouTube channel made a video about it.
Dude, so you're pretty big. You're a pretty big streamer.
I've made some videos about Suspendus. They got like around 5,000 views. That one, I don't know if you know Clips on Klaus. If you like Clips streamer videos, like his video got like close to 6,000 now. Like I don't know, I've done some live streams where I got a lot of views and stuff, but then if I just stream by myself, I just don't get like any views. It's only if I'm sniping someone or like doing something involving the streamer.
Do you do YouTube as well?
I made like some videos on YouTube.
But
I don't really like actively upload stuff. I mean, I'm not really trying to like push into social media. I just do it like as a hobby or something, or just when I'm bored.
Absolutely. Are you originally from the United States?
Yeah.
Okay, very
cool. I'm from California.
Oh, tight. I'm based out of Irvine.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
If I ask your Kick username,
it's Zan_live.
Okay. So you don't have any. Oh yeah, you've got followers. All right, dog. You've got, and you have your own Discord.
Yeah, I got a Discord server. I just made it. I mean, I really like just started streaming like about maybe 2 weeks ago.
Oh, so and you already have 248 followers?
Like I spent DBR and I got a bunch of followers, and then I did the thing with Marat, and then the thing with Suspendus.
Oh, very
It's
well.
pretty much all just from stream sniping from trying to collab.
If I know it's like not a huge deal, but if you want like unlimited followers, I can teach you how to make a bot like I have. You want to see my bot?
Yeah, sure. I'll check it out.
Excellent. Okay. So I have three. Well, actually, okay. So I have 3 bots on computers, and then another 5 on handheld devices. The ones on handheld devices just create clips of people that say YouTube, Rabbi Rothschild, and my Discord link. And I get random ass people in here, and I'm like, hey, how'd you find out about me? And they're like, you clipped my channel. And so it's like, okay, tight. And then I'm going to show you right now. I've got, all right. So this is just some random streamer, Stroud. And what it's doing is creating a clip on them. Once the clip's made, it's going to copy some information into what it's good, like what it's going to spam. And so I have it here, or like just a spreadsheet, and then it'll minimize. It's going to press the follow button, which is that green button. It just pressed it, and it's going to spam the shit out of it. And it spams like for like 30 seconds or something, maybe a little less.
So you're just going around just doing it manually?
No.
You're just like manually spamming in their fast.
I mean, it's a robot that does all this.
Oh, so you're not controlling the mouse. You have some script that's controlling the mouse.
Exactly.
That's cool. What language did you program that in?
It's just a macro, so it's a just memorizes where my clicks are. So it's just,
Okay.
it's just
Yeah, because I mean I've stuff like that with Python.
Yeah, I mean you can do it with Python. It's more complicated than what I do though. I just use a type of software. It's called Bit Macro Recorder. It's amazing, and I figured out a way how to use it. Figured out a way how to use it for free, even though it's like has a license of like $500 a year. And since I'd need it on like multiple devices, it'd be pretty expensive. So what it does is it just records where the mouse needs to click, and then it has some options to be able to like identify images. And so like let's say the follow button isn't in the right spot, it has image detection that it can find it. It also has OCR, optical character recognition, so it can know like where it's supposed to read something. And so my journey with Kick, I started with Kick like having no idea what it was, but I told you that I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency, and somebody within that community like 2.5 years ago or so, they were like, hey, you should stream on Kick. And the thing with Kick is it doesn't have like an internal way to stream. You stream using like um, um, OBS Studio or something like that, and sometimes my internet goes out, and especially because I stream really long hours, like 12 hours every single ideally before I start a new stream. I need it to stay consistent, and basically Kick didn't have disconnect protection. Not only that wasn't the real good reason. The reason why I wasn't so keen on Kick is they don't save your streams, and I understand why, because it's really expensive. It's actually like the only company that can do it is YouTube, and they do it at a loss. But I'm archiving. Like my thing is ensuring that people can watch this like hundreds of years from now. Now, perhaps not on the same platform, but I'm sure we'll transfer it, given enough time or whatever. But really, I want people to be able to go back in my streams from years ago, which you can do, and see what I was doing for 12 hours or whatever. Okay, so the fact that Kick didn't archive and they only saved for 30 days meant that like it wasn't that attractive to me, and there weren't a lot of people on it 2.5 years ago. Not that there still are a lot of people on it, but nevertheless. So then last spring, we got a new the house in which I live got a new router, and so my disconnection protection was going to be a little better. And I did some projects for some people and bought some new computers, and so I figured, okay, I'm going to start streaming and Kick again, and I did. But I recognized very quickly that it was pay for play, just like YouTube, just like Twitch. No one was ever finding me because I didn't have anybody watching me, and I was way at the very bottom. So I thought, okay, well maybe I'll start going to people's discords. So I did, and like I was in like Amaranth's Discord and Aiden Ross's Discord, and within like a couple uh, weeks of streaming on Kick, uh, I eventually got Aiden Ross in my stream because I had been living in his Discord, like basically 24 hours a day. So he interviewed me, and that brought like 30 people into YouTube or whatever, nothing crazy. But I still didn't even know who he was. And so I just figured I wasn't gaining that much traction on Kick. And so, you know what? I'm like the king of making bots. Like, I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, 500 Twitch accounts, 1,000 TikTok accounts, 2,000 Twitter accounts, 5,000 Blue Sky accounts. So I figured, you know what? I'm going to just create Kick accounts. And the thing is, Kick is, I don't know why they don't. They don't have a CAPTCHA system. You know what a CAPTCHA system is, right?
Yeah.
And so it's pretty easy to automate. Like Twitter has a really tough CAPTCHA system. Google has a CAPTCHA system. Blue Sky has a CAPTCHA system. Twitch does not either. And those are like the two main ones that don't have them. And so but Twitch has some really good AI on their back end to be able to prevent botting. Well, Kill knew, and it just doesn't have the ability to pivot as quickly um, as so I figured, you know what? This is a really good opportunity. If I ever wanted to buy a platform, this would be the one. But before I did that, so I'm live right now on 20 different YouTube channels. And I figured, you know what? I'm going to have, since I multi-stream, I'm going to multi-stream with Kick, in just addition to being live on Rumble and YouTube and Twitch and Twitter and all those other ones. And Kick did not like that. Kick did not like, they didn't, it's not that they didn't like that I was multi-streaming, that's fine. But I was multi-streaming from like 10 different accounts simultaneously, and they did not like that. Although it was not a violation of their terms and conditions, they just didn't like it. So they basically shut down all of my accounts except for the one. And I didn't know. Now I didn't like that because it wasn't at that time a violation of their terms and conditions. It was basically I just thought outside the box. Nobody else is like, well, we're just going to stream our lives from like multiple angles. Usually people are really focused, but I am different. So when they banned those accounts, it pissed me off. And so I just was like, you know what? I'm not getting that much momentum on this platform anyway. So I'm going to just buy a bunch of computers and create robots on them. So 8 months from like basically April 2024 until January 1st, 2025, I spammed it. I spammed Kick. Now, the bots that I had then weren't as powerful as the bots I have now. The bots I had then, I had to do a lot of manual work on them, and they only worked when I was awake. So I was only really able to spam like 16 hours a day. But it still got to the point where everybody knew who I was. So Amaranth, I'm the number one streamer all the time in her Discord. I've spoken with her. Aiden Ross, I've been live streaming in his Discord for over a year. I'm the number one streamer by far in his Discord. Kai Sanat, I'm the number one streamer all the time in his Discord. I Show Speed, I'm the number one streamer all the time in his Discord. Like all the big ones. If they'll allow you to turn on your camera in their Discord, I'm like the number one person I've ever done. So I end up saying to myself, you know what, January 1st, I'm going to stop spamming them. I was getting interviewed by people on Kick. I don't know if you know who Sam Bond is. He interviewed me. Ori interviewed me. Ouri. Life, he interviewed me. He still does a bunch. And I started like building friendships. And I wouldn't have had the friendships that I had without basically these. But nevertheless, I was like, you know what? I'm going to stop botting for 6 months. Actually, I was going to do it for a year. And then I figured, you know what? Kick's going to let me back on if I stop spamming for a year. So, and I did this interview with Ori, Ouri, and Eddie Craven saw it and added me as a friend on Discord. So I was like, okay, well, that's cool. Like, you know, the owner of their platform friended me on Discord. And I know this is the real one because he's the owner of the Kick Discord and the Discord and these other things. So I was like, okay, well, that's really cool. So 6 months go by, and it's like June of 2025, so like a couple months ago. And one of my friends from Kick came into my Discord and they were like, hey, Rabbi, you know, what you did wasn't bad. Yeah, we all know who you are and we all know your bots and stuff. But I've seen things on Kick like shoot at people and they've had their accounts banned for only a little while and then they've gotten them back. So if people can literally shoot at people on Kick, then like your bots weren't that big of a deal. You should be let back on. And especially because you took 6 months off, you've shown remorse, and you said you won't do it anymore. I'm like, no, if they let me stream again, I won't. So I recreated an account, started streaming, was able to stream for 24 hours, and I got banned. So I reach out to them. I'm like, hey, what's the deal? I haven't spammed anybody in 6 months. You know, I've got this permanent ban, or I've got this ban. What's the deal on it? And they're like, you've been banned indefinitely. I'm like, okay, is that a lifetime ban? And they're like, it's indefinite. I'm like, okay, well, what does that mean? Like, is it permanent? Is it for the rest of my life? They're like, it's indefinite. We go back and forth with this like a bunch. And finally, I got them to say, for all intents and purposes, it's a lifetime ban. So I said to them, okay, so let me just get this straight. It's the year 2025. In 50 years, in the year 2075, if Kick is still a thing and I'm still going, you mean to tell me that you won't let me stream on Kick? Do I understand this correctly? And they're like, that's correct. So I was like, okay, well then peace is not an option. Basically, I gave you guys the opportunity to let me back on and I won't spam anymore. But now you're saying that no, even 50 years from now, you're not going to let me stream on there. Well, I have no alternative as to just, I mean, I could not, but I mean, basically, the only alternative you want to give me if I want to have any interaction on Kick is to spam it. So I told them I'm going to create better bots. I'm going to create more of them, and you guys can stop this, but you got to let me stream on there. And I even told them I'll take a year off. They said no. I said, how about 2 years? They said no. And then I said 50 years. They're like, no. So then my bot started back up about a week ago, and I've seen some really great growth. Just people finding out about me. Well, firstly, when the bot started, people were like, no way this motherfucker is back. And no way he's still streaming. He's been doing this for like years. And it's like, yep. And then, before I was spamming on like Twitter and Blue Sky and stuff, and I might get like in a month, like 10 people to join the server, which isn't that great. But when I spam on Kick, I get like 50 people a week, which is really great. I mean, not always, but like just recently. This week, in 1 week, I got like 50 people to join the server. And I know you have a server. You have no idea how difficult it is to get people to join a server. You're asking them to social media hop, which is really difficult. I mean, firstly, you have to have a Discord account, which not everybody does. Secondly, they have to be able to put your link in correctly, which not everybody knows how to do. And then thirdly, they have to join and stay, long term. And so I'm pretty thrilled with how my bots have worked thus far, and I made improvements to them so that they work 24 hours a day. Before, I used to have to basically manually create the accounts for them to spam, but I've got that all automated, and now it's just a matter of time. I mean, if you see how much data I have, it's an incredible amount, and the thing is that I don't do anything to hurt anybody. The worst thing that I do is spam you, and if anything, that causes creators to make money because they get more money from unique chatters, and my bots are unique chatters. So it's one of those things. And I also, if anybody's ever like, I don't want you to spam me, I tell them what they can do to stop me from spamming them, and that's basically just turn a 2-minute delay on, and I won't spam you. You'll never get any spam from me. Now you'll still get clips of mine, and you'll still get a follow, but you won't get any spam. And whenever anybody's complained to me about my spam, I always give them the way around it. I don't hide that. And so with that being said, I think it's just a matter of time until I go viral. And what's going to happen is somebody's going to see what I do, just like you did, and they're gonna be like, okay, what is this going on? What is this? You're talking about invisibility cloaks and Santa Claus machines and universal basic income and artificial gravity and stuff. What is this? They're gonna come in here and they're gonna be like, oh, you're a real person. And then all I have to do is say, just look at what I've got on YouTube. In fact, for you, in the upper left corner, you should see it says 24/7 YouTube streams. If you just put that link into YouTube and watch what happens.
All right, hold on. Where is it?
Okay, in the upper left corner,
It's 24/7.
yeah, it's got like a red circle. Click that link in YouTube.
All right, one second. Hold on. Scan the link real quick.
Absolutely, I totally understand.
Like,
I totally understand.
You, but
Say no more. Say no more. I totally understand.
Yes, it's fine. So yeah, actually I was looking at this before.
Okay.
Yesterday.
Now, do you see how many of these streams are live? There are 20 of them.
Yeah.
No other creator creates as much data as I do. And so, like, you'll get some people who are like, well, so and so streams their life. They don't do it the way that I do it. They don't do it on 20 different accounts. And then also, a lot of people just always have a stream going, but they don't stop it. I stop mine every 12 hours so that they're archived. And I just have huge. And not only am I the, like, main person in it, but I also stream sporting events. So I've streamed 3 Super Bowls, 3 Olympics, including 2 Summer Olympics and 1 Winter Olympics. I've streamed every UFC. I'm going to stream the UFC this Saturday. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed Beverly Hills. I've streamed in downtown Los Angeles. I've streamed basically everywhere in Southern California, and there's like an entire treasure trove here. This is like a big treasure hunt that people are going to be able to go on. And in addition to that, I always have a radio going to Southern California KFI radio that basically has every news event going 24/7. So what does that mean? It means you can go back to any minute of any of my streams for the last 3.5 years and find out what was going on in the world, which is like a time capsule for society. It's quite interesting. Did you have a chance to look at the about Rabbi Rothschild, like my like I have like a biography and all kinds of stuff?
Yeah, I kind of skimmed through it. It had like a big, it was like kind of a Q&A or something.
Exactly.
Kind of like reading through it a little bit.
Absolutely, it's huge.
Yeah.
Anything that I do is huge. Oh, dude, you gotta check out my blog. Have you seen my blog? It's rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. This thing is fucking huge. It might be street. Just go to Rabbi Rothschild, RABBIROTHSCHILD.blogspot.com. Go to the lowest blog entry. It's like from August of 2024, and just click it. And you'll be like, this never fucking ends. It's like, it's so long. It's basically a bunch of entries that, like, I would just ask ChatGPT questions about future technology and about myself because it knows about me. And it's like the biggest blog entry you're ever going to see. And why is that important? Because there's all kinds of interesting stuff in it. Like, what are 100 ways that you can travel faster than the speed of light? What are 100 types of computers that are faster and more powerful than quantum computers? What are ways to extend your life? That kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm on Rabbi Rothschild on Blogspot.
.com.
Over public.
Yeah. Just, you should see a picture of my face. Just click that.
Oh man,
Now, on the right side, where the scroll bar is, look how, like, try to scroll down it. It'll take you forever.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, did you write all this, or is this like AI generated?
I came up with the questions, and then ChatGPT would come up with the answers. But it's like, it's going to take some people a long time to go through all that, and it's all future information. Or like most of it, it's like what are types of mega projects that the world could complete in order to improve it, like straight tunnel, where we connect um, and North America, or a Gibraltar bridge or tunnel from Morocco to Spain, or a transatlantic tunnel, a trans-Pacific tunnel, um, space elevators, space slingshots, space tourism, terraforming of other planets. Really interesting stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting for sure, but people mostly they want to watch something that's like gonna just trigger their attention span. You know, like they just people arguing or just something crazy and degenerate.
You're 100%
like,
right.
I'm not saying that like you can work that into.
100% right. You're 100% right. I have long form content. I have the longest form content, and people want short YouTube shorts, TikTok shorts, that kind of stuff. If that's what you want, I like that stuff too. So I watch that as well. But that's not why I'm doing this, to just get people really quickly. I'm here I'm here to create more data than anybody's ever created on Earth, and I'm successfully doing it.
Oh, so you're not trying to just like go viral by any means possible. You actually have some like larger vision. It's not just about like you're not trying to just get famous and make money.
No.
As much as like you're actually trying
to
to do
something else. 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I wanted to just be famous and make money, I'd go do something viral at Disneyland to get in trouble or something like that. I don't want that. No, I want to create a time capsule. I know I asked you this, but I couldn't hear it the last time we spoke. Have you seen the movie The Truman Show?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay, so that's what I'm basically doing. I want people to be able to understand that we're all not that different as humans. That we all cry, we all sleep, we all snore, we all eat, we all sleep, all of the things that a human does. And I'm doing my best to capture that and archive it. And I've done it now almost, well, more than 3.5 years. And I'd like to do it for the rest of my life. Yeah, so that's why I do it. It's not just to get rich or anything like that. I mean, I know that I'll be rich when this goes viral. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
Excellent, my friend.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Very well. Well, I'm glad we could speak and I could hear you better this time. And I know I said this to you previously, but again, I'm here to be a positive person, to have an optimistic view on the world, and just to give people hope. So, again, if you ever need anything, I'm here for you. Come back when you have some more time. We'll chill. Every day I play games with people in here, so we'll get you associated with those if you want. Next time you stream, let me know. I'll check out your stream. I won't spam you. And don't be a stranger, okay, Sam?
All right, man. Yeah, it was good talking to you.
Good talking to you too. Peace, man.
See you later.
Have a great day, buddy.
All right. Bye.
Bye. What a cool person. Shout out to Zam. Zam, you're really nice.
So, you know, like, for some people, it's fair and reaction. It's hard to make where it comes from the entire Johnson for that reason. Another reason I think is maybe I was written as these events are forward. Not with like the benefit of hindsight and not with kind of the prophetic vision of the future. It's a real time document. But when we look at the micro together, together we can. So let us turn to that question for a moment, and in that context, we look at racism again. But one else is we also don't know who is. We don't know anything about the size of the vast majority of the Jews in the West Bank did not survive, along with the rest of Israel. Uberman, the examiner who was involved in collecting data on the religious life in the ghetto, he did attend these important meetings with the Rabbi. He did attend some of his gatherings, and we get the impression that, especially in the early period, there were huge hundreds of people from all walks of life, not just Hasidic Jews, but also Iranian, Iranian Jews, and also free thinkers, socialists, and in fact, one of the fascinating things about the Rabbi is that he was incredibly broad minded thinker. Those as a whole, he just meant organization for resistance, often on the opposite stage of hey, when he was working on the gospel of life, to find escape. He said he would only join the plan if every Jew was moving camp, every person was atheist, were also part of the plan, which is literally the Jew. But when we look at the literature, in the beginning of the text, it tends to be very simple in nature, it tends to be very parsha with Rashi, which is kind of like accessible to anyone with a sort of basic Torah education. But towards the end,
I mean, you're going to actually have one of these two guys generally be the first closest we've seen be the three division champion. One weight, lightweight, heavyweight. And for Hamza, TDB is Hamza might be able to go to 170 if he's about to go more. So Hamza can even do 170, 185, 205. TDP can go 85. Probably should be a 205. He's doing it right. And then you want to be taking it out. It's massive. Yeah, I did. I'm like, yeah. I did a big so I've been right next to him, and Hamza's tall. He's much taller than I am expected. He's taller very good. No, yeah, he's 175 wide receiver, just like see for 170. She's 25 on it. Yeah. And I'm meeting, I've never seen the MVP in person, but for the picture next to this man, Jesus Christ. But when I was at home that person, I didn't want to go guy. He's massive. He surprised me how tall he was because he had just fought against him. You know, like he was at he was at the airport with like clearly like just right next to the airport. He's 6'2", about 70. And again, another reason why I would adhere towards the AP, I've never seen him waver, ever. So if you remember back in this I'm trying to come up with a reason why he was going to advise him. Do you remember Hamza during COVID-19? He got COVID, and it affected his lungs. He had low levels of COVID, and he said, I'm retired. GDP could have like full-blown AIDS, and he would mention the word retire. Yeah. So I'm like, and this is a stretch. So I'm looking for, if it does get to the 4th or 5th round, which you got fucking like, if it gets that 4th and 5th round, you will literally have to there's just, we haven't seen there's trace of evidence that there's any wavering or quit whatsoever. With Hamza, Killer Burns, Kamara, we spent a little bit of over 5 rounds, especially the Kamara, you're like, it's not great. But also, Tom does defense there, and Kamara's right. Yeah, but also, he's compromised at 170. His cardio, he was dealing with that long. His cardio was 85. Correct. Yeah. So, but he was dealing with that long COVID. So, but all that stuff's gone. So maybe he's just a animal now. All I'm saying is, we've seen all that he's got my positions. He looks big right there. His back looks big. He has a camera. He's standing, dude. He's a fucking animal. Yes. I can't wait to watch this fucking fight. I can't wait. What other fights do you care about on here? I mean, I'm not a year review. I think it's such a tough matchup for him because if you like Aaron Pico's resume, he hasn't fought anybody remotely close to Murphy. I mean, it's, I don't think it's your first fight, but it's fucking Murphy. It's such a tough fight to see what's over there. It's a rough start. Yeah, not great. But, he's learned. He's come back and now he's with that Jackson team, so it's a long time ago. He hasn't lost aside from an injury since 2019 yet, and that's a lot of wins in a row. So, again, I'm rooting for Pico. It's such a tough know shit. I agree that they don't know shit. They got fucking Hamza and Wireless 245. That's fucking crazy. I mean, Carlos Barkley's like, Julian's fantastic. Jared Kennedy on my other page, at 5 to me is so exciting. Jared Kennedy, I can go twice because my other page, really the natural ones in here. He's so creative and fast. And Jared Kennedy is like the fastest guy. Jared Kennedy is like, so I can see my other page. I can also see Jared Kennedy using his size and just making him go again. Yeah, it could work a lot like that. All the fighting his page. Yeah, it's not great. Yeah, Jared's 41. Yeah. I mean, he's too popular. Like, if you want to bet, I don't even bet. He's like, 100%. Yeah, dude, your parlay would be DDP. Yeah, you want to make that bail. Put a $100 down, you talk about 600 for him. You know, you bet two guys in there. And I'm not saying DDP is going to win. I'm not saying I'm just saying as far as matchup, don't you bet. Super casual. Train there, it's just so I don't get into it. So I'm just like, oh no, I'm going to start family. All he has is like, okay, that's great. And my wife, like, trust me, don't want to. You watch your house, Jesse? I watch my house. Yeah, if I ever have people over there, like, jiu-jitsu guys who fucking know the shit he had. Yeah, I can't wait for that picture. The bucks, man. Doing these with you, man. It's fun. Well, that's it for 4319. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I'm Rich. That's my boy Jesse. Thank you for tuning in. Respect all day. We love you guys. Enjoy the fights this Saturday. Peace.
In the beginning, earlier, much of what he said fits along traditional lines of theology. He speaks about what we might call theological suffering. In other words, this seems terrible, but there's a reason for it. That God wants us to suffer, He is better for it, He will merit for it. He's kind of like understood within some kind of meaning system that would have made sense. Then in 1940-41, the suffering increases, ratchets up a notch, and you see more of birth pangs of the Messiah here in this life, or the idea that, no, this is but we hear the report of the man who survived Calvary, then we get his most dramatic story. This is where
What's going on? Episode number 2 of the week. What's going on? Check those pants for a second. Now, those are duck hunting pants, right? Those actual first lights are. These are cocktails. Okay. But they're ducks. I sit in the flush. Yeah, you can. So you camouflage yourself. You see a dick run by and you jump in. Only black. Only black. Okay. Blackstack. Blackstack. There you go. Stop. Let's going on. Kiddo started school today. Good. First school. Dropped him off at school. Did that Monday. Yep. Yeah, but how old is he? He's 3.5. So it's not like proper school here, Mama. I got real shit. Yeah, I brought my son. I went to pick him up yesterday, and he looked for his mom. He didn't see mom. He freaked out. Stranger danger. That's okay. Yeah, busy. Yeah. I jumped off. I thought it was me like hard, you know, but they already have friends there because they moved in the summer, so they made all the friends. All the boys were there. Oh, boys are like, yeah, I'll leave from here. Yeah. I'm like, well, no, like you didn't. No, I got it. I'm like, oh, hell no. I'm like, all right, so we dropped last year first, then T is going. I'm like, T, you know, I'm like, explain to him, like, you know, you just gotta, you know, sports are equalized, so recess, show off, like, because, yeah, I got it. I'm like, well, yeah, but I'll walk you to class just so we can see that I'm good, dude. Yeah, I don't need you. Yeah, that's right. I feel like, right? I know. I went, oh, yeah, I know, I get it. Yeah, it's like cool. That's right. I was like, hey, hold on. You know, the coolest guy there, though, right? Out of these dads? Yeah, you with your culture. I drove the hump. Get out of here. I drove the hump. Beat it. That pulls up in the back. You're too big. You. Come on here. Get the fuck out of the shop. Right. Yeah, he's trying to get out of the shop. Right. So, but then they have coffee for all the parents there. So I'm like, you know, just being a little all this new parents on it. Sure. My morning was the mingling. We mingle with the new. Yeah, that's it. Cool people. Yeah, everyone's super nice. They were super nice. Yeah, my ex brought my son who's 14 to this get-together thing that the kids in his, it was like a camp and out, it's a sleepaway thing. And, yeah, I said, well, that's why the parents have to be there now. I said, they're 14. I go, well, how's he doing? She goes, it's Lord of Flies. I go, what do you mean? She goes, boys are new. I go, yeah, they are. And what they do is they do party right quick. And they get together. We're nice to them. No, here's what my son has called for. Funny. So that's laughing. Because that kid he's, I think it depends on that crowd. It depends on what the kids are doing. Because where we're from, it's like, especially out here, it's like, they play sport, the kids are already good, and they kind of get pushed to the side, the kids that can ball, they stick together. So my son is tall, good looking, and he's funny. But he's coordinated. He's not like unathletic, but yeah, but sports on his thing. Yeah, he's not like some big baseball player, but the kids, like everybody wants a funny guy around. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So it's funny to see him become me. Like, that's how I negotiate the space, right? And he's the same way, but he's lucky because he's got the bone structure. He's getting taller. Yeah, like starting from his shoulders. He's got roots. He's got those genetics. You don't want the cow genetics. To be honest. But you want my ex's genetics because they're all like kind of cool. Yeah, they're the kind of people that they tan well. Like he's got real big brown. The whole thing. Anyway, it's the biggest heartbreak deal. Or they bring him here. I don't think you want that because here's the thing. See, I actually want a little bit. You want some struggle. Right? The old saying, you can't protect your kids. Make them strong, don't protect them. Make them strong and teach them how to negotiate life. I get it. But you don't want your parents to be strong. You know, it's not lonely, but a little bully goes a long way. Well, definitely because you'll learn how to not get bullied. Don't figure your way through. But something. So I fucking had, we had a problem with our plumber. Bear with me on the story. We had a problem with our plumber. And we have a plumber come out, and we can't figure where the smell's coming from. We're losing water pressure. Yeah, we're losing water pressure. Okay, so we bring this guy out, and he's doing all this stuff. He's there for 5 hours. Fix it. Did you? All right. It's right back. No, doesn't do anything. It still smells like dope. So then we get another guy, and this guy shows up. And first thing I see is he's absolutely massive. Like he's as wide as he's tall. And I go, well, you want power lifter? He goes, yeah. I go, because I mean, it was just all over him. I was like, not here. Well, yeah. But I mean, he was unusually walking. And he, so turns out he was competitive and stuff like that. And so then he starts talking about what the And he does this scientific thing where he's like, to the hard water, he's doing his job as a plumber, but he figures something out. He figures out that it's this weird thing, and he goes, I think it's coming from this. And I go, what? Long story short, he fixes the whole problem, right? He snakes the drain we didn't think it was. He goes, I said, but the plumber said, yeah. He goes, I know, because he's thinking this, but he's an idiot. This is what. So I'm looking at him, he's a young guy. He's a young fucking guy. And he goes, he's probably 30, probably 30. Yeah, but it's his company. Oh, he owns it. He owns it. He's a hustler. Not only does he own it, he also has other services which he can do this and that. I'm like, oh, well, but you have to book an appointment. I'm so busy I can't. And I said, how's business? He goes, honestly, it's never been better because I have buildings downtown. And I still don't know. There's something about this fucking guy. He's so smart about it. Shut up. He's got his name out. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Because he's too smart. And I go, what's your background? He goes, well, I grew up in foster homes. I was an orphan. And I said, damn, it's gotta be hard. He goes, it's not hard, it's hard, but that's why I figure things out. That's why I'm not that's why I figured out my home isn't working. I can't work myself. I call the parents, it isn't working. Crazy work. Like he wasn't stopping until I figured it out. Just 4 hours. But it goes 2 hours that I was talking to you. That's probably true about me. But the way he solved that problem and what he figured it out, it's amazing. That's one. And it's been that way, but I always had to figure it out on my own. I didn't have to. I had to figure it out on my own. Now I would have it no other way. And sometimes, like, we love our kids so much, you protect them so much, and sometimes the worst thing you can do is wholehearted bitch. I don't know what else you're gonna do. Well, what am I gonna do now? No. By the way, excuse me, but good guidance saves you a lot of time and saves you a lot of money. Like if you have, there's good guidance, good advice for your kid. There's a reason certain cultures make a lot of money because their parents are teaching them the basic principles of action. Financial literacy. Yeah. Why is education important? Here's my thing with having a financial education. People make fun of athletes and rappers and all this shit who make all this money and then we find out that we're over struggling. But where would they learn that? So where would they learn that? So hey, we don't know it. Yeah. So if you because it's not a curriculum class in high school, okay, whatever, you're not really making money. College, there's nothing teaching you how to pay your taxes. Absolutely not. All this stuff. Mortgage, don't get anything right when you get out of college. No one's telling you any of that. So unless your parents are involved, then where are you going to learn it? There's nothing there. So people want to make fun of the athletes or whoever because they make a lot of money and then hard times. It's like, yeah, but we're talking about this for an hour around here. What a great guy, by the way. Took an hour of his day to talk about financial, different animal. And different animal. I mean, because he didn't come from money. Absolutely not. He's self-taught. He learned it. He's such a good person. People Rothschild, forget the money. He's such a good human being. And that dude hit me up. You know what he said to me? He goes, read this book. It was Tony Robbins' book, Master the Game. He loves it. Read that book if you want to achieve financial literacy. Read that book, and then he has a follow-up book to it. Read those books. Read them cover to cover 3 times, and you will be financially literate. And it's not that hard. You just got to put effort into it, but no one really does it. Like even with my dad here, he's like, hey, if instead of paying your mortgage once a month, if you break it up to bi-weekly, you pay your house off in 6 years earlier. So instead of 30 years, it's 12 more. Like, little details. And I thought, and I came out to one, I'm like, why is no one, and why don't they discuss that? Because the bank makes more money. I know. Why the fuck would they want you to know that? Well, you might do it at the end of the month, so that's, yeah, true. That's free. Yeah, exactly. But my thing is, like, why won't they discuss that then also? Like, I was like, all right, let's pay up the house, have a new mortgage. And then you talk to somebody like, you don't want to do that. Right? I'm like, why? Like, whatever, whether it's a car loan, whatever it is that has high interest rate, you want to pay that off. I know. I don't know how to listen. You know, you don't start thinking about money until you have to. In a way, right? Like, it's like, this is free. Keeps coming. Yeah, but I think also, like, do you know much about crypto? So, no, I know the answer. No, right? I should know there, but there isn't a minute. Well, no, okay. There isn't 5 minutes to go by. There might not be 5 minutes to go by that I don't wish I was in a time machine and I could buy Bitcoin right now. Yeah, but it's like crypto, I think in like 20 years, people are like, dude, how the fuck did you not get involved with crypto? And I know I should get into it. I just don't, I'm pretty smart guy and I can do crypto. But yeah, but not all crypto. Hear me out. Again, you don't know all the fun stuff about it. I wake up to this thing about Bitcoin, I know a little bit. Yeah, I've had some conversations with me too, with Bitcoins. So when you talk about crypto, it's like, if you don't get involved in that, at least spend some time about it. In 20 years, you're ridiculous. And I know this. I know Bitcoin and crypto. But even like, when we get out there, I'm like, I got you. If I just spend some time, it could really pay dividends. Well, I would say this. Like, I'm in Bitcoin. Okay. But, like, as far as, like, here's the only thing I say about Bitcoin is I've talked to the Bitcoins. Most of Bitcoin and most of crypto is trash. The thing about Bitcoin is this: there's a finite amount of culture, that there's already an economy that underpins it. It might be a dark economy, but there's an economy. People use it. Number three, there's also a philosophy around it that's never going to die, which is there's an anarchy to it. There's a rebellion to it. There are people out there. Well, it's the fourth thing's going for it, but there are people out there that are like, I think come on, this is my way of saying it, but that's not going away. And then there's a fourth reason I think crypto, especially Bitcoin, does well. It's because people are like, look, it just keeps going up. And now Trump and the whole Trump government has legitimized a lot of crypto. So it ain't going away. Now there are a lot of people that make money on crypto. A lot of people lose money. I know a lot of people ass up, dude. They're ass. I know some sports people I know who are in their crypto world. You don't even have much. Why would you call me? Why don't you just give me a ring and say, hey, do this, and then tell me what? I'm sorry, sure, I do think there should be some sort of thing offered in school for kids. I agree. Because the whole thing is to set up people out. Don't the NFL now have financial advisors? They come in during camp. But it takes you need someone that you need to be there. You need, like everything else, you need to be sitting there. Let's take a little break. I need auto parts, but I want friendly, helpful service. I want to be able to have parts knowledge. I want to be able to do things like buy windshield wipers. I have my battery tested when I'm in my car. And I need my friends at O'Reilly Auto Parts. That's right. O'Reilly Auto Parts. So whether you're a car expert or a rookie, you'll find employees at O'Reilly Auto Parts are your one-stop shop for everything. They're super knowledgeable, super helpful, best of all, super friendly. All right, stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/provider. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/provider. Just when you thought it couldn't get any hotter, Pluto TV is turning up the heat with thousands of free movies. Presenting Summer of Cinema. Stream your favorite blockbuster films like Gladiator. I will have my Vengeance Burger. This is what I know. Beverly Hills Cop. The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. And Julia. All for free on your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never. I'm going to play golf with my father and my son for 4 days, and I really can't wait all 4 days of golf. Yeah, but it's more hanging out. That's what it is. Talking trash, hanging out, it's fun. just no. I mean, I know. As it comes out, I've been thinking about this a lot, and I would say I'm going to go with Kamzat, and I'm going to go with Kamzat because I know the idea is that Kamzat going to be able to do anything if he takes Duplessis down. I don't think you're going to see that. I think the beginning of the fight, I think Kamzat's striking is better than Duplessis, and I think there's going to be an exchange of blows.
You think it ends from striking?
I don't strike you. I think that Duplessis is saying, okay, I'll wrestle you 3 rounds, and then you're going to get tired, and I'm going to come down. It's very legitimate. He does it to everybody. Yeah, there's something about that guy, he just doesn't get tired. People think that Duplessis is smaller than Kamzat. He's not. I don't know if it's big or just big dudes. Big dudes, just big dudes. I would say that Kamzat's wrestling is better than Duplessis. Yeah. So the way I see this, the only is I think Kamzat has the edge striking. He's just more fundamental, and I think so. I think he puts his hand on Duplessis' face more, and I think at the end of the day, Kamzat's a better wrestler, which translates to him being on top of Duplessis and giving him an pound.
Do you think he finishes?
I don't know. It's very hard to finish him like that.
I don't think he made to a decision.
Really? Because you think if it goes 5,
If that goes 4 or 5, I think. I don't know if he gasses, but I think he gets fucking tired. I'm not saying he's gonna gas and give up, but I think I can see how. Here's my thing. I'm not picking the winner. I do not know. I think he's the greatest middleweight fight we've had in ages. I do not know.
You did see Kamzat with your own eyes.
Yeah, but
You were very impressed.
of course, but DDP's super impressive too. So I think I can see Kamzat definitely win the first round. But DDP's just so durable. He's not going away. He's getting taken out. We get back to his feet. And there's that for like 2 rounds. Some other rounds start to slow down. Maybe he's like, let's try it. He starts to stay on the outside. And I think DDP gets a takedown the 4th, and then the 5th he can finish him.
So it's more,
Yeah. Kamzat is the toughest fighter ever in the first round. Yeah. He's a fucking Chechen tsunami. And he goes in there that first round like he's done to so many guys. And fucking does what he did with Robert Whittaker. Gets him down, breaks his face.
Whittaker is a monster.
Yeah.
And just took him down, took his back, and sunk that choke in.
DDP beat the fucking Whittaker.
That's the thing. So the question is, we've seen Kamzat with smaller guys just get on top of the back and just run.
We've seen one smaller guy struggle.
Well, you're saying Kamaru.
Kamaru's at 85.
Yeah, well, let's not forget Kamaru is also a champion and amazing. But
Older, 2 bad knees, older, smaller.
Yeah.
And then with Gilbert Burns was at 70.
I know.
And he struggled with both of them.
Yeah, that's true. Here's the other thing I would say. I think what you're going to see is Kamzat take DDP down. I think what you're going to see is Kamzat on DDP's back. So then so then let's say DDP stands up. Does it take more energy to ride someone's back, or does it take more energy to stand up when somebody's on your back?
Both because Hamza's going to have to shoot to get right back.
So
It's going to do the next 5 rounds.
that's a lot.
It's a tough one.
I think Zod can also, if he wins the first 3 rounds, which I think is very possible, his takedowns is top control, his striking, he can ride the last 2 rounds out. He can kind of ride them out. He can wrestle. They can wrestle to a stalemate. They can be against the cage. There's clinch. It's dirty bucks. I think that you're going to ultimately see Kamzat grind it out into a decision. That's what I think. I know. And I think the last moments of that is against the cage. It very well may be just not very exciting because, again, you have to look at as good as DDP is, his strength is also when he finishes dudes, he's on top. He's using his strength. We did it to Adesanya. DDP's jiu-jitsu is good, but he's a smasher. He's just a hammer.
Maybe he's a hammer 1 through 5.
He's a hammer 1 through 5 because I think he's got some special Alaska's cardio shit.
Monster.
Okay, and that is to me that's the craziest weapon in
It's the best weapon. Yeah, which I would not bet against that weapon. Because I don't think Hamzat has that.
You don't think he has that kind of
not in the 4th or
wise, there's not a single guy where you go, oh, DDP has been. There's not. Is he? What? Is he way better? Yeah. No, I should have played ice. Way better. I know. Oh, we're way better strike. Isn't that crazy? Keep going. I know. Derek Brunson, better strike. Derek Till, way better strike. Brad Tavares, way better strike. Because, yeah, his no, you play it skate back against DDP. You play it. He's an underdog, too. So that's another reason you want to make money. Also, his thing is being awkward and unconventional. So you go through that whole list, Strickland, Izzy, Whitaker, Brunson, Till, Brad Tavares, you're going, dude, DDP, not better striker. He outstruggled all of them. Because you want to watch tape on DDP, you're man, that guy, you want your kid to fight like him. No. He's just an absolute winner. It's only the toughest. You gotta get somebody in camp who fights weirdly like that. You can't. Hamzat's whole thing is not that. Hamzat's whole thing is go aside. You control the fight. It's do what you do. Yeah, don't worry about it. You dictate the fight. You put the DDP where you want it. So you think that? Do you think that the Hamzat's going in there thinking my number one weapon is my wrestling and control, top control, right? So he's gonna try to do that. He's gonna wear like a backpack. Just shoot for the single. You don't think that there is much striking in the beginning? No, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what they're saying this fight because he could be. He's not saying anything most of us don't know, but like Hamzat is like 1-2 is like traditional boxing. Yeah, better than DDP. Yeah. So Hamzat can be like, I'm gonna soften him up. See how I do striking and shoot. Right. But again, that's not what got Hamzat to the party. So I would like that. If Hamzat comes out, he's like kind of feeling it out the first round. He's we'll figure it out from there. Right. But you gotta do what you got to do. Well, or you save your cardio the first two and then it's a crazy huge mistake. Why? Because you can't keep up with it. Because the fifth round is coming. Third, fourth, fifth. So your best chance to win the first and second. If you're kid fifth, Hamzat's coach called me and was like, hey, man, we're going to conserve energy for the first two and three and so on. Oh, cool. I bet all my really? Yeah, because nobody had any of these cards. But that's what Hamzat said. His thing's not to drag. I think this fight is going to come down to less that. And it always comes down to match to extent, but I think this fight's going to really come down to can Hamzat neutralize everything DDP has? No, see, I don't think nobody can. I think it's Hamzat so dangerous when he goes to the ground, he takes advantage and finishes. Yeah, so he doesn't finish him. He's going to win the first 3 rounds. Yeah. What happened in that third, fourth, and fifth one? A little tired. He's a big dude. Your takedown stop working. Now you're forced to engage with him. He's like a Mack truck. Yeah, he doesn't stop. So you're going to have to deal with that for fucking 15 minutes. Another championship level. But again, I haven't looked forward to a fight in a long time. Oh, that's what I'm kidding. This one's a must see. Yeah. I cannot wait. Yeah, I cannot. I have no idea what's going on. Because I'm like, you know, there's that journey. He's like that family. So like, we're talking about races that have been there 6 years ago. We're talking about these champions just find their way to win. He's an absolute winner. He's an absolute winner. I'm less excited about the other fights, Tim Elliott. Yeah. What do you think of that? So, what is Aaron? I just had was Aaron it's just such a crazy. Yeah, just gets his first fight. He loses well toward these guys. But again, he hasn't faced that tough of competition. He's such a beast. It's such a bad fight. Who was the last guy working on? Josh. Killer. Danny. Talk about getting thrown into the fire. Especially with a promotion from that high. it's a different. We're talking about because never has not faced this caliber of weather. Is that fair? Not even remotely. Yeah. I think that I'm a Pico fan. I think you get it done. I think so much of this stuff comes up to flight IQ too. Like, just how do you adjust to the big show? Yeah, it's a completely different animal. You might have seen everything that Aaron's wrestling, obviously world class. Aaron Pico was wrestling at 16 years old on the international circuit. He was wrestling grown men. Fucking ridiculous. So wrestling was national champion. Yeah, he checked all the boxes. I don't know. This is a huge test for him. Interesting. I don't know. I think what this is the hype reel. Like, every time I've seen so many people who are great in, Strike Force, they're great in Bellator, they come over and a lot of times they're just some kind of Strike Force. Yeah, it's a good deal. Or BFL, they come over, okay. Rising, what championship they come over, okay. Yeah, it's just a different animal. It's a different animal. Just the big leagues. Big test for Aaron Pico. And I can't fucking wait. What are you going to do for the next gen? Watch myself drink. Seriously, Brett, so many people message me after that episode, by the way. What'd they say? A lot of them at my side, they're just like, you just do your thing. Yeah, the way you do your thing, bro, do your thing. And then anyone that says do your thing. One thing about the US, you count on that, man. I appreciate working with everybody else, but then also some people said, like, yeah, do we love you? This rehab center in this area. Yeah, people that care about you, or people that actually are in for your best interests, care or not, yeah, that's what we're trying to do. The main thing is that people that say, dude, you're fine, keep doing this, is not your friend. I think Brendan and I have been around long enough, and had our own issues, and so I think what happens is you get some age on you is you realize that there's a limit to what you can say and do for anybody, and we all have to be our own source of change. Rogan said something interesting. He was talking about, last night we were together, he was talking about, we were talking about some people that again, they blame other people for their failings and they get critical when they get there. And he said, you're where you are because of you. You did this. Don't then turn and look at successful people and go, oh, those guys are assholes. Like, what are you doing, man? No, I didn't have anything to do with your not being smart. You did. So why are you turning to people that have been a little more successful and criticizing them? And that's exactly right. It's like, last time you took responsibility for where you're at now. Yeah. And that's an important thing to say. So we're talking about some old salty comment. Yeah, sure, exactly. Maybe. But I don't blame anyone for anything. I'm just saying, and I appreciate that with you. But I'm saying that, we're all responsible for the condition we're in one way or another. It's happening. Like, what are you going to do to get the fuck out of it? There have been some salty people out there. And they spend a lot of time kind of like criticizing and just asking a lot of things. Maybe that attitude is the reason you are where you are. So you're not happy with it. Curtis already. Let's go, baby. Alright. Oh, wait, hold on. Gun to your head. I gotta do it to you. Gun to your head. Shemaev, Duplessis. Don't think. I won't let you. Smart. It's pretty smart. I wouldn't have done. But if I would, PDP is up plus 200. So it's not a bad way to make money. Yeah, then Murphy's also a dog, too. So I'd parlay dogs just because they're dogs. Now, if Hamza and Baker were the dogs, I'd bet on them. Like, I can't tell you how it goes. I don't know. Usually I talk shit. How about Paige Canada? What is he running? It's tough. Hey, can you call 911? Thoughts on this? So, federal judge rejects Trump's request to conceal his yeah, well, so here's my thoughts on this. People say, well, they're not unsealing this stuff. They can't unseal it. Here's why. not legally allowed to expose a child who's been raped or sexually assaulted or whatever it is. There are privacy issues here that are in place for a very good reason, right? So part of this is the reason that you can't just until the whole indictment and document is because the people that are in those claims, in those complaints, don't want their privacy violated. There's a whole thing that you're not allowed to do. But there's another thing that's going on, and I think this is what people are really pissed off about when it comes to this. They could just block out those things. They could block out those things. I think the larger issue is the whole thing, and it's actually become a liability with the MAGA base. This whole thing is literally, what is Jeffrey Epstein an Israeli Mossad agent? And does the Israeli Mossad have control of our government and our corporate lands? That's what people say. That's what people want to know. In other words, was there an Israeli asset, a Mossad guy, who belonged to intelligence, who was also helping our intelligence in sort of cross promotional cooperation? And was he? And you had 40 witnesses, many underage, who said he did X, Y, and Z, which meant he took advantage of me sexually when I was 14, 15, whatever it is. And did somebody in another government have enough pull and power to say, kill it? And they killed it. And since 2009, or whatever it was, 2008, we still don't know anything because nobody wants to be caught holding that hot potato. Nobody. Who did it? Who was the one who said, this doesn't go any further? It's a big deal. Give his own wing and a little bit. You have to come up with something. Well, you have to be the forensic. You have to. Maybe it comes out that Trump there was some professionals on the island. Who knows what that is? But he's I think that he's realizing this ain't going away. And there are powerful. If Trump was on the island, was that a host? They were a legal agent. They're legal agent. I don't care. It's Trump doing Trump shit. That was a different time. I assume all politicians are pieces of shit. It's not even that. If you had a bunch of powerful men who were on an island having sex with pros who flown in of age pros, nobody cares about that. Nobody cares about that. What we care about is were there underage, were there 14, 15-year-old girls involved? We know Ghislaine Maxwell was not only convicted of that, but she was convicted of part in that. So she was convicted in a court of law. But why have no other names been named? What's going on here? Well, there might be very powerful forces saying, shut up. Yeah. So, that's what's going on. Sky is Rabbi. Guess what shirt I'm wearing, Brad? Guess what shirt I'm wearing? True Classic, of course. I'm wearing a white tee, True Classic. If I look crisp and sharp, if I cut a beautiful figure, it's because I'm wearing simple but elegant design. And that's called True Classic, which you can get Target and Costco. Go to TrueClassic.com/fighter. And then you can choose like a essential, like a regular white tee, black tee. I only wear white tees all the time. It's always True Classic. You're probably going to see True Classic at UFC 319. They're being the octagon. They're big boys now. They're at Costco. They're at Target. As Brian told you, you have to go to TrueClassic.com/fighter. You get up today. It's True Classic. They make. But look at hands down. The best shirts of all time. Joggers, button-ups, chinos, back-to-school shit for you, yourself, barbecues. What night they have it all. Go to TrueClassic.com. I've been wearing this. I've probably washed this, I don't know, 100 times. And look at it, still holding through. It's great. Get it. This guy is going to kind of go with our own war. Some police officer and have that. Just play the video because it'll be more sense. stuff like that. It's just you're around you mimically you are around. Yeah. You know the kids here. Yeah. So she spoke almost exactly like a regular American person, and suddenly she started having this. It was strange. Okay. Yeah, there's some of that stuff. There was another person like that who was he was a wife of someone who not a woman's wife, but he kind of and they found out she was cool. Yeah, you're like, come on, it's a cute couple. What are you doing? That's so embarrassing. So she was born in Spain, and then her class was like, now, have you ever been around a black dude who will be talking to you and hanging out and just talking? I've seen you do it multiple times. Really? Well, I did. I speak a lot of different languages. You're the most guilty person. Oh, you get around a black guy, you're like, damn, that's crazy. I do not feel like, sorry, sir. I would love to agree with you. Yeah, I don't do that. I might go, oh man, no. Oh, shit. Big no. No, I have seen, though, I have been with black men who will talk to us, and then they'll see them go right over here to something else, they switch it up. Like, you gotta get code switch. It's just a language. Have you ever seen when Obama, when he's reading the U.S. tape, he's like, shake your hands, they used to like, yeah, it's great. Bring that up when you see that. Because that Jordan Peele did that shit so well. Hilarious. I love that. Obama grades. Obama grades basketball. Yeah. Because, it's just a different thing. I would watch, so when I played pickup basketball with when he was black. There it is. Voting for the white guys is just there's like, yeah, but there's all like I was with my buddy Kenny, he would walk by a black dude, I swear to God, and they go like this, they go, and they nod to each other. I'm like, how about me? He's like, no, it's kind of not really good. It's like, I see him. Jamie Foxx did that. Jamie Foxx said, he goes, see, like, he'll be walking down the street, and if it's a white guy, he's with, like, he'll see a black woman over here across the street, yo, Fox! Let me get a picture. Because in our community, it's like, I have something to do with you. I have something to do with you. Like, I'm here too. And we're all kind of like, don't be thinking that you're, really interesting. And there's a whole fancy way, and that's it. It's pretty wild. It was so fun. It's just culture. You're more comfortable with your own. You're more comfortable. There it is. Actually, too, I'm not even joking. When I'm with my friends, I sort of see myself mimicking the basketball or how you saw me. I'm hanging out here as more than going. Yeah, these days. So it just happens. You have one from birth to leave. And when I was older, and my ego comes from New York. My buddy Jimmy Burke and those guys. You pick up shit. I'll see what's up. Like, I'll take clips. I'll be making certain points. It's just what you do. Like, I'm stealing from the land. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Jerry McCall, my buddy. I got so much from him. He was older. He was a New York guy. The way he talked was like hilarious. Yeah. Always. I never forgot the first time he said that. I was young, and there was this giant basketball player. Like, it was 6'9" and like an 8 goals with a pro, but like huge. And way better athlete, strong, and got in a fight on the court. But it was just a shoving match. And I remember I said something. I was a karate guy, and I was like, besides those guys will fall, hit him right. And Jerry looked at me and goes, Jerry, he was huge, like just giant player. Jerry goes like this. Jerry goes, he's not here. Because you know that, right? I never heard that. I was like, probably true. Yes, sir. They did. Yeah. But I'm getting older. I feel like it's okay to be like, I don't know. I don't say like, I don't know. It's refreshing because I was at this meeting with this big car company, and I have these headers for my 350. I've never used this brand. I'm never going to say it. And I thought the name was Coots. I thought it was Coots. K-O-O. I think it's Coots. Right? So I've never been around someone that said it like that. These guys are the car guys, bro. They know all this shit. They go, okay, what kind of engine? They go, the Coots for the 735. Just tell me, I will show you. Even when someone asks me about some fighters on that card I've never heard of. And even though I wouldn't be able to debate it, and you guys know those too. He told me he wrote their last toe. And I'm like, yeah. But I should have went, I don't know. It's okay. Like, it's so much better to me. This isn't my house. So little that is in the cell. And I'll talk for a half hour. Not hear somebody who knows their shit breaking down. And I go, I just need to just not talk about this because there's so many things that I don't understand. But even like say that the Jack's meat is celery, which I can tell you, but it's actually a fruit's back. You know, wherever the seed meat goes, like love, eat it. So I go and drink all my share. Such food, this later on. So he's on the guy that runs cheaper than scientists say, this or telling you how it's cheap. Yes, it's the craziest world. Politics out here, like, like Scotty Howard, like, some sort of freaking out those things, like, they might just see me or thinking about this. Like, there's just a different thing. I found myself associated, like, with a Miko or I'm looking at a card, guys, we explain so much. Oh, I know. It's all good. Like, I know. Yeah, it's so much. Like, I don't know what to do for it. Just, yeah, I've never been privy to it. Exactly like so when you get to jiu-jitsu, sometimes what my class will do is they'll just go right in the triangle or just learn the simple ABC over 8 to 10. And you have to understand like the body, like what are the fundamentals behind the body control wrestling, how to be on top of it. I was doing a jiu-jitsu class and they started off with armbar. So I just stood there like, oh, give me that damn jiu-jitsu class and now I teach them. Show me how you're going to get there. That's right. And he's like, how are you going to get these? Like, yeah, I go, you can pull it off. How am I pulling it? said, I did it at the bottom of this class. I'm not discrediting your coach. I said, you went from A, where you should be shredding, learning all this stuff over 18. I said, I'll teach you how to get there. Dude, I did it. No, I teach you. Show me how you're going to get there. Right? He's like, how are you going to get these? He's like, there you go. You can pull off. How in the world are you going to get there? Like I said, I did it at the bottom of this class. Show me how you're going to understand first the rudimentary how the car works, and from there they took it. It's exactly like so if you get to jujitsu, sometimes what a lot of guys will do is they'll just they'll go right in a triangle or square these to the BC. You gotta understand from A to K, right? And you have to understand like the body, like what are the fundamentals behind the body control wrestling, and how to be on top when it comes to a jiu-jitsu class. And you start off with hard bars. And I just stood there like, okay, and then the jumps in. Jiu class, then I would teach him. Show me how you're gonna get there. That's right. And he's like, how are you gonna get these? Like, you can pull off. How in the world are you gonna get there? Like I said, I did it at the bottom of this class. I'm not discrediting your coach. I said, you went shrimping, learning all this stuff over 18. I said, I'll teach you how to get there. But you're already at that now. You skipped all this, and now if you don't learn that, you do a disservice. So that I would shrink. Everything is like that. Everything is like that. You gotta start shrimping. You gotta start from what you're doing, like from the bottom. If you don't do that, forget it. Wrestling's the same way. Like, how do you set it up where you want to work everything? Obviously, you need the basics. You need green potatoes, and then you can expand and put on the side. But if you don't have the basics, you're not gonna be able to figure it out. It's like just boxing. Like, you can work on your jab for fucking, everything's like that. How do you set it up? I mean, do you guys even want to cover this? It's just Ryan Garcia.
Hello, fellow students and viewers. I'd like to invite you to participate in this online course that I've created on the history of the Holocaust. I've received a lot of feedback that the lectures, which I put on replays some time ago, have been very well received by individuals who want to expand their awareness of this dark period in Jewish history, but especially from middle school and high school teachers who have used these lectures in part or in whole to supplement their social studies curriculum and to give their young charges an awareness of what exactly happened at the last century and why it is relevant for us today. So we have a lot of information about the world. There's a link to this online site, and I hope you find it. Thank you very much.
She's a singer.
Hello, fellow students. Yesterday, we're going to know that Dr. Michael Maris, Dr. Maris, Professor Maris, was 81 years old.
Renee Rapp has no idea who George Washington is. But she was on call at Daddy, and that was not the first time I heard his name, but I'm not sure who that is. He died.
Indebted to him for putting me on the path.
She's a musician, she's a lesbian,
The world has lost an extremely valuable soul for humanity. In this short video, I would like to just tell you a little bit about who Michael Maris was, share a little bit about what he meant to me,
It makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. I would assume Rothschild'S fan base is a lot older, especially now, where things here.
I first met Professor Maris
These
in
older
the
people,
80s when I was
so they
undergraduate.
might do them when he had like
I took a course on the history of the Holocaust when I was a graduate student. I served as his as well. What would you like to scholar? His books are
It's kind of for an older demo.
particular of the Holocaust that relates to a few of his books.
That's right, listen to that.
This is a tour of the course which would be like major historiographic
Like they tune into the when he has
and it was published several decades ago. It has an evergreen quality.
but if you're not in that like this way that big on TikTok, they're popping up on their shit or their algorithm. You clarify that our fan base is older too. Like, do you have a lot of 20-year-old kids? More than I would expect.
He also wrote many other topics. He wrote
They were like, our fan base is over 12. Our fan base is over our age. So if they're 22 or 12, they think they're fucking, yeah, man, late 30s. Yeah. So ours is younger too.
Long after I left the University of Toronto, he went back to
Just
school.
really law degree. It's like scientists on talking about history.
What he was like as an instructor was
Shit,
really
it's good for
this is, I studied it back like in 1980. More PowerPoint, no slides, just capabilities. And there are YouTube videos so you can actually see what it was like to study with this great scholar. He never read from his lecture notes, but he always had them and they were packed with detail. I remember listening to him say, he was so carefully crafted his lectures. He speaks directly and in conversational tone, but he's got his notes to provide really important statistics, dates, with tremendous precision. What I remember as a student was just too generous. He was instructor. He was always deeply engaged, deeply concerned with our ability to absorb the complexity of the material he was presenting, and was filled with respect for all of the questions. It is full attention, considered questions very, very carefully, and he responded fully with great patience. What he was like as a mentor was especially important. I will share with you a little bit of personal background. I had the privilege of having some fantastic mentors at the University of Toronto, but my first field of study was philosophy. I eventually learned a degree in ethics, which I graduated in, so this would eventually become a major kickback for my undergraduate career, where I sort of like had been falling out with and then when I met my wife, I instructor had my lifetime plan.
It's just not
Instructor,
real bad
Canada,
real good.
then I met my wife. That's right. She like, I can't possibly build family, if this is the instructor, so I decided to come back. What do I like to study? And I realized that what I liked about philosophy the best was the history of ideas, how they changed over time, and so on. So I said, okay, I'm going to go back to history. And Professor Maris was, if I remember correctly, he was the head of the admissions committee for the department. I had an interview with him, and I said, look, Professor Maris, my transcript, for the first 2 years, I was a great student, and then I had an incident where I kind of gave everything up, and I raised dropped to the sleep, and this with your traditional mental skills. I said that I should write for graduate school, and I was going to take my application seriously, even though my GPA dropped with that terrible. And he said that many academics as rescue sure enough, thank God, I was accepted on probation. Especially when I was well, I got an office right behind Professor Maris, and he was right next to my supervisor, Dr. Magachi, and they were very close friends. So I had the wonderful privilege of seeing two interact as friends, and I often heard over the transom in Sydney Smith Hall their conversations and jokes, and their singing and small occasionally singing.
Let me see it again, just so I can hate. I wonder if it's slow.
Professor Maris was so interested drive progress that I feel a tremendous responsibility to live up to his example. He was really someone who impressed on me that history is an apprenticeship. It has elements of science, but really it's art. Art is craft.
Exist. There's never any proof. Fuck these whistleblowers who testify in Congress. All lies. All bullshit. All of it. You think Bob Lazar's bullshit? Fuck yeah, I do. And the only thing I can say is maybe Bob Lazar was working next to a top secret drone program he didn't know otherwise. But I think Bob Lazar's, this is the 70s, I think he believes it, but I don't think Bob's like some big liar either. I think he's been saying the same story for so long, he believes that. Yeah, maybe, but a lot of people do. They tell themselves the same story until it sounds real to them. Fuck off.
Hello. I'd like to thank Dr. Wittgenstein on the possibility of this web your topic today on the topic of administration. Of course, again, I want to be so clear that
these guys from the military came to the green room of a fucking mothership to show us on their computers irrefutable proof of UFOs. Nobody's more into UFOs than Joe Rogan. Yeah, I'm not going to go into the details of any of this, but trust me when I say this was legit sources, legit military people. I got away from there. And he came over to me, and I was like, I don't believe in any of that. It's all why are your pictures all that's what they do. And they'll do that with who? The biggest influencer. Right. But he's just smart. Sorry.
Was reproduced over and over again. Years following the capture of Judea, Capta, Judea.
So, I wanted to drink Magic Light on air. This is what I do. I grab that Max. I just feel different when I drink it. I feel better. I have energy. I'll do shows. I'm doing, my acting art show. My live show. I always talk about it. It keeps me in flow state. It keeps my tropics and gens. Especially the Max. Some shows morning, 2 shows. This will be rocking my start my morning off. I do a couple of top 8 and I do Magic Light Max. Break him to the studio. Get to the studio. I'll be fine for the show. Then in between shows, I do the regular Magic Light. And that's usually my routine these days. I get about 15 minutes. Coffee or you shut up. I understand this.
We're not going to be speaking about
I guess there's a time release game. About as much as you get for the car. And I love it. I swear by it. It's also good for you.
that's really Jewish history.
Crazy
What I want to talk about is
get on the drive into Magic Mind.
the ideological basis of that does not necessarily conform to logic, but what's important for us to understand is that anti-Semitism is a virus that has its ability to mutate to very different places and times. And when the anti-Semitism was mutated, we saw 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, it was very different from the anti-Semitism that we are experiencing today. And what I'd like to demonstrate in the other lecture is that in fact, I think we may be moving into an entirely new era of that what's not meant by that was that the anti-Semite needs the Jew because he needs a way to focus his frustrations and to explain his failures, and the Jew serves an excellent target in that regard, relying quite often on historical precedent and a long tradition, allows you to construct a kind of pseudo-universe in which the Jews are somehow engaged in some kind of plan to bring the individual anti-Semites. We see that the anti-Semitism is capable of adapting to so many different places. For example, just in the 21st century, there are hardly any Jews living in Japan that possess the noxious of the Alphabet sign, which can be translated into Japanese for Japanese readers because there are people who need this desperately in order to justify their own failures. Now, one more word of caution before we get deep into the material, we should understand that I'm using the term anti-Semitism, but it is really not an ideal term. The term was actually invented by those with activity. Wilhelm Marr, 19th century German, wrote this book, The Way to the Victory of Germany over Jews, by defining the term Semitism, not to avoid the opprobrium that's associated with the much more vulgar term, Judenbinder or Judenhass, which is and that was considered something that was really not appropriate for refined people, but anti-Semitism, that's something you can stand behind. You can say, I personally have observed this so-called phenomenon known as Semitism, and I refuse to promote it, therefore I am an anti-Semite. It's really only after World War II that anti-Semitism began to acquire a negative connotation, appropriately so, and scholars in the end of the 20th century began to say we should really stop spelling it with a capital A and a capital S separated, because there is no such thing as Semitism. It is a phenomenon unto itself, so therefore the preferred spelling is one word without a hyphen, without the capital A and capital S. It's going to say that this is really there for a not that they make it from. So with that in mind, I think we are going to have to work with other terms. There are four basic periods of anti-Semitic biology that scholars have identified. The first is classical xenophobia, both the fear of strangers. This is associated primarily with the Greco-Roman world, in which we have a significant degree of antipathy to Jews expressed in a lot of the writings of several significant writers of the era. We see it in a monumental form, for example, in the Arch of Titus, which commemorates the Roman victory over Judea that I referenced earlier with the coin. You can see here, for example, the famous instead of the bas-relief on the inside of the arch that shows Jews carrying away the spoils of the temple into Roman captivity, so it's Roman show and so on. But we should understand that Roman xenophobia was really not anti-Semitism in the same way that we understand it later on. It was really much more about misunderstanding Jewish customs and culture. For example, Jews were felt to be lazy by Roman xenophobes because they insisted on not living one day a week. Jews were felt to be clannish because they did not dine on non-good food with Romans. They were felt to be misanthropic because of a whole host of issues. So there's like all kinds of things that are based on misunderstandings between the Roman and Jews. And it could certainly express itself in violence, certainly in literary slander. But you should understand that these kinds of antipathies is pretty much endemic to the human race as a whole. orthodoxy that they claim to understand but really misunderstood. They also dislike a whole pile of other people from various communities. And we can say that, Asians have the same thing with Koreans, Chinese, and Japanese. It's to a certain degree a normal thing for humans to fear or even hate that which they do not understand. And this is basically the type of antipathy directed at Jews that we see from the Greco-Roman literary record. Again, recall that I'm separating here the ideology underpinning Jews with the actual expression of that hatred, which is quite violent. We see it in the repression of the first Roman Jewish war, the Bar Kokhba revolt, and so on, and attempts to expunge the practice of Jewish behavior, the Jewish religion, and so on. Doesn't necessarily mean that the experience of anti-Semitism was any less serious in the ancient world. However, what I'm focusing on are the ideological underpinnings of that hatred, to try to understand what is the intellectual mechanism going on when people come to have a bias. We move to the early Christian era, things change dramatically. With the beginning of Christianity, the era of the Church Fathers, for the first few centuries in particular, are really extending well into medieval periods. Now the antipathy to Jews has a special kind of dynamic because Christianity emerges from Jews. And in emerging from other religions, we see the daughter religion has kind of like a pushback against another religion to try and identify herself. In other words, if anybody's like a mother and daughter relationship, I'm using that primarily because that's common in the iconography of the barrels of paganism. The daughter chooses to seek her own independent path to a certain degree, that variation from a family tradition will involve a degree of rebellion against, and this can be expressed sometimes in a very harsh manner. But it is nevertheless an expression of dynamic between parents and children, especially with the teenagers who are striving to and to establish what is a couple of iconographic examples here. On the left, you see the famous Rothschild'S sisters. It's a piece of monumental art in the outside of the cathedral in Europe, 15th century. You can see, and this is, by the way, just a couple of examples. We have literally hundreds of examples of this particular motif throughout Christian art, which is especially important for knowing the intricacies of Christian theology to illiterate peasants. To the artwork, you can explain how Jews understand themselves. So on the left, you see the representation of the church of Theresa, and she is shown there with a crown and holding a chalice and upright a broken staff. The clothes are arranged properly, and so on. She's clear-eyed, looking very strong. So this is representing the church in power and authority and so on. To her right, actually to our right, to the left, is the synagogue. Entirely different. She is in an attitude of decline, falling away from the rock. Her staff is broken, meaning she has no more sense of power. She's holding on to the Ten Commandments, but they are slipping out of her grasp. And she has no crown, and of course she is blindfolded, admitting that she is blind to the truth, and that's the justification for her not converting to Christianity in the first place. And this was a way of trying to explain to illiterate peasants that Judaism had its place, but now it has lost authority, it's lost its vision, it's lost its ability even to hold on to its own law, because holding the tablets and rather reach out and so on. And that this is designed to show how we're facing theology. Sometimes this can also apply in situations. On the right, you see stained glass window from a church in Germany, where the church writing Petramore, putting up an upright staff and chalice in the hand, descends from heaven, placing a crown on the church's head for the statement of approval. And on the right, by contrast, the kingdom riding on a donkey. They're around up, holding on to a ram's head and a reason to not only appear to speak up, but the whole idea of sacrificing which the church exfoliated as being excessively carnal, a broken staff, a blindfold, and the crown is knocked off her head by a hand stepping out and inserting a sword into herself. Very clear sign of miracle where truly fantastic, bizarre ideas, fantastic sense of fantasy are invented to exploit the whole notion of the blood libel that you somehow need Christian blood in order to survive. The desecration of the host is incredibly awful things to develop, particularly from the 12th century onwards. They're compounded by the invention of the printing press and the circulation of media much further and wider than ever before. But this is the period where we really have the worst examples of anti-Semitism. Quite distinct, although related, but quite distinct from the Christian period and their little resemblance to the Roman example. There are lots of examples of this. For example, the Judenthal image that portrays Jews and horrible relationships with pigs. You see they're Jews because they have very grand symbols on their clothing, which was a Jewish badge Jews at the time. And even the devil himself is portrayed as a Jew. And incidentally, I don't need to give the impression that once one form of anti-Semitic ideology is over and transitions to another one, the last one is left behind. Unfortunately, we see that even the modern era, these earlier throwbacks are still quite common. Here is, for example, a 2020 ultra-realistic painting that celebrates the blood libel. It's absolutely amazing that some artists did it appropriate to create propaganda images like this at such realistic proportions. But that's basically the medieval period. Now we come to the modern period, which is what most of us experience is up until recent years. The modern mutation really relies on this relatively new concept of racism, which was pioneered by Joseph Rabbi, who wrote this essay art that various peoples, especially based on complexion, things like that, really are different in an essential manner, which has no scientific basis, but the notion that blacks are intended to be a slave race, and Nordics are intended to be kind of like a master race, and Jews specifically are supposed to be a parasitic race. The Jews, their racial survival strategy is informed by the way heavily from the ideas of Darwin for survival of the fittest and things like this. The idea that Jews survive primarily by attacking healthy host societies and rotting them out from it. Here's a couple of examples from the 20th century. On the left, the Jews portrayed as a kind of worm that is strangling the Austrian book. The caption reads, German Christians save Austria. This is actually an election poster. On the right, you see a fascinating book that conservative views as sin against the blood, which is titled as a woman, a novel of the times, very appropriate, that shows the healthy Aryan male symbolized German society, and on top of it is a militant carrying vulture, clearly representing a Jew, that is just waiting until he weighs down and finally dies. The idea of racist association with Jewish, one religious connotation of obviously the Austrian image has the Jewish wearing veils, but the image is not about Jewish attack, but about cultural attack. So it's kind of like as society became more secular in the 18th century and onward, anti-Semitism once again adapted to let go of the religious origins of earlier forms of Jewish hatred to adopt this much more secular friend version. But racism is only half of the story. The other half, which is so crucial, is the idea of a conspiracy theory. How do Jews succeed? Does the theory in their racial quest to undermine healthy societies? Primarily by being linked with each other, global to dominate and expropriate everything they can from the world. Here's a French example from the late 19th century showing a Jewish bigger, but his pockets are filled with money. Happily grasping the entire globe with his simian-like hands and feet. Right here's an example. This is
Look at this one.
cover of the noxious protocols of the Elders of Zion, which is one of the key texts of this particular form of modern anti-Semitism. The caption in Spanish reads, "The invisible world government, the Jew subjugates the world." You see the obvious there. A couple things have become iconic. The large, heavy man with the top coat is meant to be a capitalist, a symbol of capitalism. Think of the Monopoly man, and he's got this waist. He's got this watch fob that has the word Talmud on it with the American dollar sign. Modern anti-Semitism, which basically dates from the late 19th century, reached its nadir with the Nazis. And of course, we see here a tremendous section of this. This is a remarkable text written for children in the 1930s. Their gift goods, the toadstool, the poisonous mushroom. The whole message here in this children's book was meant to communicate to kids that Jews may look like regular people, but they're really extremely dangerous. Like toadstools look a lot like mushrooms, but they're in fact poisonous. And so many examples of this exist from the Nazi period. Also, the conspiracy idea that Jews are not only distinct racially, as you can see from this caricature, but also they are deeply connected with other people, whether they're Jewish or not, or imagined to be so and so on. So that's really modern anti-Semitism. And basically, personally, I always thought we were almost done with that. What could be the next evolution? This really is. To my dismay, I think I've discovered that, yeah, in fact, there is a good version. I'm not the only one to discover it, but I'll share it with you right now. Now, let's turn to what appears to be the newest variant of anti-Semitism, and that is specifically what I'd like to call anti-Zionism. Now, please understand that there are legitimate boundaries of anti-Zionist thought that are not at all against Jews. In fact, if you went back 100 years to Europe, you would find some very vigorous debates among Jews about the value of Zionism. There are religious objections to it, there are political objections to it, there are economic objections to it, but ultimately Zionism as a movement succeeded in gathering the support of the overwhelming majority of Jews in virtually every place where we're able to measure the relative popularity of various movements. I'm not talking about anti-Zionism of that nature. I'm not talking about people who oppose Zionism because they feel that a certain reading of the Talmud indicates that Jews should not support Zionism, whatever. The way I miss term anti-Zionism today is that it is basically a cover for those who want to hate Jews to cloak their hatred in a much more acceptable. It is exactly the same phenomenon that we still have now. When he invented the term anti-Semitism, he was trying to distract people from just how crude and hateful the word Nas was. That's essentially what's going on with this term anti-Zionism in the majority of times that we actually see this. Now, what are the elements of anti-Zionism as I'm portraying it? First, the belief that Israel is an illegitimate state. And you'll notice that most of the press releases that come out of the Arab world refer to it as the Zionist entity. They don't want to actually give it the name of a state because they believe the state does not deserve to exist. Now, when I say illegitimate, also let me clarify, please, that historically we may disagree with the way hundreds of states or expanded and so on. To say that they are not countries now is pretty big. Israel in the Zionist mindset is kind of like conceptual, and unlike all those other countries, like the United States and Canada in many ways, Israel is the only one that is not able to exist because it is fundamentally an exceptional part of Israel. Secondly, because it is illegitimate, anti-Zionists argue that erasing this historical anomaly is justified by including attacking non-Israeli emphasis on anti-Zionist Jews. It's mind-boggling. They'll use euphemistic terms like resistance or less euphemistic, but nevertheless not as well understood in English terms like intifada, which is call for violence, because anti-Zionists hold that injustice of establishing a legitimate state is so grave that violence is justified. So again, only applies to Israel, not applies to states that qualify as Third, the participation of Jews in anti-Israelist or anti-Zionist lends legitimacy to this whole idea of anti-Semitism. And we'll see that people who are participating in this particular mindset will plot out all kinds of Jewish things and say, look, this is Jewish person who agrees with me. And unfortunately, there are many Jews who will go along with it, even though if they just have a little bit of vision, they'll see that it's so much better Where does this anti-Zionism come from? It's quite distinct from the conspiracy theory and the racism elements that we saw earlier. Very rarely are racist elements in there's a certain amount of conspiracy thinking in the idea that Jews around the world united supporting Israel. And that's actually not so far from the truth. Most surveys that we have available of Jewish attitudes, for example, in the United States indicate that overwhelmingly Jews are supportive of Israel. There is, of course, a minority who are not. I challenge you to find anything that all Jews agree on. There always has some differences. Zionism is an attribute that can be applied to most European Jews and so on. What are the ideological roots of anti-Zionism? I think there are three basic ideological roots that feed into this new form of anti-Jewish hatred. First of all, the strong influence of Soviet foreign policy, and it definitely helps propagate this idea in the left. First, even though the Soviet Union is defunct, this particular ideology has perpetuated itself into the 21st. Here's a couple of examples from the 1970s. The capitalist image that we saw earlier, capitalism, of course, is diametrically opposed to communism. On his waistcoat is the phrase international Zionism, and you can see that there's Moshe Dayan there, famous Israeli general, on the left. I'm not sure who's on the right there, because he's smoking a pipe and can't make out what it there in Russia. But the idea of connecting international Zionism with Israel, of course, is crucial. Note that besides the Star of David, which is clearly used here as a stand-in for the state of Israel, the Jews, it's clear from the caricature of the figure here that borrows on 19th and 20th century motifs, that it's about Jewish hatred on a simple level, but it's labeled Zionism. And here's another example, same kind of here, and the conspiracy motif is much stronger with the idea of when looking at Russian, for example, I can read one that says the Jewish question, but what if this person is not labeled explicitly as Jew, is labeled as Zionist, right? Zionist on the back of this one. So Soviet anti-Semitism, which was hiding with their foreign policy opposing the state of Israel, it's ironic because they were originally one of the backers of the 1947 partition plan, but soon after Israel was established, the Cold War set in, and this was one of the most notorious proxy wars in the USSR and the USA, was fought in the Middle East, and the USSR attacked the Arab countries by and large. So this is foreign policy translated into a kind of Jew hatred. Here's one more example we see so much in contemporary anti-Zionism. There are two twins, an Israeli soldier, Nazi. This translation of Israel is not not only is it deeply offensive to Jews, but it is very racist. And what joins them? An American dollar, of course. We see this over and over again. So the Soviet foreign policy filtered out into the Zionist movement really through these activity centers. Another major element that creates this influence of the Jews is anti-colonialism. This is a reaction to the expansion of Western European states into the New World, into parts of Africa, Asia, so on. Kind of a pushback against that entire phenomenon, which, well, is occupied quite a bit of intellectual energy in the case of Israel, you can see illustrations like this map here, which refers to Zionist secular colonialism. This is kind of a catchphrase that basically is divorced from historical reality in many ways. I'll just point out one thing, that this may be a map that indicates the increasing settlement of Jews in the land of Israel, but this is also a map that indicates the expulsion, coercion, and migration of Jews, forced migration quite often from Islamic lands to the land of Israel. So these two maps cannot be still independent of each other. It's crucial that when it's forced to leave Arab lands, they also live on the ground. So that's the second major element of modern Zionism. The third major element is postmodernism. This is a rather corrosive philosophy that we have developed in the post-war era. The element of postmodernism that's especially relevant for us in this context is a notion that there is no way to measure objective truth. No way to say that X is true. One can only speak of one's own truth. Appreciation of it. This incredibly dangerous philosophy, which has taken hold in a wide swath of Americans, begins to question basic understandings of reality. For example, in the context of Israel, this particular poster, which was issued by the Rothschild'S School of Social Work, the student club actually, referring to the October 7th Palestinian counter-offensive, and using images of a dove and a sour and a sparrow of a gun, is meant to somehow symbolize the horrific act of invading Israel on October 7th, murdering Jacob, taking hostage, is somehow not only counter-offensive, which is, almost kind of like a legitimate kind of military attack, and really more like a brutal place of love. On the other hand, this kind of imagery of double police, you describe that, it's just, it's very funny. But those who have already been absorbed into this mindset can say, hey, we can resistance as opposed to another example that brought my mind is this unusual phenomenon of keeping down history that seems to emphasize the fact that people are being disgusted. Even young children who do downtown, for example. And the idea that people want to bring these things down amazes me. But I think the best explanation of that is this, because after all, if I'm walking down the street and I see someone put up posters that says, have you seen my property? And there's a picture of a dog there, so the last thing I want to do is go down that picture. Dog lover, not dog lover, why would I want to somehow interfere with bringing together this owner and his or her pet? I wouldn't want to do that. How much more so is it you may disagree with Israel's policy towards Gaza or the way the war is being waged, but that is a fact that there is captivity internally. It's amazing the reason why they do it circulation head. It's a classic statement. Zionism is either logic, but it's fundamental connection to the overall idea of human nature. We see this week fascinating example of this where healthcare workers in Australia participating in an online chat and discovered that their interlocutor was Jewish. They began to write about how they committed acts of violence against Jews who attended the hospital where they worked. I mean, it's this is somehow appropriate. How is it that you can take a Hippocratic oath, go into the caring professions of health, and when you see someone who has probably nothing at all to do with the situation in Israel, other than the fact that they may be ethnically Jewish, and then you see that this is an opportunity to somehow act out of philosophy around the languages. I'm losing track of myself. There's a rebellion to it. There are people out there. Well, before things go on. Let me take us back one way or two. I don't want to. That's not the way. And then there's a fourth reason I think crypto is very people are like, it just keeps going on. Can't get those shoppers say, yes, they could. Anyway, this is a fascinating piece of data. Shortly after October 7th, the Harvard-Harris poll, which is a very reputable poll, basically dedicated to politics, decided to include a question about the situation in Israel, largely because it had to the upcoming elections in November 2024. So right after the war, and every month subsequently, they asked this question: in this conflict, do you side more with Israel or Hamas? First of all, the American support for Israel is rock solid. Here it's 84%. It's a couple of percent over the months, but basically 4 or 5 Americans support. That's a good number. I wish it was higher because it's obviously a lot of knowledge. But nevertheless, that's the reality. But when we're looking at closer at the age group, it's terrifying to see that whereas older people, 65 and above, 55 and above, they're 90, 95% for the group. When you get to the 18 to 24-year-olds, they're basically looking at college students in America, those of people ages 18 to 24 actually support each other too. That's a terrifying number, and I began to worry about it significantly. I followed every month to see what's going on with Americans because they're only going to get older. I suppose this attitude is this going to have a long implication? How can young people be so out of touch with reality other than the visions that I discussed earlier? I am happy to say, though, that over time, and especially a big jump right around the critical election, I wonder if that's the factor that affected it. That figure has changed dramatically. You see it on the left-hand side of the screen. Once again, 79% support Israel. It drops a little bit from 84% in November, but it's hovering around that number. But when you look at the age group 18 to 24, you see that 79% of them support Israel over Hamas. That's a much healthier number. That's much more like the I just don't know. Why did American suddenly change so dramatically? 27% very significant. It could be because the tenor of the news changed on places where they consume news, like on TikTok and Instagram and so on. Conflict with the election is, but this is a small rate. Let me conclude with just one last reflection on Zionism in statehood. We began our discussion with a look at this now. I don't think you're seeing that. I think emblematic of how exile, but the development of and what's important to bear in mind, I think, is this change of clothes. In 19
striking. I don't think it ends with striking. I think that DCB is saying, okay, I'll wrestle you for 3 rounds, and then you're going to get tired, and I'm going to come down. It's very legit. Because it's to every round. There's something about that guy, he just doesn't get tired. People think that Duplessis soldier comes up, he's not. I don't know who's there, but I think Duplessis is too addicted to shit dudes. I would say that Kamzat's wrestling is better than Duplessis, yeah.
Jewish woman playing with her child, and in the place of the
So the way I see this going is I think Kamzat has the edge striking
this is ultimately
more fundamental. And I say, and I think so I think he puts the hand on Duplessis' face more. And I think that the name Kamzat's a better wrestler, which means, which translates being on top of Duplessis and giving him a good old pound. I don't know if he's very defensive. I don't think it's a decision. Really? Because you think if it goes 5, if that goes 4 or 5, I think he's on gas. I don't know if he gasses, but I think he gets fucking tired. I'm not saying he's gonna gas and give up, but I think I can see here's my thing. I'm not picking the winner. I do not know. I think he's the greatest middleweight fight we've had in all time in ages. I do not know. You did see Kamzat with your own eyes. Yeah, you were very impressed. Of course, but DDP's super impressive too. So I think I can see Kamzat definitely win the first round. But DDP's just so durable. It's not going away. He's getting taken down. We get back to his feet. And there's that for like 2 rounds. And when the third round starts to slow down, and then DDP's like, let's ride. And he starts to stay on the outside. And I think DDP gets a takedown in the 4th, and then the 5th he can finish him. So Kamzat is the toughest fighter ever in the first round. Yeah. He's a fucking Chechen tsunami. And he goes into that first round like he's done to so many guys. And fucking does what he did with Robert Whittaker. Gets him down, beats his face. Whittaker is a monster. Yeah. And just took him down, took his back, and sunk that choke in. DDP beat the fucking Whittaker. That's the thing. So the question is, we've seen Kamzat smaller guys just get on top of their back and just run. We've seen the smaller guys struggle. Well, you're saying Kamaru was at 85. Yeah, let's not forget Kamaru is also a champion and amazing. But with older, 2 bad knees, older, smaller, and then with Gilbert Burns was at 7. I know, and he struggled with both of them. Yeah, that's true. Here's the other thing I would say. I think what you're going to see is Kamzat take DDP down. I think what you're going to see is Kamzat on DDP's back. So then so then let's say DDP stands up. Does it take more energy to ride someone's back, or does it take more energy to stand up when somebody's on your back? Because Hamlet's going to have to shoot to get right. So it's going to do that over 5 rounds. That's a lot. It's a tough one. I think Kamzat can also, if he wins the first 3 rounds, which I think is very powerful with his takedowns, his mental control, his striking, I think he can ride the last 2 rounds out. He can kind of ride them out. He can wrestle. They can wrestle to a stalemate. They can be against the cage. There's clinch. It's dirty boxing. I think that you're going to ultimately see Kamzat grind it out into a decision. That's what I think. I know. I think it's going to be, and I think the last moment where it's going to be against the cage. It very well may be just not very exciting because, again, you have to look at as good as DDP is, his strength is also, when he finishes dudes, he's on top. He's using his strength. When dudes Adesanya, DDP's jiu-jitsu is good, but he's a smasher. He's just a hammer. But he's a hammer 1 through 5. He's a hammer 1 through 5 because I think he's got some special wind that Cain Velasquez cardio shit monster. Okay. And that is, to me, that's the craziest weapon. It's the best weapon. Yeah, it's the best weapon. Which I would not bet against that weapon. Because I don't think Kamzat has that. You don't think he has that kind of, he's very up in DDP's experience, judging rounds, with some of the best guys. If you look at DDP's history, like matchup-wise, there's not a single guy where you're going to go, oh, DDP has better strength. There's not. Is he? What? Is he way better strength? Yeah. No, Strickland, Weiss, way better strength. I know. Oh, Whittaker, way better strength. Isn't that crazy? Keep going. I know. Derek Brunson, better strength. Derek Till, way better strength. Brad Tavares, way better strength. God, being all because yeah, his against his I mean, you play a deep skate back against TDP. You play it, and he's an underdog too. So that's another reason if you want to make money. But also, his thing is being awkward and unconventional. So you go through that whole list: Strickland, Dizzy, Whitaker, Brunson, Till, Brett Tavares. You know what? TDP is not going to strike a name. Cool. He'll struggle. Because you want to watch tape on TV and go, man, that guy. You want your kid to fight like him. He's just an absolute winner. I told you the toughest. You got to get somebody in camp who fights weirdly like that. You don't get that. Hamza's whole thing's not that. Hamza's whole thing is you control the fight. It's do what you do. You don't worry about it. You take the fight, you put TDP where you want it. So do you think that Hamza's going in there thinking my number one weapon is my body and control, tough control, right? So he's going to try to do that. He's going to wear like a backpack. Okay. You don't think there is much striking in the beginning? No, I don't know. Yeah, I don't say it's like he's not saying things most of us don't know, but like Hamza is like 1-2 is like traditional boxing. So Hamza can be like, well, let's solve him up. See how I do striking and then shoot in there. Right. But again, that's not what got Hamza to the park, so I wouldn't like that. If Hamza comes out and he's like kind of feeling it out the first round, I'm like, oh, he's flop. You're gonna come out like the banshee, hopefully it works. If not, we'll figure
There
out.
she is.
Right. You gotta do what you got to do. Well, or you save your cardio the first two and then say crazy mistake.
What up, girl? How you living?
Fifth round is coming. Third, fourth, and fifth. So your best chance to win the first and second if you're getting picked. Hamza's coach calls me as a
Baby, calm down. I'm gonna break a lot of hearts someday. It's gonna be a permanent blood warning in your television. Really? Why not? See, Alexander, I fucking love you. You're the man. I'm gonna put you down by now. Kick clips. Hey guys, we're raising water for fun. Whatever. Dog. All I need to do is be like, hey, let's just talk about desalination technology.
neutralizing everything he has. No, see, I don't hear it. Nobody can. I think it's Hamza's so dangerous where when he goes to the ground, he takes advantage of finish him. Yeah. So if he doesn't finish him, he's going to win the first few rounds. Yeah. But what happened in the third, fourth, and fifth one, a little tired. He's a big dude. Your takedown stop working. Now you're forced to engage with him. It's like a Mack truck. Yeah. Oh, he doesn't stop. So you have to deal with that for your fucking 15 guys at a championship level. But yeah, I haven't looked forward to a fight in a long time. Like, oh, this one I'm kidding. This one's less easy. Yeah. I cannot wait. Yeah, I cannot wait. I have no clue. Because I'm not going to go in there and finish him in a minute. He's talented. He's so talented. It might come to us turn, but you got to, like, you're talking about he just finds a way. He's an absolute winner. He's an absolute winner. I'm less excited about the other fights. Tim Elliott is still doing it. Kenmir, Michael Hayes, that would be fun. Yeah, that would be fun. Carlos Montes feels great. Yeah. What do you think of that? So, is that the co-main event? Yeah. What is Aaron? I just haven't heard of him. Was Aaron he was definitely for all the Bellator? Yeah. So he just came over. Yeah. Just gets his first fight. He lost his first few with Bellator. He's been on a fucking 8-fight win streak. Yeah. He figures some shit out of her. He went with Red Jackson and figured some shit out. I mean, the TKO is a shit action was the fight. Hasn't lost since he went with Greg. Yeah. But again, he hasn't faced that type of a competition. Murphy's. So, yeah, it's such a tough match. Who was the last guy Murphy fought? I saw that. Josh Emmett. Killer. Beat Danny Yeh. Yeah, and he got a monster after Jesus Christ. Fucking sad. Talk about getting thrown in the fire. Especially when you get thrown in ain't get it done. So they ain't get it easy. I think there's so much of this stuff comes up to fight IQ too. Like, just how do you adjust to the big show? Yeah, it's a completely different animal. I think that Aaron's wrestling, obviously world class. Aaron Pico was wrestling at 16 years old on the international circuit. He was wrestling grown men. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. So wrestling gloves, national champion. He checked all the boxes. I don't know. This is a huge test for him. He's ready to see him, which I don't know. I think this. I think what this is the hype reel. Like, every time I've seen so many people who are great in Strike Force, they're great in Bellator, they come over and a lot of times they're just Strike Force. Yeah, it was the real deal. The Bellator, BFL, they come over. Okay. Rise in what championship they come over. Okay. Yeah, it's just a different animal. It's a different animal. Just in the big leagues. Big test for Aaron Pico. What are you gonna do for the next gym? Watch myself drink. So many people message me in that episode. What do they say? A lot of them have my side. They're just like, dude, you just do your thing. And the way you do your thing, bro, do your thing. And then anyone that says do your thing. The one thing about the internet is you can count on that. Yeah, I appreciate their support. But then also some people said like, yeah, dude, we love you. Go to this rehab center, this area. Have people that care about you, or people that actually are in for your best interest? That's what we're trying to help. Main thing is that people that says, dude, you're fine, keep doing this, is not your friend. I think Brendan and I have been around long enough. It's had our own issues, yeah. And so I think what happens when you get some age on you is you realize that there's a limit to what you can say and do for anybody. And we all have to be our own source of change. Rogan said something interesting. He was talking about last night we were together, and we were talking about some people that tend to get, although they blame other people for their failings, or they get critical, you're where you are because of you. You did this. Don't then turn and look at the successful people and go, oh, those guys are assholes. Like, what are you doing, man? No. I didn't have anything to do with your not being a superstar. So why are you turning to people that have been a little more successful and criticizing them? That's exactly right. It's like, when was the last time you took responsibility for where you're at, man? Yeah. And that's an important thing to say. So for me, I'm not some old salty comic. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but I don't blame anyone for anything. I'm just like, I'm just saying, and I appreciate that with you. But I'm saying that, we're all responsible for the condition we're in one way or another. There's things happen, like, but, what are you going to do to get the fuck out of it? And, there's some salty people out there in our community, and they spend a lot of time kind of like criticizing people that they're just not responsible. It's like, maybe that attitude is the reason you are who you are. So I'm going to ask you that. That's good. All right. Wait, hold on. Gun to your head. I got to do it to you. Gun to your head. Chimaev, Duplessis. Don't think. DDP. Really? I won't bet against him. Smart. It's pretty smart. I wouldn't bet on it. But if I would, I'm sure you guys do. It's not that way. It's also you can dogs because they're dogs. Now, Palms on Pico were the dogs. I bet on them. My neighborhood can tell you how it goes. I don't know. Should I talk shit? How about Paige Kennedy? I'll take Paige. Kennedy's 42. 41, yeah. Boy, is he rugged, though. He's tough. Alright, you guys have thoughts on this? Let's see. So a federal judge rejects Trump's request to unseal secret grand documents. Yeah, well, so here's my thoughts on this. People say, well, they're not unsealing this stuff. They can't unseal it. Here's why. Because there are people in those documents, especially underage, that when they were underage, and it's not you're not legally allowed to expose a child who's been raped or sexually assaulted or whatever it is there are privacy issues here that are in place for a very good reason, right? So part of this is the reason that you can't just unseal the whole indictment and document because the people that are in those claims, in those complaints, don't want their privacy violated. There's a whole thing that you're not to do. But there's another thing that's going on, and I think this is what people are really pissed off about when it comes to that. Couldn't they just black out those names? They could black out those names. Yeah. They could black out those names. I think the larger issue is this whole thing, and it's actually become a liability and split the MAGA base for the first time. This whole thing is literally, was Jeffrey Epstein an Israeli Mossad agent? And does the Israeli Mossad have control of our government and our corporate affairs? That's what people say. That's what people want to know. In other words, was there a guy? Was there an Israeli asset, a Mossad guy, who belonged to intelligence, who was also helping our intelligence in sort of cross promotional cooperation? And was he? And 40 witnesses, many underage, who said he did X, Y, and Z, which meant he took advantage of me sexually when I was whatever it is. And did somebody in another government have enough pull and power to say, kill it? And they killed it. And since 2009, or whatever it was, 2008, we still don't know anything because nobody wants to be caught holding that hot potato. Nobody. Who did it? Who was the one who said this doesn't go any further? So he'll give his own wing and people on else. Well, you have to be the forensic. You have to. Maybe it comes out that Trump was there with some professionals on the island. Who knows what that is? But I think that he's realizing this ain't going away. And they're a powerful care if Trump was on the island with some Rose. If they're a legal age, I don't care. It's Trump doing Trump shit. That was a different time. I assume all politicians are completely pieces of shit. I mean, it's not even that. You have a much powerful man who are on an island having sex with pros and of age pros. Nobody cares about that. Nobody cares about that. Yeah. What we care about is were there underage, were there 14, 15-year-old girls involved? We know Ghislaine Maxwell was not only convicted of that, but she was convicted of taking part in that. So she was convicted in a court of law. But why have no other names been made of what's going on here? Well, there might be very powerful forces saying, shut up. Of course, yeah. So, that's what's going on. It's kind of fake beast. Guess what shirt I'm wearing, Brad? Guess what shirt I'm wearing? True Classic. Of course. Always wearing white tee. True Classic. If I look crisp and sharp, if I cut a beautiful figure, it's because I'm wearing simple but elegant design. And that's called True Classic. You can get Target and Costco. Go to trueclassic.com/fighter. And then you get your essentials like white tee, black tee. I only wear white tees all the time. It's always True Classic. Now you're probably gonna see True Classic at UC 319. They're being locked on. They're big boys now. They're in Costco. They're in Target. As I told you, or go to trueclassic.com/fighter and get hooked up today. It's True Classic. They make. I'm looking hands down. The best shirts of all time. They have joggers, button-ups, chinos, back-to-school shit for you, yourself, barbecues, or date night. They have it all. Go to trueclassic.com. I've been wearing this stuff. Washed it 100 times. And look at it. It's great quality. Get it. This guy is going to cut going viral for a police officer in Havana. And I'll just play the video because it'll make more sense when I play the video.
Yeah, let me tell you how to cut it out. I said, clean up.
I think a lot of people grow up going to black schools and stuff like that. It's just that you're around, you mimic who you grew up around. Yeah. You know, do you remember the Mackenzie Gerd thing? Yeah. So she was almost exactly an American person, and then suddenly she's got this. That was a little bit strange. Okay. Yeah, there's some of that stuff. There was another person like that who was it the wife of someone who his wife would become saying, and they find out she was like, come on, it's a cucumber. Why are you putting a fucking egg into it? And she found out. That's so embarrassing. So she said she was born in the United Spain, and then her class. Now, have you ever been around like dude who will talk to you and hanging out? He's talking to you. I've seen you. Yeah, well, damn, dog. I'm speaking a lot of different languages. You're the most guilty person I've seen. You get around a black guy, like, damn, that's crazy, dog. I'm sorry. I would love to agree with you. Yeah, you love this. I don't do that. I might go for that. Oh, shit. Big dog. No, I have seen though. I have with black men who will talk to us, and then I'll see them go right over here to something that switch it up. They switch it up. And like that's called the road switch. It's just a language. Have you ever seen when Obama, when he's being the U.S. basketball team, he's like shaking hands, and he's like, it's great. Bring that up. Let me see that. Because I built that shit so well. Hilarious. Obama greets. That's Obama greets basketball team. Because, it's just a different thing. I played pickup basketball when he was black. Yeah, it is there. Like, it's just he would walk by a black guy like this, they go, and they'd nod to each other. I'm like, how about me? He's like, I'm just gonna remember what they do. It's like, I see it. Jamie Foxx did that. Jamie Foxx said, he goes, see, like, we walk down the street, and there's a white guy, and they go, it's Fox. If he's with, like, he'll see a black woman up here across the street, yo, Fox! Yeah. Let me get a picture, because in our community, it's like, I have something to do with you. Yeah. I have something to do with you. Like, I'm here too, and we're all kind of like, don't be thinking that you're, it's really interesting. And there's a whole dance you play in that sense too. It's pretty wild. He talks about it so fun. It's just culture. You're more comfortable with your own. It's more comfortable. Yeah. By the way, there it is. Actually, too, I'm not even joking. When I'm with my friends, I sort of see stuff you guys say or how you saw it. I'm hanging out here more than going anyone. Yeah, he's big, so. It just happens. Yeah, half my window from where I live. And when I was older, and my lingo comes from New York. Yeah. I went to Jimmy Burke and those guys. You pick up shit. I'll see what's up. Like, I'll see guys. Maybe get certain points like that. But, it's just what you're able to technically go stand there. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, totally. Jerry McFadden, I got so much from him. He was older. He was from New York. And I waited until he was like, hilarious. Yeah. All that stuff. Alright. I never forgot the first time he said that. I was like, I was young, and there was this giant basketball player. Like, it was 6'9", and like an 8, almost with a pro, but like huge. And way better athlete, strong, and got in a fight on the court. But it was just a match. And I remember I said something. I was a karate guy, and I was like, you'd be surprised those guys hit it right. And Jerry looks at me and goes, and Jerry plays huge. Like, he was just trying to play the ball. And Jerry goes like this, and Jerry goes, he's not hearing it. That's fine. And he goes, you know that, right? Not a saying to see Coops. Right? So I've never been around someone that said it or anything like that. I'm at a meeting. These guys are the guys. They know all this shit. They go, dude, what kind of headshot? They go, I'm the Coops for the secretary back then. I can see all the face they go. They're like Texas boys. Like, what do you have? I go, the Coops headers. He goes, Cooks. And I went, it's pronounced Cooks. He was like, I went, dude, I was embarrassed. That's the first time I've ever had someone explain to me.
Hello. One of the most important personal situations we have from the honest period, which is basically towards the end of the first one, is the so-called Yera Rothschild'S, the letter of Rabbi a major source for us to see primarily as a historical text and also as a kind of theological text that is consumed with the discussion of how the Talmud came into existence. It's an exceptionally important source because, with the exception of the Talmud itself, very few sources speak about the Talmud, and this was a major enterprise of the Jews in, let's say, the 2nd through the 5th and 6th century in Babylonia. So knowing how the Talmud came into place, how it was used, how it was developed, how the Jews organized themselves at that time, how they lived in Babylonia, it's really, really an important source for us. Also, it was really one of the few rare sources that we have that speak about Jewish history from the period of Bar Kokhba for several centuries, really, from the 2nd century rebellion against the Romans for several centuries. So it's an extremely important source, even though it is itself distant from some of the central events it describes. Nevertheless, it is a very, very important view into how the Talmud was created. It also gives us a tremendously closer view, of course, of how the Jews organized themselves in the Donut period, which is towards the end of the first millennium. So, what exactly is this book? So, first we should understand the author. Rothschild'S lived from the years 906 to about 1006. Some dispute over the precision of their date, but the the last century of the first millennium was Rob, which is a uniquely Babylonian title. I can only Israel used to call it Rabbi or Rabbi, but in Babylonia they used the term Rab. Babylonia, of course, was the place where so many Jews had migrated from Israel, really from the 6th century before the Common Era, when the Babylonians first destroyed the first temple and exiled the last house of Jews in the Mesopotamian region. But then there was a steady flow of Jews moving to the Mesopotamian river between the Tigris and the Euphrates, where really a millennia, a tremendous number of Jews living there, and it was the 2nd century of Jewish civilization. Maybe the 3rd if you include certain parts of the Nile Delta, but definitely one of the major population sources for Jews outside of the land of Israel in late antiquity. It has a second title, Gaon, which comes from the word Ga'aran, scribe. It's also arrogance, but not in this particular context, obviously. So his name is Rab Shriva, the name Gaon, which is a pride of the community, as it was. This term Gaon in the first millennium was used specifically for people who were the heads of Talmudic establishments, as of course was the case with Rothschild'S. He also has an important element of the lineage because he comes from a family of exilarchs. That is the race Galusa in Aramaic. The exilarchs were not very well understood. We still have a lot of those in our historical knowledge of who they were and what they did and what exactly their authority was. But this is basically some kind of quasi-political position that was afforded to a particular Jewish individual and his family, usually because they could claim descent from King David, and the Babylonians regarded them as somehow the heads of the Jewish community. That's in fact what the term exilarch means. Archos in Greek means leader, and exile, of course, in exile. Or in Aramaic, Rish Galusa, the head of the exile, the head of the Jews living outside Israel, the head of the expat, if you will. we still don't know a lot about even Zechariah's work and how they related to the Galileans, to the rabbi, but again, Rothschild'S connected both parts of his family to the rabbi and to the exiles. His first teacher was his father, Hanina, and he was also taught by his grandfather, Rabbi Yehuda, who were also before. Now, what exactly was his position? He was associated with one of the greatest establishments of Talmudic learning in history, the village or city of Pavlivka. You can see in this map that shows you where Pavlivka was. You can see there's two major rivers in Mesopotamia. In fact, that means between the rivers, the Euphrates and the Tigris. The oldest of the academies is Sheva. The newer one is Pavlivka, and the two of them had a rivalry that lasted centuries. Shura was the older, Rothschild'S was associated with the younger Pavlivka. And when he took it over, Pavlivka was really in decline. Rothschild'S was very instrumental in turning that around in two particular ways. The first is he remonstrated with the surrounding Jewish population, saying that it is a communal obligation to support institutions of higher learning, which is something that I working for Torah College, I certainly resonate with. And he insisted that they have to do their part to support the people who are toiling away in scholarship. And that actually really firmed up the financial foundation of the Yeshiva of Pavlivka. And secondly, he connected with many other communities in rapidly expanding diaspora of Jews and insisted on the centrality of attaining the yeshivas, Torah Pavlivka, as the basis of all Talmudic knowledge. Really, this is the place where if you have a question, you've got to send it to your Torah or preferably Chinkiz. So this is essentially what he did. If you have a look at this map here, you can see where Surah is, what would be contemporary Iraq. But there are Jews who are really moving across the coast of North Africa. They're going into Spain. We even have, this map doesn't really show it based on the color code, we have Jewish communities in Rome, we have Jewish communities on the Black Sea, we have Jewish communities even penetrating up into the Frankish kingdom, what would be today France and Germany, with the Ashkenazi communities. So he communicated with all these communities and said that, hey, we can help you out with your questions about how to observe Jewish practice. And that's where this important constellation is. Rabbi Yaakov ben Nissim ben Shaphan of Kairon, which is a city in North Africa, the questions about Shura, because one of these growing Jewish movements at this time was the so-called Karaite movement. It was a fairly new phenomenon, but it was gaining tremendous strength, and in fact, there are still followers of Karaism alive today. The main thrust of the Karaite critique of Judaism was that the Torah was a fabrication, that it was not grounded in some kind of revelation, which is something that rabbis built very dear. The very first line is Pirkei Avot, because Moses received Torah from Sinai, and he passed it on to and so on. And what's referred to there is not just the written words of the Torah, but the so-called oral Torah, which includes later texts that are embodied in the Mishnah, in the Gemara, and so on.
Look at this one.
And so the edifice
Look at this one.
Judaism is really heavily dependent on the authenticity and the authority of the oral Torah. The Karaites said, no, we love the written Torah. That's definitely from God. That came on Sinai. We're going to behave according to every other text, which presented a lot of very interesting problems. But nevertheless, they rejected the oral Torah. And so Rabbi Yaakov ben Nissim ben Shaphan of Kairon said, hey, how am I going to deal with those people? Could you please explain to me, Shmuel Gaon, how the Talmud came into existence? How do you get this document? And how do I essentially defend against the charges of the Karaites? So what Shmuel Gaon wrote back basically a short book-length letter that describes the oral tradition and with tremendous detail on how the Talmuds were formed, how the Jewish communities in Mesopotamia a family that organized under the driving song Absolute Fascination in the year 987. So a really important document. It's true that it separated several hundred years from the text that is described in Gem, but nevertheless it is one of our rare perceptions into how a community regards itself. We'll also say one other very important thing is that fascinatingly, there are many little details that are different from text and Talmud. For example, I mentioned earlier the Bar Kokhba revolt of the 130s. If you look in the Talmud, there's a whole discussion there about the streets of Rabbi Akiva, who was himself a supporter of Bar Kokhba. 24,000 of them died slaves, which the Talmud identifies as Haskara, or in English. So there's a lot of discussion about why they could have died and things like that. The Sheila Brown said, where they went to play, he said it was persecution. They died because of Shmata. They somehow were persecuted. Now that makes perfect sense if you think of Rabbi Akiva's students following their Rebbe in the rebellion against Rome with Bar Kokhba. Because then, of course, they would have been swept up in the Roman counterattacks that ultimately devastated the region of Syria. And perhaps Rabbi Shira Gaon was giving us some new insight into what the Talmud desires to obfuscate behind the term slave, rather than specifically identifying a political cause. Lots of fascinating things like this come out of the letters of Shira Gaon, highly influential. Okay, that was a very quick overview of this document. I hope you found it useful, and I hope you have a chance to look at the letter of Rothschild because it is fascinating.
Will come back again and again, not only throughout the story of the life of Genghis Khan, but it's going to continue on with the feuds and the issues caused by it, all the way into the future. To some extent, in certain parts of the world, you could say it still exists.
So the meeting is fundamentally
One of the things I find especially exciting about ancient history is the way in which archaeology is out.
from that is conceived as
Very, very limited
the biggest contiguous empire.
What I was really interested in was how did this happen? Who was this person?
But
As you know, Wordsworth wrote it, the child is father of the man. And it's the childhood that created him.
that's what I like to talk about a little bit today.
Episode that was
Basically, a one-line
all the things that happened throughout his
tells us
childhood
something about the
made him into
origins
the man
of
that
the
he
Jewish
became.
community in Spain.
And
The
so
very, very
he
first
was
target.
now
Not a lot of data here, but I think
this unusual situation was
solution
created
that we can draw
where a child is going to be born
hypotheses
from
that
a
we can
kidnapped
make
woman
as a
who
result
is
of
being
these
held
data
by strange people.
So what I really want to talk about is the Jewish
And he already had another wife.
Andra is a location
Had a wife named
southern
Sachiko.
part of the
He had at that time already one son. Later he had
Look
another
at it.
son with her.
And
It was a very odd
18th century,
situation.
there was
And
a
in fact, the
grave
father,
discovered
it wasn't even there.
gravestone that
Which
speaks
was
about
born.
the death of a
There
very
was
young
all
girl.
fighting
So
the
really what
Tatars.
we're going to
And
learn
during this
about
campaign
is
against the
what
Tatars,
her father,
Jim
specifically her wife's her father,
one of them
wrote
was
the actual inscription. And what that
which
says
is sort of
in a larger sense
person
of
of
the
mine.
Jewish community of Spain
Sort
in
of a
the
Turk.
early second
But
century.
today,
Let's begin with what do we know about Spain in ancient
so he
Rome?
came back.
The answer is
He had a
not
baby.
too much.
And he
The
decided to
first
name him
reference
Imogen,
to the
person of iron,
region
or Iron
that
Man.
we today know in Spain is actually in the novel.
After the
Look
man
at
he
the
killed.
bucket. Have a look at it here.
His
There is a
kidnapped mother,
reference to
his descendant
the
wife,
Galut Yerushalayim, the
not only
exile
a
of
wife, but his
Jerusalem.
descendant
That is the
kidnapped
people who
wife.
were exiled from the first
He's
exile
named
in
for
the 6th century.
someone his father just killed.
A share of the
It's not
Sfarad,
auspicious
who are
beginning.
in Sfarad.
In fact,
Normally would say, wow, that's
episode
amazing.
after
Look at this.
episode,
There's a
his
very
childhood
early reference to Jews
is
who went
inauspicious.
to Spain
The
and
father
were
and mother
settled there.
both
The
gambled
problem
one
is, we
time.
don't know for
Which
sure
revealed
that
that somehow
what the
they
biblical text
overlooked him
refers
and
to as
forgot him.
Sfarad is the same
left
thing
behind.
as the place that
So here's
later
this young
Jews
child, we
have
don't know what age,
identified
but
with the
they're
Iberian
4 or
Peninsula.
5.
It could be that Sfarad is some other place, and later we
Struck down
attach that
there were
label
other people
to
who
the
died
Iberian
found
Peninsula.
him.
So we're kind of
But
stuck
they
with that.
kept it for a while, and eventually this
Another
reunited with
example,
his
going
father.
a little bit later to the
His
Talmud,
mother.
is a passage in Yevamos,
It's very odd
which
to
is
me
at the bottom of this image here, after all,
8 years old.
the
His father
classic
decided to
name
take him
for
over by the
Spain in Latin
which finding a wife
is
in the Mongolian
yeah,
church
so
means to
Spania
give the
makes
child
sense. It
to
could be a
the
reference to
young
it.
boy to
But
the
once again, we have
and
the
he
same
will
kind
live
of
with them and
connected
they
and
will
also
raise him
this
up and
passage
they
in
will
the
treat him
Talmud
the way they
was
want
probably
before he
recorded
marries
sometime in
their
the 4th
daughter.
century, but we don't know how far back
So he's taking
the
him
oral
along with
traditions
his
that
age.
connected to it really
But
goes.
he didn't take
So
their
it's not
mother's son for
terribly
the other
early and
wife.
not
But he
terribly accurate. By the way, while I have you on the stage, the
There was
connection
something
of
about
Spania
language
to
that never been
Spania
lost
is
once.
interesting.
Now whether
We also have
it's
the
you
phrase
or
Don,
married with
or
another family.
Don, which
But
is
now
a
his
kind of
father takes
respected
him along
sir or
at
lord in
his
Spanish.
age.
And the thing
And he was
from
going
the
to take him to his
Don,
to
meaning
his
the same
family.
thing,
But
to
he stopped with
individual
another family. So with the first family, he
translated
came
as Lord,
across.
of course, in the plural,
And
our Lord,
the words of the sea were used
common
to
terms
throw
used to
against
describe
him.
God, but it's
There
used
was
in
fire
common
in his eyes
modern
and
Hebrew
fire in her
words
eyes.
like
He saw this
sir,
girl
Mr.
was about 9
So we
years
really
old.
don't know. Those two Jewish connections
And he
are not
wanted to stay there
necessarily
with
our
their
best
family.
text. But
According
we
to the
do
story.
have a reference now lost, 16th century, that there was an inscription that said,
The way
"This
home,
is the grave of Adoniram,
the father
servant
decided
of King Solomon."
he saw him drinking.
Wow, that would be going back like 3,000 years. And he came to collect taxes and died here.
On the
And
step,
this is
everybody
the
was
book that Moshe Hashem of the
Well, they
Habib,
figured out
but
who
the
he was.
original is totally
But
lost.
supposedly,
And so, given that in the 16th century, there are a
he
lot
got
of
on his
kind of
horse and was able to ride
questionable
back
and
home.
scholarly approaches to the text, because I'm not entirely sure that this is a reliable and
So now,
if it's true, of course, it will place Jewish
the budget
settlements
is
in
off living with
incredibly far back, like really to the biblical period for
somebody
sure,
comes from his
but
family.
it's not so reliable.
Family.
Last set of texts before we look at our protagonist here, that is a Christian text, which are, of course, early Jewish texts, because everybody involved in the early Christian movement is also Jewish. And we have in the Christian scriptures a passage in the book of Romans, chapter 15, where Paul, St. Paul, right, Paul of Tarsus, also known as Paul of Tarsus, writes to the Jewish Christians of Rome, and he mentions in verse 23 of that chapter, having a great desire of these many days to come to you whenever I journey to Spain. Meaning that Paul is making his way from the eastern part of the Mediterranean to Rome, and then onward to Spain. So he's like stopping off, and oh, here's what I see in the some of the travels of Paul, and he's making his way to Rome, which is of course the center of the Italian route, and over to the left is Spain. But you like to think that Paul is going to, because he wants to spread the message of Christianity to a Jewish community there. Unfortunately, it's entirely silent on what that Jewish community is like, or even if there is a Jewish community. So we're kind of like in the dark on that. Later, when we get to the Council of Elvira, in the 4th century, we know a lot more about the Jewish community. So go back to the earliest text we have, we've got amazing inscription, which is referred to as the inscription of the Jewess of Adrian. Like the inscription about Adoniram, the original is lost. However, we do have a much more scholarly transcription that was made in the year 1783 by Juan de Mariana, who has a much better, at least 18th century historical scholarship. And he records a one-line in Latin that we can follow. There's some kind of ellipsis, nothing missing from the original stone, and it ends with the letters NIA. And then there is kind of an asterisk, which indicates basically words. We would never use actual words like that in space, but in Latin it was common to squeeze everything together in one big paragraph without any spaces. Later they evolved like the addition of like dots and things like that. Then it says, so after that, yeah, it says Salo, and there's a couple letters probably wiped out. Salomon, meaning of Solomon. Someone named Dia, the daughter of Solomon, on, one year old, men's blindfold, or unsold. Notice that the way that the Roman numbers are calculated with 4 lines rather than IV, which that is earlier transcription. So, one day, let's just think about this for
But I think the correct word would be enslaved. They put him into like a box would wear. And so his two arms.
And it's dated, by the way, to the second century.
He's trapped in this thing.
Hundred.
Every night he would be taken to a different care regarded by the family.
So hang on here.
One night there
Know
was
that someone
celebrations
named
of all the
Solomon
people were drinking.
lived
And he slept with a boy who was
and
not
had
very
a
smart.
daughter positively
And the boy managed to take the cake.
Solomon is, of course,
Yoke that he
very
was trapped in.
Jewish
And
name.
use it as a weapon.
But notice that he doesn't
Turning it
say
around
it's not
very
written
quickly,
in
hitting the boy in the head,
Latin,
knocking him out.
which indicates that
So the first
it was
lessons for all
normal
those
for
that are
Jews to
anything
put
that
something
moves
as
is a weapon.
significant as a gravestone
This is
in
going to
the
go on for generations.
language. We see that in other places like the catacombs
He
and
did
Rome, for
not
example, where you
raise
have
him up in the
Jewish
night
scriptures as well. And they
and
tend to alternate
jumped
to
into the
Greek,
river
Latin,
to hide.
Hebrew,
He still
Aramaic,
got a
they use
catwalk.
different languages. But
He's
this
still
indicates that
trapped under there.
he was
The
most
people are
likely
looking for
well
him. They
assimilated
come out
into
and up
culture,
and down the
especially
river,
because we don't
and
have
he's hiding
a similar
underneath the
Hebrew
water for
text
the most
along
part,
with it.
trying to breathe as best he can. But
Note
it's
that
dark
he
and
was
it protects
obviously
him a little bit.
proud that she was
They give up
Jewish,
and they
his
say, okay,
daughter
come
was
back
Jewish,
tomorrow.
but
He can't
that
possibly
how
escape.
marks her, there was a religious component
The
as
next
well.
day he knew one
And
family
what
that he
how
thought he could go to.
derived from the fact
And he was right. He went to that
really
family
drills down
at a great risk to themselves. They, in fact, were captive and
1 year
tried to
format
register themselves. They
that was
managed
how
to solve
precious her
the
time
gang
was
and
with
burn it in
him
their fire.
that he could
And
report
they
it
gave
down
him
to
food
the
to escape.
could have simply said
And then he had to
that
go
we're
find his
old,
family.
could have simply said it
So
Judea,
this is the kind of
and
life
that said specifically how
that this
long
boy Temujin had.
with
So
she
he,
was with
just to be clear, is the
an
neck is
indication
trapped
of
and
the
the
exception
hands are trapped.
We think
It
that's
was
how it
also,
is.
of course,
We just
that
have the
even
word.
though
They
this
don't
is
say the head and the hands, but
female
we know
child,
that his body is
does not
trapped.
necessarily have a high level
Evidence
of
we have
value in
is the
society
hands
that
and
be patriarchal and also tend to accept a high degree of infant mortality as a matter of course.
then he has to go
Nevertheless,
find wherever his
she
family
is
is.
her own grave marker. Again, something
in
which
part
was
was
not
foundation
was normal
of his
for
breaking
everyone.
with Mongol tradition
So
and
what does
kinship.
it say about the Jewish community of
Most
Spain?
important thing
Not a
of all
lot.
else.
However,
Because
what it
here
does
is
give
one
us
story where he's
is the sense that
abandoned
there was
over
a
and over.
small outburst that has at least one Jewish man with his heart, presumably the rest of his family was as well, and that they were probably well integrated into Roman society because he was using the Latin language for something as important as a great self, and that he wanted to maintain his distinct identity, his daughter's distinct identity, specifically indicating that they were Jewish. There was a pride in Jewish identity.
You mentioned
No
that
matter how possibly
Genghis
assimilated they
Khan's
were,
child
just from the language of the
intelligence
text as
was
well.
marked by
And
extreme
most
travel
powerful
violence.
speaking
Can you
books
describe
across Europe for 2,000
the
years of
state
time
of affairs in the steppe? How much
love
violence
his
is there? How
father's
much
home
kidnapping is
and
there?
for his
The story
named daughter
to which it is not a unique story for
Hope
that
you found
time.
this just a quick look
Now,
at
as an isolated family outcast, of course, he's not participating in the various feuds and the raids of the people around him. But they are constantly raiding in the winter, and for women and for horses and for any kind of valuables that they can find. It's almost like their way of getting trade goods from China. And one group raids the other in order to find out whatever they have for textiles or metal. Mongols produce nothing. They could produce felt to make their tents, but they were not cramped, and so they had to get these items from somewhere, and it was through raiding. And so the genealogy of Timbuktu, you see going back generation after generation of women having been kidnapped, children born who were not necessarily father's child, it's unclear who the father was. All of these issues go back for a long time. Later, Genghis Khan will realize, once he becomes Genghis Khan, he realized that the true source of most of the feuding on this steppe is over women. And later he will outlaw the kidnapping of women and the sale of women. Part in order because of what happened to his mother, but what happened to him next in his life.
And this is one of the things you talk about. This, in some ways, the love story with his wife was describe her thought as love for this woman and what that means and what the kidnapping of her meant.
At age 16, Martha, the girl he had met when he was years old and she was not, she's now 17, and she and her mother called. It's hard to even imagine what it was like for this 16-year-old boy who had suffered these indignities in life in every way that you can imagine. And suddenly, here is the love of his life, who's going to be living with him happy. He has somebody who loves him, not just his mother running around getting food and trying to feed the 5 children and plus the other wife and her 2 children. No, he has somebody who loves him. I like what that you can imagine, with the fire in the eyes and the excitement, and then it only lasts a few months. So there they are, and there's a lady visiting. You don't know exactly who she is, but just they call her grandmother. Rothschild. I think Rothschild is there, and I think Rothschild is sleeping, of course, on the floor with care, the tent. And early in the morning, she feels the vibrations in the earth, and she knows the horsemen are coming. She rouses the family. Mother Erlund is in charge. Mother Erlund, even though Richard is now married, she puts all of her children on a horse. She takes the baby girl to live in her own lap. She has one extra horse, but she won't take first. Because she knows, she doesn't know who the men are, she has no idea. They're coming in the dark, they're coming forward. They know there's a girl there. This family of outcasts has acquired a wife, and they know that they're coming for that. So she leaves Sachiko, the other wife. She leaves this old lady, Granny Klotz, in fact, she has her own cart, and she leaves first. They pile into Granny's cart. It's only an ox to pull it, so they don't get too far before the attackers get there. But Mother Erlund is right. She's able to get her children off to the mountain, to the mountainside, away from them, because the men are so on this cart, and finding out how many women are in there and who they are. So Mother Erlund saved her family, but at a cost. Suddenly, Temujin realizes he's away his mother. He's lost the most important thing in his life. But I do think this is the defining moment of his life. The story began back when his mother was kidnapped. But now the kidnapping of his life, and he said, what will he do? What should he do? What can he do? Is he going to just resign himself? And is he going to go out for another wife? And he decides that life is not worth living without her. He has found something good in his life. And if he has to die trying to get her back, he will die trying to get her back.
And this is the early steps of the military genius. Why? Because in order to get her back requires an actual organization of troops.
He needs allies. He goes to a man who ruled the Karyan people in central Mongolia, at a little river road where the capital of Ulaanbaatar is today. He was there because that Anhan is a name or formal Han. He goes there because Anhan had been the Lord for his father at one point, and his father had gone on raid. So he went there, and that's a gift. That's because Marsh's mother had brought a sable coat as a gift for Mother Erlund at the time of marriage. So he took the coat, and he took it, and he gave it as a gift to Anhan and asked for his help. Anhan said yes. And he said, I will send some troops, but we need more. And you need to ask Jamaka. You need to ask him to come also. He said, I will send a message to him to get troops.
You have to tell the story of Jamaka. The story of Genghis Khan is one of people abandoning him, being disloyal, happened to Genghis Khan and one of the biggest challenges in the later years of Genghis Khan. So who was Jamaica?
Jamaica was a boy about the same age as Timothy, and his family had entered camp close to where Mother Erdud was living with her children. And so the two boys met during winter time. In fact, they both claimed descent from the same woman of 4 generations earlier, or 5 if I'm not clear. She was a Polihalkai woman who herself was kidnapped. And actually, Jamaica was the descendant of her from the fact that she was pregnant at the moment of kidnapping. And then Timothy descended from her through the new kidnapper, Rothschild, who said sister. So they both, they said almost the same from the same womb. They come from the same historic origin. However, their lives were similar and their fathers very early. But Jamaica also lost the mother. So he grew up in a household of his own. He had no siblings. Like Timothy, like a whole household of no siblings. He grew up with his grandfather, and his grandfather had several wives. So he grew up with a bunch of old women, which later he said he thought was an influence on his life. But the two boys meet. So they come from different backgrounds, and Jamaica is not as deprived by any means as the life of Timothy, but he has a certain form of emotional deprivation, I think, having not had mother, father, siblings, and he lives with these old people. The two boys meet, they become good friends playing on the ice. And so they're playing on the ice, and then very early on, I think when they're about 10 or 11 years old, they decide to make a pact. It's called becoming Anda. Anda is more than a friend. A friend is like in the language, several different types of friendship. But Anda is a friendship beyond a friendship. It's something for life. And they swore that they would be there forever to protect each other, to help each other in every moment. And they exchanged knuckle balls. So each one of them had knuckle balls of robot deer. Knuckle balls are used in these games that they play, but it's also used to forecast the future. You can roll them around, and it's very strange. On the ice, I will say, in wintertime it won't go. It can be up to 50 degrees below zero. It doesn't really matter. I'm never going to see the Celsius or Fahrenheit or whatever it is. But you slide something across the ice, and it's just absolutely smooth like silk, and it goes on for a long way. And if you put your ear down to the ice, you hear this celestial sound that is unlike any sound. It's just like the angels were singing out of their eyes. But once there's this relationship with Anda, then a couple years later they swear it again. But this time there's like the older boys, and they have bows and arrows, and so they exchange arrows with each other. In fact, the text is very specific that Jamaica took the horn cutter off of a 2-year-old calf, and he whittled it down, and then he drilled a hole into it in order to make a whistling arrow, which is used for several purposes. For one was it's used for signals for one thing, from one person to another. But also when you're hunting, if you want the animal in a certain direction, you send a whistling arrow in the opposite direction to make the animal follow you. So the boys in exchange for knuckles, they still had the example. And so they had been close friends. And Han said, okay, Jamaica, raise some troops and go with them. And he did. So the three sent out some troops from Han. He himself did not want to do it. But he sent some troops. And then Jamaica and his troops. And then basically just Temujin and his family. He just had his brothers. So they find the Merkin people of the Silurian River, which flows into Siberia and all into Lake Baikal. They had to go through some extremely rough territory. And we see in this episode, though, Jamaica is already a little bit fierce without necessarily thinking it through carefully. He gives this long speech about all the things they're going to do to the Merkin people. We're going to jump through the smoke hole in the top of the air. We're going to jump in there, and we're going to kill them all. We're going to kill the men and the women and the children. We will destroy these people forever. He has some extremely military violence and rhetoric. And he's also rather critical of the other people. Han's people came late, and he gave this long lecture about we are models, and if we give our word is our promise forever. And rain or sleet or snow, it doesn't matter, we be their own mind. And then, so he's dressing down his superiors, is very aggressive, but he's very helpful. So these troops, they move in on the market camp. They also come in at night. And so there's a small amount of warning because some men are out hunting disables, working men, and they race back to the camp and they tell the people, and the people are getting ready to get out as fast as possible. So Marcia has no idea who's coming. She doesn't want to be kidnapped again. So somebody, so she and grandmother go on and so they're loaded into a cart to go away. So Temujin comes in and there's a full moon at night so they can see what they're doing. And he's really searching for her. He's not paying too much attention to the battle. But he's calling for her and she hears his voice. She knows who it is. She jumps off the cart and she runs to him. And they're reunited. And he grabs her, embraces her, and then he said, this is the goal. This is why we are here. We don't need anything else. It's very clear about that.
And that was his first full-on military engagement.
Yes, aside from the things, yes, his first full-on military engagement. Now, along the way, in addition to escaping all these horrors, he had killed his older half-brother.
And that, too, was a deeply formative experience. What was that? Can you explain in local society the role of the older brother, power struggle there, and, not demoralized, but there's also, the ethical foundation behind
The killing of Victor, that's one of the things that's totally unknown outside of the secret history of Mongols. None of the Persian chronicles, none of the Chinese chronicles, none of them knew about this until the secret history was deciphered and translated. But Victor was the older child of Sachiko, and his son, the older brother, has complete authority over the younger siblings. They have to refer to him with a special pronoun all the time, Tom, and he refers to them as Chi. It's a formality. And his word goes, he is the father in the absence of the father. But also it's quite common that if a man dies and his brothers, he has no brothers or his brothers do not marry his widow, and if he has a son by another, she will become his wife. So it would have been common that Dexter eventually, when he passed through puberty,
perhaps the most salient characteristic of the Jewish people is that, to use the phrase, you're Zen and Dog, you're still here, right? 2,000 years of exile, millennia before that, of tremendous challenges from the peoples around us, and nevertheless, we are here celebrating our culture, exploring our relationship with each other, with the divine. That's really what being Jewish, in my humble opinion, is all about. So that's the theme that we're going to explore is how is it that the Jews managed to survive such existential crises, such challenges to their very being, and only get through them, but even thrive. It's a fascinating conundrum, and I don't think you'll find it with many other populations of this planet. So that's really the theme that we're going to be exploring over the course of the next 12 weeks. So just a quick word, because we are sharing this with the internet. There's about 5,000 or 6,000 people who watch these lectures every single day. So if you don't want to be in the frame, make sure you sit towards the outside of the video there. There is some information that may be a little bit redundant for this particular audience, because most of us here, we actually know each other, we are in the same community, and so many of our values are shared, and so on, our experiences are shared. But let me just back up a little bit. Who exactly are the Jewish people? So 15 million Jewish people in the today, depending on how you want to count them. I'll give you some demographics a little later. That's a little bit smaller than the entire state of New York. And I know that you feel that the entire state of New York is Jewish anyways, but that's about the population we're talking about. A tiny fraction of a percentage of the Jewish population. Just to give you a sense of the scale, if you think of Jews are about 15 million in the world, Chinese Muslims are 15 million in the world. And I've never met a Chinese Muslim, but there are many more Chinese Muslims in the world than there are Jews in the world. We're a tiny little fraction of the population. We are a gregarious people. We like to hang out with each other. We like to argue with each other. Life is with people, as the proverb goes. We are here tonight, in fact, in celebration of that same kind of Jewish value. We're also a highly diverse. One of the things that people on my internet audience seem to be used with is that, Jews are not all Caucasians. There's a wide variety of racial characteristics. African Jews, Asian Jews, and so on. Of course, there are Asian Jews because otherwise, where would we get our food at Christmas Eve? Definitely, there are a whole wide variety of racial characteristics that go with Jews. Jews are also highly unpredictable. Just once you try to cast them in some kind of character, try to say something general about the Jews as a whole, and they go and surprise you. It's not always a pleasant surprise, but in the 20th century, we had some very strong, powerful surprises as Jews, with the emergence of the state of Israel, really reshaped a lot of hundreds of years of character that had adapted to a ghetto environment and were able to heroically create their own state, really out of nothing at the time. They are overall, they possess an irrepressible joie de vivre, a thirst for life, expressed in so many different aspects of their culture and activity, and that's what I think makes them survivors. This is the theme I hope we will return to multiple times over the course of this series. To say we lack a common definition of who is a Jew. We have a very simple definition that is the traditional one that a Jew is secondly born of a Jewish mother or who converts to Judaism. That second clause is really complicated, but the first clause is much simpler. And so in that sense, it has kind of a tribal affiliation. As we know from DNA studies, Jews, hail from all kinds of different populations, and it's hard to see precisely how these common genetic links are made over so many centuries. There are some fascinating studies that point to the common ancestry of most Kohanim, most priests, that they have on the Y chromosome. It takes them all the way back to a single male ancestor about 3,000 years ago, which is pretty much what Aaron the priest would have been. And there's also some fascinating studies that talk about Ashkenazim all being descended from a handful of women in northern Germany about 700 years ago. Fascinating studies, but that will take a little further afield. I would like to tender for our suggestion, however, much more traditional definition of who is a Jew, and this is what God offers in the book of Genesis, when Jacob has his famous scene wrestling with the angel or struggling with the angel, and he receives the new name Yisrael, and it says right there in Genesis 32:28, Israel is someone who struggles with God. So we struggle continually with our relationship with God. We wonder, how could God allow certain things to happen in the world? What are we supposed to do? God, are you being fair to us? These are the kinds of questions that plague the Jewish consciousness for centuries, and it unites us even as it is one of dynamic tension. And you can see even in this picture by Rembrandt here, there's an obvious problem. We have to just add a little to Yaakov, so it falls into place. Struggling with God all the time. Okay, that's enough for sort of the philosophical overview. I want to take a few minutes now just to speak about choreography, which is essentially the inevitable part of historical theory that must precede the actual discussion of history itself. I will try not to take too much time with this, but this is actually a very important element to understanding the foundations of the historical research that I hope to be speaking about in a moment. So, even though I've given you kind of this glowing model of Jews surviving despite adversity and so on, is traditional short version how they tried to kill us. We survived at peace, everybody knows, but there's a lot of periods in Jewish history which are not so sanguine. They're not so hopeful and not so really cheerful, enthusiastic, things that we not necessarily so proud of. This picture here, for example, which dates from the 8th century before the Common Era, shows King Jehu, you can see stone, a supplicant, and he is showing obeisance to an Assyrian conqueror. So we definitely have moments in our history which we're not necessarily so proud of, but they nevertheless are part of the fabric of Jewish identity as a whole. Let us begin our discussion of biblical history, because we're starting with the most difficult part of Jewish history as a whole, theoretically, the most difficult part to study, and I'd like to introduce you to the thought of Jacques Derrida. Those of you who have studied the humanities are no doubt familiar with his work. Derrida is one of the early postmodern thinkers. He's Jewish, of course, as anyone who's going to disrupt the natural order is definitely going to reach. And Derrida suggested a philosophical model of approaching reality that first reverberated within the humanities, cultural studies, and then over the course of the 20th century began to penetrate the social studies, and now it's actually affecting the sciences. I'm not going to go into great detail as to what postmodernism is, but I would like to take you to one of his most famous, which is Il n'y a pas de hors texte, which literally translates as there is no outside text. Some people have translated even so far as to say there is no reality, only language. We're not going to unpack the English is actually a mistranslation, but the idea that there is no outside text is crucial to understanding the biblical theory. What do I mean by that? So what is an outside text? The way to look at the Bible is to consider it like a puzzle, right? It is specifically like this puzzle here, the Action Bible jigsaw puzzle. I just found it on the internet. I wanted to order all the series because it had action figures inside it, so that was really great. But, we have this Bible that is a phenomenal source of Jewish history. My gosh, it starts with us right at the very beginning, takes us through this arc of development of characters of tremendous profundity, and gives the whole story of how the Jews came to be, how they have lost their nation, how they regained it, how they lost it. Phenomenal amount of material in it. And it is a lot like the outside of a puzzle box, right? The picture on the outside is a guide for what is inside the box. And this is basically, before the 20th century, how virtually everybody looked at Tanakh, trying to understand it as a historical document and applying the information there backwards to history. And then when things came along that confirmed the picture on the outside, we said, Shabbat. So that's fantastic. Like, for example, this one here, this is the Tel Dan Stele, which was found in Israel. It dates from the 9th century before the Common Era. And it has, you can see here in this chopped in part, it actually has in the Old Hebrew script the phrase, Beit David, the house of David. So we see fantastic. We have these amazing Bible stories about Melech David, King David, and look, here is a reference to the house of David from the 9th century. This bastard word confirms the Bible. And for much of the 20th century, that's how archaeology worked with the Bible as a text, trying to determine Jewish history, looking at the Bible as the template, the outside of the picture, and then whenever any piece of data was found that could fit into that, was fantastic. We had a huge celebration. There was Kiddush, the marrying, everyone was pleased. However, historians who do not necessarily start with that background say, no, it's much more complex. It's kind of like this. There's no picture in the box, and we are confronted with a whole bunch of puzzle pieces. So we're going to start figuring this out. We're going to lay it all out, and we're going to see what the puzzle looks like. But we can't use outside of the box as a template to figure out what is inside, what the puzzle pieces actually look like. Archaeology is still a very young discipline. It's very inexact. It's much more art than science in many ways. And it is very easy to distort the historical records through archaeological finds to either support or deny the veracity of the Bible. So archaeologists and historians in particular have therefore found themselves somewhere on a spectrum between two poles. On the one hand, you have maximalists. These are people, probably like myself and yourself, who believe in the validity of the Torah as a God-given document, and look at it and say, this is my history. And then when we find archaeological evidence, we fit it into that picture, just like we use the outside text. We use the puzzle box as our guide for exploring Jewish history. That is, a time-honored way to study history is the Word of God, whatever exactly that means. The Bible begins in Medias Res. It was only given to Moses at Sinai hundreds of years after the events that it describes, the warning of Abraham, the creation, and so on. So minimalists say you have to forget about the Bible, just look at the puzzle pieces, and fit them together as best you can, and that's going to be your history. Naturally, minimalist historians come up with radically different versions of ancient Jewish history that we would find shocking and very contrary to our accepted notions of where we come from and who we are as a people. We're not going to go too far down that road because we are, after all, in shul, and we are going to celebrate our common history. But I'm pointing out to you that the state of the field right now is very much in flux. The tension between the so-called maximalists and so-called minimalists, and I will state, by the way, most archaeologists and historians find themselves somewhere between those two poles. It's very hard to find a complete maximalist who's actually got a job or tenure in university, and it's also very hard to find a minimalist who is so blinded to say, I'm not going to use the Bible for any information regarding history. But that's essentially what is the crisis in determining the actual history based on this rare text. These thoughts, which I introduced you through the words of Gary Dodd, there's no outside text, there's no guide like the Quran to give us direction as to how to understand the ancient period. This has phenomenal implications for a lot more than Jewish history. It has phenomenal, existential challenges to Yiddishkeit in general. And very few people have actually engaged with these things. The one exception is Rothschild'S, shown here, who is known as the postmodern thinker of Judaism and has tried to deal with Derrida's implications for, I believe, in Judaism. Okay, that's it for the theory. Thank God, now we can go straight to the detail here. So let's look at Jewish geography. Where do the Jews come from? Again, the first couple of elements in this lecture are going to be based primarily because we simply do not have an archaeological record that will give us comparable data. The biblical record is really clear, and of course we read it every year. We go through the entire cycle, the first 5 books of Moses, and we explore the origin of Jewish people year after year. We know from the Bible that the origin of Jewish people are in an individual named Abraham and his wife Sarah, and their children and grandchildren, and he hailed originally from Mesopotamia. This region here, so-called between the rivers, this is the river Prat, which is Euphrates in English, and the northern river is the Tigris, known as the Hiddekel in Hebrew. And these two rivers are an extremely old source of human civilization. There's a snow melt that comes down from Turkey every year, and it's actually quite predictable. Like the Nile, there's also a very predictable flooding, and with a series of dams and nations, the people of Mesopotamia were able to develop a very early civilization, the Sumerians and so on. So Abraham comes from this very early part of the world here. This is his hometown, Ur, which comes to him. You can see it has a reconstructed ziggurat there. And he wandered from there on the command of God, left the home. We read the second section of the book of Genesis, his way to the only country in the Middle East without any natural deposits of oil. So just looking at where Israel is located here, and don't get so upset, please, about the ways the lines on the map are drawn. This is taken straight from Wikipedia, and there's a lot of political sensitivities about such things. But note that Israel is at a strategically important location. It is at the crossroads between 3 continents, Africa, Asia, and Europe. Any trade, especially overland trade from Africa through Asia, has to go through Israel. Major ports are established in Israel for the maritime connection as well to the Mesopotamia region here and into satellite map, which shows you a little bit more about how important it is, you can see that you've got all this brown over here, which is essentially desert, and there's a tiny little strip of green here, a tiny little strip where you can actually farm and produce goods for living, for life. So there were two roads that would cut through Israel, the so-called Via Maris, or Derech Hayam, that would go along the coast. This was kind of like the A1A of Israel, and the other was called the Derech Hamelech, or the King's Highway, which has been transplanted, of course, into Brooklyn. And the Derech Hamelech went just inland a bit. But these two routes were extremely important for all overland trade and connected to the maritime trade as well. So Israel was at a strategically important location, and as a result, of course, it was the victim of the depredations of many surrounding cultures for much of its history. You can also get a better sense for the geography, and geography is very important for what historians call la longue durée, the long duration, the long arc of history, which involves many other factors beyond the narrow human activity. You can see here from this map, which does not show vegetation, it shows elevation, that there is a flat land that extends along the coast, and then it's bisected by these mountains here that tend to be very arid. There's desert in the south sun, and there's a tiny amount of water here, the River Jordan, the Kinnear. So Israel is really just a tiny strip of land which has a little bit of arable area, and is the crossroads of many places. Here's another way to look at it. The 3D view, you can see how tiny it is. It's only a fraction, for example, of the state of Florida. I didn't think of lining it up with Long Island, but it's probably about the same size as Long Island, except it's facing straight up instead of Long Island, which is sort of tilted like most of the here. So you can see that the distance from the Jordan River over the mountain range into the lowland is 55 kilometers, that's about 30 miles, and then to the ocean is another 15 kilometers. So you could almost walk in a day from Jordan to the Mediterranean. It's a tiny little waste, a tiny little strip of land, and yet it has such outsized impact, even to this day, on world history. So that's just a little bit of the geographic context. Now, the Jews will be, as we shall discuss, will be dispersed from this land multiple times. What I'd like to do with this slide is just give you a very quick flash forward to the present day, and then we're going to go back to the biblical period in earnest. So how did Jews get from Israel? We have major demographic upheaval in the 6th and the 1st century. This is when conquerors chose to impose population transfer as a way of controlling the rebellious nature of the Jewish people by trying to displace their land. So we have two of those major exiles, and this results in significant population growth in Mesopotamia, where the Talmud would be written, in North Africa, in Egypt, and Tunis, places like that, and even the Italian peninsula, where the Romans would take tens of thousands of slaves to Italy. And then, as you move towards the turn of the millennium, Jews their way further west into Spain, and then up into Europe proper, crossing the Pyrenees. By the time we get to the 13th or 16th centuries, they're moving all the way over into Eastern Europe. So Jews kind of like to make their way initially to the east, to Babylon, and then at the same time westward along the coast of North Africa, and then over time they kind of circle the Mediterranean and their way ultimately in Eastern Europe, where you have the largest concentration. Then in the late 19th and 20th century, you have massive movement of Jews from Eastern Europe in particular to the New World here, the United States of America, Canada, Brazil, South Africa, and so on. Here is one last slide to look at before we go back to the ancient period. This is a representation of the current population of Jews in the world. This is from 2010, something like 13.5 million back then. Debate over how this counts Jews, and you can see that 81% of them live in two places, either in the United States or in the land of Israel, and there are smaller concentrations throughout. So that's the quick version of the entire demographic pattern of Jews to the contemporary period. Okay, we're actually right on time. So let me go to the first temple period, then heading back to our biblical period. So, as I mentioned, in the context of postmodernism, we have two very different sets of information to work with. We have the literary evidence, which is primarily in the Tanakh, the Torah, which is hugely valuable, but not always corroborated by external evidence such as archaeological evidence. What we find from digs, statues and documents and so on, whatever we get from other cultures. I'll show you exactly where those tend to overlap, but the very earliest period is well documented in the Bible and pretty much nowhere else. If we look at the Bible itself, by the way, this is a beautiful Bible. This is the so-called Bible that was published by Rabbi and Abravanel, who were refugees at the during the expulsion of the 15th century, and they published this Bible essentially for Jews who were unable to read Hebrew because they were under Spanish persecution. And it's got this amazing image on the front cover of a ship that's clearly distressed, the mast is broken, there are monsters waiting for them in the ocean, and by choosing an image like this on the cover of the Bible of all texts, really said something about what was so important to them, about how they wanted to express what it was like to be in diaspora and be in danger, but the Bible itself would protect them. I know you're all familiar with the Pentateuch, which essentially means the 5 volumes. There's the first 5 books of Moses, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, which have special religious significance within Judaism. From a historical perspective, you have to add one more, continuing through Joshua. And these give us the outline of a history of the Jews as they emerged from Mesopotamia, settled the land of Israel, endured Egyptian servitude, and then returned to the land of Israel. That arc of Jewish history in the ancient period. Again, unfortunately, looking out would be so fantastic if we could find lots of archaeological evidence that can support this story. What we're left with is the puzzle box, the cover itself that tells us about it. There are many questions that are added to this by historians and archaeologists who say, should we really be using a conquest model for Joshua coming into the land? Perhaps it's more of an indigenous transformation of a local population, perhaps with slaves who are leaving Egypt. But all these models are based on supposition, and they all contradict the biblical model that we have. When we move on from that, we still have a much more detailed history in the so-called early prophets, in the Via de Shonim. The books of Judges, Samuel, and Kings give the heroic story of the golden age of the Jewish monarchy, in particular the reigns of 3 glorious kings, King Saul, King David, his son-in-law, and King Solomon, his grandson. These 3 kings really shaped the Jewish monarchy and represented a high point in Jewish civilization in the period. The most concrete demonstration of which was the construction of the first temple by Solomon. All of these events are broadly known to all of us in this room, of course, and if you're unfamiliar with them, I strongly recommend you just pull out a Bible and read them. They're fascinating, well-developed characters, lots of plot twists, and it was just absolutely fascinating. But we do not, once again, have a lot of historical data to support the story other than itself. Moving to the end of this period, which is primarily described in the Book of Kings, after King Solomon dies, there is a civil war, and the Jews split into 2 distinct kingdoms: the kingdom of Israel to the north, the kingdom of Judah to the south, and as the house is divided, of course, it expands, and ultimately they are conquered by external enemies, and both of them are ultimately dispersed. Let us now turn to the archaeological record. Everything I've said so far, I'm sure, is basically review. You're familiar with this from your studies of Tanakh earlier. So, the archaeological record has some fascinating things. If we go back to the earliest Jews, or Israel, we find things like this amazing figure here. This is from the 18th century before the Common Era, that is the 1700s BCE, and it is what they call an execration figurine. When I first learned about these things, I actually laughed out loud. These are so funny. What are they? So, execration figurines, they're called execration texts, comes from the word excrement, and they're basically like when you don't like someone, what you do is you write this doll, and then you break it. And that's how you express your disgust with this person. And the fact that we call it execration is actually like, they're like, emails that you never send, or at least you kind of do send, you break them and so on. And this is where we get our first references to Israel in archaeology. Here's the text written on this figurine that mentions possibly the city of Jerusalem. But the problem with these execration figures, besides the fact that they're fascinating to themselves, they're primarily useful for topographic information. Like they say the word Jerusalem, I would say great, but they don't say anything about Jerusalem other than the creators of the figurine didn't like Jerusalem. That's all we know. So they're not especially helpful to answer the question of where did the Jewish people come from and so on. They certainly don't support the Bible other than to the extent that there are people in the biblical period who did not like Jews, and that of course would be a huge revelation for all of us. Here is another one. This is actually a fun one. This is the often cited as the earliest clear reference to Jews per se in the archaeological record. This is a so-called Merneptah theory, and it has a long description of what the pharaoh Merneptah did in his lifetime, primarily various peoples that he conquered, and various empires that collapsed under the weight of his attack and so on. And then down here at the bottom, there is this interesting passage which has one little phrase: Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. So archaeologists have, first of all, it's really fascinating. It shows that there was a place called Israel, that Merneptah knew about it, that Merneptah had problems with it. So much makes sense for the figurines we saw earlier. That place just refers to a people. When it says wasted or destroyed or no more, does it mean that the place is no longer extant, or the people have died out? And when we say the word seed, it literally means seed. Is it referring to the weather, right? They don't have any crops, or is it referring to their children, their progeny? We'd like to think it's metaphorical, but this is our first reference to Jews outside of Tanakh in any other. And here's one last one that I'd like to show you here to give you a sense of it. This is the so-called Mesha theory from the 9th century before the Common Era. This was discovered in, and now we get a lot richer picture of how the Jews were perceived. And this is where we begin to see a sort of a convergence of the biblical record and the archaeological record. Prior to this, you really don't have much more than those pieces that I've shown you. But this is the text partway through the theory. It says, I am Mesha, son of Chemoshiati, king of Moab. But Moab would basically be Jordan. So this is a non-Jewish king writing in this theory. And of course, it's a kind of, a monumental architecture. It was meant to stay a long time. It was meant to celebrate the victories and so on. It says, Omri was the king of Israel. For those who study Tanakh, Omri is not really, he doesn't get a lot of play in Tanakh. He's in the book of Kings. His son Achab gets a lot more development than Omri, and he's mentioned in this text as well. But Omri is where you begin to see a lot of soft references in other archaeological sites. So he says, Omri, the king of Israel, oppressed Moab for many days. For Chemosh, the god, was angry with his land, right? Chemosh, the god of the Moabites, was using Omri, the Jewish king, to punish the Moabites. And his son, Achab, succeeded him. He was even worse. Ahab and Jezebel, right? And he also said, I will oppress Moab. In my days did he say so. But I looked down on him, this is the king of Moab speaking. I looked down on him and his house, and Israel has gone to ruin. Yes, it has gone to ruin forever. I'd just like you to observe for a moment here. Is there a pattern developing you see? The 18th century, the 13th, to the 9th century, it seems that a lot of the neighbors don't like the Jews, and they're contradicting that they're broken out. We want to take care of the Jews. This is essentially the story of Jewish history. Unfortunately, right up until our own times, they're constantly claiming that they have finally wiped out the Jews, cut the essentially the kind of information we get from much of the archaeological record. So at this point, just to recap for a second, the very earliest parts of the Bible, we have to rely on the Bible for reconstruction of this part because we don't have a lot of archaeological research. With the reign of King Omri in particular, in the Book of Kings, that's when we begin to see a lot of corresponding information developing from founding cultures, which are also becoming much more sophisticated this time. By the time we get to the 6th century, the 8th century before the Common Era, that's when Assyrians attacked the northern kingdom and scared away much of its population. Now, contrary to popular belief, the 10 lost tribes were not removed surgically from the land of Israel. Only a certain portion of those Jews living there were actually removed to Syria. We definitely have interesting correspondences of things like Abrahamic names among Assyrians in various inscriptions indicating that there were Jews who were taken, like the biblical account says, to Assyria. But we have lots of Jews who are still living in the land of Israel. It's not a complete and utter exile. Most of the 10 tribes were never lost. They lost the tribal affiliations, perhaps, and over the vicissitudes of time, we no longer have a clear sense of who belongs to the tribe of God, who belongs to the tribe of Joshua, but most of them still live in the land. Similarly, with the depredations in the south, in Judah, under the Romans, under the Babylonians, there's also not a total emptying out of the Jews. Jews continue to maintain a presence in the land right up until the present day, although it's very tenuous at certain points, particularly in the medieval period. So we have two major exiles, the one in the north that took away much of the leadership of the population in Israel to Assyria, and then in the south, in Judah, taking them down to Babylon, a little further south, to where you would eventually have the trumpet. And then, in the middle of the 6th century, you have the King Cyrus of Persia, who dramatically proclaims, also well described in archaeological record as well as the biblical record. Cyrus proclaims that Jews are limited and may return under Persian supervision to read their temple in Israel. This is the so-called Cyrus cylinder, which records some of the text of those decrees indicating that Jews and others may, follow their own religious proclivities. This institutes the Second Temple period. Now we're talking about the late 6th century, roughly the year 539 and onwards, and they reconstruct the temple that was destroyed by the Babylonians. They basically lived under influence for a couple hundred years without too much incident, and then in the towards the end of the 4th century before the Common Era, Alexander enters the region. Now, I know I spoke here in this room about 4 or 5 weeks ago, and I think I recognize almost all of you from my talk, so I'm not going to go into great detail as to what this meant and what the Hanukkah Rebellion was all about, but I do have to hit some of the highlights so that we understand its impact on Jewish history as a whole. Alexander emerges from Macedon, northern region of Greece, and in an incredible military onslaught, he actually manages to unite these very disparate kingdoms. He conquers the entire eastern Mediterranean. He pushes all the way through the Mesopotamian region and even into Central Asia as far east as Afghanistan. And he unites for the first time all of these cultures under a single cultural rubric, which we'll call for upper Hellenism. Hellenism is Greece. In Greek, and so Hellenism is essentially Greek. There's a lot of things to say about that, but let's just go with them. Hellenism at this time was an extremely highly advanced culture. They had the philosophy of Socrates, which we're still studying today. As it's been said, all philosophy is mere footnotes to Plato, which is Socrates' too. We're still studying the ideas of the Greeks of the 5th century. The thought of Aristotle, huge impact on Jewish thought. I admired, tremendous respect to Aristotle and quoted him liberally. We also had things like the literature of the Greeks, Aeschylus, the great dramas, much of our drama today. I mean, our popular movies and novels and things like that is directly influenced by Greek sense of tragedy and comedy and so on. We are living in many ways very, very Greek lives because of the influence of this culture. And finally, our sciences are heavily dependent on the scientific method of those ancient Greeks. Euclid with his mathematics, Archimedes with physics and so on. This was like a phenomenally advanced culture. They were like Martians that came to the planet and offered something so radically better than what everyone else was doing. Now, Jews are highly syncretic by nature. They're very willing to adopt ideas, fashions, tools that other cultures have proved useful. And so the Jews just completely absorbed Hellenistic values, especially in the cities, places like Jerusalem. There was just tremendous enthusiasm for Hellenism to such a degree that after some years of experience of the Greeks, they began to lose a sense of, how much was too much. When Judaism is going to be submerged, assimilated within Greek culture, that Judaism would never survive. And this is ultimately the Maccabean revolt. Alexander himself died very young. He wanted to push on further east. His troops were exhausted, that we've got to go home. He died on the way back, possibly by alcohol poisoning in his 30s. The empire was divided up amongst his successors, and as you can see from this map, Israel is right at the border of the homeland and the Seleucids. These are successor empires to Alexander. And so Israel went forth between these two empires. For the most part, your average Jew that lived in Israel would not have really cared who was in charge. They still have to pay taxes, but basically they could, live their lives normally. But the urban elites, particularly in Jerusalem, were very much interested in who was in charge because they really wanted to adopt Greek norms to the highest degree possible. As I discussed when we talked about for an hour a few weeks ago, not only were they adopting things like Greek names, Greek math, literature, all kinds of elements of Greek, actually absorbing things we do find really contrary to basic Jewish values, such as, for example, the practice Olympic Games or athletic contests in general, which were always performed totally in the nude. They were, supposed to be a celebration not only of physical skill, also of the beauty of the human form. Like when you watch figure skating or gymnastics or something like that, it's like something amazing to see. So they had this, but they took it to the max by saying you have to perform it in the nude so we can really see, their musculature and things like that. So Jewish boys, when they would go into, compete in these competitions, the Greek audience would look at them and say, look at what the Jews do. They take a perfect specimen of humanity and they touch him up like that. So they were actually Jews who would go through a very primitive form of surgery called epispasm in an attempt to hide the mark of the circumcision, an attempt to look as pre-circumcision as possible. Very painful and smooth operation, but it's referred to in the rabbinic literature as a Mehir Bris Avraham Avinu, someone who denies the covering of Abraham our father. So this just gives you a sense of how far they were willing to go to try to absorb Hellenism. Things came to a head when Antiochus Epiphanes IV came to power in the year 174. He was a complete newcomer to the scene. He had actually been raised in Rome. He had no idea what the local situation on the ground was in Israel, and he kind of clumsily ingratiated himself with various high priests from Jerusalem who would promise him greater and greater treasures from the temple. So ultimately, after the Jews were squabbling between each other over, how they could best please Antiochus, he said, okay, enough of all of this. We're going to right now Hellenize your country because we can't handle this strange and physical God that you have and so on. And he attempted to dramatically turn Israel into a Hellenistic country by defiling the temple. This was a bridge too far. He banned the observance of the Sabbath, banned public study of the Torah, banned circumcision, of course, and we had a popular revolt led initially by Maccabee and then by his very capable son, Yehuda Maccabee, who ultimately threw out the Greeks. This is a Jewish culture primarily because it represented the first time that the Jews were able to define for themselves themselves how much of an external culture they would tolerate and were willing to take up arms to defend that definition of Judaism. This is a picture from Rothschild'S, the death of Eliezer, who was one of the Maccabee brothers, in a rather heroic moment described in the book of Maccabees. There thinks that Antiochus himself is on one of the war elephants that the Syrians had brought into Israel, and he dives under it to try and kill it. He is successful in killing the elephant, but then it collapses on top of him, and he dies of death on the battlefield. So this is a really defining moment for Israeli, for Jewish self-identification, and that is ultimately the message of Hanukkah. It is highly ironic, of course, that it always falls out in December, so that's one of the times of year when Jews have the most pressure to try to conform to secular values and Christian culture. And I myself, I grew up, just as an aside, I was the only Jewish kid in a very, very small town, and I used to feel terrible every Christmas because I never had it, and all my friends had Christmas trees, and somehow I survived. But anyway, so that's now let us take this time to just reflect a little bit as we come to the end of this series. We have covered quite a bit of history. We've gone back from the very earliest period of Jewish history, and we looked at the sources. Once we emerged through the kind of heroic period of the great kings Saul, David, and Solomon, and then we begin to actually see a lot of the biblical records really being reinforced by the archaeological record, especially with King Omri and his son Ahab, where there are multiple points of contact between other records and other biblical texts. The story continues for hundreds of years with the conflict between the Jews' neighbors, initially not ending well for the Jews, but ultimately in a glorious act of rebellion, democracy to define for themselves and really for posterity what it means to be a Jew. And this is perhaps the lesson we should take away from our understanding of this first period of Jewish survival. The existential threat of absorption within a very powerful culture is something that Jews continue to strive with, especially when they're living as a minority within very powerful host cultures. Jews must learn to find a way to identify themselves without ending in conflict with our neighbors, but at the same time staking out the boundaries of what it means to be a Jew in its every truth. So next week, God willing, we will continue the story, and we're going to go to the period of Roman domination, which begins in the year 66 before the Common Era, and through the very complex era of early Christianity. Christianity, of course, is a broader religion to Judaism. The early Christians were all Jewish and represented a breaking away, a breakaway million of global proportions. We'll understand exactly what was going on, I hope, within that very complex time. This, by the way, is from Notre Dame. It is an image of the synagogue as represented as a form of a woman, and the serpent wrapped around her head is indicative of alleged blindness to the truth of Christianity. This is the kind of material that we'll God will discuss next week. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to seeing you next week.
Mongolians, they will wipe the sweat and the dust off the horse by wiping onto their, which is the most sacred part of the body where the soul resides. This is how intimate the relationship is with the horses. And they're hard on them in some ways. They train them very well. They ride them very hard. But the horses are also trained for that.
Last week was very difficult. Actually, look at some of the most difficult, most clearly documented Jewish history. We have to get into deep historiographic theory. Today we're going to do a little bit of theory, but nothing like what we did last week. We're going to look at the period of the Hashmonaim, the Maccabean kings, all the way through the Roman occupation of Israel. So we're talking about basically about the year 165 before the Common Era through 63 before the Common Era came in, and then we'll begin to enter the first century of the Common Era. We will conclude with a longer discussion of of Jewish history in a very important way, both in terms of its origins and much more so in terms of the reverberations that we have throughout the centuries. Next week, God willing, we'll continue with that period and we look at the unfortunate first Roman Jewish war, destruction of the temple, the exile, whatever exactly that meant, the Bar Kokhba revolt, and so on. Hellenism posed a phenomenal challenge to the Jews of ancient Israel. We should recall that the challenge of Hellenism is ongoing. We are still very much engaged in trying to find the right balance between what is appropriate secular influences, the outside world, on our Jewish identity, and how much is really too much. When is it that we cross the line and we end up assimilating and being self-defeating in our identify ourselves as Jews? So that was an incredibly difficult challenge. And the response to it was the Maccabean revolt, which for a brief period of time kind of set a line in the sand. Until this point, to keep it long, we're not going to allow more than this Greek influence into our lives. Now, the reality is, it was very, very short-lived victory. And in fact, Yehuda Maccabee, as we discussed last week, and even more so on a longer lecture a while ago, Yehuda Maccabee, who wanted to fight much harder and longer than his colleagues, he was faced with a lot of war fatigue and a larger population. And many Jews at one point, they decided to make a deal with the Syrian Greeks and say, listen, if you let us go back to the status quo ante, if you let us go back to observing Shabbos the way we used to, learning Torah the way we used to, practicing our own decisions with child rearing and education, things like that, then it'll be fine. We'll continue to recognize you as the overlord, we'll continue to give you tribute and so on. Yehuda Maccabee wanted to fight to the bitter end, but he was, unfortunately, from his position, blindsided by the Jews who were more moderate and wanted to come to some kind of modus vivendi with the Syrians. This is in 164 of the Common Era. We nevertheless were able to kind of mark that as a very important turning point because that's when the temple was liberated and clean from much of its Hellenizing influences. However, almost as soon as the hostilities ceased, we were right back into it again. Even the Maccabees themselves, not so much the immediate family, but certainly the wider society, and especially the urban center in Jerusalem, went straight back to their Hellenizing ways. There's just so much powerful material in the Greek culture, and so the Jews went right back. I say the Jews, I shouldn't really generalize about them, which reminds me of a joke. I have to tell you this joke. I was thinking I would start with this joke, but I told you. So the joke goes like this, I apologize. Maybe I'll cut it out of the internet. Two Jews are walking down the street, and they see a sign in front of the church. We're all going to talk about Christianity, so I go, yeah, thank you. Oh, really? So they're walking in front of the church, and we're talking about Christianity this week, so it's okay to say this, okay, guys? And there's a big sign that says, Christianity, $500. So Shlomi said to Moshe, you know what? I really could use $500. I'm going to say it. And Moshe said, are you kidding? Are you serious? Give up your ancestral heritage. Give up your patrimony. For what? He says, I need $500. I got to do it. So he goes into the church. And Moshe waits outside. He's waiting. Looks at his watch, half an hour. Finally, 2 hours later, he comes back in. And Moshe says to Shlomi, so did you convert to Christianity? Did you get $500? And Moshe looked and said, "It's for you people." As we shall see, even after this great conflagration of the Maccabean revolt, once again the social tensions of trying to figure out what's the appropriate measure of Hellenizing values and culture and society in Jewish identity continue to plague the Jewish population. It also led to heavy factionalism, where it's very clearly defined and highly oppositional camps. This continued right from the period of the early Maccabees all the way through the Roman occupation and into the first century. We'll see it very clearly when we get to the New Testament, the Christian scriptures, and look at the factionalism that goes there. So this is a very dark and difficult period of Jewish history that refers to, an ongoing intellectual Here's will come a cultural struggle that sought to define what it meant to be Jewish. As I think about this, I reflect on the fact that, when we study in day school and things like that, we get this sort of impression that, the Greeks tried to oppress us, and we fought back, and we kicked them out of the country, and everything was fine. And then somehow things all, within a couple of years, they all fell apart again. The reality is they fell apart, within the first decade after the Hanukkah rebellion. We did not take that military victory and translate it effectively into a social victory. The values did not penetrate the larger society, and as a result, the victims were still evident in the original speech. Okay, so let us, that's the factionalism ultimately leads to the national decay and the ease with which the Romans were able to occupy the country a few decades. Let us go into the sources and just do a little bit of historiography to understand how do we know all this stuff, where do we get all the information. So there are a few really important sources that we will use this week, and we will also return to the next week that they're crucial for the ancient period as a whole. The first is the Flavius Josephus. The great news for us is that Josephus, for his era, was a remarkable historian. Really, so fortunate to have someone with such a grasp of the scope of human activity, art, the narrative art of events, the ability to capture in very gripping prose the drama of human history. The bad news about Josephus is it's Josephus that's writing these words. I'll tell you what I mean by that. Josephus is an extremely complex figure, politically, personally, religiously, socially. And it's very difficult to tease out what exactly is Josephus trying to do. A very quick biographical note. Josephus comes from a fairly exalted family. He was a Kohen and associated with the observance of the family. He was born in 37 of the Common Era. He was of an aristocratic family. He went to Rome on a delegation as a young man, very impressed with Roman civilization. And when the first Roman-Jewish War broke out in 66, he ended up joining the Jewish rebels, trying to throw off the Roman yoke. But he shortly discovered that although he was a brilliant military commander, how do we know, by the way, that he was a brilliant military commander? Yeah, because Josephus told us, right? So Josephus, he tells us all kinds of things, like, when he was 14 years old, all the rabbis came in with their questions and stuff. It's a rather amazing biography. But at any rate, he decided, in a rather cool story that we'll probably explore a little bit more next week, he switches sides and joins the Romans. And he ultimately climbs up the ladder and he becomes the official court historian of Vespasian Emperor, Vespasian himself, and he is responsible for writing the officially approved Roman history of the First Jewish War. It's an amazing work. Apparently, Josephus wrote an earlier version in Aramaic, which was the Jewish vernacular at the time, and it might have been very different, but we don't know what he would have said to his compatriots. What he did do was he wrote in Greek, which was the primary language of learning at that time, and widely circulated. And so he's writing for his Roman captors. So everything we read about Josephus, we have to read through this lens of he's writing for an audience of one, like Vespasian, who is his sponsor, and in fact, he takes his name, Flavius Josephus. It's hard to kind of read past that immediate political bias, but nevertheless, very important source. We will read him critically over the course of today and next week. Another interesting thing, why did Josephus survive when so many great historians of the period did not? Why? We know that there are many other drafts and fragments that are preserved in quotation in Josephus and elsewhere. One of the reasons why he survived is because he is really a talented historian, and also he was a shameless plagiarist. Whenever he found a really good piece of history, he stuck it in there, and it didn't really matter who actually wrote it originally. He just put his name on it. So we have a lot of things that he went through all the Roman archives. He had great access to sources, and he preserved a lot of it under his own. The second reason that Josephus survived is because he was a big hit with Christians. in particular for this passage called the Testimonium of Flavianus, which is one passage that occurs in Josephus' works that refers to Jesus. Now, most scholars believe that this is an artificial interpolation by an over-enthusiastic Christian copyist who wanted to say, well, how is it possible you have this historian living in first century Israel and he writes nothing about Jesus? How is that possible? There's also interesting passages, by the way, about John the Baptist. So it could be that this is completely fabricated. There are, however, some scholars who defend it as authentic, or at least based on some authentic kernels. But the kind of weird things about it, for example, it says here, about this time there lived Jesus, a wise man. If indeed one ought to call him a man, right? That's a very kind of Christological statement, like he's not a human being, he is divine. And that's not the typical thing that a Jew would write at the time, at least not a Christian Jew. For he is one who performs surprising deeds, was a teacher, etc., etc. One of our Jews, many Jews coming in the Greek, he was the Christ. Christ is the Greek term Christos, which comes from the Hebrew term Mashiach, or Mashua, meaning anointed one. Right? And of course, we read the Tanakh where, Saul, David, and Solomon, of course, are anointed with oil. So he was the anointed one, which in Jewish thought, particularly first century Jewish thought, means he was the appointed political, military, spiritual leader of the Jews. Just like King David is considered Mashiach, and the template for Mashiach, he was a warrior, a soldier, a general. He was also a poet. He was also a philosopher. All these things. So this is a kind of a strong statement to make. It's as if you're saying, oh, and by the way, in the middle of this history, which I'm going to get right back to now, that Martians landed on the planet. We were all amazed, and then we don't say anything about it for another 19 books, which is a bizarre statement, and lends credence to the idea that this really is inserted by a later passage. Nevertheless, this passage really helps preserve Josephus as an ancient manuscript, and eventually it was published in the 16th century, I believe. The earliest citation of the Testimonium Flavianum is from the church historian Eusebius, which is quite early, 4th century, about the year 324, which is so, but I'll leave that with you if you want to do further research. Anyway, that's Josephus, a very important source for this period. We also have some interesting apocryphal books that survived. We looked at a little bit of this last week, the book of the Maccabees, which is not included in, but it was written around the same time as many of the later books of Tanakh were composed. The rabbis, if you're familiar with a few of the passages in the Talmud, they go to some of the great works of that period, and they either say thumbs up, they can be, canonized, and they have debate. So it's like Song of Songs, which is pretty racy. It's just read it as a simple translation. Ecclesiastes, which Song of Solomon, which also has some pretty cynical things in it, like the, Kesef Yana Esakol, money answers everything. That's that is a statement of fact, but it is one of these cynical things that you wonder should it really be included in the Tanakh. The rabbis said yes to many books, many others they simply said no. For one reason or another, theological or whatnot, they said this cannot be included in Tanakh. It was preserved in other traditions, like the book of Maccabees, the book of Tobit, and so on, and we have access to them, but they are not canonized in the Jewish scriptures. That has a lot of tremendous value for our period. We also have, of course, the Talmud, which is a difficult source to work with because it's not typically trying to deliver historical information. It's trying to deliver ethical, philosophical, halakhic information, legal information, and it might be that historical elements are relevant to that discussion, but it's not ultimately the main aspect. We'll see, especially when we look at early Christianity, the Talmud does have some really important individual passages here about the birth of the church, and they have strong opinions about what that meant, but by and large, it doesn't give us a lot of historical information like Josephus does. An ultimate example is we also have the Dead Sea Scrolls, which were found in the Qumran region near the Dead Sea. This amazing mid-20th century find of these scrolls, which were apparently written by some of the really bizarre, outlandish groups, possibly as scenes, as Josephus defines them, but they left behind these amazing works, sometimes copied sections from other books cherished by the Jews, the Book of Psalms, for example, and sometimes things that have no other reflections in any other Jewish work, and we're still deciphering the Dead Sea Scrolls before history. Finally, and perhaps not surprisingly, we have Christian scriptures. The Gospels, the New Testament as a whole. That term New Testament is theologically loaded because it implies that the Old Testament out of date, right? You need to get a Windows upgrade. You've got to get a patch for the bugs in the old software, which is not necessarily how Jews would do, but pardon me if I use that terminology. The New Testament is essentially a Jewish work. It's written around the same time as many of these other works are composed. It's brought into textual form around the same time, give or take, of the Mishnah, for example. Although the Mishnah is relying on further oral traditions, nevertheless, it's being composed in some kind of recorded document at the same time, and it's written by Jews, largely for a Jewish audience, and it has tremendous historical data for our purposes. Obviously, still within a religious context. By the way, you can tell this guy is not Jewish. How do you know? Lots of reasons. You can look at the icon in the background. Also, there's no Rashi there. He's not even learning with his fingers at all. And of course, he has no Chinese food on his desk. And there's a lot of room. Okay, so that's it for the theoretical orientation to the main primary sources that we'll be relying on for tonight's presentation. Obviously, there's a very large secondary material that extends to the 21st century, but we're focusing on the primary sources. So the Hasmoneans, another name for the Maccabee kings that succeeded the successful Chronicle rebellion. The Talmud basically glosses over many of their less than desirable and tends to focus on a fairly narrow band of transgressions. The most significant of which is that the Hashmonaim, the Maccabees, not really the Maccabee family itself, but their descendants, arrogated themselves both the role of high priests, all right, Kohen Gadol, and kings. As you can see, for example, in this coin from Antigonus, which is one of the Maccabean kings from the first century of the era. It's not easy to read it here, but on one side you have a Paleo-Hebrew Kohen Gadol, who refers to himself as the high priest, and on the other side, the obverse, is written in Greek letters, Basileos, which means king. And the Talmud says that based really on a reading of a particular verse in the Bible, they really should be separate. It's not appropriate for a Kohen Gadol to also be the king. There should be a separation between these two institutions, and to arrogate both of those for one family is definitely not okay. Now, this is true that the Maccabee descendants, the Hashmonaim, did focus power in themselves in this way, but when you actually look at the historical data, oh my gosh, this is the smallest I think they're involved in. And I have to say, it's deeply disconceived that within a generation of the very independent, spirited, and religiously motivated comic rebellion, they're committing patricide, and they are arresting each other and torturing each other, and they are marrying people they shouldn't marry, and they are divorcing those people to marry other people they shouldn't marry, and it's just a whole litany of, it's really disappointing because it reads like a Shakespearean tragedy and just one leader after another. The Hashmonaim do not live up to the exalted view that we would like to have of the Jewish king. A couple of exceptions that I think are interesting for historical purposes. Yochanan Hirkanes here, one of the major leaders, he was from 134 to 104 before the Common Era, and he was a remarkably effective military leader. One of the most significant things that he did is he took the tiny Maccabean state and he expanded significantly to the south, to the other side of north into Samaria, and he significantly expands the boundaries of the kingdom. What's especially important for us in our period is that he takes his forces to the south, to Idumea, and he conquers the non-Jewish tribes living there, the Idumeans, And in what appears to be a one-off in Jewish history, he forcibly converts the Idumeans to Judaism. He forcibly requires them to take on circumcision, forcibly requires them to observe at least the externalities of Jewish practice, the Sabbath, kosher. I don't know exactly how well this was policed, but from the Idumeans came a punishment to the Jews. That punishment was named Herod. King Herod was descended from the Idumeans, and it usually traced back to John Hyrcanus's ill-timed decision to forcibly convert anyone to Judaism. And by the way, this is like the halakhic source why ever since then Jews have never coerced people to become Jewish, and there's theological ramifications behind that as well. But there's a high point a little bit later with Shlomo Hamalka, one of the most beloved of the queens of the period. Sometimes she's rendered as Salome Alexandra, and in the Talmud she is called Shlomzion, Shalzion, a few different varieties of Shlomzion. Unlike her husband, who predeceased her, who was known for being an extreme persecutor of the rabbis in particular, it's said that he actually crucified thousands of rabbis. Perhaps an exaggeration, but crucify anyone is awful. And she represented a kind of a turn back towards the rabbis, and she was considered a great friend of Jewish. Under her rule, that the rabbis began to reassert themselves after their Hellenizing influences had pushed the rabbis aside. And the Talmud says that during her reign, the land was an unusual amount of produce, that it seems like there was a pathetic fallacy that even the land itself was responded to her rule. It was, however, short-lived. Immediately, just before she died, she became ill. Her sons got into a civil war conflict. She had named one of her sons, also named after her husband, that he should be the next ruler. Her son said, "No, I really should be the ruler. My older brother is pathetic," and they immediately began to fight. Shlomzion died. That fight could be resolved, but it almost immediately spiraled out of control. These two brothers managed to find a truce by dividing authority, which ironically was exactly what the rabbis wanted to happen. In that one brother said, "Okay, I'm going to be king, and you, the more reticent, the more receding brother, you're going to be the high priest, the Kohen Gadol." But Antipas, who was one of these Idumeans, said, "No, this is not going to work. I don't want," I think his name was Antigonus, "I don't want Antigonus as an Aristobulus." There's so many Aristobuluses and Antigonuses. Maybe it should be Aristobuli and Antigonus. But there's, anyway, this Idumean named Antipater said, "You know what, I do not want to have this particular brother in charge. I'd rather have the Kohen brother Hyrcanus be in charge, because I can dominate him more." And so he, to use the Idumean phrase, he mished the Rhine. He got involved and began to stir up the locusts, and he invited the Nabateans from across the Jordan River to get involved in the fight, and it immediately blew up again, the civil war between these two brothers. General Pompey, who's shown here on the left, a Roman general. Rome is always kind of like floating around the outside here. Rome is not directly involved in any of these conflicts, but they are becoming a very important player on the geopolitical scene of the Eastern Mediterranean, very active up in Syria, very active in Egypt. And General Pompey, who happens to be in Syria at the time, he hears that there is this, troubling civil war going on between these two brothers, and he figures I'll go down to Israel and I will see if there's any benefit to be had from this conflict for them. Both of the brothers, warring with each other, vie for Rome's attention, and they outdo each other by giving bribes to Pompey, hugely expensive gifts. And Pompey essentially realizes, Rome doesn't have to choose a side here. We can just simply take it over ourselves. So in fact, in the year 63 before the Common Era, he simply does away with these weak, ineffective, and brothers, and he takes direct control, sacks the temple, and amazingly, he decides to broach the confines of the Kodesh Kedoshim itself. He's always heard about the Jewish religion, and he wants to know, what's Chutzpah? What do people do in the Jewish religion? And he wants to go into the Holy of Holies, which of course could only be entered by the high priest, and only on Yom Kippur, the holiest day of the year. He goes in himself, and he comes out disgusted. He says, "There's nothing in there. There's no statue. It's ridiculous." Also, decides to really make his mark by defiling the temple by bringing a prostitute with him to the holiest temple grounds. There, performing an act that has gone down in Jewish history as part of the cycle of fast days that happened. That marks the end of the experiment of the Maccabees. A hugely degrading moment. Roughly 100 years after the Hanukkah rebellion, Jerusalem is no longer independent in any way, shape, or form, and the temple is completely under the control of the Roman authorities. However, we should understand how the Romans intended to rule. So there was something called the Pax Romana, the Roman peace, and this was always said by the inhabitants of the Roman Empire with tongue-in-cheek. The Romans, their method of governance was really something novel in the historical annals of time, in that they were not specifically interested in dominating the population and eradicating their individuality. Really what they did was simply exploit the population in the most effective manner possible to increasingly take tribute from land, to expand their boundaries, and they had no real special interest in destroying any civilization that they conquered. There were some, especially the German tribes, that began to pester them, and they had a different attitude towards them. But the Jews, especially in the first century before the Common Era, they were to simply say, "Okay, we're fine. We are going to take over now, and you can go back to running things the way you do, as long as you continue to give us tribute, as long as you follow our basic, religion that doesn't really put too many demands on you. We will even give you lots of privileges. Your nobility gets to be Roman citizens. All kinds of, they would co-opt the highest members of society, and it was a very, very effective method of governance. And by and large, unless you were a slave, and there were a tremendous number of slaves in Roman society, but if you were a free person, it was actually not so much different from life under the Maccabees or life under the Syrians before that. We should understand that what we call anti-Semitism today was born around this time. Now, there are some get into the hashkafic elements, the philosophical elements, the famous statement of Rabbi Shimon Yochai, Esav, son of Yaakov, that Esau, Jacob, that's something really for the rabbis. But if you look at the history of anti-Semitism, theology, and this is something that God really will explore in greater detail in the medieval period. Anti-Semitism is a unique antipathy. It is something, it's a virus that is able to adapt to widely divergent post-culture. But when you look at the history of anti-Semitism, it goes through 4 easily definable periods. It's what we call xenophobia, or the fear of strange, the fear of the different. If you look at the numerous anti-Jewish statements that are in the Greco-Roman corpus of literature, they're primarily directed at how the authors are unable to understand Jewish difference. For example, Jews, of course, take off 1 day a week for Shabbat, which was, a tremendous ratio of days off to days working for most of the ancient world. And so Jews were accused of being lazy. These Jews, you can't get them to work more than 6 days in a row. Then they've got to have a break. That was considered, that's basically because they didn't understand our culture. Similarly, we were accused of being misanthropic, that is, hating other people, being clannish, because the only way we would recognize other people as Jewish is if they underwent circumcision, for males obviously, and they, conformed to our standards of behavior. That was considered like, what do you mean? We worship all of us here. Why can't you just worship ours as well? We'll just, and Romans thought that it was like a gesture of kindness and hospitality to simply take the gods of whatever place they conquered and put it in their own temple. And so values to other societies. So it's hard to say that the Romans, especially before the Roman War of the end of the first century, had special antipathy towards Jews. This was basically a cultural conflict, cultural struggle between Jews and Greeks on the one, sorry, the Romans and Greeks on the one hand, Jews on the other. This will change dramatically with the birth of Christianity, as I hope to show shortly. And I mentioned already the ancient Rome backwards. So what exactly happened to the political life of Jews in Israel? So the Romans, Romana, they basically said, fine, we are in charge right now, but you can keep on doing same old. We will allow you to have your own kings. The only thing is, the kingship is no longer hereditary. Every king must be confirmed by the Roman emperor or the Senate. And we will check the amount of the tribute that you have to pay and so on. So they had kings, and Jewish kings did continue well into the first century until the death of Herod, really, shortly thereafter. So these kings were just puppets of Roman authority and religious servitude, sometimes called slaves. Okay. One of the most infamous of them, and perhaps the most powerful of these fine kings, was the incredible Herod. And I would like to spend a lot of time on him, but I realize that if I even start, we'll go down a road that we will not easily emerge from. Let me just say two very quick things about him. On the negative side, he was a thirsty, savage, overly sensual, murderous. I can only think of all kinds of these nasty, awful words to him. He killed off several of his wives. He married 10 of them, by the way. He killed off several of his children. He even murdered his mother-in-law. Maybe I should put that in different order, I think. But he was just paranoid of all kinds of thoughts behind. Actually, his mother-in-law was in fact plotting behind his back. But he was a completely brutal individual. Very effective leader, though. He developed very close relations with Roman authority, and he wielded his power with tremendous efficiency in the land of Israel. And so he was definitely not favored by the Jewish society as a whole because of his rapacious nature. Just to give you one sense of it, and it's probably the most dramatic, I think. He himself was the Idumean, right? His father was Antipater, who we mentioned earlier. So he came from Idumean stock, fairly recent Idumean stock. So he always had kind of like, there was a question mark or an asterisk about his appropriate to power, engaged in plotting, and then when his coordinated, he was able to take control. So one of the trying to cement his authority is he married one of the last of the Hashmonaim queens, a woman named Mariamna. He married actually two women named Mariamna. But this one was the last of the Maccabees herself. And he loved her deeply, but was extremely suspicious of her. At one point, for example, when he had to go off on a dangerous mission, he left orders behind that if he falls in battle, he wants no one else to marry her, so she should be killed. The news comes back that he has been killed. Of course, the guard, feeling generous, decides to tell Mariamna, so when Herod does survive, he gets back and kills the guard. Then he later will kill Mariamna himself. But as the Talmud tells us, and Josephus as well, he was so consumed with grief and wish that he had killed his beloved Mariamna that he actually had her body preserved in honey so he could still spend time physically with her after he had killed him. This is the kind of person we're talking about. But on the other hand, he was a great builder of public works. And he dotted the Jewish countryside with amazing physical structures. He built the city of Caesarea on the coast, a new port city with phenomenal, amphitheaters and great ports and all kinds of things like that. He built this. He built a tremendous imagination. He built up his palace at Masada, an amazing sense of space and placement and architecture. And of course, his most famous achievement, which we revere today, is he renovated the temple. The walls that form the western wall today, especially the higher bricks, of the client kings, he ruled for a long time and a major impact on the land. And he forms a very important role in Christian history of the period as well. But let's go to Jewish society. I've kind of spent a lot of time in sort of a royal political history, talking about the head of society. What about society as a whole? So this is an amazing picture, by the way, by Karl Schleicher, and the title of it is Eine Streitfrage aus der Talmud, an argument from the Talmud. I remember my grandmother used to have a copy of this on her wall, so I saw it online. I don't know, but anyway, have this phenomenon of two Jewish opinions that basically reverberates throughout history. And there are several major groups who are active at the time. Fissures between these groups can be traced back to the earliest Maccabean period, where we already see them beginning to form distinct camps. So let's just go through them very quickly. The first are the so-called Pharisees. The term Pharisee is very well known in the English language, primarily because it's used in the Christian Gospels, where it is a term of appropriate, where if you don't like someone called a Pharisee, and the term Pharisee is basically synonymous with hypocrite. But the Pharisee is just a translation of the Hebrew term Perushim, which refers to those who separate. And these were the rabbis, essentially. They are the intellectual inheritors of the oral traditions that have become enshrined as our intellectual heroes in the Mishnah, the Talmud, Shammai, Atalion, Hillel, Shammai, Rabbi Yehuda, Nasi, Rabbi Akiva, throughout for centuries are members of this particular group. And why they were called separators is because they felt that they could control the vector of the Sadducean movement that was overly Hellenizing, since they could not control the temple and make sure that it observed halakha, that it was much more Greek than they liked, so they simply separated from society. They formed the charismatic disciple circles, where people were attracted to them because of their human things and their inspirational ways, their great humility, and they formed really an intellectual tradition that is the basis of Judaism to this day. Those are the good guys in the Jewish story, but they are the hypocrites in the Christian story, for reasons we shall see shortly. On the other hand, you have the Sadducees. The term Sadducees comes from the term, or the name Sadok, who was one of the early Kohanim. And since they were associated with the temple ritual in particular, called themselves the Sadokites, or in English, you see. Now, not all of them were Kohanim by any means, but they were so called because they retained control of the temple ritual. Even after the Maccabees were the cleansed of Hellenistic influences, the Hellenists essentially pushed right back in, and maybe they were a little bit more careful about what they brought into the Beit HaMikdash. You didn't have idols in the Beit HaMikdash more, but you did have unsanctioned innovations, for example, which actually caused riots in the streets of Jerusalem. The Sadducees were much more worldly than the Pharisees. They were less associated with the common classes. They were much more urban rather than rural, much more educated, and they had a Hellenotropism. They tended to focus their minds toward Greek culture for all the reasons that we've discussed here. Then you have really the period of Pompeii onwards, but accelerating throughout the first century, a group of people called the Canonian or the Zealots. And these are people who long for the political independence that they achieved under Yehuda Maccabi. And the more that the Romans exercise their power over Jews in Israel, the more they demanded tribute, the more the Zealots gained strength. We will discuss next week a lot of the early Zealot movements that really begin in the Galilee, the northern part of Israel, and still got to the eventual Roman Jewish war. But these are people who are usually more closely associated with the Pharisees, with their connection to the larger people, but they advocated a violent resistance to the Pharisees basically gave up. It's really not for us to try to challenge the will of God by putting people in authority over it. The Sadducees, which were like slavishly imitating and wanted to join the Romans essentially, and the Zealots wanted to fight against them. The final group that is significant in this period are what Josephus calls the Essenes. And and they're perhaps the most mysterious of these groups. The Essenes are people who separate radically from society, who they may have formed the core of the Qumran community that produces Dead Sea Scrolls. They practice all kinds of bizarre family practices and so on, and they also felt like they were living just on a moment of something like the rapture, that they felt like obviously God is going to send Messiah any day now, check your watch, that happen any moment. A lot of the writings left behind in the Dead Sea Scrolls are in nature, very, like the world is going to be destroyed in just a few moments, and these things are going to happen, and read like the book of Revelations and things like that. So these are the four major groups, kind of intellectual orientation of the Jews that are the one big steaming mess in Israel at the turn of the year zero. Okay, let us now go to the emergence of Christianity. Exactly, this fits into the entire picture. So here's a painting from Marc Chagall, and it's ironic. He began in 1938, calling it White Crucifixion. He actually painted quite a few depictions of Jesus on the cross in the immediate World War II era. But it underscores the point that we bear in mind that the early Christian movement was all Jewish. Jesus, of course, was Jewish. The apostles are Jewish. Everyone they're speaking to, the major debates they're having are intensely Jewish. Like one of the very important questions is, should Christianity be for Jews, or is it for the world? And if you want to say it's for the world as a whole, so does that mean that if you want to be a good Christian, you also have to keep kosher Shabbat? And if you want to say no, you don't have to observe kashrut and Shabbat, things like that, then why did God command them in the first place? How do we understand the core of the Jewish people? Is Christianity a Judaism plus, or is it some radical new departure? These are all really important questions that the early Christians were debating at the time. Let us question first, though, who exactly was Jesus? What can we figure out about this person that we call the King of the Jews? So, based on the sources that we have, and here we got to look usually, of course, at the Christian sources themselves, which are highly problematic. They're not written by direct observers of the life. They're written decades, sometimes even centuries after the life of Jesus, perhaps based on the kernel of representation from actual witnesses, however, and we try to glean some kind of content about what the historical reality of this individual was, he stand for, how he relates to his peers, and so on. And what we see, for example, when we look at the four Gospels at the beginning of the Christian scriptures, the first is called synoptic Gospels because they basically are a synopsis of each other. Meaning, if you lay out the events described in Mark and Luke, you can basically make three running columns. There are some difficult contradictions between them occasionally. That's the stuff of lots of Christian theology. But in other words, the first three more or less hang together. The Gospel according to John is radically different. It's believed to be written quite a bit later, and it has a much more strident anti-Jewish tone. One of the things we see in the Christian scriptures is that Jews aggressively come across worse and worse as we move toward the later books of the Christian scriptures, and that's possibly a reflection of the growing centralization of the Christian movement. In the beginning, everybody's Jewish. We're having a Jewish discussion. We're having an argument within the family. But as you move on a few generations, more and more non-Jews join this new Christian movement, and then it becomes more of like an us versus them. And that us versus them, the Jews are somewhat else. They're not us Christians, that leads to much more hostility. But with synoptic gospels, for example, you see that Jesus often has fairly intense, difficult discussions with the Pharisees in particular. And they argue about things like, when I first read it, I was thinking to myself, how can Christians possibly read this and understand it properly? One of the things the Pharisees approach Jesus with, and they ask him a really pointed question. They say, is it true what we're hearing, that you and your followers do not wash your hands before eating? So you are familiar with Orthodox Jewish practice. Obviously, what are they talking about? Right? Ritual washing of the hands. That you've got to wash your hands with a particular kind of vessel, and it's got to be so much water, and before certain kinds of foods. And it is a rabbinic enactment. It means you're obeying the authority of the rabbis. Rabbi Akiva, for example, famous story in the Talmud, when he was once in prison and he only had a small amount of water, he had to decide, should I drink it or should I wash and feel desire? He chose to wash his hands rather than transgress the rabbinic decree. To give you a sense of like how attached you were to the rabbis. And so what they were asking, do you recognize the authority of the rabbis? They give the example of washing hands. But if you're not familiar with that, you're thinking to yourself, what is this? Were the early Christians like unsanitary or something? They didn't wash their hands before eating? What is wash your hands before eating? Everybody does that. So that's the kind of intense debate that would go on that gives you a sense of how they would disagree with Jesus. Another debate that's really prominent in the Gospels is Jesus' miraculous healing on Shabbat. Right? Like, why is the rabbis are so upset that he's healing people of various demons and leprosy and blindness and that on Shabbat? And so one way to understand that is you really have to penetrate the laws of healing on Shabbat. And there's much more to say here, but we are running out of time. The nature, the intensity of the debates of the Pharisees indicates that Jesus himself is closest to the Pharisees of all the other groups. Heavily influenced by, for example, Hillel, and many of his most important quotations are really quotations of Hillel or Hillel's quotation use of scripture and so on. He's really within that camp in many, many different ways. And there's a fascinating passage that gives us some insight into how the rabbis do this. The Gemara in Sota, Mem Zion 47, which is actually omitted most of the printings of the Talmud because it talks about Jesus. And the Jewish printers were concerned that the censors would remove it, and so therefore it was self-censored. It was later returned to the Talmud on the basis of Yemenite manuscripts and so on. But even the Vilna Shas, if you bought anything published before, let's say, 2000, you probably don't have the passage. It's a fascinating passage in which the rabbis are discussing how nature, and one of the things they say is the right quality of a teacher is a teacher must draw the pupil close with the right hand, right? The closer hand, the stronger hand, but at the same time, push away with the left hand. In other words, the teacher has to maintain a professional distance. There is a power difference between student and teacher. But you want to make your students feel like you care about them, you draw them in, but at the same time you push them out. Not, said the Talmud, like Rabbi Yeshua ben Prakia, who was Jesus' teacher. And it's an amazing passage. Essentially, that's what the Talmud is saying. We're not going to go into the problem of Jesus, we're going to go into the problem of his teacher. Rabbi Yeshua ben Prakia did not treat his students properly. He pushed them away with both hands. It's a remarkable passage of Talmud. We're running a little short on time, so I'm not going to go through it. But basically, that is kind of like an indication of how the rabbis felt, at least in the reading of this passage, that Christianity was kind of like a missed opportunity. So here were all these Jews who were observing a different kind of path, and had they not been alienated by being pushed away with two hands, perhaps we would not have had the breakaway minions that came to the golden moment of Christianity. Much more to say about this, but listen to that. On the other hand, I mentioned earlier the book of John. The book of John has some of the nastiest passages regarding Jews. Jews are referred to as the children of the devil, just like the devil is the father of lies, so too are you liars, for example. Refers to the synagogue of Satan. It's like out of character from the Synoptic Gospels, it's on the other side. It's really quite a bit sharper. Many scholars believe that the author of the book of John, or the primary inspiration for it, was someone who was affected by the so-called blessing of the heretics. What is the blessing of the heretics? It's really a curse of the heretics. It's a passage inserted in the liturgy. It's the 19th bracha in the Shemona Esrei, which essentially says, for the slanderers, we don't have to go into why this term Malshanim was used, but it was written primarily because the rabbis at the time, around the turn of the 2nd century, felt in order this Christian movement is getting out of hand, and you have people coming to synagogue who are espousing beliefs that we feel are antithetical to Judaism, and so therefore it was kind of like a litmus test for Christian thought. The individual was suspected of harboring Christian beliefs. They were invited to the prayers for the congregation, and then they will wait and see would they read this 9 mandatory blessing. If they in fact read it, no problem, because it would invoke a curse upon themselves if they were secretly Christian. But if they fail to read it, then they will be literally ejected from the synagogue. And some scholars believe the Gospel according to John is written by some Jew who was forcibly ejected from the synagogue. Obviously, one of the most significant charges of the period is the charge of deism, the argument that the Jews killed Jesus. Right? They decide Deus means God, and they mean to kill, like homicide, matricide, and so on. Even a cursory reading of the Gospels indicates that this is not what happened. And I'm not talking about a deep historical dive into it. And a little bit deeper reading of Christian theology says, Jesus died for all our sins, for the world's sins. So to blame one group when he's supposed to be dead for a complete inversion of Christian theology. But the story, as I'm sure you're familiar, is Jesus is arrested. He disrupts the services in the temple. He denounces keepsakers. He is ultimately betrayed by one who is going to the Romans. Interviewed by Pontius Pilate, who was a local Roman official. Pontius Pilate is impressed with him, and he says, and this is complete fabrication, we don't have anything like this in Jewish tradition, but on the eve of the Passover, he says to the crowds in Jerusalem, listen, I'm going to, as is our custom, but nevertheless in the gospel, I'm going to release one prisoner who would be killed. I have 2. You can choose whichever one you want. You may choose for me to release Jesus, the one they call the King of the Jews, or I will release Barabbas, this common thief. The assembled Jewish multitude in Jerusalem, as the book of Matthew says, it's release Barabbas. And Pontius Pilate essentially will be sure Jesus is a pretty cool, interesting individual. They say no, release Barabbas. So Pontius Pilate famously washes his hands of the affair, meaning to say, I want nothing more to do with it. That's how we get the expression in English. And Jesus is crucified. So the Romans clearly are behind it, even on a superficial reading of the text, but nevertheless, that passage has resonated for history. In particular, one verse, Matthew 27:25, when Pontius Pilate says to the crowded masses, do you really want me to crucify Jesus? They say, his blood be on us and upon our children. Have been used for centuries later as a justification for violence against Jews. Because upon our children means all descendants of Jews. Other readers of Matthew, however, say, no, this is referring to the Roman-Jewish war, which the Jews suffered from directly. It refers to that very next generation of Jews. That's the children it refers to. But be that as it may, that charge has dogged us for a long time. More significantly even than that is the theology proposed by Paul, one of the most talented purveyors of Jesus' teachings, who essentially takes this Jewish movement and turns it into a global movement by really attracting lots of non-Jews to it. And he essentially proposes, answers many of the questions I mentioned earlier, that the Jews once had God's favor, but because they were not faithful to him, God has now abandoned the Jews and a new people has replaced them. The metaphor is like the oak tree is dead, or the olive tree is dead, it's no longer producing fruit, and you just have a stump left. But if you graft on a new branch, that new branch will grow. Unfortunately, the Jews are the old sons. The Christians, which refers essentially now to non-Jews who join this movement, they're the continuation of it. Just to give you one illustration of it, from the medieval period, in order to explain this to illiterate peasants, it was necessary to have some AV resources. So since PowerPoint will not be invented for a few more centuries, they have things like monumental architecture on the outside of the Notre Dame Cathedral, or used to be on the outside of the Notre Dame Cathedral. So Ecclesia has a crown, an upright staff, has the chalice called the Holy Grail, and represents power and authority and beauty and grace and so on. On the other hand, synagoga, the figure representing the synagogue, you can see that she's got a broken staff, meaning her physical and temporal power is ended. She's holding the here, but they're falling from her grasp. They're literally falling to the ground. She's not upholding the commandments. She is blindfolded by a serpent. She cannot see the truth of Christianity, and her attitude is one of decline. Spirit is falling away from the rock. This dyad of ecclesia synagogue was repeated literally hundreds of times in art. Here's another example from Germany, the 14th century. This one is just incredibly bizarre. It's obviously a stained glass window. Here's the ecclesia. You can see the crown and so on, the upright staff, the golden chalice there. She's riding on a tetramorph, which is like a mythical beast of representing the four beasts in the book of Ezekiel. And she has a hand descending from heaven, fixing the crown on her head, indicating very clearly divine approval. On the other hand, synagogue is riding on a mule, a feral animal. She is holding there's so many details here, but you see the broken staff, you see the crown falling from her head, you see the blindfold. Here's my favorite detail, and there's a sword descending from heaven, entering the top of her skull, which pretty much says the message that, God no longer favors the Jews, God has now replaced them with the Christian people. And this is essentially Paul's message that is incredibly powerful impact on Jewish history right up until the 20th century in particular. Many of these things were not really reevaluated in the 1960s with Vatican II, at least in the Catholic movement. Now, that does take us to the end. I'm sorry for keeping you a little bit long. Reflecting on the survival skills of the Jews during the period, we didn't do so well. We had temporal power, and we pretty much wasted it. The only movement that was ultimately successful was the movement that drew away from temporal power, the movement of the Pharisees, and we're all sitting in this here today because we recognize the eternal values of the Torah itself are really what preserve the Jewish people and propel them into future centuries. I look forward to speaking with you next week when we'll look at the tumultuous first century through the Bar Kokhba rebellion. Thank you for your attention.
We have our spirits and our shamans and our mothers, and we live by them. And I think it's true.
It's just at the start of this conversation.
Tonight, we're going to be talking about the Talmud, origin of the
lost everything, right? Lost just at the hardest of lives. Is now
Talmud, social, political, and of course literary origin. And this is one of those topics that brings out crazy people. I'm looking around the room now. I see there are no crazy people who are actually present. That's why we have security, so I'll have to give them a thank you. On the internet, I know I'm going to have a lot of crazy people. So before we actually talk about the Talmud, and we're going to basically focus on the 3rd through the 5th centuries of the Talmud era, I want to jump ahead a little 13th century to talk about why is it that the Talmud out all the crazy people. So it goes to this man here, Pope Innocent III, kind of an ironic name because he was one of the harshest popes when it came to promulgating anti-Jewish legislation. This bas relief on the left here is actually a sculpture by Joseph Koslevsky from the year 1950, and it is part of a series that's on display in the Capitol House, the U.S. House of Representatives, 23 great lawgivers. So Pope Innocent III, a great 13th century churchman, is actually one of the 23 great legislators of the entire world. What's his connection specifically to Talmud? There was an apostate named Nicholas Stoner who started a trend. Actually goes back a little bit before him, but he innovated the addition of the Talmud to the story. This is a Jew who hoped to make a career for himself by converting to Christianity and then essentially telling tales out of Shur to the church, which was something of great interest to Innocent III. In particular, he was fascinated. The question is, how is it that 12 centuries after the foundation of Christianity, the Jews still maintain their ancestral faith? How is it possible that they have not converted to Christianity after all that they have done to convince the Jews of the error of their ways? They still maintain steadfast in their faith. So Nicholas Stoner approached the Pope regulates Jewish life perhaps more than any other, perhaps even more than the Torah itself, and that is the Talmud. It is a massive compendium. It takes up about this much shelf on my bookshelf in a regular size edition. It's written in Aramaic, which is the language which is basically closed to the church. The church spent a lot of time in Greek and in Latin, certain degree in Hebrew, but not so much time in Aramaic. And it's highly arcane. It takes years of training to be able to crack the code of how the Talmud is written. It's a very compact, difficult craft style. And because the thing is, the Jews have been studying this Talmud, and they study it from a young age. And as a result, by the time they get to the age where they may be open to the teaching of Christianity, it's too late already. They have been poisoned by the Talmud, and therefore, Pope Innocent III, what you have to do is get involved in Talmud study and Talmud regulation. And in fact, this is what happened. Innocent III got very interested in the Talmud, and when he found out as much as he could about it, his sources of information, of course, are Jews like Nicholas Dolan himself, who claimed to have some understanding of the Talmud, often very patchy and faulty and clearly tendentious in his rendering of Talmudic text. But Innocent III said, that's it. We definitely have to deal with this Talmud. It's really at the root of our problem of Jews not converting. And in the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, which was a major gathering of churchmen, he passed a lot of church legislation. He introduced to the world the infamous Jewish badge. Here you can see a medieval version. It was not always the version that we're used to, unfortunately, in the 20th century. It sometimes was two tablets of the law, rounded, or the Christian style, or you would often see, especially in France, a roulette, a little round circle here, which helpfully identifies the people burning at the stake as being Jewish. And of course, it eventually mutates to the 20th century version of the Judah badge used by the Nazis. This all goes back to Innocent III, and it goes back to Nicholas Dolan, which takes us back to the Talmud. The Talmud has this kind of attachment in the minds of many anti-Semites. The reason why the Jews are so obstreperous, why the Jews have some kind of, as they argue, some kind of secret cabal dominate the world, and really why it tends to bring out the crazy people. And speaking of crazy people, I want to introduce you to one more classic crazy Talmudist, but a fascinating one. Some of you were here on a lecture when we spoke about much greater length, but I'll speak about him briefly right now. In the late 17th century, there was a man named Johannes Eisenmenger. Unlike Conan, who was a Jew who converted to Christianity, Eisenmenger was a Christian who was attracted to Judaism. He spent 19 years studying Judaism. He converted. He went through all shops. He went through the entire Talmud, all Midrash. He married. He had children. He was completely integrated into the Jewish life of Northern Europe. He actually studied with the chief rabbi of Amsterdam. And then, after 19 years of intense study, he came out with this massive, scurrilous volume, 2,000 pages long, called Judel Tombs and Dectests, which means Judaism Unmasked. Here's what it looks like in one edition. It's a brick of a book, and it is a fairly scholarly tome in which he painstakingly goes through every single tiny passage anywhere in the Talmud, in the Rabbinic Midrash, and any of the sectas, the Pharisees, every single document you can find. Anything you could possibly twist to make the Jews look bad, he included in here. Contrary to popular perception, he did not misquote, but he frequently mistranslated, always skewed it in his commentary and so on. And essentially what he would do is he spent 19 years as an undercover Jew, pretending to be a part of the Christianity, only to come out with this massive expose. If we just meditate for a moment on the kind of twisted personality it would take to try to infiltrate a community and spend nearly 20 of your life to expose them when they're not bothering you at all. These are the kind of crazy people that are attracted to lectures that say comment on you. And of course, by the way, it was translated. It's available on Amazon.com even now under a slightly different title. But this is one of the most notorious anti-Semitic, anti-Talmudic track, and it is the root and base of virtually every anti-Semitic slur that we have in modern understanding today. Eisenmenger really wrote the Bible, the Haggadah. He wrote the Bible on anti-Semitism, and he drew very heavily from the Talmud. So the Talmud is not an ordinary book. Fortunately, one of the metrics by which we have to understand the Talmud is that it has an outsized view in the minds of anti-Semites as the reason why Jews are so different and, in their minds, so dangerous. Okay, let me move on from this kind of preface and let's go back to our history. So the sources for tonight's talk are a little bit difficult. They're easier with sources as we move towards the medieval period. But basically, primary sources in particular, we have the Talmud itself. As we mentioned in previous lectures, the Talmud is not a history book, but it has a ton of history information in it. And you have to sort of read it sideways to penetrate what it is saying historically. But it happens to be pretty much a source of how the Talmud came to be. Much like Josephus, we are held hostage to Josephus for the first century. We're held hostage to the Talmud for the history of the Talmud. And that's problematic from a historian's perspective because, we really like to have multiple perspectives on any given event to be able to try and determine if there's any bias in the source itself. But nevertheless, we will rely very heavily on the Talmud for our material today. We also have some really good secondary analyses of Talmudic history that are quite old. Perhaps the most important of them is the so-called Geras de Rabbeinu Shvira Gaon. This was written a few hundred years after the Talmud by a noted Talmudist, Shvira Gaon, and it is the first real sort of a historical look at how the Talmud came to be. Not written with the standards of modern historiography, but nevertheless pretty solid and giving us a lot of information that helps bring things into focus from the Talmud. We'll also have a similar kind of document written by Maimonides, which is familiar to you. All right, this is also in the House of Representatives. He is one of the 23 lawgivers of all time. You have to include Finishing the Third. Maybe we should amend it to at least the 22 lawgivers of all time. But Maimonides wrote a great introduction to the Mishnah, which essentially gives us an overview of how the Talmud came to be. He relies on sources like Shvira Gaon, and it just essentially like the theological understanding of how the Talmud came to be. In the 19th century in particular, there has been more of a push to understand the Talmud at its origins from an academic, which has led to a bifurcation among students of the Talmud. There are those who are in the traditional yeshiva system who are more or less learning the Talmud and its history the same way that Jews did for at least 300 years, and possibly much more than that. But in the universities, there is an approach to studying the Talmud and its history, which borrows from all kinds of modern theories, feminist theory, Marxist theory, you name it. And sometimes there are some really fascinating kernels of information that can be gleaned from the academic study of the Talmud, but it is not studied at all with the same level of sanctity that you would have in a yeshiva. But those two kind of methods of study, the university academic study of the Talmud and the yeshiva study of the Talmud, really there's quite a big gap between them. And here's one thing that's happening which is so amazing. I'm very excited about it, and it is slowly penetrating into the yeshiva world as well, and that is the study of the Talmud as a product of Persia. After all, it's not written in Israel. There are two Talmuds as we shall see shortly, but it's mainly a Persian document written with an Iranian influence, and there are all these things in Middle Persian. In this script here, which Talmudists have never accessed. Tons of words actually were coming up to Purim, so this is kind of Purim occurred a lot earlier than the Talmudic period, but nevertheless, that kind of culture, that language, those weird words we have in the Megillah Esther, they're related to the Talmud. So there's some really old scholars who are learning Middle Persian. The late Yaakov is a classic example of a pioneer of the field. My colleague Shai Sekunda, a fantastic book called Talmud, things like they're telling us so much about the Talmud by trying to understand the historical context of the period in which the rabbis were writing, and their culture is very fast. So I hope to inject a little bit of that into our discussion today. That's basically the sources that we'll use of the Talmud. Okay, so let's pick up our narrative from where we left off 2 weeks ago. We're in the post-Bar Kokhba period, which means somewhere in the late 130s. We, as I mentioned last time we were together, we don't have a lot of really good data on what happened in the Bar Kokhba rebellion. We don't know exactly why it started. We have some amazing new materials that we've discovered in the last few decades, archival or actual primary documents like Bar Kokhba's letters to the generals, things like that, that give us a lot of information about the kind of personality he was. But we have a lot of blank spots about the actual rebellion itself. We do know, however, that he was widely regarded by the rabbis as the potential Messiah. He called himself Nasi Israel, the Prince of Israel, very large title. And in fact, Rabbi Akiva himself felt that Bar Kokhba could have been the Mashiach, the Messiah. We'll come to that in a second. From Dio Cassius, the Roman historian we discussed last time we spoke, he mentioned 580,000 rebels killed by the Romans. That number, it's hard to really grasp if that is real, because it would indicate a really huge population overall, but there's no question it gives a sense of the wide devastation that the Romans inflicted. We know the legions that Austria brought to Israel to control this rebellion. It was not at all insignificant. It was a pitched battle for about 3 years, so this is not at all impossible. Hadrian, for example, the emperor at the time, famously in his address to the Senate, he omitted the traditional phrase which the emperor is supposed to use when he addresses the Senate, which I and my army are well, but in the context of the Bar Kokhba rebellion, which was incredibly stubborn resistance for the Romans to extirpate, he omitted that, which Dio Cassius took as a very telling sign of the tenacity of Bar Kokhba's fighters. As I mentioned, Rabbi could have been Mashiach, but his colleague Jonathan Ben Torter said to him, Akiva, glass will go from your cheekbones before Bar Kokhba is the Mashiach, which is a very first Talmudic type statement of the ground for a long time before Bar Kokhba is Mashiach. It is most likely in the aftermath of Hadrian, in the aftermath of Bar Kokhba, that we have the 10 martyrs of the state. Now, what we refer to as the 10 martyrs, the Asara Malchus, it's not technically historical. Many of those individuals described the 10 martyrs who died, a century earlier, but the elements of the 10 martyrs are taken from the Hadrianic period. The horrible death of Rabbi Akiva himself, his flesh torn off from him with iron tongues, and Rabbi Hanania ben Radion having a Torah scroll wrapped around him and then set alight. Just a horrific persecution of the Jews in the post-Bar Kokhba era. There is a tremendous exile which has been confirmed by archaeological data, but it's not necessarily a complete exile from Israel itself. Most of the fighting was in Judea, that is Jerusalem and parts south, but the Jewish civilization, although it's basically wiped out Judea at this time, it moves northward to the Galilee. And so there's a lot of data of Jews living in the region of Tiberias, for example, on the sea, and that region and so on. So we have a big population displacement in that context. This is a period when Rome was clearly in charge of Israel. They were looking no disagreement about how the country was to be ruled. Hadrian, of course, still designed this, but we have some vagaries in the Roman approach to the Jews. For example, here's a coin. I'm sorry, it's going to cut off a little bit here, but it has on the right the Pesci Judaica Alumnia Lata, and it was issued by Nerva, who reigned between 96 and 98. What are we talking about here? You would have recall that in the context of the destruction of the temple, one of the things that Vespasian instituted was he took the shekel, the annual tax that Jews gave for the upkeep of the temple, and he redirected it to the temple dedicated to Jupiter in Rome itself, which was a hated tax that the Jews, they were very happy to pay the shekel going to their own tax. I mean, as much as anyone is happy to pay a tax, the tax which is mandated by the Torah itself, and it's going to their own temple, but they have to pay the tax, and it's going through some other religion altogether. It was much hated, and had been expanded, a huge source of money, by Domitian. Here's a picture of him. He had expanded the tax to be far beyond what the Torah obligation was. He expanded to include women who were normally not taxed, converts to Judaism, minors, children, and even Jewish slaves. In other words, it was a big tax overreach. Normally, it would just be men, I believe, from the ages of 20 to 60, if I'm not mistaken, that would have to pay the tax, heads of household. But he tried to squeeze the Jewish people for as much as possible, and that's why Nerva, by cutting the tax back to its original state, felt that was a good enough thing to spin the coin that the tax had been, the hated taxes that are paid. Emperors were actually pretty friendly to Jews, such as Caracalla. This is Marcus Aurelius Severus Antoninus Augustus. Although there is some debate as to which exact emperor is referenced in the Talmud, this is probably the one that is very close with Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi. The Talmud has all kinds of stories about how Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi was extremely friendly with an emperor named Antoninus. And Antoninus was a given name that was actually attached to many of the Roman emperors. There was some dispute. Many would like to say it was Marcus Aurelius, who's kind of like the philosopher king of the emperors, which would be kind of nice. He was not so terribly friendly or well disposed to Jews. Caracalla is most likely the emperor most scholars identify as. But you do have some of these emperors who are actually positively inclined towards the Jews. Diocletian is kind of an interesting one because this is the time when Christianity begins to emerge as a much significant social force, and the emperors are trying to deal with this burgeoning new type of faith, which has a lot of the theological concepts of Judaism, such as life after death, personal God, that's the concept of reward and punishment, justice, divine justice. These are things which are basically absent from Roman paganism. So Christianity was promoting all of these great ideas without the high opportunity costs of becoming Jewish, specifically circumcision, observing the Sabbath, keeping kosher. So Christianity was actually growing significantly over this time. This becomes especially important under Constantine, who is the first Roman emperor to adopt Christianity and to formally accept it as a state religion. This occurs in the early 4th century and marks a turning point for the Roman Empire, and as we would assume, a turning point for Jewish history as well. So at this time, John Chrysostom, the so-called golden tongue, that's what Chrysostom means, golden mouth, Augustine of Hippo and others, who shaped Christian theology vis-a-vis the Jews. This is the period when Christianity is struggling to identify itself and distinguish itself vis-a-vis its religion, and quite often it has a very negative approach in order to establish independence. So the kind of things that are happening at this time is that the church is attracting a lot more non-ethnically Jewish members, which no longer, a small kind of like subset, a breakaway minion of Judaism. Now it is primarily non-Jewish. They're Romans and Greeks and others who are converting to Christianity. And they're putting in place a lot of regulations to try and draw lines in the sand. The Synagogue of Elvira, 305, that was promulgated in Spain, laid down all kinds of rules about socializing with Jews, prohibiting of certain types of employment, and certain types of social gatherings, things like that. the Edict of Milan in 313 privileges Christianity as a state religion, and that has negative repercussions for the Jews in particular, and this edict in particular may have a relationship to the reason why the Jews moved. And then finally, the Council of Nicaea in 325, very important council, because lots of really key decisions were made for Christianity, such as no more Shabbos on Saturday. Christians now worship Shabbos or observe Shabbos on Sunday. Now you can imagine just the fact that you have to say that. That means that until 325, there was an element of confusion. They know that the Sabbath is somehow important, but they don't know how to observe what you do. How do you honor the Sabbath? So I guess have a look at the Jews, right? The Jews have a model. So you had a lot of backsliding with the Christian converts who were looking to what's cooked up in their Goldstein's backyard on Shabbos, and they were adopting things. John Chrysostom is very unhappy about that. So the Council of Nicaea did things like say, okay, for sure, no more Saturday Sabbath. In fact, that you observed Saturdays the Sabbath, Seventh-day Adventists, for example, but that's quite a bit later. Another key thing is unhooking Easter from Passover. Like you can't have, because it's just too close a connection, and it draws the Christian mind away from Christian ideas towards Jewish practices. The Council of Nicaea, very important line in the sand that says, look, we're Christians, they're Jews, we do things differently, and so on. Key development. Okay, now let's move to the Babylonian diaspora. Jews started moving to Long Island. Okay, I just couldn't help that. Okay, no, they started moving out here to Babylon. I've given you just one place mark where the city of Babylon was. There's a region called Babylonia that is the Mesopotamian region, basically between the Tigris and the Euphrates River, a place of ancient civilization, goes all the way back to the Sumerians, hundreds and hundreds of years before the period we're talking about. And Jews, of course, as we discussed in previous lectures, have been living there since at least the 6th century before the Common Era. We're now, let's say, in the year 200. 219 is a key date when Rav comes from Israel, a rabbi named Rav, and he sets up shop in a place called Surah in 219. So really quite late. Jews have been living there for 800 years. Let's put this in context. Jews have been living in America at most for, 400 years? Not quite 400 years, right? 1654, I think, the first year. So they were living in Babylon twice as long as Jews have been living in the United States. Can you imagine how many kosher restaurants were already there by the time the Jews traveled there? Let's have sushi for sure. Let's have a good look sushi in Sushan, which is in that region. So let's have a look. You can see in this satellite map of something distinctive. There's arid regions, particularly to the south and the west, and also to the north and east, where it's becoming a little more mountainous. That's because the two big rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates and the Tigris, in Hebrew the Hiddekel and the Fat, they flow from the mountains up in Turkey down to the Persian Gulf, and it's a heavily irrigated, regulated area, and with this constant flow of nitrogen-rich silt from the mountainous region, it's always been a very fertile area, and that's why it was settled so long. Here is a map that gives you a better sense of what those rivers look like. Here's the Euphrates to the south, Tigris to the north, and this cluster of towns here is where the Jews primarily settle. Some of them are, so famous in yeshivas, places like Surah, Perdita, Makassia, Makoisa. These are like, they're huge, the Jewish mind, the Jewish geography, but in reality, they would be something like, Inwood and Cedarhurst, Woodville for sure. You have a really large place, but they're not large settlements. Nevertheless, they have, huge outsized impact on the Jewish mind. Much like shtetls in Eastern Europe, where, they made, Baden, a tiny little shtetl with like one street, and yet Baden is such a huge thing in the Jewish mind. But this is where the Jews will primarily explain, especially after the Edict of Milan in the year 313, Jews are moving in here. Now let's let's talk about the Talmud itself. What exactly is the Talmud? Well, basically, it is a commentary on the Mishnah, which we discussed a couple of weeks ago. Mishnah is essentially a document of what's called oral Torah, traditional Jewish theology. God gave Moses the written Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, and God gave him also an oral commentary that was handed down teacher to student for many centuries until it was finally codified by Rabbi Nasi sometime around the year 200, primarily as a response to the devastation of the Bar Kokhba revolt. As we discussed, because Jewish civilization was falling apart in Israel, incredible persecution, the destruction of Jewish centers in Judea, the move to the Galileo, and the move much further to places like Babylon, Yehuda Nasi said, you know what? Let's record this in a document form, and that becomes the Mishnah. It was not widely circulated, most likely, as an actual document like we have books today, but nevertheless, it did acquire a canonized status. It was heavily memorized, ritually memorized, actually, and repeated in study sessions, and it became a core document. But the Mishnah itself, as a text, is a very difficult document to study. It is not a law code like we would expect a law to be structured. It barely, for example, offers definitive statements of what is prohibited and what is permitted. It offers the record of various rabbis' opinions, and then often leaves it up in the air as to which opinion is correct. And why are we mentioning an opinion that we don't follow? Why are we mentioning dissenting opinions at all? And it's sometimes it veers off to statements of philosophy, statements of theology, but it's not a simple law book in any way. And this seems to be quite intentional because it's a book that invites debate and discussion. So in order to study the text itself, you must engage in the text with a study partner, with a Rabbi, someone more experienced in the text, and it is the discussion itself that produces these. It is intentionally, what's the right word? It's intentionally opaque. It is designed to involve interaction with the text. This human interaction ultimately becomes the Talmud. The Talmud is the discussion occasioned by the Mishnah. It takes place over hundreds of years, as we shall see in the next group of slides. And it is essentially a long involving literally 2,000 rabbis over a wide geographic area, all trying to figure out what the Mishnah means. There were 2 of these documents written. One of them was composed somewhat earlier in the northern part of Israel, most likely in Tiberias and a little bit in Caesarea. And that's called, incorrectly, the Jerusalem Talmud. It is also called the Palestinian Talmud, which, is another term that's somehow misleading. But it was the Talmud of the land of Israel that was composed based on the commentary on the Mishnah. This material was taken back and forth to the sages who were living in Babylonia by the people called the Mefute. Mefute means those who pull down, right, which is Aramaic, the opposite of Aliyah. We say in Hebrew, of course, that when people immigrate to Israel, they ascend because we view it as a spiritual rise and ascent to Israel. And those who leave, we call them Edom, which is a derogatory term. In this context, not necessarily derogatory, but beginning with a sage named Hula, and then later with people like Al-Jini, they're constantly shuttling back and forth. They're bringing the discussions that were happening in Israel to the sages in Babylonia, and the Babylonian sages are finding them, and then sometimes they go back and bring back materials to Israel, and there's a cross-fertilization of what's happening in Israel, and a transplantation of many of those ideas into Babylon. For various reasons, primarily political and social, the communities in Israel begin to decline, and they decline than the Babylonian communities. So the Babylonian communities kind of take over from Israel, and they create a second Talmud called the Babylonian Talmud, ironically, that is kind of like an improved version of the Jerusalem Talmud. There are significant differences. The Babylonian Talmud is somewhat larger. And unfortunately, it ignores a lot of things that are not relevant in Babylonia, such as laws that are connected to the physical land of Israel, the laws of the Sabbath of the year, the laws of leaving corner of the field, harvested for the poor. These things don't apply in Babylonia, so therefore they simply didn't talk about them. We have many of those texts in the Jerusalem Talmud, but they were ignored in Babylonia. On the other hand, Babylonian Talmuds are much larger in areas like civil damages and courts and things like that. The three tractates known as the Gate, Baba Shama, Baba Siyam, Baba Basra, are huge in the Babylonian. And it is when people speak about studying the Talmud, almost always referring to the Babylonian Talmud. The Jerusalem Talmud was largely ignored for many centuries because the Babylonian was considered vastly superior. The main figures that are creating this Talmudic environment are Roth, who I mentioned, came from Israel in the year 219 and established himself in Surah, which is one of these towns on the rivers. And then another rabbi named Shmuel, his study partner, who moved not too far away to Nahardah, and his student Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda, who moved to Pumbedita. These are perhaps the three greatest centers of Talmudic study in Babylon. Later we'll have the great sages Abaye and Rabbi, who are their students. There is, by the way, when you study the Talmud, because it is a rather timeless type of a document, conversations will take place between someone who passed away generations prior to a later rabbi, and the later rabbi will try to engage with the thought of someone who lived 100 to 200 years before him. And so it's kind of like a timeless document, but in order to understand the literary archaeology of the document, you have to have a sense of which generations these rabbis appeal to. The Talmud itself is actually called the Discussions of Abaye and Rabbi, because they have more than anyone else in the entire Talmud. So what is it? Let's have a quick look at a typical page. For those of you who have spent more than 15 minutes in yeshiva, I apologize because this will be a repetition, but I think for many of you in the room who may not have engaged the Talmud, this is worthwhile. Here's a color-coded map of the first page of Talmud to give you a sense of what it feels like to study it. The red box here, labeled A, is actually the Mishnah. Right? This is the first page of Talmud. That's the Mishnah itself, and as you can see, it's about 15 lines of text. We have to deal with the question of when does one recite the Shema prayer. Then this label B here, the sort of yellow color, that is the Talmud itself, also known as the Gemara. The rabbis actually tried to avoid using the term Talmud in the medieval age because it had been so excoriated by the church and Nicholas Stone, but they thought by referring to it by its Aramaic term, Gemara, they would hopefully avoid some of the repercussions. But those two terms are synonymous. Talmud and Gemara are the same. The Gemara, it starts out here as tested the Mishnah, but this section here can actually go on for 10, 15, 20 pages. It can be a tiny bit of Mishnah with a massive amount of Gemara discussing it. And it's like no other document you've ever read, because it's kind of like a stream of consciousness discussion, where they will be, and because much of it was memorized, there will be all kinds of like tiny little connections to put together the flow of the argument. They may start by talking about the Mishnah, but if they're saying something like, I'm not quoting from this particular Talmud, but if let's say they're talking about the time you say the Shema in the morning, and they say, yeah, most mornings, when I get up, I have a cup of coffee, and then I say my Shema, and say, oh, you have a cup of coffee before Shema. Are you allowed to have coffee or anything before you pray? Yes, you can, but you should add milk, and don't add sugar, and then what's wrong with sugar anyway? Well, it's bad for cholesterol, and things like that, and the conversations go off in 100 different directions and tangents, and so finally someone in the Talmud says, stop it already. Let's go back to the subject we started with, and they'll go back to the Mishnah. It's an amazing document that can flow through so many discussions of a wide variety of materials. It is absolutely fascinating. Now, just to give you a sense of how the Talmud is such an important document in Jewish intellectual life, everything around the Talmud are commentaries that were written hundreds of years later. If the Talmud here was written, let's say, between the 3rd and the 6th century at the outside, so we have over here, see it, Rashi, who's written Hanano, also from about the 10th century, if I'm not mistaken, North Africa, and you'll have commentaries all the way up to the 18th, 19th, and 21st century on the page. It is literally engaging with the greatest, most penetrating minds of the Jewish people ever since the Talmud was engaged. It's an amazing experience to examine their thought and to engage in it in a dialectic like the Talmud. Absolutely unparalleled intellectual experience. Looking at a modern edition, I like to use this particular edition myself, the Koran Talmud, which this is the English translation. I use the Hebrew edition, which was originally authored by Rabbi Steinfeld, has a modern commentary on it. So you can see in this particular edition, it's really cool because it has like pictures and maps and archaeological information, all that sort of stuff that I find really fascinating myself. And I'm going to put in a plug here for my own project. I'm sure many of you may be following Jewish history and tell me. It's on the website all.org, where I essentially do that kind of thing, where I find something historical on every single page of Talmud. It's a 7-year project organized by the Orthodox Union. 2 to 5 minute videos. I have so much fun doing it. Okay. But that's what the Talmud is like. And that was created primarily in Babylonia between the year 200 and about the year 500. An absolutely phenomenal intellectual achievement that has in many ways charted the course of Jewish life ever since. Now, well, what kind of stuff goes on there? We should remember, by the way, this is a beautiful Hosea on a synagogue, 5th century book of Israel. And it shows on probably the encounter of Shimon HaTzadik with Alexander the Great. Shimon HaTzadik here on the left, Alexander the Great on the right. Still in kind of Byzantine art, but it exemplifies a lot of the encounter of Judaism and Hellenism in a word. Let us recall that the Talmud is a highly artificial document. It is an organic document that includes all kinds of material from all walks of life, but the authors are almost all rabbis. So you can imagine what it's like to have this massive document written entirely by rabbis. What interests rabbis? What do rabbis want to talk about? Well, they talk about women. The biggest chunk of the Talmud is about relations with women. Marriage, divorce, levirate marriage, multiple marriage. These things are significant, and the rabbis are constantly dealing with how to regulate marriage. They're really interested in how these things work out. They talk about their conflict with the exilar. The Babylonian Jewish community, as best as we can tell, was organized with a head of the community that was recognized by the Persian government, by the Sasanian government, and he was known as the Reish Galusa, the head of the exiles. In Latin, called the exilar, the exile. And this was someone who was descended from King David, and that lineage was respected by the authorities. And he had some kind of authority over the Jewish community, the precise parameters of which are not clear yet. But the rabbis are frequently interacting with the exilar, sometimes in a very positive way, sometimes in a very negative way. So rabbis are not exclusively in control of regulating Jewish life in the region. They refer to Arabs, the general population. They refer to Zoroastrians. That is, let us recall that the region of Sasanian Persians had many Christians living there. It had Zoroastrians who are they believe essentially in a dualist kind of theology, where there's a good God and a bad God. Not against myself on Zoroastrianism, but it shows up in the Talmud. For example, every Friday night in an Ashkenazi school, we recite the Talmud Mishnah of Van Lincoln, which is all about how to light those on the Sabbath. And one of the things that we say is, if you're worried about Zoroastrian priests coming and telling you that this is the day when you're not allowed to light candles, then there are certain protocols that you can follow. This should be an example of the rabbis' reaction to Zoroastrian reality. They also deal quite a bit with Jews who have gone off the derech. The phenomenon was known in the Babylonian period as well. The Jews who become Christians, or they're often called Abdin, which means like a type. They have adopted some type of faith other than Judaism, and the rabbis are regularly discussing these things with them. Discussing it also with women, the so-called matrona, or matronita, a woman of some stature who has also adopted another faith. Of course, it's mainly about Jewish law, but also about philosophy, ethics, metaphysics, whatever comes into the rabbi's head as being relevant to the topic of discussion, no matter how tangential it was to the original discussion, it's in there, including fascinating stuff on medicine. I just gave a little class on the topical use of honey, which apparently is medically indicated in many cases, and the rabbis actually have quite a bit to say about that. They have recipes in there, recipes for heartburn, recipes for maintaining regularity. There's discussions of, what kind of life lessons we can derive from the behavior of a cat. There's an incredible amount of bizarre, amazing information. Every single page of the Talmud that you turn can reveal tremendous nuggets of wisdom, sometimes humor. It's really, I can't express my enthusiasm for this document enough, but I will say it is intense. You really have to spend a lot of time studying it, getting comfortable with the coded nature of the text to be able to appreciate the depth of this amazing document. It was so complex, however, that at one point in the medieval period, a particular Rabbi Alphonse said, you know what, this is just too messed up. Can we just focus, please, you can say it like that, but he said, can we please focus on the relevant material for our daily life? I don't want to hear about all these other things about, what happens in the other world, or, I want to resolve my raffle service. Just want to know, how am I supposed to behave? How do I scratch my neighbor's car? And so he took out all of what I would call the fun stuff, and he only kept the halakha, the Jewish law. That's called the Rabbi, named after him, and that is a version of the Talmud, which is just the fact, just the halakha. It does have the give and take to arrive at the halakha, but it is a condensed version that removes all the fun stuff. Of course, you can probably imagine what's going to happen next. Rabbi Yaakov he says, oh my gosh, you can't do that. I take all the stuff that you threw away, make my own Talmud, the Ein Yaakov, which is all the fun stuff. We're not going to talk about it. We're not going to discuss any of this schmau like that. We're just going to talk about the philosophy, the biography, the stories. Give me those recipes. Give me those what I can learn from a cat. I love that stuff, and that's the Ein Yaakov. Ein Yaakov is a sadly ignored text. It used to be a very widely studied text, far more than Daf Yomi in Europe, and it would be nice to see a revival of studying Ein Yaakov. It is just mind-blowing stuff in Ein Yaakov. But that's just giving you the way that the Talmud has evolved into a stuff. So by the time you get to the end of the 5th century, there is a lot of conflict with Sasanian authorities with the Persian government. There's actually a rebellion that is mounted by one of the exilarchs, and it does not go well. At this time, the Sasanian government has been engaged in a centuries-long struggle with the Roman Empire. This is a borderline territory where it is just next to the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire is jealous of this region and has unsuccessfully attacked it on a number of occasions, and the Jews are often questioned for their loyalty. Are they loyal to the Sasanian Persians? Are they loyal to the Romans? As you can imagine, the specter of dual loyalty goes all the way back to the Jam period. But as for reasons which are not clear, in the 5th century, the Talmud comes to a close. The discussion is kind of called to a halt, and the text is firmly settled, more or less, to what we have today. There are a few tractates that are added later, but they're down with the Talmud in printed edition, but they're called Gaonic manuscripts, or Gaonic tractates, clearly written by rabbis after the Talmud is sort of sealed. And although it is the most difficult document to kind of say, well, this is the final word, it just provokes greater discussion. Nevertheless, the text of what we call the Talmud today is basically sealed at that time. 4 generations of scholars that compare Talmud in Babylonia. There's some debate among historians as to actually who these people are and what their period refers to. But basically, up until the 10th century, we've got people studying the Talmud in Babylonia. Jewish history is what happened in the 7th century, because you have this massive spread of Islam, this new religion that emerges with tremendous strength out of Arabia in the year 622, and with a remarkable ease and speed sweeps across the coast of North Africa, eventually crosses into Spain in the year 711, hence the popular chain of corner tours. And thank you for laughing. I tell that joke every time, but it's just. And also all the way out, all Alexander's empire comes under Islam as well. And our topic for next week is going to look at what it was like for Jews living under Islam as a religion, and contrasting that with their experience in Christian Europe. But I want to take just a moment now to reflect a little bit on Jewish survival, because we have, that's really the theme of this entire series. What exactly is it that contributed to Jewish survival? I was actually criticized by a viewer online. You can look at it up on YouTube. I might not believe it. But he says, Jews, I'm watching you. And I saw that your lecturer at timestamp 0.35 or whatever. He wonders how the Jews survived. And he never says in the entire lecture that it was the Lord that helped them. So you are a faithless people. I look faithless, don't I? Right? Maybe there's a people that gives it away. But there's no question there's something supernatural going on here. We can imagine the unlikely survival of this tiny minority, and not only surviving but thriving in so many different environments. This is something that we really have to. We have to look at the grand scope, the huge arc of Jewish history before we can really experience it in its fullness. But let us look at one detail here. And this picture here is a beautiful ritual in the young Hasidic family here, a little boy here at the age of 3. Many of you may have done this yourself with your own children. Maybe you remember it yourself. I know I did it with my kids. But the ritual is that it's not a Hasidic ritual, it's a long-standing Jewish custom, that when a young child turns 3, which is considered a milestone in intellectual cognitive development, you begin to teach them the alphabet, the Hebrew alphabet. And in order to instruct them that learning is sweet, you either coat the letters with honey, as is being done here, and then you have the child touch the letter, you tell him the name of the letter, and then of course he puts his finger in his mouth to associate the letter with that olfactory sensation of sweet. It's a beautiful ritual that I remember was very fun. And I think this is a key element of Jewish survival, that we have imbibed the sweetness of learning, and it's really part of our core identity. The idea of turning to an actual problem as a source of feeling, a source of life, something that vivifies us, something that is intrinsically sweet. That's something that contributes to Jewish survival and has allowed us to endure tremendous persecution and strive despite it. So next week, more contraction experience of Jews in the medieval under Islamic rule and under Christian rule. Very different experiences, some points of convergence, many points of divergence. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope you have an excellent night.
Money in the millions and things that people in Europe just couldn't believe could happen. He then published his whole play as a book to show people what he really meant. And it was an ironic look at capitalism, because this is 20th century versus
Barry, tonight's talk, that's always been good, thank you. Tonight's talk is, I'd like to cover, God willing, roughly the 7th through the late 11th century, so it's about the same amount of time as we looked at last week, maybe a little bit more, but we are blessed with a tremendous number of sources. Really, historiography begins to open up with a lot of material for us to work with, and I'm going to begin the talk with just an overview of some of the amazing sources that we have to deal with on this period. And then essentially we're going to take a comparative look. We're going to see how Jewish civilization developed under Muslim rule and compare that with Christian rule. And there are some areas, as I mentioned last week, that are convergent, they're similar, and there are other areas which are really quite divergent. coins under crescent and cross. Of course, the crescent is a reference to the Islamic rule, the cross is a reference to the Christian rule, and these two major geopolitical regions will have a distinctly different effect on the Jews themselves. I also rely heavily on the work of Jeremy Cohen for the Christian period and Norman Stillman for the Muslim period that we'll look at today at this time too. You begin to have the appearance of books that are actually dedicated to Jewish history, which is something that's fairly rare. There's only a handful of books that appear before, let's say, the 12th century. The Sefer HaKabbalah, which is not a book about mysticism, it's a book about tradition that's received one after another, comes from Abraham ibn Daud. It's one of our very first historical sources, an extremely important one. You also have travel logs, like the great Benjamin of Tudella's Journeys, which was so popular in the Middle Ages. It was translated to Latin, into French, into German. It was such an amazing book, and it is really a fantastic thing when you look at his journeys in the Middle Ages, and he describes many of the places that he never went to, but he talked about them because he heard about them in his various destinations. So we have these kinds of sources popping up as materials that we can use to understand the experience of the Jews from the 7th to the 12th century. And they're absolutely fantastic. So many different things are available to us at this time. I'll point out the one major source of material, which is the incredible Cairo Geniza. This deserves just a little bit of our time. In the city of Fustat, which is sometimes called Old Cairo, it's actually where Cairo originally was, and the city was moved slightly north. There was a synagogue called the Ben Ezra Synagogue, and it had long been reputed that a synagogue that went back many, many centuries in time and had tremendous treasures. It was basically ignored until these two sisters, Agnes Lewis and Margaret Gibson from England, who were phenomenal because they were women at the end of the 19th century. They were not allowed to pursue graduate degrees and get doctorates and become professors at Cambridge. They just ended up studying Syriac and all these ancient languages and becoming really incredibly proficient and writing books on their own without any of the furniture of the university, even though they were really teaching the professors what they needed to know to be able to teach their classes. They were visiting Old Cairo, they heard about this Ben Ezra synagogue, and they heard in particular that the synagogue had an attic that had been restricted for centuries. There was some kind of legend about a serpent up there that would bite anyone that went up and would give them a venomous attack and they would die. But there were phenomenal treasures in that attic. So they said, I could just imagine it with a Cambridge accent, fish toss, and they insisted on seeing what's in the attic, and they discovered one of the most amazing treasure troves of documents in any culture, in any time, known as the Cairo Geniza. This is the ladder up into the attic. And in this attic were stored about 500 years worth of documents. Absolutely every kind of document you could imagine, because as I'm sure you're aware, we have this commandment not to take the Lord's name in vain, which is extended to Jews will not erase the name of God. As you write the name of God on paper, you can't remove the name of God with an eraser or wipe it out or things like that. So anything which has the name of God on it, which is called the shame put or shamos, you have to put it away, and eventually it will rot. Put it in you can bury it in a graveyard, for example, but you can't simply dispose of it. So that's the traditional custom, as I'm sure all of you are aware. We have in our synagogue, most synagogues have a place where they store prayer books that are worn out, or the ridiculous number of handouts you get from schools where you're sending your kids to primary school. And that place is called the Geniza, which it can mean a place where things are hidden away or protected away. It can also mean treasure, ironically. For us, it's that big wooden box that sits outside the office during the week, and then I don't know how often they empty it, but it fills up, and there are old prayer books and things like that. So for some reason that we don't really understand, the Jews of old Fustat had a tradition of saving absolutely anything written with Hebrew characters, regardless of whether or not it was a holy book. So that meant contract, marriage contract, a note saying, honey, please pick up 12 pita on the way home from the shuk. Any kind of document Hebrew letters was preserved and thrown into Geneva and has literally millions of fragments of writing over 500 years of material. Here's a picture of the great scholar that the Hebrews sent their material to, Solomon Shepherd, working with the Geneva. You get a sense of just how chaotic it is because it's literally an attic that had been ignored for half a millennium. But the kinds of materials that have been found by going through the Geneva research include, for example, autographed, hand-corrected editions of Maimonides' works. This is Maimonides' own handwriting and his own, strikeout. Here is after Maimonides' own signature, which is a rather remarkable thing. The actual hand of the incredible great eagle wrote words himself. He's going to write Moshe, then Maimon. There's a tremendous amount of these palimpsests, which are basically because vellum and parchment was very expensive. Quite often they would rub it really hard to try and wipe out the contrast of the holding, and they would write on top of it. You can see here's the Hebrew document, but underneath there's a Greek script underneath, which both of these texts are actually of tremendous value. Poetry, love letters, for example, children's practice books, how to learn the Hebrew alphabet. This is basically the same kind of thing that my children would have learned, how to practice the letter shin with all the vowels, letters touch with all the vowels, and so on. And we even have amazing things like children's doodles. Some child, maybe 7 or 8 years old, was drawing these pictures as he was practicing the alphabet. The Tunisia is an incredible treasure trove of documents that relate to the social history of the Jews in Old Testament and all of their traveling documents as well, as you can see. So it is really one of the most incredible sources of information available for the jury. And it is still being very actively studied in a couple of fascinating ways. So many of these tiny fragments, I believe I read somewhere a percent of them, have not been cataloged and deciphered. And remember that we're talking about documents that sometimes have been shattered into 100 pieces and then mixed up in a big box when they went to, St. Peter's or the Chambers or wherever they were sent, and now they have to be put back together like a jigsaw puzzle. So now, with computer technology and crowdsourcing, there are a couple different projects that are doing things like this. This is called, and they're asking your help to actually work in the Cairo Geneva. They've scanned all the documents, all the scraps, and no matter what your level of linguistic ability, they show you a picture like this and ask you really basic questions like, is this upside down? You put yes or no, and they flip it around. Then they say, is it written in Hebrew or some other language? And if you know, then you say yes, Hebrew, or no, I don't know, and then you don't know what language it is, and then they'll go on to the next clip. And they'll save it where you left off, so someone who knows a little more about languages will be able to decipher that piece, and so on. It's absolutely amazing crowdsourced project. Maybe in 5 or 10 years, we'll have the entire catalog, and who knows what else we will find out. So the Geneva is going to inform our discussion today, I believe. All right, so what I'd like to do first, now that we've had just a sense of the kind of sources that inform the work of historians in this period, we'll look at the Muslim period first, and I want to take you through a discussion of the fact of Ummah in particular. So here's a map that shows the remarkable spread of Islam in the 7th century. Now, chances are you probably learned the historiography that was very popular in the 19th and the first half of the 20th century, and it takes a good 20, 30 years before new historiographic models, work their way down to the primary and secondary level. The sort of dominant 19th century Christian European approach to the spread of Islam was that, there were bloodthirsty villains who came out and they essentially said to villages and towns, convert or die, and people chose to convert, and that spread so rapidly. It fails to really answer the basic question, well, how did they stay Muslim so many centuries? Not only does it a very facile answer to how they could spread so fast. So this whole map here, you're seeing this tiny desert emerges out of Arabia here on the coast of here's Mecca and Medina are the most important cities there, and it spreads within, basically a little over 100 years, and it takes over basically the entire known world. At this point, with the exception of the Italian peninsula, was not such a well-developed civilization at all. So all of North Africa, Egypt, into Spain, all the way up to Afghanistan becomes Islamicized so rapidly. How does that possibly happen? So most scholars are now working with a model that includes the violent aspect, as I mentioned earlier, but they all look for things like, for example, Islam was, especially in the 7th and 8th century, simply colorblind. That is, they did not accord status to conquered peoples based on their skin color. So especially when they penetrated to areas east, going to places like northern where you have a very rigid caste structure, and they go in there and say, hey, we don't believe in caste structure, and all of a sudden, all of the darker skinned people who were suffering from very terrible social disabilities to convert to Islam and literally climb right to the top of the socioeconomic ladder immediately. So there's a lot of elements of egalitarianism around that was directly appealing. Also, there's a very strong message of Muhammad as the prophet of God. A lot of the kind of elements that we see in Judaism that were so popular also made their way into Islamic thought. But I don't want to get too far away from the historical books. It spreads over this region in a remarkable fashion, and Jews, of course, find themselves within the orbit of Islam. Where are Jews living at this time? Well, we still have some Jews in ancient Israel. Now we're really in the 7th century, so it's a small population. But we have a very large Jewish population here in Babylonia, right? Ctesiphon is essentially Machosa. A lot of the towns that we remember from the Talmud, sort of from Zika Son, are right in this little region south of Baghdad, so it's a major population there. You also have a significant population in Egypt, and there are populations that are not quite as large, but all the way across the coast of North Africa and Iran, and we have Jews in Italy, but that's our discussion for today. So Jews are taken up in this region, and they have to learn to adapt to the new faith. And they learn to adapt primarily because they have actually a fairly significant shared cultural values. It's really important when you think about the contrast between Judaism and Christianity on the one hand, and Judaism and Islam on the other. Christianity is a very creed-based religion, meaning a lot of emphasis is placed on what one believes. Does one recognize, for example, the founder of Christianity as one's personal savior or not? Does one make that statement of belief and affirm that statement of belief? Islam, on the other hand, is much more like Judaism, which, although there are definitely credo elements, there are things that you have to say, you have to believe, the actual count is actually kind of small, meaning in order to be a believing Jew, you have to believe in, maybe 13 things. That's it. We haven't even really spent a lot of time codifying it. It wasn't until Maimonides that we began to get a count of the Jewish and things like that. On the other hand, we are super into behavior, super into what is kosher and what is not kosher. What kind of tablecloth can you put on your table on Shabbos? What kind you can. The minutiae, the details of how a person behaves, everything from quite literally how you tie your shoes in the morning to what blessings does one say, what time does one begin the fast, what time does one end the fast, and what exactly is a fast anyway? Does an intravenous count for a fast? All kinds of things like this. We have like books upon books upon books talking about behavior, how one behaves, and relatively few that talk about what one believes. And the opposite is true of Christianity. So in many ways, although Judaism and Islam had their fair amount of friction, particularly in the early years when, much to Muhammad's disappointment, the Jews not choose to convert to his new faith, and there were in fact massacres, there was significant fighting at the time. Once that died down, in reality, Judaism and Islam had a lot more in common with each other, a common shared sort of cultural vocabulary. We have kashrut, they have halal, we have tzniut, they have super tzniut. There's all kinds of similarities where at least we understand each other, even if we don't see eye to eye on all things. Whereas many of these cultural elements are not shared by Christianity. So it was much easier for the Jews and the Muslims to establish a modus vivendi, the high point of which we will discuss separately next week when we look at Al-Andalus, which is the southern part of Spain, which it may be exaggerated to some degree, but it's considered one of the greatest periods of cultural coexistence in the history of the world. It's called la convivencia, a period of coexistence where Jews, Muslims, and Christians live together with a degree of harmony has not been seen ever since. It's a bit exaggerated, a little bit rosy, but nevertheless, there's a lot of truth to that. We'll discuss that later. So, how did the Jews sort of establish themselves in Muslim lands and find a way to, exist with some stability? So, we have this document, Act of Umar. It is named after the second caliph, that is the successor to Muhammad as the ruler of all Muslim lands. Most scholars believe that it actually dates quite a bit later, maybe a couple centuries later, but it was attributed to Umar as kind of a way of giving it more status and age. And it's essentially, like speaking about common cultural vocabulary, it is a tshuva, it is a responsum of Umar to a question directed to him. And the question said, okay, Umar, you are now the leader of this entire area, and we know that Islam is a jealous faith, and they're very insistent on monotheism, and we're monotheists too. We're not Islamic monotheists. And we know that in Islamic theology, God did communicate with many people before Muhammad, and for whatever reason, they began to mess up the Jews got the Old Testament, Abraham and Moses, and the Old Testament was kind of, thinking it was sort of buggy, and so they had to keep adding patches to it. Christianity was one really big patch, that was kind of Windows 3.1. But now we have, what's the latest version of it? Windows 10, I guess? You are Windows 10, you are the final Windows, there's no more Windows after you. So what's with us? So Umar makes a response to them, the document we have, which of course is just probably not Umar himself, but nevertheless later, in which he says, okay, fine, God did communicate to you, even though you are wrong-headed in your belief and you really should be Muslims, nevertheless, we will respect your ancestral faith and we will tolerate your existence as long as you behave within certain parameters. And so in this Act of Umar, there is a whole series of regulations of what Jews, and by extension also Christians, can and do in Muslim societies. And a lot of these restrictions are symbolic, humiliating, like, for example, Jews not being allowed weapons because that's a sign of authority, a sign of power, and so on. Jews not being allowed to build their synagogues, to renovate them, build new ones, and things like that. Many of these regulations, by the way, were observed in the breach only because you could always bribe someone to be able to synagogue or even to build a new one. Although there are some Syrian synagogues that the custom was to avoid attracting attention that the synagogue was, they would actually build downwards. And most of the synagogue is actually underground, whereas you see on ground level, it looks like a regular sort of building. So there were several kind of disabilities, but at the same time, there were rights and privileges also covered to Jewish people, the most important of which that Jews were to be unmolested in their ancestral faith. That if they wanted to continue worshiping Judaism, it was a recognized religion. They couldn't do it too loudly. They couldn't do it in a very ostentatious way. Purim was always a difficult holiday, but otherwise they could be left alone. And this was actually a fantastic thing for Jews because in terms of our diasporic history, we tend to do best when we live in moderately discriminatory societies. Not that I'm suggesting anyone in the internet audience to pick up on this movement, but when there is just a tiny bit of anti-Semitism there, God forbid no violent anti-Semitism like that, but when there's a tiny bit of discrimination, that keeps the Jews sticking together, that keeps them integral within a community. As long as we can rely on the basic state as a state defined by law, then we can do it. We see this, for example, in South Africa, where apartheid fell apart. Because that was a very discriminatory state if you were black. So if you were Jewish, it was just a minor thing. We see it also in Quebec, where there's also kind of like a moderate anti-Jewish bias. It remains to be seen what Europe is going to be like right now. But the bottom line is, if society was a Rechtsstaat, which is a great German word, I like saying it. Usually I say it at the dentist before I spit that little bowl. Rechtsstaat, which means a society defined by law. Right? Are rights or laws, and Staat, of course, is state. And Jews can exist in a Rechtsstaat and have difficulty in anarchic environments. When there's anarchy, that is the worst enemy of the Jews. As a minority, we are relatively defenseless. So the Pact of Lamar actually sort of stabilized Jewish life, moderately discriminatory, but nevertheless lots of potential, because we knew that, if someone were to set fire to the synagogue, then we could go to the local authorities and we would get some redress for that because it was contrary to the Pact of Lamar. There are exceptions to this rule. There are punctuations of violence, and there are punctuated moments when it is ignored. But nevertheless, this is a general case for Jews and Muslim society, really up until the modern period. Ironically, it is the huge development of tension between Jews and Arabs with the development of modern political Zionism that has sort of cast a shadow on the way we look at Jewish-Muslim relations over time. The vast majority of our experience living in Muslim lands was really quite a bit more positive. So we'll get to that, God willing, when we get to the end of the series. Another really important footnote, if you look back at this map for a second, by the way, let's just go back to this map here. You'll see at the top of this, there's this place called the Khazar Empire. So I can't leave this century without taking us back to Khazaria for a second, because this is one of the most bizarre footnotes in Jewish history, and it is a footnote that is still quite active today, especially in the darker parts of the West. Khazaria is this region that is basically in the Caucasus region, just to the east of the north of Azerbaijan and Georgia, south of what was done. And it was a fairly large empire. You can't use the word state in a modern sense, but it definitely was a large swath of territory that was ruled by a Turkic-speaking people for about 500 years. It's a significant population. And it was an interesting story. Sometime around the year 740, the story is that they all converted to Judaism. That's a story. How do we know about it? We begin to get inklings of the Khazarian story from Spain a couple hundred years later, when an important politician named Qasai ibn Shakrut has a correspondence with someone who purports to be the Jewish king of Khazaria. There are a lot of problems with the chain of evidence with these letters, but nevertheless, this King Joseph describes that what happened in Khazaria is that there was an original King Bulan who had a debate, a tri-religion debate between Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, because he wanted to decide which faith to adopt from paganism. And after hearing all their arguments, he decided that Judaism was the best religion, and now Khazaria is Jewish, and they would love to get some more Muhammad fashions for the upcoming holiday and things like that. It's a kind of a bizarre story. We kind of lose the trail, but it becomes a really popular device in the hands of the great poet Yehuda Halevi, who a couple hundred years after the correspondence with Qasai ibn Shakrut writes a philosophical sort of novel called the Kuzari, which means the Khazarite, the person of Khazaria, in which he uses that foil. He uses the story to demonstrate how Judaism is Christianity and Islam. By taking the story of the debate and then patching into his philosophical conceit, he is able to create this story, and it was a dramatic, very popular work that's still studied avidly today. So what's the historical reality of it? There are many scholars who argue Lo Hayu Hazorim Ba'olam. These things never actually happened. My colleague Shaul Stamford at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, every few months we have a debate on time because someone brings up the Khazarian issue, and he is adamant that it never happened at all. It's essentially a fiction that was invented in Spain and so on. While it's same time, I respect Dr. Stampley, a senior scholar with tremendous achievements. There is some evidence that there was some Jewish things going on in Khazaria. You can point to a handful of travelers who were there who report that the Jews there were Jewish, but were kind of weird. Like, for example, they're not well educated. They didn't practice circumcision, which is a pretty basic Jewish ritual. And there are a few, scattered bits of evidence suggest that, in fact, there was a conversion. How deep that conversion was in society, probably not very deep. Probably just the ruling classes, and it probably had a lot more to do with the political realities conflicting with Christianity that was expanding in Europe and Islam that is expanding at the same time to the south, and they may have chosen Judaism as kind of like a halfway position. They would not be absorbed politically into either state. And also there's some factual archaeological evidence, like these things which were discovered all over Khazaria, and people are wondering, did I use that one before? I really liked that one. There is, however, some really fascinating cool evidence from the Geniza, like this letter here, which is known as the Kievan letter. Basically, it's a document which we would recognize even today. The document is a letter of introduction of a Jew from Kiev, who is a fine, upstanding member of the community. And Kiev, by the way, is Khazarian territory. Kiev was a Khazarian outpost. The great Ukrainian Karmelian Princess says it's so ironic that it could be that the capital of Ukraine was actually founded by Jews. That's an amazing thing to contemplate. But at any rate, this letter was brought to Cairo by a Jew from Khazaria, probably in the 11th century. And he said, the letter says the bearer of this document is a fine, upstanding Jew. He has fallen on hard times. Would you please help him out with some donation to support his family back in Kiev? And this is a document we see basically every single day when you go to shul, right? There's someone carrying around a Kievan letter today. So that's a really authentic kind of document. So not only does it specifically reference Kiev, but you can see that at the bottom of the document, it has signatures of important rabbis who will sign on to it, right? And say that, yes, I agree, this is what's happened to this guy, I endorse his request. And here we have someone signed a Turkic runes, not Hebrew script at all. It's probably someone who has no idea how to write Hebrew, and he is one of the leaders of the Jewish community, which indicates, according to Amelian Pritzak and Norman Graves, who studied this letter, that this is indicative of what's going on in Khazaria in the 11th century. They do have a Jewish community there, which is descended from Khazars, and they are not a very educated community. They need professional scribes to put these things together, but the important people may still even not know how to write their names in Hebrew, indicative of their lack of education. Fascinating. One last thing, why is Khazaria so important today on the dark corners of the web? Well, this is something that Joel Stanford has demonstrated in a devastatingly final conclusion. There are anti-Semites on the web who are very enamored of the Khazarian hypothesis that the Ashkenazic Jews are actually distant from this Turkic people in Khazaria. And they are really insistent on putting this kind of strange what difference does it make? But the reason it makes a difference is because if today's Ashkenazic Jews are actually descended from these Turkish peoples and not from their ancestral origins in ancient Israel with Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, then they are truly not legitimate Jews. The real Jews, the Israelites, they were gone a long time ago. The people who claim to be Jews today are actually Khazarian. They're actually like mud people. They sometimes use really derogatory language for this. So, and they use this as the least delegitimize the Jewish identity of people who call themselves Jews. There's a lot of funny things going on here. Like, for example, the DNA testing has absolutely without a doubt proven that nobody pretty much has Khazarian DNA. Maybe that's where the Khazars come from. It's called like that, but there's no linguistic evidence of Khazarian behavior. There's no literature. There's really nothing to say that the Khazarians actually made much of a dent in the regular Ashkenazic population. Okay, let's move to the Christian era now. So we've got a sense of what's going on in the Muslim areas and also in Khazaria a little bit. The doctrine witness in Christian lands, Christianity has a more serious problem to deal with the Jews. The Muslims dealt with the problem at the time of Umar, and figured out a way to deal with them. But unlike Islam, which views itself as kind of being a successor to Judaism, but never really feels the need to prove itself right over Judaism, Christianity constantly feels this theologically to defend itself as a legitimate faith vis-a-vis the mother religion. I think we've spoken about this a couple of classes ago, right? The idea of like the girl who goes to college, she comes back with a trinity and the mother doesn't like it. So I don't want to go into great details. It's a good argument, but it's too much for today. But the church struggles with the idea of how are we supposed to relate to the Jews today? And there are voices arguing for more extreme measures. You know, the idea of genocide is it's hard to translate it into 7th century terms. But the idea of, well, why don't the Jews just go away? Because they present a huge problem to us theologically and so on. Maybe through expulsion, maybe through war, something like that. So some of the church fathers thought about this very heavily and came up with the doctrine of witness, which is really crucial for Jewish survival for the next 1,000 years. The most famous of them was St. Augustine of Hippo, shown here in effigy. He lived in the 4th and early 5th century in North Africa. And St. Augustine of Hippo, when thinking about the Jews, he coined this phrase, slay them not, which basically means don't kill the Jews, please. Why not? Because we need them to witness the truth of Christianity, to testify that Christianity is true. So what does this mean in a nutshell? That since the Jews were the original chosen people, that is not a debate in Christianity. They're originally the chosen people, and then somehow they lost that chosen status. But because they really knew what it was like to be close to God at some point, when the Messiah returns, in Christian theology, when the Messiah returns, then the Jews will be able to say, oh my gosh, that's him. You were right all along. We were wrong and you were right. If all the Jews are dead and gone, there's no one around to be able to say that with authority. The Jews must be kept around always in order to act as a witness in the end of days. That is the theological function of the survival of the Jews. And this was, I know it sounds kind of like nasty because, you know, it's totally dependent on validating Christianity, but it was to use the Latin term Messiah. It was great because it meant that since St. Augustine's views were accepted, it meant that Jews could not be massacred. It's true, like we saw in Muslim lands, there were moments of punctuated violence, and we have this, of course, in Christianity to a greater degree, but it was not a theological standpoint. The high church, the highest level of the church, never stepped over this line and said, yes, we have to massacre all the Jews. We have to try to control them. We have to expel them. We have to... But massacring them was not one of the options because St. Augustine had clearly set it down for Christian theology. And there are a few other major heroes in this era, like Pope Gregory the Great of the 7th century and onwards. There were ambiguities to this because the model works as long as Jews are in a degraded. So let's say the idea is that we have to keep the Jews around because we will need them later. But what if the Jews were to become extremely successful right now, let's say in the 11th century, and they're very wealthy and they are ostentatious and they're driving around in their 11th century Rolls Royces, and the Christians look at each other and say, wait a second, I thought they lost the favor of God. How is it possible that they're doing so well? Maybe not with what the church is telling them. So the doctrine of witness had kind of dark sides in that it also went along with humiliations like the Jewish badge. Riches, like, for example, once a year, Easter time, the chief rabbi of the given town would have to endure a ritual slap in the face from the mayor of the town. The Jews' oaths are not believed unless they stand on a pigskin. Things like that. There are ritual disabilities, and the idea is that we want the Jews to stay alive according to God's witness, but they have to always be in a degraded state, or the model doesn't work. So that's basically the condition of the Jews in the 17th and 18th century. They were in this kind of limit theologically, where we were allowed to exist. We had a tolerated space, but we could not overstep those bounds. We had to always maintain kind of like, we were sad to be Jewish, and we regret our stubbornness. By the way, really interesting grave. You can see this in the French. Saint Augustine, he's prayed for us, and there's actually a relic, the floor of Saint Augustine himself is preserved here under glass, and that's not weird at all. So look at a couple of historical moments where there are exceptions, and they are extremely important. The first one that I'd like to look at is the Crusades. So the Crusades is actually a defining, bringing together Christians in Europe like no time before. And in the late 11th century, 1095, when the Catholic Pope Urban II was complaining that Christians were being denied access to the Holy Land and to pilgrimage sites in Jerusalem because it was controlled by the Muslims. And it's a field of our as far beyond the scope of our normal discussions, but the church had a major schism. Catholic Church and what is the Orthodox Church being centered in places like Greece and Russia, Armenia, and the Catholic Church, of course, in Western Europe, from Italy and beyond. And they were not getting very well with each other. And Pope Urban II, said essentially to the Orthodox Church and the Christians everywhere, we must go on a crusade, meaning follow the cross, and reclaim the Holy Land so that Christian pilgrims can get open access to their holy sites. And his call in 1095 electrified Christian Europe for a whole host of reasons that we'll explore in a minute, but they successfully mounted this years-long effort to march soldiers down to Jerusalem, to rape and pillage as they went. And when they finally got to Jerusalem, it was a horrible massacre, but they at least freed up the sites for the Christian pilgrims. This idea of a crusade has entered the English language, of course, when you have something really important that you want to achieve. You say, let's go on a crusade to, get rid of plastic bags in our society or something like that. But it really comes from this specific moment. Here's a map that shows you the multiple crusades because they were not successful in retaining the Holy Land. The Muslims would constantly drive them out, and the massacres just got worse and worse. And so it led to huge enmity between Christians and Muslims. So there were several of these crusades that went by land or by sea. Now, the one that's in Jewish history is the very first crusade, which began in the late 1095, and in 1096 there was a terrible occasion, right around this time of year actually a little bit later, close to the summertime, because there were a group of crusaders who said, wait a second, why should we schlep all the way from Germany all the way out to Jerusalem to non-faithful? We have infidels living right here in our backyard. In fact, there's 3 Jewish towns that are formed in mines that are known by the acronym Jones. They're right here. There are 7,000 Jews living here. Why don't we just attack the infidels here? And so you had a series of horrible massacres of Jews living in these towns that had phenomenal ramifications and reverberated throughout Jewish history. I'm going to look at those ramifications in a minute, but I want to point out that we actually remember these particular crusades every Saturday morning when we read the Tefillah Av HaRachamim, which is specifically in memory of the martyrs who died in these horrific crusades. We should understand that the crusades, we're not talking about professional armies for the most part. We're talking about a certain number of noblemen who had free time on their hands and could bring along pages and so on and squires. But then there's a whole rabble of credible, gullible people who would just get swept up in this frenzy and would, march off on this trek without any means of sustenance along the path. And so the Crusades were actually turned back from Finland because they were like destroying Christian farms as they were making their way to Jerusalem. Quite a few of them were like really crazy, rabble-rousing individuals. When you read the accounts from the time, you see like people would be swept up as if they saw a goose walking towards Jerusalem. They would say it's a sign, right? It's follow the goose to Jerusalem. Eventually they would eat the goose, but they would keep going to Jerusalem, that kind of thing. So there was this social upheaval of these masses that could not, and they invented their elemental desire for violence on the Jews rather than making their way all the way down to Jerusalem. How did the Jews react? So there were several different responses that are recorded in the very powerful chronicles that we have from this period. We actually have several chronicles from many Jews who experienced this. It was like a major turning point in Ashkenazi history, and we have first-person records of it. The first thing that's kind of interesting is that the Jews first sought refuge from church authorities. Meaning you have these crazy hooligans who are coming outside the city gates, and the Jews would rush to the bishop and say, protect us. And the bishops would protect them. In fact, the first of those 3 towns, the Jews went into the bishop's home, and he said there was guards out to meet the Crusaders. He asked who's in charge here. So he got the one in charge, cut off his hands, and immediately the violence ceased. That was all it took. So in general, pogromists tend to be cowards, and when they face a little bit of resistance, then they all dissipate. So they moved on to the second town. But it is interesting to note that the Jews felt that the church was possibly their best source of refuge. This was not viewed as an anti-Semitic thing that was directed from the higher church. It was really more of a social class element that had some sort of Christian overtones. Secondly, the Jews attempted to pay off the Crusaders. It turned out unsuccessfully. The Crusader money, but decided to invade anyways. This is kind of like the traditional Jewish approach to threats of this nature. Either ride your attacker or run away. I think I may have mentioned to you, there's a joke, it's no longer true, but people used to say, why is it that there are no great Jewish piano players, no great Jewish pianists? And the reason is because it's very hard to run with a piano on your back. It's very much better with like snare drums and clarinets, things like that. So Jews adopted one of my students once called the fee or flee strategy of survival. Either pay off the attacker or run away. And that generally works for much of our history. God willing, when we move further on in this course, we'll see that one of the big criticisms, an internal Jewish criticism of the Holocaust era, is that the leadership of the Jewish community was not able to envision another kind of enemy, an enemy like Hitler, you might know, who was not prepared to accept contributions, and in fact who was no longer interested in having the Jews flee. But that will be further apart. We still have 1,000 years of this kind of solution. Another option, Islam, the Crusaders did have kind of a Christian veneer to their attacks on the tri-town of Shum. And so there were some Jews who elected to convert to Christianity in order to avoid being killed. Some fascinating, very tragic responses written by none other than the great Rashi, who lived through this time, who advocated allowing those Jews return to the fold after they had gone through the rites of baptism to save themselves, which was not at all a simple matter to decide. There were some opinions that said no. Once they baptized, they had lost their rights to be part of the Jewish community. But Rashi laid down the lines of no, they did so clearly under duress, and they should be returned to the Jewish community. And finally, most tragically, martyrdom. This is one of the most heart-wrenching aspects of the Crusades. chronicles that describe what has been called by one author the Akedah, the last binding of Isaac. Many Jews, for example, finding themselves locked in the synagogue surrounded by crusaders, elected to engage in suicide practices, where they murdered their own children and their own spouses before they took their own lives. Just horrific. Rather than submit to baptism, they chose to commit suicide. And the horrific kind of a scenario that is described with very evocative language from the period. But in my humble opinion, I think there's tremendous ramifications for Ashkenazic history. Because even though we're talking about a relatively small group of people, the number of Jews living in a tri-town is probably not more than 10,000 people. And so the number of Jews who actually committed martyrdom, maybe we're talking about 500 people, 600 people at most. More likely, it might be something like 50 people. It's still a lot of people, there's no question. But the reverberations of the horror of that act had a huge impact on the Ashkenazi self-image. There, as a result of the experience of the Crusades, Ashkenazi Jews, I would take the argument, began to view the outside world as very toxic, as very hostile. They began to turn inward and become much more insular as a result, viewing the outside world as being so threatening that the only solution for Jews was to circle the wagons and look into the community and seek refuge there. And this really had ramifications for how they studied the Torah, how they developed their business model themselves, which is not necessarily the case, as we shall see God willing next week, when we look at Sephardic Jewry, which was not faced with the same kind of sharp, immediate test of martyrdom or conversion. Right now, it was much more of a lengthy, long trial, and they elected to try and adopt more of an accommodationist approach. This will blow over, let it just go along for the time being, and then we will be able to re-emerge in our full Jewish identity. It was a different approach that had different ramifications for Sephardic history. It's no generalizations, but I think there's something useful in thinking. One very last important element of our period was the economy. One of the things that's common in European society, not in the Muslim society, is the Jewish involvement in money lending. And there's some really good reasons for this. The first is church law. Under something called the law of gratias, Christians were not allowed to charge interest to each other. The exact same biblical reason that Jews are not allowed to charge interest to one another. I recommend you try the 1-800 number at the back of the credit card, see if the CEO is Jewish. I've never been able to get any success with getting my interest rate reduced on that basis, so I thought that was funny and I put it anyway. The law of gratias meant that since Christians can't charge interest to each other, there's basically nobody offering credit until about the 14th century. The Italians then discovered, wait a minute, there's a lot of money to be made here, and they sort of broke the rules, and that was it. But up until the 14th century, the only non-Christians in Europe are Jews, and they're the only ones who can charge interest, and so therefore they're the only source of credit. Really important in an agriculture dependent on the season, where all your money is in the ground until harvest time. So the Jews are really incredibly important to the functioning of that society economically. Huge advantages for Jews. Contrary to popular belief, Jews were generally own land in almost all of the history. But why would you want to own real estate? It was so precarious to be evicted from this region at any time that the king could simply expel all Jews, as they would for several times at several points in the medieval period. So why would you want to own real estate? Because essentially it's money you buy. Put your money in something liquid, something that maybe you can carry with you. These kinds of things are definitely very good. Also, it's an urban profession. It requires the use of the mind rather than being a farmer and working with your back and your muscles. It's a clean profession. It allows for banker's hours, so you have plenty of time to study the Talmud and so on. It's an urban profession. You can live in a city. You can live with other Jews. All these things are very great advantages. The disadvantages, however, of being money lenders is that there's always a resentment Everyone loves money lenders when they want money, but when they have to pay the bill, everyone hates the money lenders. But let us not forget that interest rates in the medieval period were typically as high as 50%, really high interest rates and usurious interest rates. And so the resentment against Jews was very high. This will result, as we'll discuss during in 2 weeks, sometimes with popular uprisings against Jews, like the Magnitsky Rebellion in the 17th century. And if the debt load was held by the nobleman was the debtor, then quite often Jews would simply be expelled like they were in England in 1290, because they were owed too much money. It was easier to simply get rid of them than to actually repay them. At this point, however, it was very good for the Jews, and they occupied a unique place in feudal Europe called Servi Kamarai, which means servants of the royal chamber. Rather than having a spot on the hierarchy of, you all study from a high school, the serfs, and then the petty noblemen and the higher noblemen and so on, the Jews reported directly to the king. And that meant that the king could protect them and especially for their profitability. So the king could say simply, yes, the Jews have the right to live in this particular town. They have the right, often the exclusive right, for example, to distill and sell alcohol, the right to charge money on interest, and I am the only person who can tax them. Nobody else gets a share, no noblemen get a share, nothing like that. And so it was in the interest of the king to protect the Jews because they were a source of capital. And that's basically what the means for much of the High Middle Ages up until the 14th century. This picture here, by the way, is kind of interesting. It shows a Christian rendition of a Jewish moneylender. He's got a big bag of money here and some change. You can see that it's a Christian rendition because he's put some sort of faux Hebrew letters at the bottom of his cloak here. And the Christian is coming, this is like the rocket of an empty money bag. He's coming and he's asking for money from the Jewish moneylender. Moneylender has, anybody recognize what this thing? Yeah, an abacus. When I show this to my 19-year-old, you're like, what? Is that like some kind of Ouija board or something? But then I say like, well, it's like a calculator. What's a calculator, right? Like an iPhone sort of, except on. So the Jews were absolutely essential to the economy as moneylenders, but also resented at this time as well. Now, one last thing. We described a lot of the political, the religious, and the social history, but one of the most amazing things is the creative activity of the Jews during the time. Because this is the era of the so-called Rishonim. In Jewish thought, there are sort of like sets of generations that have certain levels of holiness in Jewish theology. You have the ancient period with the theme of the Mishnah, the Amoraim of the Gemara. This is the period of what are called the Rishonim, the first ones, and it basically refers to the era from about the 9th century up until about the 14th century. And all the scholars who were active in this time were incredibly creative and doing some phenomenal things. I've already mentioned Rashi, who is one of the great commentators of the Bible, who composed an absolutely amazing pithy commentary in the Bible with a few that illuminate huge passages that are otherwise quite intense, especially in the biblical text. Also very important in the way he united texts taken from the oral Torah and infused his commentary with the aroma of those ideas along with the written text. Really a masterful commentary. He also wrote a commentary on the entire Talmud as well. We also have analyzers like his descendant, the Tosafot, and the whole slew of thinkers who essentially said, they asked really hard penetrating questions, like how can it say this over here in the Talmud when we just read 2 weeks ago over here the opposite, also in the Talmud? And they really forced the text to address these basic questions in a very amazing dialectical fashion that makes the Talmud section an intellectually exciting book to read. Codifiers, especially important, like Maimonides, was shown here in this illuminated manuscript. Maimonides wearing tefillin and is instructing other people in how to use an astrolabe, which is like a device used for navigation by the stars. The codifiers essentially said, okay, wait a second. We've got this bizarre, rambling, amazing book called the Talmud, but it it's so hard to figure out how you're supposed to behave. So let's start all over and let's reorganize it in a law code that you can actually look up for a law you're looking for. Whereas I described all last week, the Talmud is sort of like this long, chain of association. It's a long stream of consciousness kind of document, and you have no idea what's going to happen on the next page because it's like a long, rambling conversation. So Maimonides essentially said, okay, let's start from the beginning. Here's the law about keeping kosher. I'm going to put it over in this book about keeping kosher. Oh, here's the law about Shabbat. I'm going to put it in this book about Shabbat. And then he created what he called a Mishnah Torah, a repetition of the Torah, which is essentially the whole thing, but laid out in a kind of logical Greek fashion, and it suddenly made the entire Talmud so much more accessible, and it threatened to put the rabbis out of business because it was so easy to read. But rabbinical work managed to survive because then they started writing commentaries on it. These rabbis write commentaries and so on. And you have, of course, philosophers. During this time, you begin to have people sort of taking the text and distilling it for their key ideas. People like Maimonides, also people like Rothschild'S, phenomenal thinkers at this time. I wish we had more space to really devote to them. But I see that I'm right at the end of my time, so let's go to some reflections on Jewish survival. And I think when we look at the Muslim and Christian period that we've encountered today, I think one of the most important elements of Jewish survival is the degree to which the Jews can be truly fanatical about something. It's true that martyrdom is one of the last things that Jews would ever want to have to encounter, but the united statement of Ashkenazi Jews during the Crusades in particular was kind of like a beacon, a signpost that laid down a chok lo yavor, a law that should not be countermanded, that infused the next millennium of Jews with inspiration. Jews can be, a stiff-necked people, and to an incredible degree. And I think this is one of the sources of Jewish survival and strength. Next week, we'll look at Spain in particular. We'll continue some of the things we discussed today, because, of course, Spain is unusual. It is a triangular culture where it's not the binary dyad of Jews and Muslims or Jews and Christians. It is Jews, Muslims, and Christians that exist on the Iberian Peninsula with mixed results. I want to thank you very much for your attention. I'm surprised so many of you came out tonight. I thought that the coronavirus would scare so many of you away, but nobody sees. Thank God we should all be healthy. I hope you have a fantastic day.
So symbolically, I think it means that he found the way to control his destiny, his fate. It's very important, very important.
And now he did. That was the beginning.
Yes, yes. And it's symbolized in that statue. Some people think that he's holding the stick.
Right. So, because of the dreaded coronavirus, we are going to be doing this online this week. I want to tell you that I feel a little bit vindicated that much of my misspent youth actually is handy in this difficult time. Because I spent so much of my youth watching zombie apocalypse movies. Now everyone thought, it's just a waste of time, zombie apocalypse. But now I see how useful it really is. That they just have in an administrative capacity running a campus with 1,000 students and a whole bunch of faculty. All that those years watching zombie movies really paid off. But let's start by going into Spanish Jewish history. So Spanish Jewish history is quite distinct from most medieval Jewish history, primarily because in Spain, the Jews lived in a triangular culture. In North Africa and in Europe at large, continental Europe, Jews lived usually in a binary relationship. They were Jews and they were Christians, or they were Jews and they were Muslims. And Jews were, for the most part, the only significant minority in either of those regions. However, in Spain, Jews occupied a triangular position relating to both Muslims and Christians. And this triangular situation created a kind of a different dynamic among the major populations, and Jews were able to exist in Spain in a amazingly different way that was, in many ways, find a way to get along fairly well. And many historians have said that, well, this is an overly rosy look at Jewish history, and that, in fact, the violence overshadowed by far this brief period of coexistence. But in reality, there's a lot of value to use this as a model. It's true, it's not without its flaws, but nevertheless, there are some really fascinating aspects of this period that we shall explore tonight. So, let's just move forward in the present here. Okay, so moving back to the beginning of the establishment of the Jewish community in Spain. Jews were in the Iberian Peninsula from at least the first century. There's some epigraphic evidence that is like gravestones and things like that are reported at least from the 16th century, some of which attest to a Jewish presence even before the first century. That is, there's even an unusual reference. We've lost the original stone, but there are some references to the notion that Jews may have even gone to Spain as tax collectors for King Solomon, which we are incredibly early. But for sure, we can rely on some testimonies that place Jews in the first century. There's rather a dramatic brief reference to a young Jewish girl who died, and her gravestone was preserved for several hundred years. As I mentioned, it is lost now, but nevertheless, it's a reasonable supposition. We also have references to Spain and Spanish Jewish communities in the Christian scriptures and also in the Talmud and places like that. So in the early medieval period, the ancient or the late ancient period, we do have Jews living in the region. It is unusual because it is a Christian land, but it is dominated by the so-called Visigoths, or the Western Goths. As you can see, they control most of the Iberian Peninsula and really much of what we call today France as well. And the Visigoths were quite tolerant of Jews for much of the time they lived there, partially because the Visigoths were not Catholic. They were Arian, that's Arian with an I. And the Arians had a very different view of the divinity of the founder of Christianity. They had more of an idea that he was somewhat like a prophet, something like that, rather than actually the Son of God, which was much more problematic in Jewish theology. And this allowed the Visigoths to have a much more tolerant approach to the Jews. However, that changed rather dramatically in the year 589, when Rectored, there I am trying to move along in my slides here, when Rectored, this rather amazing photo, amazing here by design, Rectored decided to convert to Catholicism. He left Arian Christianity and he joined Catholic Christianity. Here he's shown as moments of conversion, very ethereal kind of look on his face and so on. And unfortunately, one of the best ways historically that one proves one is one persecutes the Jews, to prove just how religious one is. And right away, period of really incredible anti-Semitism begins from the year 5 and extends right up into the year 711. About 120 years of really incredible persecute. That term anti-Semitism, by the way, quite anachronistically, they would not have used that term back then. But there was this whole period of almost bizarre, it doesn't fit with the Spanish history, a period of intense supervision of Jews, where Jews had to literally report to the local priest when they were from one village to another. Any kind of activity outside of the home had to be reported, and there was a ridiculous amount of punishment, really severe punishments, for a whole host of behaviors, specifically social transgressions, where Jews were relating with non-Jews. Amputations were performed quite regularly. For example, if a man and a woman had a relationship, Jewish men would have their sexual organs amputated, women would have their noses amputated, really horrible kinds of things. And one of the most common persecutions is what was called decalatio, which literally translates as scalping. It's hard to understand whether they're referring to the actual removal of the skin, the scalp from the head, because that's really quite a dangerous operation, but people seem to have survived it. So it might have been like a rather humiliating kind of extreme haircut. We're not really sure, but punishments were meted out left and right during the brief but intense period of which under the Visigoths from 589 to 11. And that's why when the Muslims finally approached Spain, Jews were really happy to see them around. Let me explain what happened then. Let's jump ahead to the Spanish period. Sorry, the Muslim period. You can see this map here. We looked at a very similar map the other day that shows the tremendously rapid expansion of Islam from the Mecca and Medina, right by the Red Sea, just southeast of Israel, and throughout the entire southern Mediterranean basin, and all the way out east to San. And they crossed the Strait of Gibraltar and they moved into the Iberian Peninsula, naming it Andalus, that becomes the Muslim period. This happened in the year 711. Now, there's a lot of interesting historiography that's largely considered as way out of date that argues that the Jews actively assisted the Muslims and betrayed the Christians to allow the Muslims to come in. Most of that has been debunked. The Jews do not seem to be involved with the actual invasion of the Muslims. However, once the Muslims were there and they removed this tremendous persecution from the Jews, it is known that the Jews were willing to help the Muslims, for example, hold on to their conquered territories in Spain and allow them to advance further while they were Jews were involved in garrisoning the town and things like that. There's no question that the experience of the Jews under the Muslims was vastly superior to their experience under the Visigoths. Here's a look at the Caliphate of Portugal, which is the Muslim region of Spain. It's primarily in the central to the southern part of Spain. The northern part of Spain was almost like it, and eventually the Christians were going to push their way north. So much of what I'm saying now happened in the green part of Spain, as shown here. Among the things that happened was you had the development of the sort of where it's not really a legend because we have so many examples of concrete real examples, but we have the of the wise and loyal Jewish servant, where the Muslims are in charge, no question about that, but they encounter a wise and loyal Jewish person, typically a poet, because the Muslims really respect the poetry more and later, maybe something of a scientist, and they recognize the value of this person. They raise them to very high position in society. Perhaps the most important of them was early on a man named Rabbi, who was known for his medical skills. Is also very common thing. Jews were really excelling in the field of medicine, a very long-standing tradition of the Jewish doctor and the Jewish lawyer too, but the Jewish doctor goes back even further. And he invented, or he discovered the ingredients for this potion called teriyaki, which was something that the medievals believed was a panacea for every illness, and that they believed that there was this nature to cure every ill. The only problem is that no one knew exactly what was inside it. So Rabbi found a recipe for teriyaki, and he was able to identify its ingredients, and this, had apparently some efficacy in the period, and so he was given tremendous honors, I heard about. Little do we know that it would inspire, of course, the modern dish, he was already teriyaki, right? Teriyaki chicken. So the Asian influences are here from pasta and chakut. I hope you realize I'm joking. I can't tell because I can't see any of you, but I hope you a little bit something. But anyway, Pasta Ibn Shakir was a fascinating individual. He rose to prominence, and he became essentially the foreign minister of the Caliphate, extending all kinds of diplomatic ventures all around. Another area where historically Jews have excelled, and he did as well, in the field of religion. So his polygraphic ability, his ability to speak a lot of languages, really stood him in good stead and he found that he went from being kind of like the chief physician to the essentially foreign minister, communicating with countries around to bring them information about what was going on and diabetes and so on. Perhaps the most fascinating was conducted with the northern Christian. There was an overweight young man. His name was, I believe, Pedro, and he had successfully put him on a diet. And his mother, the queen, I think it was at Toledo, was so grateful that she conducted a very positive work. And this is because of the fascinating. Now, fascinatingly, for the purpose of this, his brilliance as a leader, he also was a great sponsor of Jewish culture and scholarship. In particular, he identified a young man who was enslaved. His name was Moshe Ben Chanoch, and his story was that he was on a ship with several other scholars, shipwrecked, and he was taken as a slave, and Hassayin Shapur ransomed him from slavery. A very common thing, by the way, in the medieval period. And it turned out that Moshe Ben Chanoch was actually a brilliant scholar, and he ended up establishing a yeshiva with the sponsorship of Moshe Ben Chanoch. And this created the beginning of a trend of scholarship that Spain became eventually very, very famous for. But one of the things that was going on was the Spaniards were especially concerned because, if you look at the map, the center of Jewish activity is where we left Jews last week, and the week before, especially there in Mesopotamia, in the Babylonian region, where the Talmud has been written. Spain is the periphery, way on the outside of the Mediterranean, far, far away. So if Spaniards want to learn the Talmud, they really, really want to make sure that the texts that they are learning from are very accurate. So there's a tremendous amount of push to the precision and accuracy in the copying of Talmudic texts. So this is the kind of thing Spaniards became very famous for, being especially careful about the text. And it turned out that as Spanish Jews began to grow in influence and in wealth, a lot of the relationship between the center and periphery shifted because Spain started sending a lot of money back to the big yeshivas of Sura and Mogadishu in the Mesopotamian region. These regions then their gratitude to Spain, and you had a new dynamic developing of center-periphery relationship with Talmud and so on. There's some beautiful descriptions of how, originally when Spanish Jews were wealthy but not quite as learned, they would send questions all the way to Babylonia for on electric device out of the ancient Jews, and they would receive these letters back, which would be, attended with great pomp and circumstance, and they would all gather and ceremonially open up the letter, and they would read it in public, and it was like a huge hoo-ha to receive a letter from Babylonia, but just to give a sense of how they behave. Now, fascinating as well, it is the periphery. It is like, think like, San Francisco in the 1900s or something like that, where it comes from New York, and essentially it comes from Europe. That is such an amazing event. Some of the things that were going on at this time, there was they love poetry. First of all, the Muslims that were tremendously attracted to fine poetry. So Jews also became in love with fine poetry. But the Hebrew language is not at this time really well adapted to the poetic trends of the day. In particular, there was a debate over something called meter, like how you actually measure out the beats in a sentence so it had kind of a rhythmic quality. And most Jews were using the traditional form of meter that was created by a man named Menachem that essentially gave each syllable stuff. But along came this Baghdadi Jew named Unash ibn Ablat. Wait a second, we have a few of these vowels, like for example the shma, the two dots that are pointed underneath the letter. And whether it is a shvana or a shvana, I won't go into the practicalities here, but you can count that as a half beat or a full beat. You have some flexibility. And if you count it as a half beat sometimes, it can create whole new metrics which are actually on the Arabic language. And so Jews loved this newfangled thing, but there was a culture war that went on between mean, those traditionalist Jews who loved old style poetry and did not like this new kind of hip hop stuff that was coming from Baghdad. On the other hand, the younger Jews were saying, wow, do not show Maharat. He's like Elvis Presley, bringing us this new poetry. And amazingly, they actually had street fights, riots between 14 loving Jews in these cities of Granada. Can you imagine a society in which Jews come to blows over poetry? Like, wow, I love it. I think it's fantastic. And that gives you a sense, like in the 10th century, the kinds of things that were cooking in Al-Andalus. Now, I have to tell you about some of these amazing figures. Hang on, let's read off where we go. Check out. And here we go, too. For example, check this out. It's so amazing. I can't believe it. Shmuel Hanaki, 11th century. As Abraham and Dawood writes in the story, in the days of Paskai, is the book that we talk about, they began the church. But in the days of Shmuel Hanaki, they sang out loud. Like this is like a real amazing achievement of Jewish culture. Now, here's the amazing thing about it. Shmuel Hanaki, you know what his daytime job was? He was the general of the Muslim army of Moses. I mean, just think about this for a second. Here you have a Jewish guy, one guy, religious guy, who's the general of a Muslim army for 16 years. And he's going up to the front line, and he's fighting these wars. He's Christian, for example, and he's a Jewish guy. And more than that, he actually wrote a commentary on the Talmud that's so printed in Tractate Blackwood today. He's a phenomenal poet. There's amazing stories about what he would do on the front line. He would write his poems in Hebrew, and he would tie them carrier pigeons' legs, and he would send the pigeons off, and they would fly back to about where his son would take the paper off, and then he would compile them in a diwan that would eventually become Shmuel Hanaki's writing. I mean, just think about it for a second. Here's a guy, this is, by the way, this is really Sephardic paradigm. This is one of the things that makes Sephardic Jews so amazing, is that here's a man who is absolutely excellent in the religious area. He is like a huge author, a great Talmudic scholar, Hebrew poet par excellence, and at the same time, he's the chief of staff for a Muslim country. Now, think about this for a second. You know, even looking at the American government, can you imagine that the chief of staff would not only be a Jewish guy, but also be like a Talmudic sage? It's unheard of. They're very bifurcated. And if you go, like, let's say, you know, the greatest yeshivas in Lakewood or something, are any of the guys studying there, you know, rise to high office in America? Not at all. They're really, you know, totally separate. But in Sephardic society, you see many figures not quite approaching greatness, but many who are, you know, excellent in both worlds. And so for many scholars, especially the 19th century and onward, they look at the Spanish post period, the Spanish age, as a golden era because Jews are excelling in both secular and in religious simultaneously. It's quite a fascinating thing that's going on. Just to give you a sense, I have to jump back there. Well, let's go back to give you a sense of his poetry. I have a couple of examples here I'd like to share with you. If it will let me go back there, you help me out. There we go. Here's a couple of three of his poems. We won't do all of them. Let's do the middle one. He wrote books of poetry, which were found in the early 20th century and are published. They're just amazing. Listen to the middle one here. Anashim Yanu Ashir. Please forgive my attempt at a Sephardic accent. Anashim Yanu Ashir, the Kabbalah, the Yesha. The Yuzu Rashi Asimo, Sha'im Kesha. You know the name, Sha'im Kesha. Beautiful kind of, feels like just tripping over a brook. And the trend is, people will give great attention to the wealth with phenomenal honor and with now. But they will degrade the poor person, and they will consider it blameworthy for things he has never done. I just translated on the fly and just rhyme it right like that. If the people are rhymes as perfect meter, it's just like solid as a rock, and it's so beautiful, very pithy and beautiful poetry. This gives you a sense of like what the general Muslim army would do at the time. We also had phenomenal figures like Yehuda Halevi, great philosopher poet as well. Originally, he was a poet for hire, meaning he would go to cemeteries and he would write on the spot great funeral elegies for people that he loved for money. He would write wedding songs, and people would listen to him and cry at weddings because he was so beautiful. Later, he ended up, he wasn't making much money doing that, so he ended up becoming a doctor. But not so, puny as a doctor either, so eventually he became a philosopher, and really his philosophy is what stuck in particular. He wrote, among others, this phenomenal book, The Kuzari, which we spoke about a few weeks ago, which is essentially the retelling of the story of the Khazars for the purpose of a religious dialogue, a trialogue, really, Muslims, Christians, and Jews. And obviously, he argues that the Jewish religion is the best, but it is a fascinating work that has tremendous implications today. Also, he eventually made Aliyah. He eventually moved to Israel in his old age. He was really a big Zionist. One of his famous poems says, Leave Mizrach, my heart is in the east, but I am stuck here in the west, meaning in Spain, but I want to go. And it's interesting to think that in his old age, when he was still in Spain, he may have actually held on his knees, none other than the great Maimonides, here we go, the Golden Eagle. Now, Maimonides only spent his very youngest age in Spain. Here's one of those moments when the convivencia kind of breaks down. There was an invasion of more extreme Muslims from North Africa, the Almohad, and another group after them, and they made life very difficult for Jews. They felt that they were, a bad influence on the previous Muslims in the region, that, certain things like alcohol was flowing in Muslim parties, and that's, Muslims, of course, do not drink alcohol, and they felt it was the influence of Jews and other things. So there was a certain amount of pollution, Muslim persecution of Jews in the 12th century. So Maimonides' family fled. They stayed within the Muslim world, but they left Spain at a point, moved away across North Africa, and eventually settled in Egypt, where Maimonides really attained great fame, first as a medical doctor, and then later as a halakha scholar. There's so much to say about Maimonides. I think we'll have to talk about his thought in another class, but Maimonides has his feet in Spain and in the Spanish Golden Era. Now, the Golden Age comes to a steady and inevitable conclusion as the Reconquista begins. That is the reconquest of Spain. That's a Christian term because it refers to the driving out of the Muslims that begins in the north and slowly pushes down the Muslims and pushes them out of the Iberian Peninsula in 1482. You can see from this map that the yellow becomes the orange, and eventually the green areas with the Muslims become Christianized. And in the context of the Reconquista, the Christians have to come to terms with these Jews who have previously held very important positions in society and are, really quite well situated, but the Christians are trying to assert their dominance not only over the Muslims who are the lords, but also the Jews who are quite significant in society. A lot of things happen around this that are really quite unfortunate. The disputation, for example, is perhaps the first expression of this. In an attempt to really demonstrate that for sure Christianity is the best religion, not Judaism, this trend develops in the 13th century, continues into the 15th century, of having forced debates with Jews. Here you can see on the left some Christian thinkers, and they're holding up books, and on the right wearing the Jewish hat, and with expressions that look like they have some fascination. Jews are defending Judaism against Christian attacks. And these were forced disputations where Jews were ordered to assemble in a church, and they were ordered to appoint a leader that would then defend Judaism against Christianity. And the conclusion was foregone, to be sure. The subject disputation is the great disputation of 1263 and that involved none other than the incredible Nachmanides. Not to be confused with Maimonides, who we discussed earlier. Nachmanides is Rabbi Rothschild ben Nachman, son of Nachman. And he was, unlike the disputants, who was probably Christianity, typically a converted Jew to Christianity, whereas probably Christianity had a very superficial knowledge of Judaism. Rabbi Nachman was actually a tremendous genius and a very well-regarded commentator who sought to study even to the present day. We actually have a tremendous record of their dialogue, of their debate, because both the Christian side and Nachmanides published their version of it, and we can compare them and see where they interact and where they diverge. The debate obviously was won officially by public Christianity, but Nachmanides' performance was so admired by the King of Aragon that he gave him a huge pile of money, and he said to him, listen, that was a great debate, but you better hightail it right out of Spain right now. And in his old age, Nachmanides had to flee Spain, really because he had done such a fantastic job in this debate, and he made his way to Israel, where at the end of his life, really, he started a new career and re-established the Jewish community in Jerusalem in the late 13th century. When he arrived, he said they did not even have a minyan, quorum of 10 men over the age of 13 in Jerusalem. 12 places. They had to bring Jews in surrounding villages. But Nachmanides was able to restart that Jewish community, a phenomenal achievement. But it gives you a sense of the beginnings of the end of the golden age of Spain. Let me just take you a couple centuries further ahead right now. Let's jump ahead, because we have to talk about the Inquisition. To understand the Inquisition, we really have to go back about 100 years before it was in Spain, in the year 13. In that year, there was a wave of pogrom that spread through northern particular, and many Jews were forcibly converted. The Inquisition was established almost 100 years later as an attempt to deal not with Jews per se, but to deal with those who had been forcibly converted to Christianity that were not behaving as Christians were expected to behave. Now, you might say to yourself, well, of course they're not going to be behaving like Christians because they have been forcibly converted. What do you expect from them? But we should realize that the Catholic Church at this time, and really for centuries afterwards, was kind of trapped in this theological conundrum. That when a Jew was even against their will, there were many dominant trends in Christian thought at that time that meant that they were actually converted. There was nothing you could do about it. They were now Christians. The sad example of this is really from the 1840s, when there was a young boy named Rothschild'S, shown here in this Oppenheim painting, who lived in Bologna, Italy. And the story went, and by the way, it's going to be the subject of a major motion picture that's being produced by not only Steven Spielberg, but Edgardo Mortara was a young boy, and he had a terrible fever, and so his Christian nursemaid, who felt so badly that this young child was possibly going to die, and then because he was Jewish, he was going to go to hell forever, she felt so badly for him that she decided to have him secretly baptized. And then he recovered, he got better. And several years later, when I think he was about 8 years old, it happened that this particular nursemaid or maid happened to tell someone that, yeah, you know, that little Edgardo, such a little budgie, I actually had him baptized once when I was worried that he had a fever and he would die. This got back to the Vatican police, and amazingly, as you see in this particular scene, not exactly historically accurate, but nevertheless, gives you the sense of the emotion, the Vatican police actually kidnapped this young boy from his home and took him into the papal palace to be raised as a Christian. Why? Because he was baptized against his will when he was a baby. He had no clue that he was baptized. He had no clue that he was actually Christian according to Christianity. And this was a horrific event. Of course, the parents complained and the parents sought redress, but the became a cause célèbre across the world. The great Moses Montefiore became very involved. Jewish organizations all over the world, including in New York, were protesting and demanding that, this is after all the 19th century. You can't just kidnap a child for religion. But the Pope ultimately did not release him under this principle that once he was baptized, he wasn't Christian. What ends up happening to Rothschild'S was he ended up becoming a Christian priest. You can see him here on the right. He actually made a career of later proselytizing Jews. Here he is photographed and with his brother, and you can see kind of this family dynamic going on in this particular picture. But this is an example of the kind of restrictions placed on Jews who were even forcibly baptized that was pertaining even in the 19th century. So now if we go back to Spain, what happened is in the 1390s you had all these Jews who were forcibly converted, and once they were converted, they just sent one guy right back to being Jewish. They lived in the Jewish community, they kept kosher, they kept Shabbat, and so on. They might do some token Christian activities, like maybe up in church, maybe they would wear a crucifix in public, but in reality they were still very well integrated into the Jewish community, marrying into each other's families, retaining a Jewish lineage, and so on. And moreover, this is what's especially fascinating, they now had freedom of movement in Christian society because they were technically Christians. They're no longer bound by the restrictions imposed upon them when they were Jews. They were free to pursue any profession, they were free to travel, they were exempt from punitive taxes and so on. And so this became resented because here were people who were obviously still considering themselves Jewish. They were still totally integrated into the Christian economy of Spain. By the way, at this point, there's a huge historiographic debate, which we went into today, but there are many scholars who feel that the Inquisition was primarily a religious affair, which is sort of the main narrative that I've given you at this point. And there are others who say, no, it's primarily an economic issue, because a lot of Christian burghers that are Christian, city dwellers and merchants were saying, this isn't fair. They've got an unfair advantage because they have all these connections with other Jewish communities around the world and all kinds of things, and they're Jews after all. They're just pretending to be Christians. They should not be getting the same economic rights as us. So the Inquisition was brought in specifically directed at Jews who were baptized and their descendants because they were called new Christians. Even for multiple generations, they were called new Christians, and they were required to recant their awful ways. The Inquisition, which was established in 1478, was accompanied by torture, and there, as you can see in this horrible image here that shows this hand-crushing device where the victim was expected to stare at the cross and think upon his sins while the handles are turned and breaking the bones in the hand and so on. And under torture, Jews were, these new Christian Jews, were expected to confess and say, oh yes, all these other friends of mine were also actually Jews, practicing Jewish rites while they were Christian, and they would be arrested, they would be subject to torture, and they would give up a whole host of things, and eventually it just took over the whole society, like a powerful purge to take over society. The elements of torture used by the Inquisition were absolutely horrific, and have become proverbial. For example, this terrible device of torture, it's called the Pope's hair, and it would be inserted into an orifice in the human body, many possibilities, and then a person would be asked questions, and if they failed to answer appropriately, the ring at the back would be turned, and it would be slowly expanded, ripping internal membranes and so on. Absolutely horrific kind of torture. So the Spanish Inquisition, even though you have Monty Python, it was no joke at all. It was a horrific thing that really affected Spanish society on a very deep and elemental level. Jews who confessed were often forced to wear these things, bonitos, these humiliating tunics, and by the way, for life, wear this for life if you were found guilty of Judaism. And then after death, they were often actually placed on the walls in churches as a reminder of the family shame that has been lived. absolutely horrific kind of persecution at this time. And to get back to the idea of an economic motive for this, betraying a Judaizing family, if the family was found in fact to be Judaizing, then the betrayers would get a share of their possessions. And this can happen even after death, where Jews could, die and be buried, and then could be put on trial by the Inquisition. And if they were found guilty of Jews post-mortem, then their property would be divided amongst the Inquisition and those who named them as Judaizers. So there's a profit incentive to this entire process that could go on forever. The ultimate end of the Inquisition process was, of course, the horrible, the public burnings that would take place in many cities, including in the New World, which were like huge, like Rothschild'S events, where you have public burnings of these Jews who were accused of Christian activity. This was a 17th century Orthodox event. Absolutely horrific. One small, very important footnote: Portugal, which of course borders on the western edge of the Iberian Peninsula, was one of the first places that Jews fled to try to avoid the persecution of the Inquisition. Portugal did not exactly have the same situation. In fact, they held off introducing the Inquisition all the way to the country. They held off introducing the Inquisition for a little while, but they had their own elements of persecution. Excuse me while I jump around to try to find the beginning of this again. This is a little awkward screen share. King Wow, or Wow, I don't pronounce it very well, but I always enjoy names. Wow, like I imagine when a person was a child would say, oh wow, it's a boy. You can't really say that. But at any rate, King Wow is temporary refuge to some of the Jews, but ultimately they also did not want a large Jewish presence there. There were also some geopolitical reasons they wanted to see. But what Portugal felt would be best is rather than expelling the Jews, rather than exposing them to an Inquisition right away, they wanted them to convert. And they put incredible pressure on the Jews to have them convert to Christianity, including a really horrific moment when 2,500 children were taken from their refugee parents and shipped off to an island off the coast of Africa, the island of Sao Tome, where, according to at least one account that we have from survivors, the children were actually eaten by large lizards that were apparently indigenous to the island. It's a horrific story. Ultimately, the result of Portugal's desire to unite with Spain, as you can see here from King Manuel, marrying Isabella, actually not the Isabella that we studied, but other Isabella, the Jews there were forced converted, and that happened in 1497. And many Jews managed at that time, but otherwise Portugal became the same as Spain in this regard. The Inquisition was also brought in Portugal in 1530 to attack those Jews who were forcibly converted in 1497 who were not behaving according to Christian standards. So that's a sense of the horrific nature of the Inquisition. It ends, of course, in 1492, which is where we're going to pick up our story next week, God willing, with the huge dispersion of Sephardic Jews. It begins in the year 1492 when those Jews who refused to accept the offer of conversion to Christianity decide to leave, and they go throughout the Mediterranean Bay way up to welcoming cities like Amsterdam, and many of them make it across the ocean to the Americas, South America in particular, and we'll pick up that story next week. This is the beginning of the Sephardic diaspora. One interesting point that we should just before we leave, and we meditate for a moment on Jewish survival. There's a thesis that we will come back to when we get to the Holocaust period, but it's a great work on the Holocaust written by the eminent historian, the late historian Raoul Wilker, one of the pioneering texts. And he wrote in the introduction to his 3 volumes, massive, history of the destruction of European Jews, that the roots of the Holocaust lay in Spain. And I remember when I first read it, I thought, oh, come on, geez, how can you draw a line that goes up from the 14th century to the 20th century? 600 years. So many differences about Spain and Germany over that period of time. It's not a fair comparison. But as I got older and a little more mature as a historian, I said, you know what, there's actually a brilliant kernel of truth to the Hillsborough speeches, in my humble opinion. We look at the pattern, for example, in Spain. We have in 1391 these forced conversions that lead to tremendous social mobility of Jews. Then, about 75 years later, there's a lot of persecution of these so-called Jew Christians, these Christians who come from Jewish roots, who are able to move within both worlds with some validity, and that results in isolation and then ultimately expulsion of the Jewish community of Spain. If we take that and we look at Germany, we see in the 1800s, for different reasons, there are mass conversions. These are not forced conversions, but a lot of social pressure allows a lot of Jews who are assimilating anyways to simply decide to adopt baptism largely as a social ladder. Like the great poet Heinrich Heine said that baptism was his ticket to European culture. And then, about 75 years later, there's this persecution of non-Aryans. I mean, these are, Christians and Germans in German society, but they don't quite fit with the rest of us. They're the purity of blood that the Spaniards admired. It's also admired, and this leads to isolation, to expulsion, and ultimately to mass murder, something that only had the briefest of echoes from medieval Spain. But nevertheless, there are some interesting historical parallels between these two periods. And as Santayana famously said, history, if we do not pay attention, we're doomed to repeat it. Others have said you may not have repetition in history, but you certainly do have rhyming in history. There are certain oscillations that repeat themselves. But to conclude this lecture, and I hope you're still there. I'm talking to the screen. I have no idea if you are out there. We'll find out later. I'll go to school. People say, oh, yeah, here's the lecture. What is it about Spanish Jewry that allowed them to survive? As we saw, it's a great contrast to the experience of Ashkenazi Jewry in the Crusades, where that one big flash moment where you either, convert or martyr yourself, and the Ashkenazi decided to martyr themselves with the three towns of Speyer, and that became kind of like a cultural motif. Well, Spanish Jews did not have that same luxury, because all of a sudden they got pretty converted, right? In really kind of a silly way, holy water sprinkled on you, or holy man of sciences, now you're Christians, like, what are you talking about? But nevertheless, they're caught up in this, not in like a dramatic moment of fire like you would have, with the synagogue surrounded by angry Muslims, but now it's kind of like sort of a religious fiat. With that, when the Sephardists developed to adapt to their new reality, their new identity, the Jewish identity, and let us remember the fierce attachment that Sephardim had to their culture, particularly as crypto Jews. We'll talk more about this perhaps next week. But, for example, circumcision was a certain giveaway that your children were Jewish or who were a Judaizer family. So many crypto Jewish women, wanting to retain their knowledge and identity as being Jews, but being unable to circumcise their children, often actually put small surgical excisions on their shoulders to a little circle, just to remind themselves that we are Jewish, we are not able to circumcise our sons, but we will make this scar on our own bodies to remind us of this fact. Incredible dedication to Jewish continuity, although submerged in entirely different environment. And here we are, 500 years after the expulsion from Spain, and these Sephardics still consider themselves Doctors, specifically Sephardim. They have retained their sub-identity 500 years after being expelled. I mean, that's amazing. I consider myself a Lithuanian barely, even though it's now been like 3 countries removed from Lithuania. And it was my own grandparents who fled Lithuania to come to Canada. And like my children will consider themselves maybe distantly Lithuanian, but primarily American. And that sub-identity disappears so quickly. How is it that Sephardim is so strongly attached to their identity? 500 years later. It's an amazing thing. And I think it's your survival. Okay, so we come to the end of my lecture. I hope this works for you online. I think we had a much smaller crowd than we would have had without the virus. But at any rate, we're going to maintain continuity for the internet audience. And hopefully all of this will be over soon and we'll be able to get together as we usually do. I hope you have a fantastic week. And thank you for listening. Have a great time.
And so they're playing on the ice, and then very early on, I think when they're about 10 or 11 years old, they decide to make a pact. It's called becoming undone. It's more than a friend. A friend is the language, and there are several different types of friendship. But undone is a friendship.
Don't worry. I got it now. Great. I'm on mute. I'm asking everybody else to mute. Okay. So listen, please make sure you are on mute because it will really disturb the experience for everyone else if you are not. I have the
How do we put it on mute?
so you just sort of move your mouse along and you'll see at the bottom left there's a little microphone there. And
I'm on my phone. I'm on my phone.
your phone is
On the ice, I will say.
And then now you're going to put the phone. Okay, great.
okay. Try star 6. I will let everybody know that if I can't get people to mute, I may have to remove them from the class because like imagine a regular bricks and mortar classroom with all of a sudden people are talking to them, everyone in the room can hear it at the same volume. It's really embarrassing. Yes, I am hearing you, and I'd rather not. I'd rather just be able to speak. So I know. Okay. Star 6. I can do it. Okay, great. I'm seeing some new happening. Great. All right, let's get straight to the material. Okay, so the goal for today is to go over the 16th and 17th century. We're going to be looking at a pretty tumultuous period in Jewish history that begins with the Iberian diaspora. That is the period when the Jews are exiled from Spain and Portugal and make their way around the Mediterranean basin and all the way out to the New World. And then also we'll be looking at the tremendous transformations that resulted as Jews began to encounter, sometimes as Portuguese Jews like Christian status, some new technologies and ideas that were circulating in Europe. And actually, in many cases, they were really agents of change that pushed along a lot of ideas towards modernity after the discovery of the New World. We're going to look at a tremendous period of instability with the Acknowledged Rebellion in the middle of the 17th century that was almost immediately by an episode of this impact on the Jewish people, that is the false messiahship of Shabtai Tzvi. And then we'll wrap it up with some reflection about survival. That's the plan for tonight. The image that you're looking at is actually a classic piece of art by Ilya Repin. It is a representation of the Zaporizhian Cossacks writing a letter to the Ottoman Tsar. And this is a representation of the Ukrainian freebooters who are really kind of like alienated from traditional society. They're living in encampments along the Dnipro River. And these are the people who are primarily associated with the rebellion of 1648-49 that will return to the law. But it's really an amazing piece of work. So I wanted to call it out. Let's read to the material. First of all, let's have a look at this map. I've got to find this place to put my own space in this recording. Last time was just really small, I think, as people complained they could not see my chain of punch. You know, when I was a little boy, for a long time I thought that my Hebrew name was Chain of Punch. Every time I went to visit my grandmother, she would call me Chain of Punch. But at any rate, here's a map that shows you the diaspora after the Spanish expulsion of 1492 and the Portuguese forced conversion of 1497 that also resulted in another wave of immigration, although Portuguese Jews recently had a lot of difficulty actually leaving the Iberian Peninsula. But as you can see, there's a huge the southern towards the coast of North Africa, and many Jews made their way to Italy in particular. The reception that Jews received as they landed on those shores was often quite cruel. In some cases, including on the Italian peninsula, Jewish communities themselves actually turned away boatloads of refugees, arguing incidentally, it occurs to me now, that they were likely carriers of slaves and they could not make a home in their communities. Jews were often the prey of unscrupulous pirates who take their money and literally leave them stranded baseline of some deserted place in North Africa, or even worse, they murder them and throw them overboard. You also have Jews moving all the way out to Muslim territories, especially to Constantinople, which is here labeled in Spanish as Istanbul or Istanbul in modern English, where actually the Ottoman Sultan actually welcomed the Jews, saying that the Spaniards are giving up the greatest economic, intellectual, and creative resource, and he openly mocked the Spanish king and queen for expelling them and eagerly them up. And then finally, you can see all the way to the right here, the arrival of Jews in Israel after the expulsion program had a remarkably explosive impact on the development of Jewish culture, particularly in the newly development of Tzfat, which had recently been opened up with some tax benefits, in particular for textile merchants that attracted a lot of Jewish settlement. And many of the early refugees from the Iberian Peninsula made Tzfat, where there was a brief period of incredible spiritual creativity from really the 1520s to about the 1580s that resulted in some phenomenal works of Jewish literature and scholarship, such as much of the Kabbalah, the Arizal was composed in Tzfat, or by Rabbi, and many other things. If you look towards the left of the map, you see, of course, there are Jews who made their way to the Americas, which is quite fascinating. They actually decided to take the plunge and essentially follow Columbus and make their way over to the New World. And there were Jewish settlements in places like Recife from the 15th century. But let's move on. There's really so much to talk about in this class. I don't want to miss out on it. Okay, in terms of sources, I like to start these lecture discussion of sources, and sorry that it does not lend itself as well here because we're traversing quite a large period of history. But I wanted to point out sources. One of them I'll talk about here. This is one of the earliest works of history, especially in the post-Iberian diaspora period. This is Samuel Ulstroy's Consolation for the Tribulations of Israel, printed in Ferrara with the tremendous help of some of the most unusual women of the age, Benvenida Abravano and Antonia Gracia Mendez, who were very important women who were actually the leaders of the Jewish world at a time when traditional rabbinic leadership had failed to stop the horrible occasion that happened in Spain. But what makes this a fascinating work is the first also written in Portuguese, which is not that common. It is actually, if I remember correctly, the first major literary work in Portuguese that is studied even to this day in Portuguese schools, and it's essentially a poetic treatment of Jewish history as a dialogue between several biblical characters, and it's like a massive kind of epic poem in which they go through all the periods of Jewish history and all the terrible things that happened, and they point out how there is really, so to speak, a silver lining to the cloud, that everything that happened really was for a reason, and it all worked out. And it makes sense, of course, that he's writing this. He himself was a refugee to Portugal and had suffered tremendously under the Inquisition, and he was attempting to legally console the Jewish people through a study of history, which I think is a very normal pursuit. You can see that the imagery on the sort of cover is fascinating. It has a globe, which alludes to the spreading of the Jewish people, the diaspora, willing or otherwise, and also the Latin banner underneath says, in the Lord is my hope, right? I hope in the Lord. Beautiful kind of thing. Okay, we'll come back to the other stories that I want to look at when we get a little further into this lecture. Now, let's move on. One of the other major things that's happening at this time is the Iberian diaspora, particularly in Amsterdam. Netherlands was actually a very welcoming community for Jews, but you had this unusual phenomenon in Portuguese Jews in particular. You recall that the Portuguese Jews were all forcibly converted under tremendously horrific circumstances. Their children were kidnapped, in many cases simply shipped off and never saw them. They came to horrible ends on the deserted islands on the coast of West Africa. That they were persecuted horribly after the Inquisition came to Portugal in the 1530s, and many of them, for generations, were raised without any knowledge that, in fact, they were Jewish. It was dangerous, of course, to tell your child that you were actually Jewish, because that could trigger a whole series of persecutions for the family, speaking about their secret Jewish practices when they were supposed to be completely Christian. So it happened that Muriel da Costa was an unusual individual. He was told as a young adult, he was very theologically inclined, he actually studied to be a priest, and when his mother told him that actually he was Jewish, he was so enthusiastic about the possibility of adopting his Jewish lifestyle and the Jewish religion when he became Amsterdam, and there was freedom of religion. Unfortunately, in a kind of like a tragic Balchuva moment, he was surprised that although Judaism sounded so beautiful and so wonderful, Jews were somewhat less so. And he was especially taken with cognitive dissonance when he realized that there were a lot of Jews who simply didn't live up to the ideals of Jews, talking in shul and cheating on taxes and who knows whatever other things. And he ended up becoming a gadfly of the Amsterdam Jewish community. He was excoriated by leadership, and he was actually put into into excommunication 3 times because of his attachment to his ideal vision of Judaism that did not jive with his appreciation of the Jews, who were not necessarily always up to the challenges that their religion faced. But in a very tragic way, he definitely suffers from some mental illness issues. He had a lot of other coping mechanism difficulties, but ultimately what ended up happening is after being excommunicated the 3rd time, he begged to come back to the community. The Amsterdam Jewish community imposed a very harsh sanction on him and said that before he could be readmitted to the community, he had to go a ritual humiliation to really teach him the message that he can't go around. In fact, he published a book criticizing the Jewish community. He can't go around doing those things. And in synagogue, they actually flogged him symbolically with a very, not in a painful way, but in a way that implies the ritual disapproval. And then, amazingly, they had to lie down on the steps, the threshold into the synagogue, and they had all the members of the community walk over his own body into the synagogue. After this horrible humiliation, which he accepted because he really wanted to be back in the community, he went home. He wrote a suicide note, which was it's a very, very chilling document. It hasn't been published. It's called, he wrote in Latin, an example of a human life, and then he took a revolver and shot himself. Terrible, terrible story, but it is indicative of the difficulties that many of these Portuguese in particular had to reacquaint themselves with the Jewish community at large. His approach to Judaism, sort of sense of what is ideal, and kind of like coming out of outside the community, was actually instrumental in influencing a lot of other thinkers, including another native, Baruch Spinoza, who is shown here on the left of Acosta. Now, this is just a piece of fantasy. They did not overlap in years, and Spinoza was not, sitting on the knee of Acosta. But the artist's version here is trying to tell us something about how the experience of Acosta, first with his Portuguese Portuguese Inquisition, and then later with his encounter with the Jewish community, would ultimately inspire Spinoza, who also went through a similar kind of excommunication experience. So this is just giving something in our heads, some kind of sense of what it must have been like to survive the Spanish Inquisition, and then to try and reintegrate into the Jewish world. And this is all happening in the 16th century. Another fascinating thing that's happening at the same time is that Jews are becoming much more enmeshed in the leading scientific theories of the day. Jews have always been information workers, so to speak. Jews have always been, really quite literate and numerate, and so as a result, whenever there were learned people gathering to discuss anything except, let's say, theology, like Jews were not particularly well known, to the best of my knowledge, in Muslim or Christian theology, but they definitely were when it came to any of the medical sciences, for example. And let us not forget that it really wasn't until the late medieval period that there were clear distinctions between what we would call today sciences and what we would call today humanities. A learned person, a doctor of philosophy, was expected to know all the knowledge that was available at the time. And there was no real scheme between, knowing literature and knowing pharmacology. Those were all part of general knowledge. So this is a period of time when it just begins to start getting more and more specific and like real strong. It's still the cutting edge of technology. No real strong barriers to intellectually motivated Jews into some of these emerging areas of science, especially in astronomy, which is expanding dramatically in the era of Galileo and Kepler and so on. Technology looks the night sky. By the way, if you're on a phone, make sure you punch *6 to mute yourself, because the heavy breathe is a little bit distracting. One of my favorites of this particular period was an unusually enthusiastic and very productive scholar named David John, who was a Prague Jewish scholar, very much involved with Tycho Brahe, one of the first astronomers of the day. This happens to be a fascinating photograph of his gravestone, and you'll see here, if we zoom in, is the first documented use Star of David as a Jewish symbol, specifically in history. We tend to think of the Star of David as a very, very old Jewish symbol. It's really not. It's more of a modern, even 19th century symbol. Although things like the menorah, the Cohen hand, things like that are much older symbols. The six-pointed star, with all kinds of interesting ramifications why it is so, was especially associated with some of God's stuff. And you can just barely see at the top of the star, sitting on it, is the outline of a goose. And that's kind of like a pun because the name David Gans in German, added to this, is in fact goose. So it's kind of like a pun on his own name. He also was a historian. Wrote a very important work called Semas David, which is a more rabbinically oriented history of the world, which portrays the kind of emerging scientific consensus and emerging scientific enthusiasm you see among the rabbis at this time. Where this recent apogee, in my humble opinion, is this amazing book, which would only be written another 100 years later, but it's called Sefer Abrit HaShalem, which is still studied today. If you go to a regular Jewish bookstore, especially in the Hasidic neighborhood, this is like a science compendium. The translation of the title is the Complete Book of the Covenant, and the author, Rav Horowitz, basically wanted to introduce the amazing world of science to Jewish readers. It's a fascinating, wonderful book to read, and it gets into all kinds of amazing historical sciences, of course, of the 18th and 17th century. So it's kind of funny to see that here in the 21st century, it's still avidly read, but nevertheless, it is kind of like one of those kosher introductions to sciences that we have at this time. So these kinds of things are developing in the post-Iberian experience. This is accelerated, of course, by the development of printing technology. Jews are early adopters of new technologies in general. There's a lot of reasons for this. Part of it is because economically we tend to live at there goes your investment completely. As Jews were always involved in, well, we spoke a little bit last week about money lending and about financial issues and things like that. But, not every Jew is so well inclined towards those kinds of tasks. But various kinds of artisanry, like silversmithing, goldsmithing, was definitely very popular for Jews. Those are portable trades. Also the arts, because these are things that they reside in the mind, things that they're very portable. So Jews are always very involved in music, poetry, Ashkenaz a little bit differently, but certainly part of literature. So you begin to see Jews looking for new opportunities economically for regularity, and new technologies are always the way to find new economic models. So printing became something that Jews found really wonderful quite early on, and so you have a lot of great early Jewish books. Here's one that's specifically connected to the material that we've been discussing, and of course, this is the famous Ferrara Bible. I think I may have shown it to you in a different lecture, but it's just a closer look at it. This is a translation of the Bible, at least to Spanish, to make it possible for Jews who were unable to read in the Hebrew anymore because of the difficulties of the Inquisition. They had lost their Hebrew generation. Of course, anything in Hebrew was completely contraband. If a Hebrew book was found in your possession, it used to be exposed to the worst abuses of the Inquisition. The only exception, ironically, was when medical doctors were allowed to keep books in Hebrew for medical purposes, and of course, that's anyway. So here, have a look at this artwork. This is rather amazing, right? This is on the front cover, and it shows this boat with the mast broken, and it's clearly being driven by these heavy winds, blown by these angelic creatures, and there are these frightening sea monsters, and it's a very kind of like intimidating picture to put on the front of the Bible. But the idea is to say that the content of this book will guide us through the difficult seas ahead. Very powerful metaphor that definitely spoke to the Jews of the post-Inquisition period. I shouldn't really say post, because of course the Inquisition went right into the 19th century, but the post-Portuguese Inquisition. The Talmud, we've spoken about it a great length before, I won't speak about it more now, but basically the setting of the Talmudic text to print a huge difference, and although it would take a couple hundred years before it really garnered massive strength, the idea that the text could be available in a much cheaper kind like this was something that Jews were very, very excited about, and of course made the Talmud ultimately possible. That's what was the Talmud possible. All right, let me slow down a little bit because now we've got one of the most tumultuous moments in Jewish history, and that is the terrible Zerat the translation, the evil decree of 48-49. This is a period of phenomenal demographic upheaval when there is a huge peasant revolt in Ukraine, and the Jews bear the brunt reaction of the Ukrainian peasants. So let me give you a little bit of background here. So here's a map of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which was actually the largest country in Europe at the time. In this particular map, you've got the modern countries laid out in borders there, but it was one big dynamic union. The two principal factors are the Polish region and the Lithuanian region. And this was made up of a number of ethnicities. The dominant ethnicity were the Poles, who were large, big landowners living in central Poland, holding massive tracts of land called Latifundia, principally in Ukraine in the south. Ukraine has a uniquely productive soil called Chernozem, which means like that black soil, black earth, and it is known as the breadbasket of Europe because it is such highly arable land. The Poles managed those Ukrainian landholdings through the use of Jewish middlemen who were called arrendators. The arrenda system was basically a kind of a tax farming farming system where the Polish noblemen, known as the Schlachta, would give leaseholders as a community an entire village and its holdings to manage. And that would mean that not only would they tax the peasants' agricultural output, but they would also be free to impose any other taxes they wished on the community, such as, tolls across bridges or toll or fees the village grinding mill for flour or fees for hunting in the nobleman's forest, whatever they really wanted to. Or even one of the most hated of the means used by Jews, according to some allegedly, according to other historians, definitely, was even the right to open the church doors only upon payment of a fee. It's an amazing thing. Now, a lot of dispute of this particular charge against Jews that they, in fact, invoked this. There's a lot of Ukrainian folk songs that speak about this, however, and there are historians. I can't remember her name now. There's one woman working at the university who wrote a dissertation on this, looking at those folk songs. Even if it wasn't true, just the stories about it being true can certainly spark resentment. And let us not forget that the Ukrainians, their real object of resentment are the Poles who are giving the Jews these privileges because they want the money. Remember how this tax farming situation, Polish landlord says to the Jews, okay, I think for my lack of money, I should be able to get 100 zlotys. So that's what I'd like to do next year. Jews go back and they tax the population to the tune of, let's say, 120 zlotys, and they give the nobleman 100 and they keep 20 for themselves. That's their fee for doing the taxation services. And the nobleman is very happy to let them do whatever they want in order to collect those taxes. So the nobleman wants the money. As we'll see, however, this has an accelerant effect that is only bound to increase resentment and ultimately to result in massive rebellion in the community as a whole. Now, before I forget, I should also mention one other kind of thing here. We should recall that Jews didn't live as individuals in much of the medieval period, just like virtually no one lived as an individual during this period. What do I mean by that? The society was organized in corporate fashion, such that a person is born into a particular class or an estate in the feudal system, and that was basically it, with the exception of choose like the separation Cossacks that we'll talk about in a moment. Unless you choose to drop off the grid, you are fixed in your situation. You are a peasant who are supposed to join the church if you're male, or if you're female, I guess you can that as well. But basically, that's the only way out. You're a peasant. That's your job. You got to stick with it. You can't move up or down. And you are judged and held accountable within your entire community. Now, how this works with Jews is that the Jews would typically come to a particular region and they would negotiate the right to live there with the noblemen who actually owned the village, which is the way things work. That you get their own entire village and its surrounding landholdings. And we would call this Magdeburg, by the way, the Magdeburg law in Germany, where a lot of this was formulated. They would get harder on rights, a list of privilege that they had, which could include, the right to build a wall around their community. Unlike much of our thinking in Western Europe, the ghetto walls were actually only existed in Eastern Europe. They were built by the Jews themselves for their own protection. They built them and closed them in. That would only happen later with the Holocaust. They could say, the right to control various trades within the particular community and the right to manage their own affairs by Talmudic law, and they really could have quite a few benefits that were really very amazing. I wish we had more time time to talk about this, but one of the most phenomenal developments of the period is that by the I guess it would be the 18th century, the early 18th century, a little bit of the 17th century, the Jews in Poland and Lithuania actually joined all of their communities together in a massive state within a state called the Council of Four Lands. And this represented really a phenomenal achievement in Jewish self-government, where they could not only govern their own existence within a given municipality, extend the consistency of Talmudic law from the Balkans to the Black Sea. It was amazing. They would meet a couple of times a year, principally in the city of Berlin, and they would make laws for the entire Jewish population. Phenomenal achievement, really. Now, so that's really what would happen is Jews would typically have this happening already in the 12th century and onward, particularly in the 16th century. Jews moving into the Polish Commonwealth, they would get lots of work back to work in a particular area, and one of the main things that they would do is they would act as arrendators for the Ukrainian population. Now, the accelerant of that is that if the Polish nobleman demands 100 zloty 1 year, and he sees that he gets the money without much difficulty, he says to himself, you know what, I don't have to limit myself, so next year I'll ask for 110, year after 120, and so the Ukrainian peasantry ends up bearing more and more of the burden, and the Jews are like the leading edge of the spear who are taking the money to give to the Polish landlord, and feeling the pressure of the highly resentful Ukrainian population as well, not surprisingly. One last detail, and I got to go next slide. We should recall that there are some significant religious themes going on here as well. So the Jews, of course, are Jewish. The Ukrainians are overwhelmingly Orthodox. And that's not Orthodox like Orthodox Jews as well. It's a technical term in the church. It basically refers to the Eastern Church as a whole, distinct from the Roman Catholic Church. Among the distinctions are, for example, they can have a married clergy. There's some distinction in the way that the church ceremony is run, the base language of the ceremonies and so on. But the Poles are, of course, Catholics. And so you had the Polish Catholic lords imposing their will through the Jews on the Ukrainian Orthodox population, and the Ukrainians resented all of the consequences. One last important detail, and then we'll talk about the actual rebellion itself. One of the more noxious elements of the Arenda system is something called Dynastia, which refers to the monopoly on the distillation and distribution and sale of alcohol, which the noblemen gave to the Jewish community. So when you read in the stories about the Jewish innkeeper and Krishna and things like that, it's usually referring to the reality that Jews were given this right of propaganda. Up until, of course, let's just see that it changes when we get to the 19th century, but in the 17th century, this was the situation. So if you were a Ukrainian peasant and you worked a day in the field and you wanted to go and have a drink of alcohol at the end of your hard day harvesting or whatever it is, you typically would not be able to make a bottle of moonshine yourself. That would be prohibited. And you couldn't go to the liquor store. You would have to go to the Jewish inn to get your alcohol. Only the Jews under the right of propaganda would give the authority to distribute and sell alcohol. So many of these inns were primarily for the purpose of serving alcohol. Moreover, Jews could sell this alcohol on credit. So you can imagine a Ukrainian peasant, hard working in the field, comes back, works, goes to have a few drinks, doesn't have any money on him right now because he's been, it's not harvest season or whatever, so he runs to the town. The town bears interest. He comes and he goes to settle up his bill. He's got this massive, insurmountable bill in front of him. There's tremendous amount of resentment. As we discussed last week, everybody loves credit when they need it, but everybody hates it when they have to pay it back to interest. So the Jews were kind of like in a very precarious situation partially the result of circumstances as a whole, because it's not like the Jews had a tremendous diversity of options. You have to be a fairly attractive option as long as things remain stable, but it was set to a ratchet effect where things would become increasingly and increasingly unmanageable, and ultimately result in this hesitation that happened in the 17th century. The explosion was led by this man here. What that smell is, you may have seen his name spelled as CHMEIL. That's just the spelling. The pronunciation is definitely well done. Now, Litsky, and this is the transliteration of Ukrainian. As I mentioned earlier, he led a group of these Cossacks. The term Cossack or Kozak in Ukrainian refers to multiple different groups, but in this particular context, in the 17th century, it refers to Ukrainian peasants who were typically impoverished and had just dropped out of society. They ran away from their holdings for various reasons, and they ended up creating these three border kind of cowboy-like settlements on the inaccessible rapids of the River south of Kiev. And from there, they engaged in a lot of sort of bigotry. In Ukrainian culture, they have the kind of image of like they go out, they Ukrainian children who were taken as slaves in Ottoman, they go and they raid Polish villages and the Jews and things like that. The idea is that they were like the free will spirit, freedom-loving Ukrainians. For Jews, of course, they are terrifying, primarily because in 1648, which is the beginning of the day around the time, Bogdan Khmelnytsky leads these otherwise poorly connected groups of individuals to be the spearhead of a much larger national movement in which it becomes a major military attack on Polish dominance, and they attack the local Polish-dominated villages, and of course, there are not a lot of Poles living there. They're primarily living in the north, as Poland itself, so they attack the Jews. A horrible series of pogroms that washed over the area from 1648 to 49 as they made their way north. Jews frequently ran to the Poles for assistance, and the Poles, surprisingly, did not regard the Jews as their allies, but frequently left them to the Ukrainians. It left an incredibly difficult stain on Ukrainian liberation to the present day. But I think some way to understand the socioeconomic conflict was, if you think about like the riots in South Central Los Angeles, when there was a lot of African American anger over white dominance and the difficulty for them to make economic progress. And when they went and rioted in South Central LA, they didn't go and attack Bel Air or Hollywood. They attacked the Korean grocers who were living in their neighborhoods. The grocery stores, you have these things called food deserts where large chains that don't want to put their supermarkets there as they're not profitable and things like that. So it's a space where these entrepreneurial stores can charge higher prices, sometimes even price gouging. And so it was the Koreans who were the ones who felt the brunt of Ukrainian anger. And similarly, in this case, it was the Jews who felt the brunt of the Cossacks. Now, the number of Jews killed is a matter of some debate. Some of the early accounts, and by the way, much of the treatment of this period is handled so powerfully by Rabbi Nathan of Hanover, who left a tremendous analysis of it, which actually is quite, when you actually read the text itself, he's unsparing his criticism of the Jewish community behavior as well. He talks about the kind of like irresponsible attitude to the situation, saying that you think we can go on doing this forever. No, it's eventually going to blow up in our faces, and ultimately that's what happens. It's called Yemen, the abyss of despair, quote I lost my train of thought. So, yes, how many Jews were killed? So you do inflate a number of a quarter of a million Jews killed. That is most likely nowhere near the real number because if you look at the demographics, the Jewish population immediately after the war actually begins to significantly increase. And in fact, we're not anywhere near that number of Jews living there before the Polish-Ukrainian war as well. Reasonable, might put it as high as 60,000, which is an incredibly large number for the 17th century. 60,000 of related deaths. You know, we're dead in our sensitivities because we lived after the most bloody century of all time, the century that had the Holocaust and numerous other genocides as well. That 60,000 doesn't sound like a number, but was really a phenomenally difficult number, especially one last detail here, I want to just pay attention to another source. One of the references we have, it's not a large one, but it's a significant. A woman named Rabbi living nearby in Germany. She refers to this period in her memoirs, and when she describes how refugees from Jewish Ukraine would make their way westward to Germany, and her family actually took in some of those refugees, like my grandparents themselves, took in orphans from the Holocaust to be raised in Jerusalem. So Bertha Pappenheim, who is shown here, she was actually a very famous woman. She was a German woman who led the anti-slavery movement in the start of the 20th century into the 1920s. She was actually a direct descendant of this Elizabeth of Hammerl, and in this particular photograph, she's actually wearing the clothing that Luco would have worn in the 16th and 17th century. So Luco was the main source because essentially what she did was, at the age of about 75 or so, if I remember correctly, she was kind of depressed. Her second husband had passed away, and she's gone through so much challenges in her life with, bankruptcies, marital heartbreak, and so on. Her children convinced her to start keeping a journal. She ended up writing, 70 little tiny notebooks that eventually made up an amazing journal, clearly a description of what it was like to be a Jewish woman and the 17th century. And it recently just came out in a new edition. I haven't read it yet, but I'm really looking forward to it. It is an amazing book. It has got very little not only on Jewish women, but on any women of the 17th century. And I'll just tell you a quick thing about it. It's amazing because what she thinks of as being totally normal for her to do would, make any feminist proud. In the sense that she's like so involved in international business and in local affairs and in politics and just like normal people. There's no kind of sense that women are on the side and not allowed to be above. She was deep up to her elbows and all kinds of amazing things. Really a great book worth reading. Let us continue that. So the sort of last major story is the 17th century. You see that it's a tumultuous century, right? There's all kinds of exciting new things, new science, new technologies, and new ideas circulating, but at the same time, there's a lot of these medieval upheavals, peasant rebellions, and so on. And the kind of the darkest moment is one associated with this man, Shabbatai Tzvi. He was an unusual young man who, some early historians looking at Shabbatai Tzvi regarded him as a rasha, as a very wicked person who intentionally deceived the Jewish people, claiming he was Messiah, only to later betray him. More modern scholarship, beginning with the great Gershom Scholem, who wrote a very important biography of Shabbatai Tzvi, recognized that he probably suffered from something like, I'm not a psychologist, but something like bipolar disorder or depressive disorder, like that. Please be sure to push *6 so that your line is true. And he was originally a very well-regarded young man in his community in Vienna. He was actually a sought-after prospect for Shidduchim. He had a very fine singing voice. He was a great comic. Studied quite a bit, for example, of Kabbalah. better if you would start that.
This kind of deep connection with nature.
There you go. This is one of the challenges of, I'll have to figure out how to do this right now. But around the age of 18, he refused to marry. Ultimately, he would later marry. That's another story in itself. I have a separate lecture on it, but I don't want to go into it now. He married also, by the way, to Torah. He actually had a ceremony where he got married to the Torah itself. He began to experience what he called illumination, where he began to be convinced that he could do amazing things like he could meditate, or that he could traverse massive distances in the in a fraction of a second. So, and this would have just been probably chalked up to being eccentric and on the wider, larger point of eccentric until he ran into this individual, Nathan of Gaza. Nathan of Gaza. I'm not really that expert in this period, but if I were to hazard a guess, I would think that Nathan of Gaza is a little bit more on the. Nathan of Gaza recognizes the tremendous propaganda value of Shabbat season, and he distributed it widely, and he promoted the idea that in fact Shabbat season was Messiah. Amazingly, he actually garnered quite a large following. This attracted the attention of even Christian artists. We have a lot of woodcuts like this that Shabbat coming into town and being met by hundreds of adoring Jews, where he would to let this one and say, I'm going to make you king of Ethiopia, and you are going to be the king of Turkey, whatever it is. And he began to read the Messianic movement. Christians are actually quite fascinating to see that, wait a second, the Jews are actually thinking this guy is Messiah to possibly. And then in fact, we know from sources like Alabama that so many Jews in Western Europe sell their belongings in order to join Shabtai Tzvi on his trek to go back to Jerusalem and claim his title as the king of the Jews, initiate this Jewish messianic period. It was a really, truly a fascinating time, but the story, of course, ended in a huge debacle. Where we are. Okay. What ended up happening is he presented himself to the Ottoman Sultan. He was Jerusalem at this point, and he presented himself to the Ottoman Sultan, and he said, "Okay, here I am. I am the king of the Jews, the Messiah. It's time for you to give me Jerusalem now, so that I can initiate the Messianic age." And the Ottoman Sultan said, "I have a better idea. How about you convert to Islam, and I let you stay alive?" So amazingly, Shabtai Tzvi converted to Islam. Here you can see him in his stocks as he's waiting for the decision what to do about the Ottoman offer. He converts to Islam along with his wife. Most of his followers are completely crushed, and they return home dejected, realizing that the entire messianic experience was completely flawed and did not come to pass. However, a small group of them called it that's what they're called now, and said, wait a second, maybe this is part of the great messianic story. Maybe the Messiah moved through the other great religions. Maybe we have to become Muslims in order to initiate the messianic story. And that's, in fact, they've been made right up to this day, and they had a very large role to play in Turkish politics as well. Starting that story. We'll pick it up again when we speak about Hasidism, because many see a link between the failed messiahship of Shabtai Tzvi and the kind of social forces that roll forward a desire for something new in Hasidism. But that will be next week. So I'd like to conclude this lecture here. I'd like to conclude this lecture with as is our one, we reflect a little bit on Jewish revival. And I think it's especially appropriate in the situation that we're in right now. Now, this video will be online for some time, and people will watch it and say, what is he talking about? Well, obviously, I'm sure all of you in March of 2020, when we are just at the very beginning of this unprecedented moment in world history, everybody should do well and how. And there are unusual parallels which I'd like to think more about. But what's relevant to us today is that one of the skills these people have that allows them to respond to these challenges is that they are adaptable. They recognize the potential in many new emerging economies, in many new emerging technologies, and although sometimes that can lead them into, terrifying new and disastrous occurrences. And one example, by the way, Shabbatai was a huge proponent of printing. He loved printing, and he said that we should do away with porous roll and use this new modern metal instead. It's easier, we can all have one, things like that. So it can be a weakness, but on the whole, I think it is a strength. So with that, I want to conclude with one last note. If you are interested in hearing more about that specific line of argument, in a few minutes I'm going to be participating in a new venture that is spearheaded by Rabbi's David and Argo, and it's on this website, ou.org, OU Live. They're putting together an online forum that can discuss such issues while we're all kind of sheltering in place like this. Okay, well, thank you very much for joining me tonight. I'm sorry that it has to be virtual in this way, but I hope you found it useful. And you all stay safe and healthy. And I look forward to seeing you next. Thank you very much. We're going to end the meeting. Okay. Thanks very much. Take care.
It's just amazing when they have words based on how smooth the coloring is, the variation in the texture, and all the different. Today in English, sometimes you can put them together. We say like yellow.
Nice to see you all. You're able to join me for a quick discussion of an important period of Jewish history. I really hope that everyone on the line is doing well and your loved ones as well. This is a tense and difficult time for all of us, and we hope that you all have a refuah shalema and just stay away from any of the untoward and negative effects of this current public health situation. In today's lecture, what I'd like to do is kind of orient us geologically within Eastern Europe for the first part of the class, speaking specifically about the Russian Empire, which was a major center of Jewish population from about the 16th century onward. That really becomes the central primary place where Jews are living in Europe. And once we talk a little bit about the political and social realities of that time, I want to look in greater detail at this remarkable reform movement known as Hasidism. What exactly was Hasidism? How did it start? What were the major features of Hasidism? So on. Placing that within the historiographic context is how scholars have tried to understand Hasidism over the years. And then I'd like to speak of the reaction of the Misnagdic, the so-called opponents of Hasidism, that is, the traditionalists, who viewed this kind of new revival of Judaism with considerable skepticism, to say the least, and the rather intense disputes that erupted in the late 18th and early 19th century between the Misnagdic and Hasidim. And then finally, let's look at the Haskalah, which is yet another movement that emerges primarily from Germany, extremely influential impact not only on the conflict between the Hasidim and the Misnagdim, but really on the unfolding of Jewish history as a whole throughout the 19th and 20th century. And that's going to basically take us over the lecture. I hope you'll find it useful. Let's get started right away. So let me just make sure I'm on the software page. Okay, so as I briefly mentioned a minute ago, Hasidism is really the first modern religious reform movement in Judaism. I know it might seem ironic to refer to Hasidim as reformers because we tend to associate reform movement with a much more liberal wing of Jewish religious thought, which is much more in tune with accommodating the societal norms and adaptations to Jewish culture and things like that. These are generally antithetical to much of Hasidic thought, although, as we shall see, Hasidism is really quite a diverse phenomenon, and there are Hasidic movements which are much more open to outside society than others, but in general, Hasidism tends to be right about now, the outside world is kind of toxic, so we should keep it that way. Or until we get past this threatening curve. At any rate, it is a movement that began in the 18th century and invested a phenomenal amount of religious fervor and energy into a rather desiccated Judaism that really, bogged down in a lot of intellectual history and a lot of Talmudic mental gymnastics, and many felt that Judaism had really lost the kind of joie de vivre that had so distinguished it in other periods of history. They felt that it had become really an intellectual movement that was so focused on the meritocracy of those intellectual superstars that the common person really had no way of accessing these deep reservoirs of spirituality that were locked within Judaism. And Hasidism really strove to unlock those things, to make them available to the common person, and to a large degree they succeeded. So we're going to study that, but let us begin first with a discussion of the Hasidic, the historiography of Hasidism. And I'm going to outline three basic trends that have occurred over the last 150-odd years of historiography that will give us a sense of how historians have looked at this movement and have tried to place it within its larger context. So one of the first greatest of the encyclopedic historians is the incomparable Heinrich, who wrote the first multi-volume massive encyclopedia history of the Jews that goes all the way from the biblical period right up until the 19th century. He's actually a very important historical figure in his own right. We'll speak about him a little bit more when we get to the modern period. But he has decidedly negative approach to Hasidism. He viewed Hasidism as a renewal of superstition, that it was overwhelmingly negatively influenced by Kabbalah, which he felt was also part of the larger history of Jewish superstition. He felt that Hasidim were credulous peasants who simply didn't know much about the beauty of Talmudic traditional Judaism, and they went in for following charismatic salesmen and all types of local leaders. And he generally had a very negative view of Hasidism as a whole. Hasidism, as I will show you in just a moment, that ruling is primarily an Eastern European phenomenon. You see it happen in the 18th century, primarily in Poland, in Ukraine, to a certain degree in Lithuania, but primarily in the southern regions. And Gretz was oriented towards the West. He was much more oriented, although he had roots in Eastern Europe, he was oriented towards modernizing movements that were associated with the West, specifically the Haskalah that we'll come back to in about 30 minutes. And so he looked down on the Hasidim in general, and he viewed it as kind of like, the embarrassing country bumpkin relatives that only sophisticated Jews have. So he definitely had a very negative approach to Hasidism overall. This is contrasted with another great historian, a phenomenal fellow, who also, like Gretz, wrote a multi-volume history of the Jews, and didn't know was much more involved in the actual day-to-day life of Eastern European Jews. He's about half a century ahead of Gretz in terms of the progress of history. And did not view Hasidism as an authentic expression of Jewish folk culture. Rather than looking down on it from a rather intellectual, sort of rarefied position, he viewed it more like an anthropologist would, saying that Hasidism was, an extremely creative and innovative new way in which Jews were expressing their Jewish identity, and it should be celebrated. And he actually, spoke in much more positive terms about Hasidism. He did not necessarily downplay some of the prejudice, superstitious elements that Gretz had used to derive the Hasidim, but he did view the Hasidim as something that was intrinsic, kind of like it was something that actually came from the people. It was not some kind of crazy thing that was faddish or latched on to it. And so he valorized the Hasidim in a much more significant way than his predecessors. And we come sort of full circle when we start looking at the work of Martin Luther, who was not really a historian, more a philosopher, a literary scholar, but Luther begins to have primarily looking from the outside in. You don't have really famous, well-trained Hasidic historians in this early period, but Buber begins to celebrate the spiritual genius of the Hasidim and begins to explore their culture and their stories and to popularize them, in particular among German reading group. And he begins to sort of turn the corner of looking at Hasidism as something that is really a major innovation in Jewish thought. And this is essentially the way that historiography has continued since Buber's demise in the middle of the 20th century. There's been a lot more kind of fair look at Hasidism as an indigenous Jewish phenomenon, looking at its complexity, recognizing its, frankly, very complex spiritual sophistication, and recognizing that it has deep roots in the Kabbalistic tradition that is really at the core of what the movement stands for. So nowadays, Hasidic historians are no longer participating in a kind of negative approach to this whole movement as we saw in the beginning. We really have come full circle with the historiographical approach. Now, that does not say that it is not a critical approach by any means. There are definitely some pretty bizarre historians working out there looking at the origins of the Hasidic movement. We'll touch on that today. Some looking at the influence of Western ideas, some fascinating different approaches to Hasidic thought. But that's just for a quick introduction to the story. Let's talk a little bit about the social, political, historical connection. So we really have to begin here at Catherine the Great to understand the period in which Hasidism flourished. The roots of Hasidism are in southern Pomerania in particular, which is a region of Poland. But very early on, Poland is absorbed by its three neighbors. Poland, you recall, we talked about it last week. Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, massive state with a significant Jewish population. They're linked together. These municipalities are linked with the Council of Four Lands, which is a phenomenal achievement. But it went into a period of country, and not so much the Council of Lands, but the country for sure. Went into a period of internal political decline for reasons that will take us beyond the scope of our talk today. And as a result, by the time we get to the end of the 18th century, Poland is simply swallowed up by its three leading neighbors, by Germany, Austria, and Russia. And they simply decide to carve Poland off the map in the space of three distinct partitions. Poland, Russia ends up receiving the largest single Jews. And this is quite ironic because prior to the partitions of the late 18th century, Russia was actually closed to Jews. There was an incident that occurred in the late 15th century in which a member of the Tsar's royal family actually converted to Judaism, ostensibly under the influence of a Jewish doctor who was treating the royal family. So ever since that time, the Russian Tsars have declared Russia closed to Jewish settlements completely. And then all of a sudden, under Catherine the Great, shown here, by taking over Poland, she inherited this massive Jewish population that were concentrated on her new western borderlands. Here's a map of those western borderlands, in particular the region known as the Pale of Settlement. So Catherine II had to deal with conflict. On the one hand, there were elements in Russian society that, oh my gosh, we can't have all these Jews. You have to do something about this. You have to kick them out. You have to expel them. You have to convert them. You have to do something with them. And on the other hand, there were certain commercial elements the same way the sexual Jews are actually very useful in our international trade. They have commercial connections in other countries. They have common language. They have common legal systems that they can use amongst each other. We should think about this carefully. Catherine II herself was not Russian either. She was actually German and Russian, actually. And she was enamored of a lot of the Enlightenment thinking that was coming out of the West, and she was inclined to view the Jews with a certain amount of charity. And so she adopted a compromise position, which said essentially Jews will not be allowed into the old territories of Russia, where they have been excluded since the 1470s. Some minor exceptions were made for talented Jewish doctors, very successful Jewish businessmen, and so on. But for the most part, Jews had to stay outside of Russia, but they could remain within the Polish territories that had been conquered. This defined the so-called Pale of Settlement for Jews. Now, the term Pale of Settlement sounds rather bizarre. It's kind of like an old or archaic English usage. In Russian, it's simply the region settlement. The pale, you have this expression to go beyond the pale, it's like to go beyond the border. So it's the borderline that Jews were allowed to live in. You can see in this map that it constitutes basically the entire yellow area, and Jews were also allowed into the Kingdom of Poland, which was also under Russian control at that time as well. So there were certain islands within the Pale of Settlement that Jews were not allowed to settle in. For example, the city of Kiev was closed to Jews, although in 1917 there were an estimated 60,000 Jews living there illegally anyways. And once you went to the far north, half of Latvia and Estonia were outside of the Pale of Settlement as well. But nevertheless, although this would become very crowded and there would be a lot of anti-Semitic legislation and restrictive legislation piled on the Jews at the end of the 19th century, at the end of the 18th century, when the Pale of Settlement was set up, and much of the 19th century, it was actually not so bad. Jews within the Pale of Settlement had fixed rights. They could, for example, hold municipal office. They could vote in municipal elections. They had government. Their Talmudic legislation was respected. Their own internal disputes, things like that. And in many ways, it was not such a bad thing, especially in the beginning of the 19th century. Much worse under Nicholas I, which is what we're going to start with next. But nevertheless, that's how you get so many Jews concentrated in this one swath of territory, primarily under Tsar Catherine II and her successors. I will look here at one successor in particular, and this is one of the most notorious evil tsars of Russian history, Tsar Nicholas I, who came to power when his father was assassinated in a failed rebellion, and he took a very harsh view towards governing the country as a whole. In particular, he viewed the Jews as an indigestible mass that were incompatible with the views of unifying the Russian population under the principles of autocracy, orthodoxy, and Russian peoplehood, something called peoplehood. He really wanted Russia to be more like a monolithic ethnic state, particularly in European Russia, less so when you move out toward the Central Asian areas and things like that. But in European Russia, although this is like almost an impossibility when you realize the fact that there's so many nationalities living in the Russian Empire, not only Russians and related Slavic peoples like the Poles and the Belarusians and the Ukrainians, but also people who are Catholics, like the Lithuanians, for example, also the Poles, lots of tiny minorities like Armenians, like the Roma, and of course like the Jews. And Tsar Nicholas I really wanted to try and get a handle on that, and he wanted to try and make everybody sort of like, if not actually assimilate to the Russian norm, he wanted them all to recognize, hey, this is Russia, the Russian country. Russians are the titular nationality, and every other nationality has to really recognize that central ethnic fact. So to this end, he imposed a lot of decrees that were really quite awful for the Jewish people. I'm going to focus on two of them in particular to give you a sense of the historical background to the rise of the Hasidic movement. The first is the imposition of the Cantonist decree, 1837. This was a horrific decree Tsar Nicholas I imposed. Basically, in the Russian Empire, conscription to the Russian army was a 25-year term. We're not talking about like modern conscription in modern nation states where it's like 2 years, 3 years. We're talking about 25 years of army service. So that means that for most Russian families, it was typically like second sons who didn't want to become priests who would say, okay, you know what, I'm not going to get any land, and I don't see much point being an industrial worker, so you know what, I'm going to be a soldier. And that would be a career, and it would be a reasonable career for you. Jews, historically, not just in Russia, but really much of Europe, have typically avoided conscription by paying a double tax. This was to be amenable not only to the Jewish community, but typically to the government as well, because Jews were viewed typically as foreigners. It's true, living on indigenous soil for 1,000 years, but nevertheless somehow not of the country. And in fact, in Russia, right up until 1917, a Jew who held a Russian passport, it would say inozemny. It would say, foreigner. So they could have been there for 20, 30 generations, but nevertheless they were not a native citizen. So our Nicholas I, he said, okay, we have to end this because our league is one of the greatest assimilatory institutions we have here now. So starting right now, we are not going to allow the Jews to exempt themselves by a double payment. Jews must support the conscription at the same rate as all young men must. And furthermore, since the age of conscription was 18, and it was, by the time a young man is 18, he's really, formed a lot of his opinions in life, and he's married, children, all kinds of things like that. He's really, an adult in every sense of the word. Nicholas I backed off the minimum legal age of conscription to the age of 12. And what would happen is Jewish children would be taken at age 12 to 6 years of formal re-education secondary school, like conforms. And from there, then they would pursue their 25 years military service. It was a devastating decree that Jews no longer exempt themselves from this. And in fact, the children were taken at a very young age with the explicit purpose of assimilating them to Nicholas I's version of Russian Christianity and so on. But it gets much worse. We should remember that the Russian government was not a very efficient government in any way. It was not highly organized. It was overwhelmingly bureaucratic, rife with corruption, and they simply didn't have the mechanism to regulate this kind of demand. So typically, they would not be very particular about the age of the children, and secondly, they weren't able to keep track of the children. They didn't have detailed birth statistics to even determine, who was of the right age in any particular location. By the way, this is something that pertains right up until World War I. There were Jews who were conscripted into the army. My own grandfather, he left Russia in 1905 because of the war with Japan. He did not want to get impressed in the service, and so he ended up moving to Canada, where he became a very unsuccessful farmer before he became a more successful driver. But at any rate, here's the worst part of the whole story. Nicholas I, realizing that his government was not on the challenges demographic and bureaucratic tasks of identifying these young people and kidnapping them. What he did was he placed the Jewish Hila in charge of determining which conscripts would be turned over. In other words, he said to the Jewish communities, okay, we will be conscripting in October. Based on our estimated population, we should have approximately 10 young men that should be reporting to duty. We will come get them on October 1st. It was up to the Jewish leadership to decide which children would be sent off to the Nazis. To be sent off to the Nazis. A truly horrific decision that unfortunately managed well. As you might expect under these kinds of circumstances, the wealthy and the well-connected Jewish families rarely had to give up their children to this essential death sentence. It was typically the children of the poor, children of the widows, who were taken literally on their beds at night, sometimes by professional on the trust that Jewish individuals had in their traditional rabbinic leadership. Now, we should understand, we don't have time really right now to talk about the structure of the Kehillah, but we should recall that there was the lay leadership that formed the so-called Kehillah that year, the great ones of the community, and these are typically the wealthy individuals who would have positions of authority as the Parnas, the president, the treasurer, and so on. And they would be the Makati sit on the throne, get a lot of authority, and so on. And they would also support the community with their largesse. They were balanced out, however, by the faith the rabbinic board in every community that was really according to the Talmudic law. And the rabbis only had really the authority of tradition behind them to enforce these kind of regulations. And in fact, the Kehillah did not enjoy the rule of the rabbis. They would risk the wrath of the population, but they would simply fire the rabbis too. And as a result, there was a sense of abandonment by the general population from the traditional leaders, and also by their rabbis who were not stepping up and saying this is wrong, can't do it, and so on. And so you have an entire generation of Jews, basically from the 1830s until the 1870s, where Jews are growing up afraid, angry, and disillusioned. Later, this will turn into a very significant social movement as well. By the 1840s, Nicholas I has basically destroyed the entire Kehillah structure. People have lost their confidence in their traditional leadership, and so Nicholas I simply delivers his death blow. In 1844, he removes all Kehillah power, with the exception of internal taxation, which of course is for the benefit of the state, because it collects the taxes that the Kehillah manages, and inscription of the scribes. So we should understand that as we go into the second half of the 19th century, the traditional Jewish leadership is totally debilitated, cut off at the knees, and Jews are looking for alternate loci of authority. That's the environment in which Hasidism really expands in Eastern Europe. Okay, so let us now, that we've got a sense of the lay of the land literally and also of the political development. So let's go back a little bit and try to understand the innovation of Hasidism in itself. So although I've described to you primarily the first half of the 19th century, the Hasidism is in its massive growth phase. This would be already in the third generation of Hasidic leaders. The first generation of leaders harkens back to the incredible Rabbi of Israel and Eliezer, known as the Baal Shem Tov. Some amazing research has been conducted by Dr. Moshe Rothschild from Bar-Ilan University, who's actually gone to the archives after the Soviet Union fell apart and found records from Poland that shows the Baal Shem Tov's own name recorded there. Amazing things, but he really was an actual person, even though he exists in this sort of legendary mindset because there's an amazing story told about him. What do we know about him? Basically comes from a very simple, humble stock. And although he was credited as a spiritual genius, and in fact, many of the stories that are told over the names are really incredibly inspirational and so on, he was definitely not part of the traditional intellectual crowd, hanging around the yeshivas and impressing everyone with his Talmudic brilliance and things like that. He was much more of a solitary wanderer who would go off into the forest, meditate, and come back with great mystical truths and things like this. Now, he followed in the footsteps of a much older tradition known as the Baal Shem movement. His name is the Baal Shem Tov, which means literally master of the good name. But the emphasis should really be placed on the word Tov, because sometimes people understand that he's the master of the good name, meaning the master of God's name. That's an allusion to the very pronounced phenomenon of theurgic Kabbalah in Hasidic movement. That is the seduction of amulets, the recital of certain spells, and so on. By the way, they are enjoying a resurgence right now in the context of the coronavirus. It's fascinating, Hasidic amulets warding off disease that people are putting on our front doors and things like that. There's some wonderful stories of very specific years of God. At any rate, really from the 17th century and earlier, there are these people who are called Balei Shem, who would cater to the need of common folk by producing these kind of religious objects that were literally amulets, that were like things to ward off, things to help with a livelihood, finding a life partner, all kinds of things like this. And this was, the stock and trade of traditional folk religion of virtually every site, and Judaism is not, unique in this regard. There are definitely many places where you can go to a Judaic store, and they will have a whole array of various, kind of like amulets that you can put in your car or on your front door or in your baby's crib that are essentially like prayers. If this were not a history lecture, more of a theology lecture, we would get more into what exactly these things do and what is the place in the position. But for the time being, let us understand that, for hundreds of years, Jews have been consuming these devices, like really thousands of years. We go all the way back. We have examples of them from ancient Babylon and so on. So, but many of the people who produced these things were not necessarily reliable. They're not necessarily, the best examples of Jewish ethics and scholarship and so on. So when the Baal Shem Tov came along, he was generally known as the Baal Shem Tov. He was the good amulet, distinguishing him from some of the charlatans that had unfortunately perpetrated the backbone fraud on the Jewish. He was regarded as being a fine miracle worker who really had spiritual insight, phenomenal compassion for the wider population. So he started this movement. He collected a small group of disciples of him, and then the third generation under the Maggid of Mezrich, another generation of Hasidic leaders, all of whom had their own individual approach to Hasidic thought, but nevertheless they drew from the same intellectual well that the Baal Shem Tov had dug in the 18th century. What are the primary features of Hasidic thought? So let's look a little bit at what's the essential sort of theological message. First of all, Hasidism really emphasizes the idea of faithfulness, which is kind of like spiritual cleaving to God, which is the opposite of the technical term ecstasy. Ecstasy in Greek literally means to stand outside oneself, meaning to have an out-of-body experience, so transported with one's religious enthusiasm. Actually, the word enthusiasm might be better, and veils means to have God within you. So enthusiasm means to absorb God within you. So they put these literally to draw close, as in, a husband will cleave unto his wife, as we see in Genesis. So the idea of constitution really emphasizes our view of the banquet of somehow achieving a mystica unio with the divine, somehow getting close to God and becoming enveloped within God and God totally subsumed within oneself. And the means to that are primarily through prayer. There's a lot of amazing stories about how one of the founders of the great Hasidic movement, the founder of Rabbi, the Alpha Rabbi, he was a Litvak, he was one of the Nastagna, we'll speak about it in a minute. He actually went to the Maggid of Mezrich, the disciple of Baal Shem Tov, in order to learn how to pray. Right? He was certainly totally familiar with the prayers. I'm sure he memorized them. I'm sure he knew exactly what he was saying, and he translated everything, and there was no difficulty. But the deep mystical meaning of prayer, the idea of prayer, the efficacy of prayer, that's something that was really emphasized, and that's what the Alpha Rabbi wants to the Maggid to learn. Also, the power of song, the power of meditation, the power of fellowship with other Hasidim, the very deep areas for religious movement, and tremendous value in coming together in these communal activities. These are things that were not necessarily high on the list for the traditionalists. Prayer, of course, is always important, but it's very private, quiet, fair. Definitely, but the internal world of prayer was very private. It was not necessarily something that was celebrated the same way. And so the Hasidim really placed emphasis on this. Note, of course, that all of these things are accessible to those who are in education. Anyone have to like develop that spiritual muscle. You don't necessarily have to, be tuned here and there to play properly, as we shall see. Another feature, a reliance on mystical teachings and a willingness to disseminate mystical teachings to the broader population. Whereas the traditionalists tend to view the teachings of mysticism as they are recorded, for example, in the Zohar or the Sefer Fakir or other great mystical classics of the Jewish tradition. These were regarded as being sacrosanct and intended only for those who had already mastered the entirety of Jewish law. They had already mastered the entire Talmud, the entire code of Jewish law, and all these kinds of things. And the Hasidim, on the other hand, were saying, no, we can take some of these ideas, we can maybe water down, package them differently so they can be read by people. We not necessarily have the tools to decipher the coded language, but we will disseminate these ideas. And they will infuse common Jewish practice with a whole new universal meaning that's derived from the Kabbalistic tradition. Third, and I think I've said this a couple of times now, but I'll say it anyway, valorization as a common, often uneducated Jew. There's so many stories in the Hasidic literature that emphasize the power of simple piety. And quite often, negatively contrasting the high intellectualized and very cold and rational approach of the traditionalists by seeing the tremendous passion and genuine spiritism of the typical Hasidic Jew. In terms of the structure of Hasidic communities, they tended to be developed around charismatic leaders who often formed dynasties. The son of a given leader would become the next Hasidic leader, and so on. That's especially through the 19th century. But really, tightening that circle of phenomenal dedication to the Rabbi, to the leader of the Hasidic movement, as a prime focus of truth and spiritual inspiration. So that's kind of like this movement that starts developing in the late 18th century, and by the time you get to the turn of the 19th century, it's really picking up steam. And so that attracted the negative attention of the traditionalists. Let's have a look at how they dealt with it. And these are, of course, so-called misnagid. So the term misnagid, or misnagid, depending on the style of pronunciation you prefer, this literally translated, the term misnagid means an opponent, someone who is against Judaism. It's very funny how the term has certain connotations. Among Hasidim, the word misnagid is almost like the emulator. It's the emulator, right? And there's like a derivative version of it that snags the year in late 21st century. For the Misnagid, on the other hand, the Jews who are traditionalists, who are looking askance at this new Hasidic innovation, they ended up absorbing that term and considering it perfectly neutral, and in fact, just a sort of socio-ethnic cultural designator. So it's funny, I know that some of my best friends are Hasidim, and when I bring them, when I get together and enjoy some of that amazing Hasidic fellowship, they may start saying a story that reflects negatively on Misnagid, and then they'll suddenly reverse to look and say, oh my gosh, I'm sorry, I come offended. But that's not how Misnagid should be. Simply a statement of reality that the Jews of the North, the traditionalists in the region of Lithuania in particular, opposed Catholicism quite strenuously. And so they took this term, Misnagid, as a way of describing themselves as we are not those people. By the way, those are Hasidim, we are not them. We are distinct from them. They were centered around the leadership of Elijah of Vermius, shown here, known most popularly as the genius of the city of Vermius. His specific role in the conflict with the Hasidim is not nearly as pronounced as it tends to be portrayed in much of the popular literature. His deputies, however, and his successors did carry on the fight with tremendous tenacity and sometimes even underhandedness, as we shall see. What was their primary reaction? So first of all, here we go. We should understand that there was a geocultural aspect, right? The Hasidic movement is primarily based in the south, in the region of southern Poland, Ukraine, and so on, which is not known, especially at the turn of the 19th century, for its strong educational network. There are no great yeshivas there at the time. There are not many great yeshivas in the north either at the time either, but the yeshivas don't develop until quite a bit later in the history like that. And the locus of the intellectual center of gravity in Eastern Europe is really towards the Lithuanian centers. And Vilnius is one of the most important out of those centers. That's where all of the great writing happening, that's where all of the great scholars are coming together and so on. And so the Nastagim are basically looking down literally the map at the southern Ukraine. However, we should bear in mind that there are exceptions to this rule. Chabad is actually a Lithuanian movement, a Hasidic movement that originated in Lithuania, although they maintained the locus there as well, although it could also be in the rest of Poland, the world as a whole. So there is a cultural and a cultural issue that is related to this. Some of the opposition was based on the fact that many of the Nastagim feared that with this charismatic leadership of these individual Hasidic rabbis, we were heading for another debacle like Shabbat Street. That one of them would stand up and would be claiming himself as the Messiah, and look what happened to us in the 1600s. We cannot do that again. This was especially the case because when which Hasidim would read their Rebbe's, there were a lot of doctrines that seemed really quite anathematic. So, for example, was this idea roundly criticized, known as the Sirat HaShabbat, the transference of thought, where a Hasid might say to himself, "Oh, you know what? Who am I to pray directly to God? I can't pray to God. He won't listen to me. I'm so far away. I will instead pray to my Rebbe, that my Rebbe will pray to God on my behalf." This is definitely not Jewish theology by any means, and I tried to find a Hasidic movement that actually endorses this. It sounds more like sort of a Nastagmic slur, but nevertheless, the idea that a Jew would have an intermediary or praying to God is completely contrary to the vast majority of the Jewish thought. There are some no exceptions, but I'm not going to go there right now. The idea of submitting prayer requests to the Rebbe, a time-honored practice, like also used with a lot of suspicion, things like that. Related to this, the fears that the Hasidim were engaged in antinomian tendencies. Oh my God, this was a huge problem because antinomian means against the law, not like humanity. And the idea is not against the Russian law, but against Jewish law, because the Hasidim were adopting all kinds of practices that were contrary to traditional Nastagim practices. For example, the Nastagim have a very rigid set of time guidelines. Prayer must be, with time and not later than a certain time, and so on. And if you miss the morning prayer, well, now you got to wait for the afternoon prayer because it's late for the morning prayer. Whereas the Hasidim were saying, wait a second, is this what God wants from us over the time? Get up and have a coffee like a mensch. Or pray it, as like you're not thinking about your stomach, you're thinking about God. And then when you're ready, raise probably with full enthusiasm. It's kind of reminiscent of what they attribute to Abraham Lincoln, that if I had 6 hours to cut down a tree, I would then spend 4 hours sharpening. So the Nastagim was saying, hey, you've got to cut down the tree by a certain time. And the Hasidim were saying, we're not going to waste our time chopping with the dull axe. We've got to sharpen our axe before we cut down the tree. Now, there are lots of specific details of, the halakhic basis for this or that position. I will not go into that. But the nature of the charge was that these different things, fast and loose, with a lot of problems. And I'm just thinking many different areas in which this Shvita was another very important one, exactly how does one slaughter an animal, make it kosher, and so on. Times of prayer mentioned and other details. So the fear that they're actually going to be transgressing Jewish law was very real about the fact. Now here's where I think it's especially interesting, the economic implications to this antinomian behavior. We should recall, as we discussed a little while ago, and it's actually a phenomenon that goes back further into the whole of the Commonwealth, that in many regions, the position of the rabbinate was actually a purchased position. In the Lithuanian Commonwealth, noblemen would frankly frequently sell the rabbinate as bitter. So you could have people who made a business out of being a rabbi without necessarily thinking about litigation first. They thought about, oh, wow, wouldn't it be nice to make a living like this? I could sit on the wall, I was going to become a rabbi, if it was really now, but in reality, they're not so dedicated to the spiritual upkeep and well-being of their flocks. And so, quite often, in the Lithuanian period, and extending well into the Tsar's period, you have rabbis in charge of communities who are not well supported by their population. And so what happens when you get a Hasidic charismatic leader in the community who says, oh, you know what, we should follow the teachings of our Rabbi and we should pray our morning prayer, but let's say 10:30. That sounds like a pretty reasonable time. But of course that would mean that we should pray the second prayer quorum. We can't do the same prayer quorum as the Lithuanians do at 8:30 in the morning or 9:30 in the morning. And you know what? There's a lot of us. Why should we bother to have our own stand-ups? And oh, by the way, we have adopted several stringencies with our kosher father-in-laws. So instead of buying your meat from the Rabbinic butcher, you're going to have to go to a Hasidic butcher. And all those others that go to things like come from buying Shabbat candles and fish and so on, they might find an alternate route. It's going to be a charismatic Hasidic rabbi rather than the established official rabbi, not necessarily have to deal with the population behind it. And so one particular scholar, did an amazing analysis, economic implications of the Hasidic revival, and pointed very clearly to the impact that this tradition would have on the bottom line for a lot of rabbis. So there was a huge pushback against this. And basically the 1790s, until about 1880, there was incredibly massive fights between the growing Hasidic movement, which is increasing in popularity, and die-hard traditionalists in Istanbul. So much so that also actually denounced other leaders on a number of occasions and had them thrown in jail. The Russian authorities were always very happy to hear negative libels and castigate some part of their population if they heard that one of the Hasidic rabbis were formulating dissent or were arguing for rebellion, then they would say, okay, let's just arrest those Hasidic rabbis and go to jail. And the same thing would be true of the Messiah as well. So there was a period of absolutely incredible, bitter, intense fear between the Messiah and the Hasidim that only really began to calm down around 1815 as a result of the growth of another movement, which is the final section of which we discussed in this lecture, and that is the Haskalah. So, the term Haskalah literally is a translation of the German term Aufklärung, or the English term, which is a reference to an intellectual movement that went across Europe in the 18th century in particular, and Jews were affected just as well. The Enlightenment, which created a lot of amazing figures in American history as well, figures that influenced the development of American political thought, Bill, for example, and John Locke, and many other, Jefferson, big Enlightenment thinkers. They were influenced by some of the basic ideas of this much more secularizing an idea that, we should look at human beings as entities that have their unique cultural distinctions, but in reality, why do they make all kinds of different rules that hold back certain elements of our larger group population? Now, there were limits. The Enlightenment never figured out race very well. They totally ignored women. But the idea of all men, that is literally men, and by the way, I'm not a white man, are equal, that was a very significant element of Enlightenment thought that actually began to penetrate, percolate throughout that society, particularly in the form of European liberalism. So when it hit the Jews, perhaps the most important Christian way I would work was Moses Mendelssohn, shown here, who is known as the genius of, I think it was Pasa. I can't remember exactly where he was from. He was primarily active in Portugal, who mastered modern literary German, which was not something that most Jews had at their fingertips. Most Jews, could communicate as necessary in the vernacular, but certainly would do so with a heavy Yiddish accent. Certainly, failed to speak at a very high level. But Moses Mendelssohn was an incredibly talented young man who actually competed in the literary competitions against the phenomenal Immanuel Kant and many other incredible figures. And he was told a lot of kind of like the examples of what Jews could do if they were exempted from the many anti-Semitic restrictions that kept them from settling in certain areas, attending college, pursuing certain occupations, and so on. And so a whole school of liberal thinkers in the West, particularly in France and Germany, began to say, hey, we should rethink how we're treating Jews. Look at this guy, Mendelssohn, look at what you can do. Are we smart to ignore this human capital? In some places, like in France, there was an immediate shock with the revolution that resulted in Jewish emancipation in 1791, 1790 for the Sephardic Jews. Germany had a much harder time of it, going back and forth over the 90s, but this promise of political equality, which is called in the context of emancipation, the idea of freeing the Jews, not a very good term because they weren't actually enslaved, they were just discriminated against legally, but the idea of allowing them access to general culture slowly gained much currency as a result of acting like Moses Mendelssohn. And the people who gathered around him were called the Maskilim, that is, the adherents of the Haskalah, the Enlightenment, who wanted to demonstrate to larger populations that they deserve to be included in general European culture and thought and society. And they made tremendous progress in this regard. Now, Mendelssohn himself was personally observant, and he did not seriously entertain the idea of transgressing Jewish law in his pursuit of emancipation. He was still Sabbath observant of the worship laws and so on. However, many of his intellectual descendants did not necessarily agree. They said, you know what, maybe we should jettison some of these ancient Near Eastern practices of ours, and that way we will be accepted as Jews. If we, for example, aim the Shabbat, which is Sunday, which of course is unheard of in traditional Jewish thought, but it was actually quoted a few times in the 19th century, not by traditional Jews, but by the Maskilim. Let's move to Sunday, and that way, now we'll be able to understand this point. We'll be able to be more sympathetic, and that way we can achieve our place that we desire in general society. And so there was a transatlantic negotiation, particularly in Germany, where a lot of the Maskilim began to view the way forward as one in which Jews had to keep German society at least halfway. Jews had to give up their distinctive Jewishness, however one understood that, in order to be worthy of the gift of emancipation. This was not the case in Eastern Europe. In Eastern Europe, Jews abandoned their traditional religiosity. They did not do it because they wanted to be, regular bourgeois Russians. They did it because they wanted to be revolutionaries, socialists, communists. So they wanted to Israel, Zionist. We'll talk about those, God willing, maybe a little bit next week, the week after, Passover. But in Eastern Europe, in Western Europe, there was much more of an accommodation, even assimilation in their organization. So the question was, what price should the Jews pay? How much should they invest to achieve this promised emancipation? Let's look at 4 quick figures, and I'll give you a sense of the range of opinions. So on the far left, you have Abraham Geiger, who is associated primarily with what was called the liberal movement, or in America, it's known as the Reform movement. So Geiger argued that, you know what, there's so much in Judaism that are medieval accretions that we have developed, and much of it is human created, not divine in nature, so we should simply, look at those things that stand in our way. Now, Geiger is often considered not necessarily someone who's leading the movement, but one who's always a figurehead. Many scholars of the early 19th century in Germany point to the groundswell of grassroots support among German Jews who want to change happen, and the clearly is in place to affect that. But this is where one sees a lot of the dramatic changes to the Sabbath, the Kashrut laws, and so on. Then you have a little bit to the right. You have Zacharias Frankel, who was originally a member of this Reform movement, the regular movement, but in the 1830s, if I remember correctly, he said, we're going too far, we are changing Judaism too fast. I believe he would say that Judaism should change, but it should be evolutionary, it should be under careful deliberation. And the way the reformers had attempted, for example, the language and liturgy, that was a bridge too far, and they said, you know what, we're going to create a new movement, which is called historical positivism, and it's found on America, it's a conservative movement. And he said, we will change, but not as fast as we can. And then you have, over in Pressburg, Bratislava, Rabbi Moshe Schreiber, he took an absolute opposite approach. He said, these approaches are disastrous. They're going to result in wholesale abandonment of Judaism and the destruction of Jewish people as a whole. Rather, what we have to do is we have to look at modernity, and we have to say it is completely forbidden. In fact, this point of phrase, which is actually a rabbinic class, Asul Kadash in the Torah. That, Kadash, Asul in the Torah. Literally, that which is new is intrinsically forbidden by the Torah. If you know Hebrew, you'll understand. The problem is that why that's a statement made. So he meant it. He meant that whatever this world is, you guys are all so crazy for it, you want the emancipation and everything, it is a disaster for us. And we have to draw the line, and we have to say we will not change anything. So this eventually becomes what we call today the Haredi approach, which is much more resistant to any change in Christian practice. And then finally, a little bit to the left of the Passover is Rabbi Rothschild'S, German rabbi based in Frankfurt, who said, you know what we have to do is we have to take a measured approach. We cannot win by rejecting modernity entirely, but we certainly should not throw out the baby with the bathwater. We should not be abandoning our core practices and principles in order to merit this fleeting emancipation that we think is so wonderful. And so he a more cautious approach in which those things which are truly mandated by traditional law are absolutely sacrosanct and are observed to the letter, but those practices which are really kind of things that are customary, that have developed over time, but are not necessarily laid down in any specific religious discussion. Like, for example, varieties in fashion or dress. There are certain requirements that fashion be, right, for example, you have to wear clothes that are clean and good hair, sit in your station, and so on. But beyond that, whether they're blue or whether they're green, that's not really a big deal. So why not? Those things go into the choice. So Samuel Hirsch created something which is generally known today as modern orthodoxy, which is orthodox, but at the same time modern, trying to enrich these words. Now, with all of this going on, primarily happening in Western Europe, and pushing in on the Hasidic Messiah practices in Eastern Europe, around 1850, the Messiah arguing about what kind of slaughtering knife is appropriate to kill a cow in Israel. But over in Germany, they're saying, why keep pushing? They're arguing about what kind of headgear is appropriate for it. And over there, they say, no, don't wear headgear at all. So they kind of came to their senses and they declared an unofficial this is not our Christian balance. We're trying to like a social movement. That, you know what? We're going to view each other with a certain amount of distaste for the next couple hundred years, but in reality, we face a much greater, more existential problem from the Haskalah. So we have to realize that 95% of everything we do common. We share those values and practices. The 5% that we argue about, we'll continue to argue about, but we have to hold the line on the traditional practices because the masculine are really present as a church. Let's just take a moment to reflect on Jewish survival. And I think when we look at the Hasidic in particular, and we look at the tremendous blowback that it got from this Nazi well, we see deep reserves of Jewish spiritual yearning that come to the fore when a really confident for that spiritual desire is found. And there are those who disagree profoundly, but they will share under similar attachment to their way of approaching God. And this is fundamentally a phenomenal survival skill. As long as the Jews are able to find ways in which to coexist with those who have the same approaches, nevertheless, there's great chance for survival. I hope this lecture was meaningful to you. I hope you all behave very well and avoid this coronavirus that is rampaging throughout the world right now. God willing, we'll meet again next week to talk about the New World, and then we're going to take a break for the wonderful Passover holiday. Thank you very much for listening.
Administer a lot of things inside the country, the economy in particular, and then in some of the ancillary Turkic kingdoms around the Mongols, such as the Mongols, the were administered by his daughters primarily. And his wives were in charge of administering the land of Mongolia itself and handling the economy. So he was using the women.
I hope you're all doing well. I hope that you're coping with the current situation well. It's been quite a month of March, I know, for all of us. But nevertheless, as the series is titled, I Survived Jewish Islam, we should all survive this current crisis as well and go into a holiday of Geula next week, God willing. So tonight's lecture, possible, might be a little bit shorter. This is not, it doesn't happen to be an area that I have a tremendous expertise in, unlike all the other areas where I also don't have expertise, but I talk anyways. But it just happens that I spend a lot of time dealing with college issues and also helping my wife turning over the kitchen. She likes to do it early. So I have a little less time to prepare, but I hope we'll be able to go through the period very quickly at any rate and get some sense of this particular and unique moment in Jewish history. So the period that I'd like to cover right now is really the transitional period, the period of migration, when Jews, essentially the center, the cultural center of Jewry, moved from Europe to America. This is something that took several centuries and was accelerated by the unfortunate massacres and was accelerated by the incredible devastation of the Holocaust. But it is a movement that was definitely taking place prior to the Holocaust by at least 6 decades. So that's the period that I look at today, essentially the development of the New World, particularly. So to begin with, we should talk about the movement of Jewish populations is one of the most traditional and well-accepted aspects of the history that we have. Jews are a diasporic people. This is something that they have endured the first diaspora 6 centuries before the Common Era, and then much more significantly in the Common Era, Jews have been moving from place to place in order to try and eke out their existence in often hostile cultural environments for well over 2 millennia. This is something that Jews have learned to adapt to, and ironically, as we should see when we come back to the last lectures of this series, what we have not adapted to so well is what to do when a country is really nice to us. We seem like we are in America, assimilating ourselves a bit out of existence. That's the latest challenge that we have doing as a people right now. Look at this massive migration from the old world to the new world particular. Let us recall that when by external pressures, Jews often employed a fight or flight response, or in the Jewish version, that's more like a flee or flee response. Either run away because the risks are simply too great, and or to try to challenge that by driving the opponent, so to speak. This is something that works in most of Jewish history, but only begins to break down in a significant way when we get to the 20th century, as we shall see, God willing, when we return all healthy after Passover. So let me take you into the beginning, and let's look at first at this map, which I return to quite often. I really enjoy this map. This is a map that shows the dispersion of the Jews after the Great Expulsion of 1492 in Spain, and then later 1497, the forced conversion in Portugal that resulted in a slower trickle of Jews, but nevertheless a very significant movement of Jews, now called Portuguese Jews, because they were technically converted to Christianity, still retaining their Jewish identity, but living at various levels of Christians or as Jews throughout all of Europe. And as you can see, a large number found their way to new homes throughout the Mediterranean basin, including in Arabic lands or Muslim lands like in Turkey. Also, many of them found new homes in Europe in particular. But just on the left of this map, you can see that it says Las Americas. A lot of them went to the Americas. That's really the story that we're going to explore today. 400 years that follows this Iberian diaspora. In particular, we're going to look at America because in many ways, America may be a radical new moment in Jewish history. This is denied by, for various controversies, the sixth Rothschild'S Rabbi, who of course settled in America in 1941 when he was whisked out of Europe and brought to New York, eventually established the Chabad Hasidic stronghold in Brooklyn, New York, in Crown Heights. But when he arrived here, this is actually photographed from an earlier visit when he's getting a police escort as a visiting European dignitary. One of the things that he pronounced this time was America is no different. And what he wanted to say that ultimately the primary factors that drive Jewish life, that determine Jewish creativity and energy and preference, all of those things are the same in America as they have been in every other diaspora country in which the Jews have lived. There's a lot of, why would you call it to say yes, there was, as we say in the Talmud, a haba amina, a working presumption that no, America is different. America is a totally different country. There's a lot of things you can say about America you cannot easily say about most countries that were the domicile Jews for the past couple of millennia. It was, first of all, a democracy. It gave Jews equal rights, and it actually acted on those rights. Jews had phenomenal freedoms in America that they had nowhere else in the world. And they concentrated in large numbers. They had a huge explosion of creativity at the turn of the 20th century, of the decade. And maybe America was onwards. Maybe America was different. And that a new reality would pertain in these boundaries. So hopefully we'll be able to explore that again. Certain amount, certainly as we go into the last seminar, the last three lectures of the series, where we'll think about, is America different or not? The Rothschild'S Rabbi, this is the sixth Rothschild'S Rabbi, of course, his son-in-law would be the extremely famous seventh Rothschild'S Rabbi, but the sixth Rabbi, the pre-Vicar Rabbi, as he is called, he wanted to say that America will form Jewish standards, just as Jews have found a way to make every country conform to their standards. That's kind of a weird way of saying it. I hope to make it a little clearer either today, but possibly when we come back after Passover. But here's one example of why America looked kind of different. It was picture here. I like this is a bulletin board, and a billboard, or maybe this is on the side of a bus. I can't recall where I saw this, but it's from the Second World War. And you can see it's from LaGuardia, from New York, and it's a one poster that says, side by side, Protestant, Catholic, that these three Americans who are here equivalent to one another. It's an amazing thing to think of something like this at the same time. Even in a relatively, benign country like England or France, you've got Protestant, Catholic, Jews side by side, and Jews who are numerically definitely the most tiny of those people, and furthermore have a long history of being hated by Christian groups as well. How is it possible they're all rooted together? Not to mention the conflict between Protestants and Catholics. But the idea was that America was creating a new environment in which, Jews were equal to Protestants and Catholics. They're not equal at this point, obviously not be considered the same mix. But nevertheless, this coexist kind of attitude that's promised to them. Effervescence of Jewish culture and a liberal environment that looks kind of like, some of the things that were happening in the old nation of Spain. Maybe that's what was happening in America in the 20th century. There's a lot to say that, maybe America was different. And no question, it was an attractive option for so many Jews. It was called in Yiddish, golden Medina, the golden land, because it offered so much potential for Jews and was such a destination of choice for hundreds of thousands of Jews, as we shall see today. So let us just quickly review the main periods of settlement in America, in particular with also talking a little bit about South America and Canada as well, but that's really the topic for today. So the earliest settlement was 23 Jews who arrived in New Amsterdam, which was of course New York, in 1654. The famous arrival of Jews on particular boats who were coming from this nation, this called Recife, which was in Portuguese Brazil. Now, it was an unusual kind of moment because the Jews who lived here, they were actually conversos, or crypto Jews, as we have said before. These are Portuguese Jews who tried to flee the persecution in the Iberian Peninsula and made their way with some of the early traders to the New World, and they settled as a community in Recife. Now, they lived as Christians under the Portuguese, and then when the Dutch took over the territory, they essentially said, oh, great. Well, you know what? We've been pretending all along. We're actually Jewish. We just didn't know what to do with ourselves because the Inquisition would still be ongoing for another couple of hundred years. So they couldn't live openly as Jews. But once the Dutch took over, the Dutch were much more liberal, much more open-minded, much more tolerant of religious differences. They said, surprise for Jews. And then, of course, the Portuguese came back. And they retook the region. The Jews agreed for us. We've already outed ourselves. We're outside the closet, so to speak. We wanted to pack up their bags, and they left. And they boarded the ship. Many of the Jews of the region actually went back to Europe, went back to London, to Amsterdam, but 23 Jews made their way to Manhattan, where they encountered the Dutch governor of the region, Peter the Dutch, you'll recall, this is New Amsterdam, was when the Dutch controlled New York, and Peter even though he has an obvious affinity for Jewish headgear, he and I actually share the same taste in kippos, isn't that amazing? And also the same taste, I think, in hairlines, too. Anyway, he really didn't want to accept these Jews, even though they were Dutch citizens. And he was the leader of a Dutch. He didn't want to accept them. And in his letter of complaint to Dutch East Indians, because we should recall, even though this is a governmental institution, the New World was really dominated by massive corporations that were linked to one degree or another to national governments. The Dutch East India Company, the Hudson's Bay Company, which opened up Central Canada, for example. So he wrote back to his corporate bosses, HQ, and he said, we need to require them, the Jews, a friendly way to depart. Meaning, even though they're Dutch citizens, they do not get to stay here, Dutch subjects, they do not get to stay here in the U.S. Why? Because they are a deceitful race, hateful enemies, and blasphemers in the name of Christ, and they should be infecting and troubling this Jew colony to send these 23 Jews away. These 23 Jews, of course, mobilized whatever resources they could, and they communicated with their co-religionists in Amsterdam, who made an appeal on their behalf. And while Stuyvesant was waiting for the response, they basically sheltered in place until finally the response came. And here's what the bosses said. What we think of this kind of beautiful language. Honorable, prudent, pious, dear, faithful Stuyvesant. Thank you for your note, etc., etc. And he says, we're not going to let you kick out the Jews. Why? Because of the considerable loss sustained by this nation with others in, when they were kicked out of Brazil, because they were, a lot of things for the Dutch when the Dutch came back. And also because of the large amount of capital they still have invested in the shares of this company. Meaning, Stuyvesant, you may not like Jews, maybe an anti-Semite yourself, but you know what? We're stockholders. We have to please our stockholders. And so the Dutch East India Company, West India Company, said, have to do that. However, at the end of the note here, provided that the poor among them, among those Jews, shall not become a burden to the company or to the community, but be supported by their own nation. And so, if you look at this little exchange between Stuyvesant and his bosses in Amsterdam, you learn a lot about the early mentality of the Jews and their situation in America. It was tenuous. It was, we can stay here as long as we keep investing in the country, right? Because you're shareholders in the story, and also as long as we do not become a drain on the community. So the Jews are kind of like, they're working with a double standard in their mind that, you know what, we cannot become public charges. We have to take care of our own, which actually plays to the Jewish strength, because for thousands of years, Jews had always been kind of like foreigners in the lands that they inhabited, often for generations and centuries. And they knew that if they were to be tolerated in a given situation, they had to make sure they took care of their own hospitals, their own aid societies, widows, orphans, everyone has to be taken care of, education, these things all have to be happening at the same time. And that's really ingrained not only in the overarching mindset of the Jews in the diaspora, but also specifically in America as well, based on their very close brush with expulsion from these lands. Now, what were they doing at the time? Right here, sorry. Jews would establish themselves primarily in trade. This is something that they had been doing, of course, for a long time in many different countries. And it was something that Jews were well suited for because they were literate, they were numerate, they had extensive connections with other countries, and it was something that Jews were taken to with a considerable amount of cultural weight, heritage, and tradition. So basically, every single thing that was traded in the old and new world was traded by Jews. One thing that was that has been scuttlebutt of some anti-Semitic argument is Jews and the slave trade. Now, it would be a distortion of history to say that Jews somehow put up their hands and said, no, we're not going to trade in slaves because it's immoral or it's wrong. That simply did not happen. There were definitely Jewish slave traders, even in the transatlantic slave trade, which is depicted here, slaves being one of the most important exports of Africa to the New World in this triangular trade, in which I think went from Africa, primarily slaves, to the New World, and then raw goods were shipped from the New World to Europe, and then manufactured goods were shipped down to Africa, where they would be traded for slaves. There were definitely Jewish slave traders. However, the anti-Semitic argument falls apart when you place the proportion of Jews within the larger context of who was European slaves. And Jews were nowhere near close to the proportion that we might expect such an important element of the trade. It was hard to know exactly why these numbers are not as proportionate as you would expect, but nevertheless, there's certainly nothing to see here in terms of Jews being especially egregious in this noxious trade. Jews were not non-participants, but they were certainly completely unexceptional participants in the trade. And the Jews were, of course, much more distinguished by selling things like molasses, or in Canada in particular, where there's a large settlement in Montreal, Jews were huge fur traders. They would deal with the courtier de bois, who would be going out and stocking pelts, and they would be selling them to India. This is much common in terms of overall Jewish trade. But nevertheless, we have a significant, small initially, but a significant Jewish population developing. Initially, almost completely either Sephardic or Portuguese Jews, either Spanish or Portuguese Jews, who are establishing themselves, particularly in New York, but we also see maybe small settlements in places like Charleston and Savannah. The only place that was not directly on the coast was Montreal, of course, the British colonies, but Montreal is on the St. Lawrence River and is also a major port. But almost all the Jews are concentrated on the eastern seaboard in a handful of towns. Also, a significant number of Jews populating southern regions as well, the Caribbean as well. There are two significant families. We actually have a significant amount of data. We talked to David Frank's family. Here's one of the matriarchs of that family who left behind quite a bit of correspondence. It tells us a little bit about the struggling life of the tiny number of Jews in America. If we move forward a little bit, here is an artist's rendition of Sharing Israel, the remnants of Israel, the oldest synagogue. I'm not sure if it's the oldest synagogue still functioning today or close to it. It's one of the very first synagogues that was set up in New York. They were moved to different locations. This is the original Mill Street location. And early in the 19th century, the Jewish presence was really very small. It grew very slowly throughout the 18th century. But we can get a sense of what this is like. For example, they didn't have a full-time rabbi until 1840. So that means 200 years of Jewish settlement in the New World with no full-time rabbis. Can you imagine? Oh my gosh, the Kiddush would have been out of control. But in particular, you say, yeah, in fact, they did have difficulty controlling the population because there was no representing presence in the Jew world. This is a notice that was published by Sharing Israel on Erev Yom Kippur, right, the eve of the holiest day of the year in 1757, a good 60 years before the full-time rabbi. And the letter reads that the Parnasim, meaning the heads of the community, received that several Jews are daily violating the principles of our holy religion, such as trading on the Sabbath, eating forbidden meats, and other heinous crimes. I really like the way they're heinous crimes. But the fact is that there is no social control over Jews other than just the inertia and the weight of the established community, which was very small and very tenuous. In Europe, we still had the presence of the Beit Din. We still had a massive tradition of rabbinic authority that was vested in the Megillah structure. But in America, a very voluntaristic country, Jews were essentially free to behave any way they wanted. And if they chose to step outside the boundaries of traditional halakha, very little that can actually stop them from doing so. This should be familiar to us in the 21st century. This is, in fact, the reality today. But it was a reality in America from its inception. And Jews frequently flouted traditional authorities as they essentially what they wanted. But when they wanted to step out, they would come back towards the community, and the community had to tolerate a wide variety of approaches to the authority of halakha. Interesting to know that what are the kind of punishments, what are the kind of coercive powers that the community could use? So, they write, he will not be deemed a member of our congregation, a person who transgresses these heinous crimes, as none of the honors of the synagogue conferred on him. I love the 16th century scholar, by the way. And here's the really difficult one. And when dead, will not be buried according to the manner of our Europe, the Henry Commission would simply refuse to bury the Jew, which was considered a very, very horrible punishment, and that most Jews would ultimately cave and would follow the will of the David, if that was the case. So for the first couple hundred years of Jewish life in North America, this is the kind of Wild West that they have. There are, in terms of the theory, there are definitely some heroes that stand out. There are a lot of overachievers, like I am Solomon, who was the first associate of George Washington, actually a major financier that supported the War of Revolution. And we have some standout individual Jews in America, in particular, particularly in Canada, but working in Canada as well, who also distinguish themselves as great figures. But, it's a very thin history because there are very, very few people living here at the time. Have a look at this graph that shows you the growth of the population. And you can see here on the left, 1654, the number is actually 23. That's the first boatload of refugees from Recife coming in. 100 years later, and you basically crack maybe 1,000, and it grows very slowly until you get to the middle of the 19th century, and that's when you get a much larger number of German Jews to make their way to the country. Even the promise of emancipation of Jews already from the revolutionary period only really begins to pick up steam as the debates over emancipation are raging in Germany. We spoke about this briefly at the end of last week's lecture. And so they decide that, why am I trying to make it here in Germany? There's so much more opportunity in the New World, and many of those German Jews made it to America, where they ultimately did become tremendous investors, as we shall see, God willing, after Passover. By the time we get to 1880, we're looking at something like 280,000 Jews living in the United States. Very significant number, but it would explode in the next major period of migration, which is sometimes called the Great Migration. And it is that period that brought my own family in, and about 70% of American Jewish families ordered. So let's have a look at that right now. I'm sorry for the backwards zooming. Here we go. So this is a map that I love to focus on. This map shows you specifically the emigration from the Pale of Settlement. We probably spoke about that last week as well. And this is the region of the Russian Empire in which Jews were allowed. As we discussed last week, originally this was actually a fairly liberal thing for Jews, an extensive number of rights in the Pale of Settlement under Catherine II, which was not, these rights were not afforded to them under other environments, and certainly not in Russia, where Jews were not allowed to live at all. However, over the course of the 19th century, it became a very, very difficult place to live. We spoke on Nicholas I, the history of the Keel, and so on. By the time you get to the turn of the 20th century, is wrong, a series of strong. These are like, whether it's hard to speak about them in general form because there are many different motivations for programs, violence changes across the various programs. But basically, you have the 17th century uprising of 1648, which we discussed 2 weeks ago. That's followed by a smaller but rather intense pogrom, specifically in the region of Uman. That's why not going to decided to be buried there. That was in 1768. And then, as you notice, that's basically 100 years apart. And then in 1882, another 100 years plus, that begins a series, a cascade of things that show no signs of it. There are literally hundreds of small pogroms that begin in 1882 and last until 1884. And it was very clear that the Russian government was either unwilling, Nicholas II himself was or incapable of stopping the pogroms. And at that point, with those 1881 pogroms and onward, 1882, Jews realized that Russia, the Russian Empire, was no longer a Reichsstaat. It was no longer a state founded essentially on laws, and that had no recourse there. They had no safety there because they could not depend on the authorities to maintain the status quo at all. And so, beginning in 1881 and onward, many Jews simply said, you know what? Let's give up. Let's leave. Some of them, developed other ideologies. Some of them turned to Zionism, which was a fairly phenomenal. As we thought about going after Passover. Political Zionism being used, of course, the idea of yearning for Zionism older. Some of them turned to communism, saying that we're not leaving, but we're changing the country itself. And some of them said, no, let's pack it up. We've been here without long enough, and let's look for more appropriate costs. This was accelerated because not only did they have these waves of pogroms in the 1880s, you also had horrific pogroms in the 1890s, a terrible one in Kishinev in 1903, 1905, and then some horrible, brutal pogroms, which I spent quite a bit of time studying, was actually the subject of my doctoral dissertation in the context of the Russian Civil War and the establishment of the Soviet Union between 1917 and 1921. Tremendous chaos in Civil War. So you have hundreds leaving the Pale of Settlement, far greater than any other demographic movement in Jewish history. So look at the map here and see what I'm talking about. You've got about 1.7 million Jews coming to the United States of America. This map indicates 1882 to 1917. It would actually grow by another $300,000 people because the American immigration system would not begin to shut down until the 1920s. It became much more restrictive, and it was much harder for Jews to make this same journey. About 2 million Jews making their way to America in the space of 30 or 40 years. Incredible number. 70,000 made their way to Canada, to my own grandparents. A little bit larger number than the South America. We think about the Jews of South America, but very significant populations. Brazil, for example, Chile, Argentina, populations down. 250,000 made their way to Western Europe, being a favorite destination in particular. And as you can see, by contrast, about 45,000 in this period decided to choose Israel. These are the early Zionists, the movement, and several aliyahs. And about the same number, primarily Lithuanians, made their way down to South Africa, where they established very significant populations in Johannesburg, Cape Town, places like that. Another very small number, 5,000 made it to Australia. But this is the period of great migration that creates the core of the Jewish population in the Americas. You recall, demographically, I showed you a while ago, there was something like 280,000 Jews living in America in 1880. Again, within 40 years, it was increased by over 2 million. So a massive expansion of Jewish population, particularly on the Eastern Seaboard in the period of the turn of the 20th century. Now, why did they come? There's two main reasons that we should bear in mind. The first is, as I alluded, anti-Semitism. And in fact, and it's real, these pogroms were significant, very devastating, and horrific, of course. But let us trace this in context. In the first major wave of pogroms, the ones that really kicked off this emigration wave from 1881 to 1884, according to one estimate, only 43 Jews were killed in the space of 3 years of pogrom violence. Now, 43 deaths is a terrible thing to contemplate. But seriously, compared to the much more bloodshed that would occur in future pogroms, in which you wouldn't be numbering them in double digits, you'd be numbering them in triple and quadruple digits. And when you get to the Holocaust, my gosh, the numbers would be overwhelming. So anti-Semitism is definitely a motivation, but I think it's more like the sharp edge of the stick when there's a much larger mass that's actually brought into Jews. And that is primarily the drivers of economic opportunity. The Jews in the Pale of Settlements in particular were significantly disadvantaged by economic policies and anti-Semitic legislation from the Russian government. They lived a very tenuous life, often treated very badly basically expelled from regions in a very capricious manner. New legislation that cuts the trade that they have been engaged in for centuries, and legislation that disadvantaged them against Christian competitors, all kinds of things that were just pressing on them economically. You also have a very significant population increase in the 19th century among Jews that drove a lot of Jews to these massive family sizes without any real means of supporting them. And so when people began to talk about the golden Medina, the golden land we in America, many Jews decided to take advantage of it. This was contrary to the will of almost all rabbinic authorities, who correctly saw America as a spiritual wasteland with very few rabbis, very few Jewish institutions, with hardly any Chinese ground, especially on the East Coast. And they said, how can you go there? But nevertheless, a lot of people, they tended to be younger, they tend to be single, and they tend to be much more dismissive of Jewish tradition. They tend to be rebels. They looked at America as a brand new adventure for them, and they went with the attitude that America is unfinished. America is different, and will be a totally different lifestyle when it comes to America. This was the overwhelming sense of the many of the Jews who left the kind of picture of like you see in the historiography sometimes of these huddled, Tubby-like masses with like nothing more than to just stay in Europe and maintain a traditionalist lifestyle, but they're driven out as the anti-Semites. That's kind of like an overly skewed picture that emphasizes one very real part of the narrative, but certainly ignores the very important draw of these economic opportunities. And by the way, this would snowball, it would cascade, because so many Jews who come to America would make enough money, even though they'd be living by impoverished standards, but they would make enough money that they could actually send remittances back home to Europe. And so entire shepherds were supported by one rich Jew in America who may have got supported, who may have been a shopkeeper, but he made so much money compared to what was going on in Eastern Europe that he was able to maintain their economic status. So it was really considered an amazing, thinking about my grandmother, Elia Shalom, she tells me how, she came to Canada in the 1930s, actually in 1930. And when she was a girl, in her shtetl, right there was a woman named Kaya the Americanka, Kaya the American, because she had gone to America, she had made so much money, and she got to Lithuania, and get this, she built herself a brick house. It was the only brick house in the entire shtetl, and everyone thought Kaya the Americanka was such a wealthy woman because undoubtedly she was. My grandmother always says that she used to hate. One of the things she had to do when she was a young girl, she had to go in and help Kaya the Americanka tie up her torso. She had to put her foot, I guess she was 10 years old, for the middle of the back, and pull them on the cords and tie off her torso. She used to hate that. At any rate, one of the reasons why my grandmother, Charlotte, at a young age, she was 18 years old at the time, decided to travel on her own. Travel on her own across the country to go to Canada. All right. By the way, on the other side of my family, just because I want you to get a sense of the youth and the attitude, this is a picture of my father's parents, not my grandmother, really my mother's mother. And this is a picture of in Canada. And you get a sense of how young they were and how they were adventurous. It was a brand new thing. Started all over, totally new life, which in fact they did. Store their money where they managed a clothing store for a long time. I'm sorry to tell you these personal stories, but because I'm talking to Zoom, I feel a little bit like I'm talking to myself. And who knows, maybe one day my grandchildren will listen to this recording. So one of my favorite stories about this time, and I imagine they look close to what they look like here. This photograph is taken about 1908. That there was a forest fire, and there's no way to control the forest fires in northern Ontario the time of the helicopters or anything like that. And so my grandfather dug up their backyard and put all of the dry goods, the work we did that, and buried them in their backyard. And then when the fire came to town, my grandfather, Rothschild'S, and his wife, my grandmother, Rothschild'S, who was pregnant at the time, and their young kids, they all went and they immersed in the Abitibi River, and they waited there until the fire ravaged the entire town. It was just terrible. They came back, their house was destroyed and everything, but they dug up the dry goods, and my grandfather was right back in business again. So think about the adventure of what it must have been like to be a new settler in this old new country. I would never have to do anything like that, you know. Sometimes I lost my pencil in college. That's what I had to live with. Okay. That is really funny. Now, so this takes us really to my doing remarks here. It's a little bit of a shorter lecture. Sorry, just too much involved in the castle. But one thing that we should bear in mind, especially as we think about the opening statement of the sixth Rabbi that America has the next major wave of Jews arriving on this shore is, of course, Holocaust survivors. And Holocaust survivors are not immigrants the same way the wave of migrants were. The Jews of the 1880s, they came thinking America's a great new star. America's going to be a new possibility for Jews in general, and for me, a Jew specifically. And they were willing to adapt to America. They tried very hard to get rid of Yiddish, to not speak Yiddish to their children, so the kids would grow up with a fluent American accent. They tried to adopt American clothing, American values, American sensibilities, and in many ways, they were incredibly successful at that, even to the point of create American civic especially in Hollywood, very, very importantly involved in the development of American people. These are like the immigrants that came from the 1880s to the 1920s. After the Holocaust, you had immigrants, you had refugees, you had Jews who were forcibly uprooted from their home. They're not coming to America because they want to reinvent themselves. They're coming to America because everything that was dear to them is destroyed. And their attitude comes to America, like the Rothschild'S, America is just mission. America is no different. We are not going to be shaped by America. America will be shaped by us. Many of the more successful, particularly communities in America, were established by these refugees who set up shop in places like Brooklyn and Lake New Jersey and in Muncie, New York. So this is where we're going to recreate the step of Eastern Europe. And we know it's going to, and we know that everyone's going to have their own idea of things like that. But it's going to conform to the values and standards of the European struggle. And so in many ways, ironically, the Jews in America after World War II were faithful to the traditions that they were forced to uproot when they left Europe. So I think at this point we should just turn a little bit to our typical end of class reflection on Jewish survival. And I think America definitely, if it's not different, it definitely poses different challenges. And the Jews who first came to shores, beginning in the 17th century, faced a variety of challenges that it's impossible for us to fathom what it must be like. But nevertheless, as we look at the generations, we look at the kinds of challenges that first 23 member communities of refugees from the seafaring, what they have to deal with, the initial encounter and anti-Semitism, and yet managed to mobilize their resources back in Amsterdam to preserve their own dignity. They realized right away, based on the communications from Stuyvesant and the headquarters, that they would have to take care of themselves. In fact, that's a message Jews took to heart, and they realized that if they were to survive in this very different environment, they fundamentally have to develop an ethos of responsibility, of communal self-help, of compassion for others in their community, extending charitable donations, extended charitable activities, organizing for self-help, Jews would have to do if they were to survive into the new challenging world of the Americans. Okay, with that, I have concluded on my lecture. I'm so grateful that so many Jews who participate via Zoom. It is a stimulating experience just talking to myself like this. But I see little numbers there, and I see some names on the side here that makes me know that you're still out there. I hope you're enjoying the lectures, and I'm really looking forward to the time we'll physically get together and can enjoy each other's things. I hope you all have a complete and kosher Passover. Thank you very much for watching.
Each other, not cooperating, not helping each other, sabotaging each other. They get there, once again, they have the same problems. They come with lots of grenades this time. Again, the grenades are exploding. They're scaring us. You know, it's impressive, and a lot of silk screens are being later showing these impressive battles. You know, but they lost. And again, typhoon happened to be the final destruction of the Navy. But I think Japan had defeated the Mongols weapons. The Japanese deserve credit for that victory. And the sinking of the ships was more caused by the typhoon. Already the Japanese had developed good strategies while the Mongols had been away. They knew how the Mongols fought. And they knew that at night they could fire flaming arrows and ships set them on fire. They were doing great damage. So again, Kublai Khan lost the invasion of Japan. But the soldiers were gone. They left. He didn't kill them all. It was his deliberate plan. But the problem was solved. This is one of those ironies of history. It's hard to quite understand. So this had happened, but then Kublai Khan was coming to near the end of life, and Mongol Polo was wanting to get out. They're ready to go. And Kublai Khan allowed them to sail on this expedition with Huxton was her name, Princess Huxton, to go to Hormuz. And so they went, and that began a whole system of trade back and forth, back and forth. Kublai Khan died soon after that. His grandson, who was not so well respected in history, because he's often called drunk, because there was too much to rent into. But he wasn't drunk when he was young. But his grandfather had been caned a couple of times in public, and he cured him of drinking. Actually, he was not a drunk later on. And he was, first he reassembled the Mongol Empire. He did. The Golden Horde declared loyalty to him, recognized him as Great Han, as Emperor of the whole Empire. The Chagatai of Central Asia, they declared loyalty to him. The El Khanate was already loyal to him. They all declared loyalty to him. He is the empire, and he had the greatest navy in the world, and he sent out envoys to every place in the time before traded with. That era is over. We're no longer attacking anyone. We're changing from conquest to conquest. We want to trade with you. Come on to China. Bring your goods. We're going to trade with you. Each definitive was short, unfortunately, forever. I wish it could. But it was a great era of exchange of all kinds of things, going back and forth, all the way to Africa, also Hormuz, and had a connection to Somaliland. And some people said Kenya already, but very wide.
So technically, he ruled over the largest size the Mongol Empire ever had.
Yes, well, actually, they all lived in the War of Russia. They were quite independent by now, and he lived in Lee, and they were loyal to him. And they were still exchanging back and forth for lots of things. So there were Ossetian soldiers in China. Not a whole contingent of Ossetian soldiers there. And from Russia, from the Caucasus areas, from Russia.
And how do they communicate? Are they using like the postal service again to literally deliver the letter?
Over time, those groups started intermarrying. They were not intermarrying. The Chinese novels, and they were switching to Mongolian language slowly. At first, I don't know. It's not clear. But again, Kublai Khan, thinking in a nationalist way, said, okay, we need a new alphabet of the world. Everybody in the world likes one alphabet. Chinese, Mongolian, Russian, Arabic, everything. It didn't work. But he tried it for a while, and some inscriptions are still there to this day.
Ocean, maybe, what do you think mentioned on the wall that you talked about? So he is this now famous explorer and traversed the continent, the Silk Road, and stayed on for a while. And I guess one is one of the primary documenters that gone on. Is there something else interesting to say about Marco Polo and his interaction with
I like Marco Polo. I use his work a lot. I find him very reliable in the areas where he's not reliable. You can kind of tell that because he wasn't there as he was. He reported a lot of stuff. So I'm very much indebted to him for a lot of things because with something like the Princess or also another fighting princess from Central Asia in Kosovo, he wrote about that. But I also needed other sources, so I thought my Chinese sources or Arab sources or something else, or Persian, to support it. And I really felt a lot of confidence with him over time. But this is really this is my name on their exclusive title. They've had no actual lunches, all like drinks you can make their exclusive sales, but then holistic people without lunches. They will live with us. Eugene O'Neill wrote a play that became a comedy for Broadway called Marco. That was both a play on what he was called Emilio, because he talked about cities of millions of people and about money into millions and things that people in Europe just couldn't have happened. He did publish his whole play as a book to show people what he really did. And it was an ironic look at capitalism. This is the 20th century, right? Versus it's an ideal of the philosopher king, which he's in Kublai Khan. So Marco Polo becomes a symbol